Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. He tried to concentrate and endure the fatigue to continue the investigation. He sensed that a golden light seemed to be shining out of the endless fog, as bright as the stars in the dark night. Although it was only a tiny bit, it seemed to contain endless truth. Xia Ruofei had felt this way before. When he had first obtained the spirit map space and was carefully observing the nameless plant, he had also had a vague feeling as if he had seen the truth of heaven and earth. However, Xia Ruofei felt that this golden light was many times stronger than the nameless plant. Xia Ruofei tried his best to see more clearly through the fog, but his spiritual energy was exhausted. Soon, he opened his eyes tiredly and sighed before moving his hand away. Xia Ruofei did not realize that the moment he opened his eyes, there was a golden light in his eyes. His gaze seemed to contain countless truths. The golden light flashed and disappeared, and his eyes quickly returned to normal. The whole process happened in an instant. Even if someone was standing right in front of Xia Ruofei, he might not be able to detect it. Xia Ruofei's temperament had also changed subtly. Xia Ruofei had made some progress in the investigation of the stone tablet, but strictly speaking, he had returned with nothing. He knew that the main reason was that his spiritual connection with the spirit map space was not close enough. In addition, his own spiritual power was also insufficient. This could only be improved step by step through constantly evolving the space and absorbing the petals of the strange flower. For a moment, he even wanted to swallow the spirit fruit to improve his mental power and his spiritual connection with the space. This was because he had caught a glimpse of the stone tablet's secret, and it made his heart itch. Xia Ruofei believed that the spiritual fruit would definitely work. But in the end, he suppressed this impulse. That spiritual fruit was very precious, and if he rashly consumed it, it might be a waste of a heavenly treasure. Who knew when it would have a great effect in the future? Even if he wanted to take one to test its effects, he would have to wait until he had harvested more spirit fruits. After inspecting the two spaces, Xia Ruofei started to think about the problem of the original space. In the end, he came to a conclusion: when a new dimension appeared, the original dimension might have already evolved to its final form. Even if he continued to upgrade the evolution space, he could only increase the density of the spiritual energy in the space. The area of space and the flow of time had already reached the limit of the original space. Xia Ruofei put himself in the shoes of the person who had created the spirit painting and felt that it was not difficult to understand. The original space had different time laws, so the difficulty of supporting its normal operation was definitely higher than the new space. The space's range was naturally limited. Furthermore, there were already 8 acres of the area where time flowed at 30 times the normal speed. There was no point in increasing it any further. Hence, Xia Ruofei made a bold deduction that the evolution of the original space would stop here, and the new space would continue to expand in the future as it evolved. It could even form mountains, rivers, lakes, and even the sea. The small mountain he saw today had obviously grown a lot taller, and the small stream had widened. These were all very obvious clues. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at the stone tablet. He was a little unwilling, but there was no other way. He could only wait until the evolution was complete before he tried. One day, I'll be able to unravel all the secrets contained in the stone tablet, Xia Ruofei said. In his heart, Xia Ruofei played with Blackie and the rest for a while and added some dog food to their plates. Then, he left the new space and returned to the original space. He tidied up the remaining truffles from last time. These truffles were not big, and the big ones were all picked out by Xia Ruofei and auctioned off. However, there were indeed quite a lot of them. Of course, it was only relative. The truffles produced in the spirit map space, even the leftovers, were much bigger than the ordinary truffles outside. The two large sorting boxes here were full, and the other large sorting box was almost half filled. The smallest white truffle in the box was more than 200 grams, and the average was 300 to 400 grams. The black truffle could also reach a weight of 2 to 300 grams. Xia Ruofei used the scale to measure. There was a total of 18 kilograms of white truffle and 12 kilograms of black truffle. He put the truffles back into the box and left the spirit map space. Although Xia Ruofei was in a hurry to upgrade, he did not have much spare money. He had just earned 14 million yuan and had not even had the time to buy it, but he had already spent 10 million yuan. In a few days, he would have to spend another 2.2 million yuan to buy a house and transfer it to another account. This was not including all kinds of taxes and handling fees. The remaining money, together with some money he had saved up before, was only about 2 million yuan, less than 3 million yuan. Therefore, he couldn't buy more jade for the time being. After all, now that he had started a company, he had all kinds of expenses every day, so he had to keep a portion of the funds in hand. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had been thinking about building the staff dormitory. There were only a dozen workers now, and Chao Taishu and the rest were from the nearby villages. This was not a big problem. In the future, when they had more manpower, dormitories would definitely be indispensable. Moreover, Yi Lingyun had mentioned to him twice that he wanted to build a dormitory. He wanted to move an entire set of surveillance systems over and move himself over to be in charge of security. After all, this villa was Xia Ruofei's private residence. It was only a temporary measure to stay here for now, and it would be inconvenient for him in the long run. Therefore, he could not use a single cent of the money. Fortunately, he had always been making money very quickly. The vegetables and succulent plants could bring him hundreds of thousands of yuan of income every month. After a month, the supply would increase, and with the addition of Hengfeng Group as a new partner, the number would still increase significantly. Therefore, for the time being, the evolution of the space could only be put on hold. The next morning, Xia Ruofei received a call from Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office's manager, Zhong. He asked Xia Ruofei very politely about the truffle. Xia Ruofei said that the truffles would be delivered soon and asked him to pick them up at the farm in the afternoon. After lunch, Xia Ruofei left the farm in his car. After more than half an hour, when he drove back, there were 3 large tidying boxes in the pickup truck. Naturally, Xia Ruofei's trip out this time was to deceive people and create the illusion that he had brought these things back from outside. Now that Hu Zi's mother, Lin Xiao, and Yi Lingyun were all living together, it was indeed a little inconvenient. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the car, Yi Lingyun came out to greet him. He saw the large tidied box in the trunk and asked, curiously, "Brother Xia, what's this?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Good stuff. Lingyun, help me move my things to the garage first. Someone will come to pick them up in a while. Be careful. This thing is too expensive." "All right, don't worry." Yi Lingyun agreed. Xia Ruofei walked into the villa and was about to pour himself a glass of water when he received a call from manager Zhong, informing him that the car had arrived at the entrance of the farm. Xia Ruofei called Yi Lingyun out again and asked him to bring the man in. After a while, a small refrigerator van arrived at the entrance of the villa. Manager Zhong greeted Xia Ruofei very politely after he got out of the car. Xia Ruofei had dealt with him before. The last time Ma Xiong and the others came to Sanshan City, this manager Zhong had accompanied them the entire time, so they could be considered acquaintances. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before heading to the garage to trade truffles. Yi Lingyun and Lin Qiao followed them with curiosity. When they arrived at the garage, Xia Ruofei opened the tidying boxes that Yi Lingyun had just moved in. Manager Zhong, let's take a look at the goods first, he said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Mr. Xia. Manager Zhong said very politely. Then, he stepped forward and put his hand into the rice in the box. He quickly picked up a piece of white truffle. Manager Zhong showed a surprised expression and looked at it carefully for a long time before putting it down. He then took out a few more pieces, and his expression changed slightly as he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I need to make a phone call first. Please, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After manager Zhong apologized, he took his phone and went to the yard to make a call. Xia Ruofei was also confused, not knowing what had happened. He muttered in his heart, could there be a problem with the quality of this batch of truffles? It can't be. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Not long after manager Zhong left, he came in with his phone. Mr. Xia, Chairman MA of our group would like to speak to you. Manager Zhong said respectfully. Oh, okay, Xia Ruofei took the phone in confusion. Mr. M.A. Hello. Xia Sheng, you're a little unkind. M.A. Xiong said as soon as he arrived. Xia Ruofei was even more confused. He asked, what's wrong? Mr. M.A., could it be that there's a problem with this batch of truffles? There is. A problem, a big problem. Ma Xiong said, Shashing, every piece of truffle in your batch is bigger than the average truffle on the market. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Old. Mr. Ma, you're here for this? Hey. So what if it's a little bigger? Weren't they all truffles? Besides, it's not that much bigger, how can that be the same? Ma Xiong pretended to be angry. Shashing, I quoted the normal market price the day before yesterday. If I had known that this batch of truffles was so big, would I have quoted such a low price? I, Ma Xiong, have always been honest when I do business. You're making me look like an unjust person. It can't be that serious, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Mr. Ma, I didn't see the goods the day before yesterday. I only estimated it. Besides, the price you offered is already very high. I don't think there's any problem at all. No. Little Zhong just reported to me about the situation. And I think it's necessary to change the price. Ma Xiong said, Shashing, I think we'll trade for the white truffle at $7,000 and the black truffle at $1,200 per unit. Xia Ruofei was shocked by Ma Xiong's bid. This year was a year of high yield for truffles. The market price of truffles was lower than previous years, but Ma Xiong's new bid was almost twice the market price. No. He quickly said. Mr. M.A., your offer is too high. I'm taking advantage of your company. No, 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 absolutely not, Xia Xing, this is definitely a real price. Your truffles are not only of first-class quality, but their weight and size are also far above average. M.A. Xiong said, let's trade at this price. The voice on the phone wasn't soft, so manager Zhong, Yilingyun, and Lin Qiao could hear it clearly. They had long been stunned. The buyer kept asking for a higher price, but the seller firmly disagreed. What were these two people doing? Seeing Xia Ruofei and M.A. Xiong arguing over the phone, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was truly a magical deal. In the end, the two of them both took a step back and agreed on a price of $6,500 per kilogram of white truffle and $1,100 per kilogram of black truffle. Xia Ruofei hung up the phone and passed it to Manager Zhong. He complained, Manager Zhong, why do you have to report everything? You're a big manager, you should have some opinions. As long as there's no problem with the quality of the truffle, you can just trade directly according to old Mr. Ma's instructions. Manager Zhong smiled bitterly. Mr. Xia, you're very understanding. The truffle I saw was different from Chairman Ma's description. Of course, I have to report it. Otherwise, if the old man blames me, I can't bear the responsibility as a small regional manager. Forget it, Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Let's just trade according to the new price. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Xia. Manager Zhong said quickly. Then, he gestured to the staff who came with him to bring over a very accurate electronic scale and began to weigh the truffles. There was also a staff member on the side who was responsible for recording the weight. Soon, all the truffles in the 3 large boxes were weighed. Mr. Xia, there's a total of 18.3 kilograms of white truffle and 11.9 kilograms of black truffle here. This is the detailed data we recorded. Please take a look. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, no need to look. I can trust you, all right, he said. Manager Zhong quickly calculated and said, Mr. Xia, the total is $132,040. Would you like US dollars or Chinese dollars? Just pay me in Chinese dollars at today's exchange rate. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right. Manager Zhong said. He took out his mobile phone and checked the exchange rate between Chinese yuan and US dollars today. Then, he quickly converted it with the calculator on his mobile phone and said, Mr. Xia, that's 880,574.76 Chinese dollars in total. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, round it down. Give me 880,000. Those peddlers even cut off the odd numbers when doing business. Besides, old Mr. M.A. raised the price by so much in one go. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's decided then. Your Chairman M.A. will not blame you. Then. All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Manager Zhong said. Manager Zhong was well prepared. He had brought a wireless point of sale machine with him, so he immediately transferred 880000 Huaxia dollars from the company account to Xia Ruofei's bank card. The staff carefully moved the sorting boxes to the small refrigerator car's container outside. Manager Zhong took out a list of goods with detailed information about truffles and asked Xia Ruofei to sign it. After Xia Ruofei signed the document for Manager Han expressed his gratitude and left politely. Xia Ruofei watched the refrigerator car leave. Lin Xiao and Yi Lingyun also followed them out. Lin Xiao, who witnessed the transaction, was speechless. Brother Ruofei, you sold that little thing for 880,000? Is that truffle worth that much? To be more precise, high-quality truffles are very valuable. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, truffles are very rare and almost impossible to cultivate. It's normal for them to be more expensive. Brother Ruofei is a big tycoon now. Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's a business worth millions. I'm not a nouveau riche. The truffles were also bought by my friend, so I'm just making a profit from the price difference. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei could only say that. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain the origin of the truffles. He's richer than me, anyway. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Of course. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, now you know your brother Ruofei's financial strength, right? In the future, if you're short of money, just tell me. You must spend the money you need to spend. Don't let yourself suffer, understand? Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao replied sweetly. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. Hello, he said. Hello, are you Mr. Xia Ruofei? I am, who are you? Xia Ruofei asked. Hello, Mr. Xia. We're from the Wild Fun Fishing Equipment Store. Your custom-made fish tank has been completed. Is it convenient for us to deliver it to you today? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Yo. It was a day earlier. That would be great. Send it over immediately, I'll be home the whole day. P.S. Announcing the VIP Reader Group Number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Brother Ruofei, what did you order? Lin Xiao asked, curiously. I ordered a fish tank 2 days ago. I'm going to keep some ornamental fish to liven up the house. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Oh, I'm not interested. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue. The little girl grew up by the sea and had seen countless fish. So she didn't really have much expectations for ornamental fish. Xia Ruofei knew that Lin Xiao must have thought that he was going to keep the ordinary ornamental fish that were sold in the market. He just smiled and didn't explain. More than an hour later, Yi Lingyun, who was patrolling the farm with Lightning, called Xia Ruofei and told him that a small truck had arrived. It was a delivery from the Wild Fun Fishing Equipment Store. Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to let the truck in and went downstairs to wait. In a short while, the white van arrived at the villa's courtyard. The 3 workers got out of the car, and the driver took out a bill of goods and asked, which one of you is Mr. Xia Ruofei? I am. Xia Ruofei stepped forward and said with a smile, the fish tank is here? Everyone, you've worked hard. It's not hard, not hard. The driver said, Mr. Xia. May I know where you are going to put your fish tank? Oh, it's the living room on the 1st floor. Just come in. Xia Ruofei said. All right, he said. The driver and 3 workers immediately opened the carriage door and carefully unloaded the custom-made fish tank from the carriage. Yi Lingyun was surprised to see such a big fish tank. Brother Xia, what kind of fish are you raising? Why did you get such a big fish tank? Yi Lingyun asked. Red dragon. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the 2 fish that I have my eyes on are bigger You'll know when I bring them back. Xia Ruofei then led the workers into the house and instructed them to place the fish tank next to the TV background wall and against the wall in the living room. The fish tank, which was nearly 3 meters long, occupied more than half of the wall. Below the fish tank was a black piano, painted cabinet. It was made into one with the fish tank, and the color of the sides of the fish tank was the same. Of course, the cabinet did not have a storage function. There was a complex filter system inside, which was directly connected to the fish tank above. After the workers placed the fish tank in place, they started to connect the wires and test it. After the lights and filtering system were confirmed to be normal, the driver asked Xia Ruofei to sign on the bill of receipt for confirmation. Xia Ruofei signed and took out his wallet to pay for the fish tank. After the driver checked everything, he shook Xia Ruofei's hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia. If you have any problems with the fish tank in the future, you can call us directly. We will provide free warranty for the next 3 months." "Alright, thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. As soon as the delivery workers left, Lin Xiao, who was doing her winter vacation homework upstairs, heard the noise and came downstairs. When she saw the super long fish tank in the living room, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Woof. Brother Ruofei, why did you get such a big fish tank? How many fish do you want to keep?" "Just 2. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Why did you get such a big fish tank for 2 fish? It's more than enough to raise 20, right?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened exaggeratedly. "Aren't you afraid that they'll get lost in the fish tank?" "You little girl, you're exaggerating," Xia Ruofei laughed. "You'll know when I bring the fish back." "Okay," Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue mischievously. Xia Ruofei went back to his room first. He locked the door and windows, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the original space. Xia Ruofei took out 2 of the largest tidying boxes and went to the spatial spirit pond. Each box was half filled with the water from the spirit pond. Then, he moved the 2 tidying boxes to the fish pond where the red arowana were raised. Xia Ruofei then poured a small amount of diluted flower petal solution into the 2 boxes. Then, he used his mind to connect with the space and quickly locked onto the 2 big red arowana. The space around them seemed to have frozen. Then, Xia Ruofei used his mind to control the 2 red arowana and moved them to the edge of the pond. Although the spatial evolution was incomplete, Xia Ruofei's control of the spirit map space had improved. In the past, he could not control the items in the space with his mind, especially the movement of living things. Now, he could try it. Xia Ruofei squatted down and carefully picked up one of the red arowana. Under Xia Ruofei's control, the red arowana did not resist at all and was lifted up by him. Xia Ruofei split his attention to control the other red arowana. At the same time, he carefully placed the red arowana in one of the boxes. The other one did the same. In this way, Xia Ruofei moved the 2 red arowana from the pond to the tidying box. The sorting box was quite spacious, and the 2 red arowana were very happy with the petal solution added to the spirit pool, so they didn't feel uncomfortable for the time being and didn't go crazy. However, Xia Ruofei knew that the 2 red arowana would not be able to stay in the tidying box for long. It would be difficult for them to even turn around. Moreover, the flow of time in the original space and the outside world was 30 times slower. Hence, Xia Ruofei made his decision after a short thought. He transferred the two large boxes containing the red arowana into the new space. In the new space, Xia Ruofei drew a big circle on the ground and strictly ordered Blackie, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2 to never enter the circle. Even if Blackie and the others didn't have any ill intentions. Once they got close to the red arowana and frightened it, it was easy to damage the scales and other parts of the fish, and then the value would definitely be greatly reduced. Blackie, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2 had lived in the interspace for so many days. Blackie, especially, had been in the original interspace for so long. It was already very intelligent. Therefore, after Xia Ruofei gave the order, Blackie barked twice to show its understanding. Then, it brought Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 to the other side of the space to play. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space with a peace of mind. However, he still paid some attention to the situation in the spirit map space. This was the improvement Xia Ruofei had made after the incomplete evolution. He could contact the space and check the situation without taking out the spirit map scroll. However, he still couldn't store or withdraw items directly. When he wanted to store or withdraw items, he still had to take out the spirit map scroll. Xia Ruofei felt that if this evolution was completed, he might be able to store items from the space without taking out the spirit map or painting. After keeping the painting, Xia Ruofei opened the door and went downstairs. He said something to Lin Qiao and left the farm in the pickup truck. Of course, he just wandered around outside for a while. Then, he found a place with no one around and took out the two boxes with the red arowana from the space. After that, Xia Ruofei drove back to the farm. As soon as they returned to the villa, Xia Ruofei shouted, "Ling Yun, come over and help me move these things." Yi Lingyun quickly ran out. Lin Qiao knew that Xia Ruofei had brought back the ornamental fish, so she followed him out of curiosity. When the two of them saw the red arowana in the two large boxes in the back of the pickup truck, their mouths opened wide in unison, and their eyes revealed shock. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 2958488872, genuine. Readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Brother Ruofei. These are the two ornamental fish you were talking about? Lin Qiao was dumbfounded. This is too big. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I never said it was little, you were. They were already this big. Otherwise, I'll make such a big fish tank for two fish." "I'm sick, who told you to keep me in suspense?" Lin Qiao blushed and rolled her eyes. Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun carried the two large boxes into the living room. Xia Ruofei first found a water ladle from the kitchen and scooped some water from the box into the big fish tank that had been cleaned. Then, he carefully picked up the red arowana with both hands and gently put it in. The two red arowana had changed their environment and Xia Ruofei had scooped them out of the water. Logically, they should be shocked. However, the red arowana had been living in the spirit map space for a long time and were very familiar with Xia Ruofei's aura. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei often fed them and added flower petal solution to them, so their reaction was not very intense. They just swam quickly in the shallow water in the fish tank. Xia Ruofei quickly scooped the water from the two large tidied boxes into the fish tank. He tried his best to pour the water along the walls of the fish tank so as not to cause any more disturbance to the red arowana. The two large boxes were filled with spatial spirit pool water. There was even some flower petal solution. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not waste a single drop and added it all into the fish tank. After the water was added, the water level in the fish tank was just right. Yi Lingyun and Lin Xiao were also looking at the two rare red dragons in front of the fish tank. Lin Xiao couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. Xia Ruofei turned on the lights. The fish tank was equipped with a kind of light tube specially produced for the blood-red dragons. Under the light, the surface of the two big red dragons emitted a faint red light. There was a trace of golden light in the red light, which made them look very beautiful. It was said that this lamp also had all the spectrum needed for the growth of the blood-red dragon, which was very beneficial to the growth of the blood-red dragon. The side of the fish tank against the wall was also black. When they swam in the fish tank, it was as if they were in a painting, especially the delicate fins and neatly arranged scales under the light, which really gave people a sense of amazement. Brother Ruofei, this pair of fish is so beautiful, Lin Xiao said. Why are their heads raised? What kind of fish is this? I've never seen this before. This is a red arowana. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as for their heads, don't you think that they look beautiful when they tilt their heads up? I can't tell, Lin Xiao said, but the curve of the whole fish is quite beautiful. It's said that wild red arowana mainly relied on speed when hunting, so they slowly evolved into this streamlined body. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. So that's how it is. Lin Xiao looked at the red arowana and said, this fish is really big. No wonder you ordered such a long fish tank. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, didn't you say you could pack 20? Give me 20 of these red arowana. The two red arowana were close to 90 centimeters long. The fish tank looked big, but it was just enough to keep the two red arowana. There was just a little space left for the length. It's you who didn't explain clearly, Lin Xiao blushed and said, who knew you would bring back two such big fish? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Xiao's exasperation. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, I can't be bothered with you. I'll take some photos and post them on my moments. After that, Lin Xiao took out her phone and took several photos of the fish tank from various angles. Then, she adjusted the camera to the front and took 2 selfies with the phone. Lin Xiao clicked on the photo that she had just taken and pouted, the angle of the selfie isn't good, brother Ruofei, help me take a few pictures. After that, Lin Xiao stuffed the phone into Xia Ruofei's hand. Then, she walked to the fish tank, lifted one leg slightly, and made a cute pose. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. He took out his phone and took a few pictures of Lin Xiao. It's fine this time. Lin Xiao looked at the photo and said with a smile, thank you, brother Ruofei. I'm posting it on my moments. Done. Xia Ruofei opened WeChat on his phone with interest and looked at Lin Xiao's post. He laughed and said, girl, are you posting a picture of the red arowana or a selfie? How come I don't see any pictures with fish? None of your business. I like it, Lin Xiao blushed and pouted. Okay, as long as you like it. Xia Ruofei was also admiring the red arowana in the living room. He felt more that he had made the right decision. Other factors aside, although the red arowana were more suitable for the wild environment, he had to admit that they were really beautiful in the tank. Against the black background, the two red, nearly 1 meter long big fish swam leisurely back and forth, which was really pleasing to the eye. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao didn't expect that after that seemingly ordinary post, these two red arowana would become popular. In such an unexpected way. In the district of the capital of the great Confucian sect. In the penthouse apartment. In Block A of Building 5. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a big belly came to the living room with a glass of water. He glanced at his daughter, who was playing with her phone on the sofa. He frowned and said, "Lulu, why are you still playing with your phone? Have you finished your winter homework? There's only a little left." Lulu replied without raising her head. "Isn't there still a few days before school reopens?" The middle-aged man put down the cup and sat next to Lulu. He said in a serious tone, "Lulu, you're going to be in the second semester of your third year of high school soon. Time is very tight, and your learning tasks are very heavy. Your priority now is to take the college entrance examination. Do you think you can get into university if you hold your phone every day?" As the middle-aged man spoke, he looked at Lulu's phone screen and continued, "He's refreshing his moments again. What's there to see in this moments? I think you'll have to do it 800 times a day." Huh? When the middle-aged man saw the photo displayed on Lulu's phone, his preaching came to an abrupt end, and his face showed a very surprised look. Then, he couldn't help but move his head closer to Lulu's phone screen. Lulu subconsciously protected her phone and said in a coquettish voice, "Dad, why are you still looking at my phone? This is my private, no. You. This photo." The middle-aged man was very shocked, and he was even incoherent. Lulu looked at the middle-aged man warily and said, "What's wrong with the photo? This is my classmate." "Dad, do you have to be like this? Do you believe that I can tell my mom that you can't move after seeing my beautiful classmate?" The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You child. What are you talking about? What beauty?" "I'm talking about this fish. P.S. I was delayed by something at home tonight, so I was still a few minutes late. Please forgive me, brothers and sisters." This chapter was the third update on the 24th, and the number of updates remained the same on the 25th. Finally, I'm asking for monthly votes. The ranking is about to slip out of the top 10. Do you still have tickets? How about a few thousand assists? What fish? This is my classmate, Lin Xiao. Lulu said. No. The one in front, the middle-aged man said. He simply reached out and took Lulu's phone. "Hey, Dad," Lulu called out, but the middle-aged man had already reached out and flipped to the front of the photo in his moments, and his eyes almost popped out. "It's really a blood-red dragon. Perfect hair color. So long. And they're a pair. Oh my God." The middle-aged man kept mumbling. His expression changed from disbelief to extreme excitement. Lulu looked at her father and carefully asked, "Dad, are you okay?" The middle-aged man said without raising his head, I'm fine. Lulu, can you send me these photos?" "Ah? But she's my classmate, I didn't ask for your classmate's photo, just these few photos of the blood-red dragon," the middle-aged man said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Oh. All right," Lulu said. She took her phone and saved the photos of the red arowana sent by Lin Xiao. Then, she sent the photos to her father via WeChat. The middle-aged man took out his phone and looked at it. After confirming that he had received the photo, he thought for a moment and said, "Lulu, and this one?" It's the front photo of your classmate standing beside the fish tank. Send it to me too. Dad, didn't you say, what are you thinking? The middle-aged man said, I'm just using this photo to compare and calculate the size of the fish tank. That way, I can roughly calculate the length of the blood-red dragons. Hey! You don't understand, just send me the photo. You don't really think that Dad has feelings for this little girl, do you? That's not it, Lulu smiled, a little embarrassed. Then isn't it settled? The middle-aged man said, hurry up and release it. Lulu smiled. Riley. She didn't know what to do with her father, who was obsessed with fish. She could only download the photo of Lin Xiao from the best angle and send it to her father on WeChat. The middle-aged man acted as if he had found a treasure. He took his cell phone and walked back to his room. He had forgotten that he had come out to get some water and did not even care about the cup on the coffee table. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself as he walked, judging from the width of this little girl's body, this fish tank is at least 2.5 to 2.8 meters. Look at this one. Oh. My God. This pair of blood-red dragons is at least 80 centimeters. No, no, no. I'm afraid it's more than that. The middle-aged man went back to the study without looking up while looking at his phone. He didn't care about his daughter playing with her phone. He was so focused that he almost hit the doorframe of the study. Lulu saw this scene and shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then she picked up her phone and continued to browse her friend's circle. Her father had no time to care about her. She was also happy to enjoy this free time without anyone nagging her. The middle-aged man went back to the study and sat down. He then transferred the photo on his phone to the computer. Then, he opened the photo on his computer and admired it carefully. The computer screen was much bigger than a cell phone, so the middle-aged man could see more details. He was even more mesmerized as he looked at it and muttered to himself, it's simply perfect. The figure, the back of the head, the side lines, the hair color. There's almost no flaw. It's unbelievable. After looking at it for a long time, the middle-aged man finally couldn't help but open the browser on the computer. He skillfully entered a series of URL links and opened a website. At the peak of the dragonfish. This was a professional arowana forum in the country, and it was also the best website for communication between arowana lovers. The middle-aged man was an old friend of this forum. His ID was Fishman number 1, and he was quite famous in the forum. He quickly logged into his account and created a post in the Arowana Players section. After thinking for a while, he came up with the title, A Top-Tier Blood-Red Dragon Appears in the Three Mountains. There are pictures. And the truth. The middle-aged man typed quickly, briefly describing how he saw the blood dragons, and then directly posted the photos. Of course, he blurred out the photo of Lin Xiao and covered a large area. He only needed to keep the comparison of the fish tank and Lin Xiao's upper body. Under the photo, the middle-aged man also wrote down a series of speculations he made based on the photo. The final conclusion was that the pair of blood-red dragons were at least 85 centimeters long. After making sure there were no mistakes, the middle-aged man pressed the confirm button. Soon, this post appeared in the forum of Dragon Peak. In a short while, this post had attracted many people to watch. My God! My titanium alloy dog eyes are blinded by this. Brother Fishman hasn't come for a few days. He's using a big move the moment he comes. Whose dragon is this? This is the first time I've seen such a perverted. It's really of the highest quality. She's so beautiful. What a vicious blood, red streak. I've never seen such a top-notch blood, red streak before. It's definitely going to defy the heavens. Within a few minutes, the post received hundreds of replies and was quickly pushed to the front page of the forum. Soon, even the forum administrator was alarmed. After sending a private message to the middle-aged man to confirm, he set the post to be bolded and highlighted, added a hot post label, and pushed it to a more eye-catching position on the home page. More and more long-time friends flooded into this post. At the same time, other forums, Tiba, Weibo, and WeChat Moments also began to repost the photos of Xia Ruofei's two blood-red dragons spread like a virus on the internet. Many experienced dragon friends began to analyze the photos from various angles, from the hair color, body shape, lateral lines, posture. They analyzed all aspects, but in the end they couldn't find any flaws. Some experts even estimated that if these blood-red dragons were to be sold, they would once again create a record price that would shock people. Of course, there were some different opinions on the forum. The most popular one was that the fish tank in the photo had its lights on, and the special light tube could make the red dragon emit a beautiful red light. Therefore, some people also questioned, change the light to white before taking the photo. If you can still be so beautiful, I'll twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball. The lighting is secondary, but this photo was obviously photoshopped. How can there be such a perfect blood-red dragon, and it's a big blood-red dragon that's 80 to 90 centimeters long? Do you think we're all idiots? Brother Fishman, you're a little mean this time. Is it that you want to sell it? However, these voices of doubt were quickly suppressed by more voices of support. Are you an idiot, or do you think everyone is an idiot? Was this a matter of lighting? Even if you had 10,000 light tubes attached to that red ribbon you showed off last time, would you be able to produce such an effect? You photoshopped it? I think your brain was photoshopped. So many teachers can't tell, and you're the only one? Oh. So those who are stronger than you are all photoshopped. Isn't his mind too dark? Mr. Fisherman's character is well known. When did he deliberately hype it up? He saw something good and couldn't help but share it with everyone. If you don't like it, go out and close the door. Don't pollute the page with your sarcastic remarks. For a time, everyone expressed their own opinions in the post, and it was a buzz. There were also many people who started new posts to discuss this matter. The activity level of the forum on the day quickly exceeded the record since the website was launched. Even the server was a little jammed, because people kept coming to Fishman No. 1's post to watch and discuss it. Ling GF and B headquarters. Ling Qingxue massaged her throbbing temples as she knocked on the door of the chairman's office. She pushed the door open and entered. Dad. What were they doing? It's time to eat, you can go first. I still have something to do. Ling Xiaotian said without looking up, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. Ling Qingxue was puzzled. She walked around to Ling Xiaotian's desk and asked, why can't you even eat? What are you so engrossed in? Ling Qingxue walked behind Ling Xiaotian and saw a photo on his computer screen. The photo was of a pair of stunning blood-red dragons. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. genuine readers are welcome. To join the group, after joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Looking at the fish again? Ling Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't you be serious? What do you mean by no serious business? Ling Xiaotian said in all seriousness, I'm so busy with work all day long. I don't have any other hobbies except for arowana. I'll look at them occasionally to relax my nervous nerves so that I can have a better job. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, as expected of the chairman. You can even say that you're absent-minded during work hours in such a fresh and refined way. This pair of father and daughter, one was obsessed with arowana, while the other was crazy about meat. It really lived up to the saying that if Wanwan wasn't a family, she wouldn't be married into the same family. Ling Xiaotian laughed and scolded, You little girl, how can you say that? Your father only has this one hobby, and you still have the heart to limit me? Look at those big bosses, which one of them doesn't have a loose relationship and change their mistresses every other day? Did I? Ling Qingxue smiled and said, You can also find a companion. I have no objections. Ling Qingxue's mother had passed away from an illness a long time ago, and Ling Xiaotian had been single all these years. Why are you talking about this again? Ling Xiaotian was a little embarrassed. I've been busy all day long. Where would I find the time and energy? You're not that busy, are you? You still have time to browse the Dragon Peak Forum, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. I'm too lazy to tell you. You don't understand. Ling Xiaotian was at a loss for words. He said, Elder Li called me today and said that he saw a pair of top-quality blood-red dragons on Dragon Peak. They were going crazy on the internet. So I clicked on it to take a look. Ling Xiaotian pointed at the computer screen and said, The result really shocked me. Qingxue, look at this pair of blood-red dragons. This hair color, this body. Also, everyone has deduced that these blood-red dragons are at least 85 centimeters long. Do you know what this means? Stop. Ling Qingxue quickly said, I don't know anything about all these things you're saying. You should keep it for yourself. Eh? Ling Qingxue's eyes fell on the photo on the screen and she couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Ling Xiaotian asked. Oh. It's nothing, Ling Qingxue said. However, her eyes never left the screen. The more Ling Qingxue looked at the photos, the more familiar she felt the furnishings in the photos were. In particular, there was a photo that took half of the television background wall. The patterns on the background wall, the style of the television cabinet, and the pot of devil's ivy on the cabinet. Isn't this Ruofei's house? Ling Xiaotian was not very familiar with the furnishings in Xia Ruofei's house, but Ling Qingxue could remember them clearly. There was a huge commotion in her heart. Did this pair of blood-red dragons belong to Ruofei's family? Then, Ling Qingxue's eyes fell on the photo with Lin Xiao. Ling Xiaotian was pointing at the photo and said, Qingxue, look at this one. By comparing it to this little girl, it's easy to estimate the length of the blood dragons. Ling Qingxue didn't hear a single word. She just stared at the screen in a daze. Ling Xiaotian spoke excitedly for a long time, but he did not hear his daughter's response. He turned around and looked at her strangely. When he saw Ling Qingxue's stunned expression, he couldn't help but ask, Qingxue. Ah? What's wrong with you? I'm fine. You're really fine? I'm really fine. What could be wrong? With me? Ling Qingxue squeezed out a smile. Then, she took a deep breath and said as if nothing had happened, Dad, if you're not leaving, I'll go first. I'm so hungry, you go first. Ling Xiaotian said, I will leave later. Ling Qingxue nodded and walked out of the office. Qingxue, are you really all right? Ling Xiaotian asked as he lifted his head. Although he was obsessed with the top blood-red dragons, he still noticed that something was wrong with his daughter. I already said I'm fine. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, oh right, I have something to do in the afternoon. I won't be going back to the company after I eat, alright, you've been exhausted these past few days. Go home early and rest after you're done. Don't come to the company. Ling Xiaotian nodded and said. Dad, I'll be leaving then. Taoyuan Farm, a small villa. Xia Ruofei was playing with lightning in the yard after lunch. Lin Qiao, who used to be disdainful of ornamental fish, was still in the living room, watching the fish. Out of the four of them, she loved the pair of blood dragons the most. Whenever she had time, she would stand in front of the fish tank and watch it for a long time. Just then, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of a car engine. Everyone had been at home these few days, so Xia Ruofei had instructed Yi Lingyun not to lock the farm's gate during the day. Soon, an orange Porsche 911 appeared in Xia Ruofei's sight. He was stunned for a moment. He was all too familiar with this car. Wasn't this Ling Qingxue's car? While Xia Ruofei was still in a daze, Ling Qingxue had already opened the car door and alighted. Ling Qingxue had obviously put in a lot of effort in her dressing up today. She had light makeup on her face, a pair of tight, fitting black jeans, and long brown calfskin boots, which made her long legs look even more attractive. She was wearing a long beige trench coat and a black and white shirt with wavy dots. She also had an orange scarf on her head, which formed a beautiful scenery in winter. Ling Qingxue first put her hands in the pockets of her trench coat and tilted her head slightly to look at Xia Ruofei. Then, she took off her sunglasses and revealed a half-smile. Xia Ruofei asked, Qingxue? Why didn't you call me before you came? I have some free time in the afternoon, so I came over. Ling Qingxue smiled. What's wrong? Do I need to make an appointment to see you now, Boss Xia? That's not it. I'm just a little surprised. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, come in and sit. With that, Xia Ruofei led Ling Qingxue into the villa. Ling Qingxue came up and naturally held Xia Ruofei's arm. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei and said, let's go. Oh. Okay. Xia Ruofei said. He felt that Ling Qingxue was not quite right today, but he could not put his finger on what was wrong. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue walked into the villa. Lin Qiao heard Xia Ruofei's footsteps and said happily, Brother Ruofei. I just saw them eating the small fish, their speed is really good. Huh? Lin Qiao turned around and saw Ling Qingxue holding Xia Ruofei's arm. She was stunned. After entering the house, Xia Ruofei wanted to separate from Ling Qingxue without leaving a trace. After all, his relationship with Ling Qingxue was not confirmed yet. In front of Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao, Xia Ruofei would definitely feel a little embarrassed. However, when he tried to break free, Ling Qingxue's grip on his arm tightened. She leaned her entire body against Xia Ruofei's, and her beautiful face gently leaned on his shoulder. Ling Qingxue didn't seem to notice that there was another person in the room until Lin Xiao spoke. She raised her head slightly and smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, who is this? P.S. Announcing the VIP. Reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Lin Xiao was also stunned by this scene, and her expression became very subtle. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, Xiao. Let me introduce you. This is Ling Qingxue, my junior high school classmate. Qingxue, this is Lin Xiao. Ling Qingxue let go of Xia Ruofei's hand and took 2 steps forward. She looked at Lin Xiao with a smile and said, little sister Xiao is so young. He should still be in university, right? Lin Xiao looked at Ling Qingxue and then at the embarrassed Xia Ruofei. She didn't answer Ling Qingxue's question, but said to Xia Ruofei, Brother Ruofei, is this your girlfriend? Yup. Ling Qingxue didn't wait for Xia Ruofei's reply and quickly said, Sister Xiao Ruofei and I have liked each other since middle school. After that, he joined the army, and I waited for him for 7 whole years. Qingxue, Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. Ruofei, you haven't told me about Sister Xiao's situation. Ling Qingxue interrupted Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, she looks so young and innocent. She must still be a student, right? At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with an imperceptible sense of loss. Then, she quickly adjusted her expression and revealed a surprised smile. Brother Ruofei, it's really sister-in-law. Why didn't you tell me before? As expected of someone who was in the military, you've done a good job of keeping this a secret. Sister-in-law? Ling Qingxue was stunned. Lin Xiao came forward and held Ling Qingxue's hand. She said very affectionately, Sister-in-law, Brother Ruofei didn't introduce himself clearly just now. Let me introduce myself to you. Sister-in-law, my name is Lin Xiao. I'm Brother Ruofei's sister. He's in his 3rd year of high school this year. I'm not. Ling Qingxue's face was red, and she was stuttering. This time, it was her turn to be embarrassed. She had just declared that she was Xia Ruofei's girlfriend, that they had been in love since middle school, and that she had waited for Xia Ruofei for 7 years. When she thought of what she had just said, she wished there was a hole in the ground for her to crawl into. Especially when she thought of Xia Ruofei's strange look just now, Ling Qingxue felt even more embarrassed and embarrassed. Xia Ruofei did not know what Ling Qingxue was up to. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he added, Qingxue, Xiao is Huzi's sister, yeah. I told you about Huzi when we were at the beach. Ling Qingxue finally understood. She looked at Lin Xiao and said, so you're the little sister Ruofei was talking about. Hey, I thought, what did you think? Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao asked in unison. It's nothing. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, Ruofei, why didn't you tell me earlier that Xiao was staying at home? So that I can come earlier. You see, I didn't even prepare a gift for Xiao. At this moment, Huzi's mother, who was watching TV in her room, heard the noise and opened the door to come out. As soon as Lin Xiao saw her mother, she immediately said, Mom, come quickly. Brother Ruofei's girlfriend is here. Ling Qingshua's face turned even redder. She didn't even know how to explain herself. Who's these? Mother's eyes lit up when she heard that, especially when she saw Ling Qingshua's tall and beautiful figure. Her heart bloomed with joy. She smiled at Ling Qingxue and said, "Young lady is really good looking. By the way, what's your name? How old are you this year? Who's in the house?" Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Auntie," he said, "don't scare her anymore. Besides, Qingxue and I haven't." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and interrupted him. She then said sweetly to Huzi's mother, "Auntie, my name is Ling Qingxue. You can just call me Qingxue." Xia Ruofei had told Ling Qingxue about Huzi's family the last time. She was very clear about the relationship between the two families. She also knew that Xia Ruofei, who was already an orphan, actually treated Huzi's mother as his own mother. Therefore, when she faced Huzi's mother, she was very polite and basically treated her as Xia Ruofei's mother. Qingxue. That's a nice name, Huzi's mother said happily. Come, sit. Here. Qiao, why are you not moving? Hurry up and pour some tea for your sister, in law. Oh. Lin Qiao replied and quickly went to wash the cup and find the tea leaves. Huzi's mother took Ling Qingshue's hand and sat down on the sofa. The more she looked at Ling Qingxue, the more she liked her. She pulled her and asked her about this and that. Lin Qiao deliberately coughed a few times to remind her, but Huzi's mother didn't notice. Xia Ruofei stood at the side with a bitter smile on his face. He felt that he was an unnecessary person. Lin Qiao couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled her mother aside and said softly, "Mom, what are you doing?" "I was chatting with Qingxue." "What's wrong?" Hu's mother was a little confused. Lin Qiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "She's here to find Brother Ruofei. Why are you talking to her?" "It's not easy to meet them, so we have to make room for them." Huzi's mother immediately nodded and said, "Qiao, you're right. Hey. Why didn't you remind me earlier? My throat is about to burst from coughing. Why didn't I remind you?" Lin Qiao was speechless. "Hey. I didn't notice." Alright, I know." Huzi's mother was also a little embarrassed. Then, she smiled at Ling Qingxue and said, "Qingxue. Stay for dinner later. Will I disturb you guys too much?" Ling Qingxue asked. "You child, why are you treating me like an outsider?" Huzi's mother rebuked, "This is our home." "It's settled then. I'll cook a few dishes later, and you can try Auntie's cooking." "Alright. Thank you for your trouble, Auntie," Ling Qingxue said with a sweet smile. "It's not hard. Huzi's mother chuckled and said, "Then you talk to Ruofei for a while. I'll go to the county town to buy some groceries." "Qiao, you're coming too." "Oh, right, where's Xiao Yi?" "Give Xiao Yi a call and ask him to drive us to the county." "Oh, okay." Lin Qiao went to call Yi Lingyun. You guys can talk, Huzi's mother said with a smile. Then, the mother and daughter left the villa together and closed the door behind them. The living room of the villa, which had been very lively just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Only Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were left. Xia Ruofei then walked to the sofa opposite Ling Qingxue and sat down. He looked at Ling Qingxue with a half smile and asked, "Qingxue, what are you up to today?" I'm still in a daze, book pushing, the invincible Celestial Emperor reincarnated and possessed a student of Huaxia Medical School. He has extraordinary skills and amazing medical skills. He has dominated Huadu City and is extremely lucky with women. I strongly recommend his friend's MP3 player's new book, The City's Best Celestial Doctor. It's priced at 5,000 yuan on the first day of publication. You deserve it. Ling Qingxue was a little shy and flustered at the same time. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei, then immediately lowered her gaze and asked, "What do you mean by that? Didn't you ask me to come over when I'm free?" "I didn't say that," Xia Ruofei said, "I'm just curious when we became lovers. You've waited for me for 7 years. When I joined the army, and we've started since junior high." "Hey. Then wouldn't I be in a relationship?" Ling Qingxue chuckled and glanced at Xia Ruofei. "Are you suffering a great loss from what I said? Is it degrading for you to be in a relationship with the second high school's belle?" Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. "That's not what I meant. It's just that we haven't." "Why did you say that?" I wanted to play a joke on Qiaoer, but I didn't expect Auntie to come out later," Ling Qingxue said. "You saw the scene at that time. How could I deny it at that time? I can only suffer for a while. It's that simple?" Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and asked. Ling Qingxue didn't dare to look at Xia Ruofei. She turned around and looked to the side before saying, "It's that simple." Xia Ruofei felt that something was not right. In fact, Ling Qingxue's explanation was full of loopholes and unreasonable in many ways. This included Ling Qingxue's sudden visit today, which made Xia Ruofei feel that it was very abrupt. However, other than the reason that Ling Qingxue had mentioned, Xia Ruofei could not think of any other reason for her to do so. At this time, Ling Qingxue also seemed to feel that her reason was too weak to be convincing, so she also looked around nervously. When she saw the huge fish tank in the corner of the living room, she quickly said, "Ruofei, haven't you always been curious why I suddenly came up to our house?" "Yes, that's right," Xia Ruofei said. "I remember you saying that the company will be very busy before the 15th day of the first lunar month. There. It's because of them." Ling Qingxue pointed at the pair of blood-red dragons in the fish tank and said, "Do you know that the pair of blood-red dragons in your family has already gone viral on the internet? I saw a post on the internet and found out that the red arowana were raised in your house, so I came over after lunch." Xia Ruofei was shocked. "Online? I just got this pair of red arowana this morning. How could it be on the internet?" If Xia Ruofei had really bought the pair of blood-red dragons from outside, he would not have been so surprised. It was possible that the seller had taken photos of them and posted them on the internet. But it was clearly not. This pair of red arowana had always been kept in the medium. They were both very small when they were bought. The female fish was barely alive at that time. If Xia Ruofei had not bought it, it might have died on the same day. How could they possibly appear on the internet again? Yup. I saw it in my dad's office. Ling Qingxue saw that she had successfully changed the topic. So she immediately smiled and said, "My dad is a super arowana fan. He visits the Arowana Summit Forum every day. I saw the photo on the forum today and immediately recognized that it was your house, the peak of the dragon fish, right?" "Let me see," Xia Ruofei said. As he spoke, he took out his phone and quickly opened the browser. He searched for the keyword Dragon Peak and found the Dragon Peak forum. The post by Fishman. Number 1 was directly at the most eye-catching position on the home page, and the name was also very obvious. A top-tier blood-red dragon appears in Sancheon City. There are pictures and the truth. Hence, Xia Ruofei found the post almost immediately. At that moment, Ling Qingxue suddenly realized something and quickly said, "Ruofei, don't look." However, it was too late. Xia Ruofei had already opened the post. He didn't read the text but went straight to the photo. He couldn't help but laugh. "Hey! Wasn't this the photo Xiao took this morning? She just posted it on her Moments. How did it get reposted online?" Ling Qingxue's face was burning. She peeked at Xia Ruofei nervously, hoping that Xia Ruofei would not notice anything. Xia Ruofei didn't notice anything wrong with Ling Qingxue. He smiled and mumbled to himself as he looked at her. Woof. Quite a lot of people were following this. There are already dozens of pages of replies. It must be one of Qiao's friends who reposted it online. Hey! There really was an expert. Just based on Qiao's photo, she really managed to calculate the length of my arowana. However, the mosaic was too big. I can only vaguely see that Qiao is a woman. At this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. An idea flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but look up at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue avoided Xia Ruofei's gaze guiltily. Xia Ruofei's brain was spinning fast. The scene of Ling Qingxue's sudden appearance at the farm appeared in his mind, especially the abnormal behavior of Ling Qingxue after she entered the house. He looked at the photo of Lin Qiao on his phone screen. Xia Ruofei felt that he had found a string of things that he could not understand. Everything suddenly became clear, and he seemed to have found a reasonable answer to all his questions. He was still looking at Ling Qingxue, but the smile in his eyes was getting stronger. At first, Ling Qingxue avoided Xia Ruofei's gaze. However, after being stared at by Xia Ruofei for a long time, she finally glared at him and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Qingxue, I think I know why you're here," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're not allowed to say anything." Ling Qingxue's face was red as she shouted. Xia Ruofei's smile widened. "All right. If you don't want me to tell you, then I won't." Xia Ruofei's smile made Ling Qingxue even more embarrassed, especially Xia Ruofei's gaze, which made Ling Qingxue's face blush and her heart beat faster. Finally, she couldn't help but raise her head and bravely met Xia Ruofei's gaze. "All right. I admit that I'm a petty and suspicious silly woman. Don't laugh at me anymore." As she spoke, Ling Qingxue's eyes started to get wet. Xia Ruofei saw the tears in the eyes of this beautiful lady with long legs. He thought of all the things she had done for him and suddenly felt a rush of excitement. He didn't want to wait another moment. Under Ling Qingxue's surprised gaze, Xia Ruofei stepped forward and hugged her tightly in his arms. Ling Qingxue was stunned. Then, like a frightened rabbit, she tried to break free from Xia Ruofei's arms. "What are you doing? You're a hooligan," she even said. Xia Ruofei didn't say another word. He lowered his head and sealed Ling Qingxue's moving red lips with his P.S. announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Oh, Ling Qingxue's body suddenly stiffened, and her watery eyes widened. She subconsciously wanted to break free, but Xia Ruofei held her tightly, and their bodies were pressed against each other. Ling Qingshua's eyes were filled with emotion as she rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei just chuckled and did not say anything. He pulled Ling Qingshua's slender hand and sat down on the sofa. Their fingers were intertwined. Xia Ruofei's other hand was around Ling Qingshua's soft and slender waist. Ling Qingxue leaned her head on Xia Ruofei's shoulder and let out a happy sigh. At this moment, silence was better than words. Qingxue, Xia Ruofei called out softly. Ling Qingxue leaned lazily on Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said, "Eh? What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just wanted to hear your voice." Pfft. Silly. Ling Qingxue laughed so hard that she was shaking. At this moment, she felt that all her years of persistence had been worth it. From junior high to the dramatic reunion last year, Ling Qingxue had only had Xia Ruofei in her heart for 10 whole years. Moreover, Ling Qingxue had always been very clear that her secret love might never come to fruition. The stories of a rich lady falling in love with a poor loser often did not have a good ending. However, she finally managed to rely on her own perseverance to hold on until the clouds parted and the moon appeared. This feeling was like exploring a dark tunnel for a very long time, and suddenly a moving light appeared in front of him. Such an excited mood could really make people suddenly burst into tears. Xia Ruofei was holding Ling Qingxue in his arms. He felt like he was in a dream. Perhaps everything would come naturally, but when the canal was truly formed, one would still feel as light as a feather, as if one was floating in the clouds. The two of them snuggled together and seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Yingying's past in junior high school, their respective careers, and interesting things in the army. From time to time, Xia Ruofei would kiss Ling Qingshue's bruised face like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, the two of them would look at each other and smile, filled with endless tenderness. Love seemed to be self-taught. Xia Ruofei had never been in a relationship before. However, when he was with Ling Qingxue, he quickly adapted to his new role. All sorts of sweet nothings and intimate actions were very natural. Ling Qingshue's wish was fulfilled. Her heart was like a jar of honey. No matter what Xia Ruofei said, she liked it. She felt that she was willing to snuggle up to him until the end of time. As they chatted, the two of them naturally talked about the pair of blood dragons. Xia Ruofei gently caressed Ling Qingshue's hair. Her hair was very soft and comfortable to the touch. He asked, "Qingxue, did you just say that our dad is a super arowana fan?" Ling Qingshue's face was slightly red. She lowered her eyes and said, "That's my dad, don't mind the details," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Shouldn't the focus be on the blood-red dragon? Does our dad like this pair of blood-red dragons?" "It's my dad," Ling Qingshuo glared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed, all right. If it's my dad. My dad really likes this pair of blood-red dragons, right?" Ling Qingshuo was speechless. She pouted and punched Xia Ruofei. "You're doing this on purpose, right? Do you think I won't pinch you?" Actually, how could Ling Qingshuo bear to use her strength? And even if Ling Qingshuo used all her strength, it was no different from scratching an itch for Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei still begged exaggeratedly, I was wrong. I'm your father. Is that okay, wife?" Ling Qingshuo had just revealed a satisfied expression after listening to Xia Ruofei's words. However, when She heard the word wife, her face turned red again. She bit her lower lip and reached out to pinch Xia Ruofei's waist. Then, she twisted it 90 degrees. Ah, Xia Ruofei howled like a pig being slaughtered. This time, it really hurt a little. Do you still dare to be glib-tongued? Ling Qingxue asked fiercely. I won't dare to any more, Xia Ruofei said repeatedly. Ling Qingxue finally let go of Xia Ruofei and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei was a little dazed by her beautiful smile. He couldn't help but hold her face and kiss her smooth forehead. Ling Qingxue also moaned and buried her head in Xia Ruofei's arms. Her slender jade-like hands gently rubbed Xia Ruofei's chest. After a long time, the two of them reluctantly separated and returned to the pair of blood-red dragons. Ling Qingxue told Xia Ruofei how obsessed her father was with the arowana and how excited he was when he saw the post on the Dragon Peak forum about the blood-red dragons. She even talked about how Ling Xiaotian had driven a few hundred kilometers just to catch a glimpse of a top-grade arowana. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he smiled and said, Qingxue, since your father likes raising arowana so much, why don't we give him this pair of blood-red dragons? No. Ling Qingxue said immediately. Why? Are you au fait? Do you know how precious these red arowana are? Ling Qingxue said, the internet is speculating that your blood-red dragons are 85 centimeters long. Many professional players estimate that this pair of blood-red dragons is worth at least a few million. And I just took a look, it's more than 85 centimeters. It's at least 90 centimeters. Right? More than 90, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's even more precious. Ling Qingxue said seriously, how can you just give away such an expensive fish? Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, it's just a pair of blood dragons. Even his most precious pearl has become my girlfriend. I won't exchange it no matter how much money you give me. I'm just giving him a gift, do I need to consider its value? Ling Qingxue was touched, and the gentleness in her eyes grew stronger. That won't do either, she said. Let's take good care of these blood dragons. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be together so quickly. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. That's right. That pair of red arowana is our matchmaker. In that case, I really can't give it away so easily. But what should I give to my future father-in-law? Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows as he pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a good idea. Xia Ruofei hugged Ling Qingxue from behind and said with a smile, all right, I'll listen to you. I won't sell these blood-red dragons, no matter how much you pay me. I'll just raise them well. This is the proof of our love. Ling Qingxue nodded her head in happiness. But I still have to prepare a gift for your father. Xia Ruofei replied, after a while. Give me some time to prepare. I'll definitely give your father a surprise. It's actually fine. My dad doesn't lack anything now, Ling Qingxue said softly. Oh, really? He doesn't even lack top-quality blood-red dragons? Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile. That's not the same, Ling Qingxue said, without hesitation. As long as it's a good arowana, he won't feel it's too much no matter how much we give him. But didn't we agree to keep the blood dragons for ourselves? Ling Qingxue suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise. Don't tell me you can find such a perfect red arowana. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, it's not impossible. But I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to find a pair as big as this one. But there's still hope of finding a smaller one. Besides, other than being shorter than this pair, the quality won't lose to them. Really? Ling Qingxue asked, pleasantly surprised. Would I lie to you? Xia Ruofei chuckled. But you have to. Give me some time, that's for sure. Although I don't know much about arowana, my dad talks to me every day, so I know a little about it. I know that this kind of top, grade arowana is hard to come by, Ling Qingxue said with a nod. In any case, you can rest assured. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, when I find him, I'll pay your father a formal visit. I'll definitely give him a good gift. For our first meeting. Ling Qingxue said as she nodded happily. Xia Ruofei already had a plan in mind. So he did not mention the gift anymore. Hu Zi's mother and the others had also deliberately left some space for the two of them. They had gone out to buy groceries and had not returned. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were intimate with each other in the house for a while, they decided to go to the beach together. The two of them still remembered the last time they went to the beach. That was the first time. Xia Ruofei talked to someone about the past in the army, and it was also the first time their hearts were so close. That beach had become a beautiful memory for them. Holding hands, they walked to the courtyard. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, wait a minute. Drive my car too. With that, Xia Ruofei jogged into the house and entered the garage from the inside of the villa. The sound of an engine revving could be heard, and the garage's electric door slowly opened. The pure black Knight 15 let out a low roar and slowly drove out of the garage, stopping beside Ling Qingxue. The Porsche 911 that Ling Qingxue drove next to the Knight 15 looked like a petite woman standing next to a super muscular man. It was the first time Ling Qingxue had seen Xia Ruofei's car. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise, and her cherry-like mouth was slightly agape. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to have changed to such a domineering armored SUV. It was only when Xia Ruofei poked his head out and called her to get in the car that she snapped back to her senses. She quickly walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and climbed into the car. Ling Qingxue had been sizing Xia Ruofei up ever since she got into the car. It was as if she was meeting him for the first time. Ruofei, this is an off-road vehicle worth tens of millions. When did you become so rich? Ling Qingxue asked. I can't afford this car. This is a gift from someone else. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but strictly speaking, I didn't take it for free. I did help him a little. You're giving me such an expensive car just because I did you a small favor? Ling Qingxue was even more surprised. Who could be so rich? Xia Ruofei did not want to hide it from Ling Qingxue. Since the two of them were together, as long as it did not involve the core secrets of the spirit map space, there was no need to hide things like Ma Xiong's car. You've heard of Hong Kong tycoon Ma Xiong, right? Xia Ruofei smiled. Hong Kong's king of jewelry? Ma Xiong from Hengfeng Group? Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and said, you actually know the super-rich Ma Xiong? And you even helped him? It wasn't that Ling Qingxue didn't believe Xia Ruofei. It was just that the news was too shocking. It made her feel unreal for a moment. It's just a coincidence. I'll tell you in detail in the future. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, anyway, you just need to know that although your boyfriend is very good at making money, I'm not good enough to buy a 10 million yuan off-road vehicle. In such a short time, then I'm relieved. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, I thought you went to rob a bank. Her attention quickly shifted to the interior of the car and the equipment. There aren't many cars like this in China. Ling Qingxue said, and your car seems to have been modified. I've seen the Night 15 at a luxury car show, and the interior is quite different from yours. Yes, old Mr. Ma spent a lot of money on the modification. He was planning to keep it for himself, but he gave it to me later. Xia Ruofei said. And continued to ask, Qingxue, do you like this car? Why don't you drive it back? I basically don't need them. And I put them in the garage most of the time. I don't want to. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei in amusement and said, what girl drives such a domineering car? I think I'll just drive my 911, Xia Ruofei laughed. That's true. My Qingxue is a cute girl. But when she drives this car, she immediately becomes a tough girl. You're so annoying. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said. The car soon arrived at the seaside. The two of them got out of the car and strolled on the beach hand in hand. It was almost evening, and their shadows were long under the setting sun, forming a beautiful silhouette. It was still the same rock. The two of them snuggled up to each other and looked at the endless sea in front of them. The sound of the waves hitting the shore rang in their ears. They quietly felt the flow of time. As if they were the only two people left in the world. Xia Ruofei could not help but lower his head and kiss Ling Qingxue's red lips. It was not until the sky turned dark that the two of them drove back to the villa. Hu Zi's mother and the rest had already returned. Xia Ruofei then introduced Ling Qingxue to Yi Lingyun. Ling Qingxue greeted Yi Lingyun graciously and then took Lin Xiao's hand to sit on the sofa in the living room and whisper to her. Yi Lingyun was naturally happy for Xia Ruofei and even secretly gave him a thumbs up. Very quickly, Hu Zi's mother prepared a sumptuous meal. The family sat around the table and had a happy dinner. During the meal, Hu Zi's mother kept putting food into Ling Qingxue's bowl. The more she looked at Ling Qingxue, the more she liked her. This was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. After Hu Zi's death, Xia Ruofei had treated Hu Zi's mother as his own and treated her like his own. Didn't Hu Zi's mother also treat Xia Ruofei like her own son? Now that her son had found such an outstanding girlfriend, as a mother, she was really overjoyed. After dinner, because Ling Qingxue still had to drive back to the city, she took her leave after sitting for a while. Xia Ruofei walked her to the door and reminded her to drive carefully. He watched as the orange Porsche 911 disappeared from his sight before he returned to the villa with a smile. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Once Xia Ruofei returned to the villa, he was surrounded by Hu Zi's mother and the other two. Ruofei, it wasn't convenient for me to ask since Qingxue was around just now, Hu Zi's mother asked. What does Qingxue's family do? Lin Xiao's eyes glowed with curiosity. Even Yi Lingyun, who was usually quiet, pricked up his ears. Her family runs a restaurant. Xia Ruofei laughed. That's good. Hu Zi's mother said, it's good to open a restaurant. Now that everyone's living is better, the restaurant's business is not bad. Lin Xiao laughed and said, Mom, sister-in-law's family must be rich. I've seen the car she drove on the internet. It's worth at least 1 or 2 million. Arg. It's so expensive? Huzi's mother was also shocked. She looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, does Qingshua's family really own a restaurant? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, I'm not lying to you. Her family really runs a restaurant. However, her family's business is quite big. Oh right, her family's restaurant also has a partnership with me. It's one of the two restaurants that I provide vegetables to every day, called Ling's restaurant. Ling Ji restaurant was very famous in the southeast province, so Huzi's mother had naturally heard of it. When she heard this, she couldn't help but look worried and said, oh, that's a big business. Her family is so rich, so will her elders dislike us? Mom, what are you thinking? Sister-in-law's family is rich, and so is brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao said, he opened such a big farm right after he left the military. Even the rich people in Hong Kong are fighting to buy his truffles. That's different. After all, Ruofei doesn't have any foundation. Huzi's mother said worriedly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry about this. Xiaoer is right, her family is rich, but I'm not that much worse off than them. Besides, Qingshui isn't the kind of person who likes the rich, or she wouldn't be with me. Huzi's mother nodded and said, yes, Ruofei. It's good that you're confident in yourself. Oh, right. In the future, call Qingshui over to play more often. That girl is really likable, sure, I'll call her over when her company isn't so busy. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, you should rest early too. I'll go back to my room first. After greeting Huzi's mother and the rest, Xia Ruofei went upstairs to his bedroom. He locked the door and windows, summoned the spirit map scroll, and entered the original space with a thought. Xia Ruofei had to start preparing the meeting gift for Ling Xiaotian. If Ling Xiaotian liked other things, Xia Ruofei might have been a little confused. However, he loved arowana so much that it was much easier for Xia Ruofei. He didn't dare to say about other things in this original space, but there were many red arowana. The only problem was that these red arowana had only been born for a short period of time. They were generally relatively young and had not even started to have hair color. However, to Xia Ruofei, this was not a big problem. He took a box and filled it with the water in the space pool. He came to the fish pond where the young red arowana were raised. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and used his mind to communicate with the spirit map space. Then, he focused all his senses on the fish pond. Soon, he had a panoramic view of the entire fish pond. Slowly, Xia Ruofei's attention was focused on the 70-odd young red dragon in the fish pond. His mind swept through every single fish. In the end, Xia Ruofei chose 2 young fish, one male and one female. They were the best pair of fish in this batch. Xia Ruofei used his mind to wrap the 2 young fish and controlled them to move slowly to the side of the fish pond. In a short while, this pair of young red dragon fish, about 20 centimeters long, was pushed to the side of the fish pond by Xia Ruofei's gentle strength. Xia Ruofei squatted down, carefully picked up the pair of fish, and placed them in the sorting box. Then, Xia Ruofei moved the sorting box to a small fish pond not far away. This small fish pond was originally dug by Xia Ruofei to raise the pair of blood-red dragons. Now that the young fish had moved to the newly dug large fish pond and the 2 blood-red dragons had been brought to the outside world by Xia Ruofei, the small fish pond was empty. Now, it came in handy. Xia Ruofei carefully placed the two young red dragons into the small fish pond. Then, he walked to the nameless plant and found the preservation box that contained the petals of the strange flower. Xia Ruofei picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and threw it into the small fish pond. Even though the space had a time flow that was 30 times faster, it would still take a long time for the red dragon to grow into a supreme, grade blood red dragon that Xia Ruofei could use. Hence, if Xia Ruofei wanted to shorten this time as much as possible, he had to continue looking for other help. The petals of the strange flower were undoubtedly a great help. Now, he already had 17 petals, and he was about to get another 5, so he didn't feel particularly bad about the gift Ying prepared for his future father-in-law. He couldn't be careless at all. It was just a petal, so it didn't matter if he used it up. Of course, in terms of value, a pair of high-quality blood red dragons could not be compared to a whole petal. However, this was a gift for his future father-in-law, so Xia Ruofei did not care about the cost. The water in the pond was a spatial spirit pond, so when the petals fell into the pond, they immediately dissolved without a trace. The two young red dragons, who were still not used to the new environment, were like cats that smelled fish. They swam excitedly in the fish pond. From the moment they were born until now, Xia Ruofei would occasionally drop a small amount of petal solution into the pond. However, it was diluted and there were very few exotic flower petals in it. Moreover, the fish pond was so big that more than 70 young red dragons were fighting for it. In the end, they could only get a pitiful amount. But this time, it was completely different. The fish pond wasn't very big. The petals of the exotic flower had dissolved in the water. It could be said that every drop of water contained a large amount of energy from the petals that made them extremely happy. Furthermore, there were no other young fish in the pond fighting for food. The entire petal belonged to the two fish. Xia Ruofei's idea was simple. The original space had 30 times the time flow. If he added the spiritual Qi-rich environment in the space, one day inside would be equivalent to more than a month in the outside world. If he did not mind using an entire petal, the growth rate would definitely be greatly increased. He estimated that in a day in the outside world, these two young red dragons could grow to the level of 2 or 3 months in the outside world. In 10 to 20 days, this pair of young red dragons should be able to grow to the extent of normal growth in the outside world for several years. A conservative estimate would be 50 to 60 centimeters long. Most importantly, the red arowana that had absorbed an entire petal of the exotic flower would definitely be first class in quality. When the time came, it would definitely be a good gift for Ling Xiaotian. After observing for a while, Xia Ruofei walked around the space to check on the growth of Phoebe Jiannan wood, ginseng, and other crops. Then, he went to the new space to replenish the food for Xiaohei and the rest and played with them for a while. After that, Xia Ruofei checked the oak trees. The oak trees that were moved to the new space were all very energetic. Their leaves were green, and they had probably taken root and survived. However, the new space had the same flow of time as the outside world. It would only take a few days for them to be transplanted here. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to remove the wooden sticks that were used as support. Xia Ruofei looked around in the new space. The space was getting bigger and bigger. This time, it had not evolved completely, but the new space had reached 30 to 40 acres. If he walked around, it would take a long time. Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Can we get a means of transportation to get in? However, the terrain in this space was uneven and there were no roads. Ordinary cars or even off-road vehicles would be useless in there. Besides, if the vehicle was too heavy, Xia Ruofei could not bring it into the space. Take Night 15, for example. If Xia Ruofei wanted to move it into the origin space, he would probably have to repeat the dangerous scene when he was transplanting the Phoebe Jinan trees. Xia Ruofei thought as he strolled around. Blackie, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2 followed closely behind him. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei thought of a great idea. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. When he was in the army, Xia Ruofei had learned how to equip an all-terrain vehicle with an all-terrain vehicle. It was almost the standard equipment for special operations. The all-terrain vehicle could adapt to a variety of terrains and had high mobility, cross-country nature, reliability, and durability. Moreover, the military version had the ability to install various standard weapons. It could be said to be one of the most reliable partners of special forces on the battlefield. When the all-terrain vehicle flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind, he quickly decided to get one and store it in the medium. Needless to say, the all-terrain vehicle was very practical. For the sake of his military love, Xia Ruofei also wanted to own a cool all-terrain vehicle. Although the all-terrain vehicle did not seem to be very useful for now, the new space would definitely continue to expand. Xia Ruofei would continue to develop in the future as well. By then, it would be very important to have a powerful means of transportation. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei immediately left the spirit map space. He put away the spirit map scroll and sat in front of the computer to look up information. After checking, he realized that there were quite a few brands of all-terrain vehicles, and they were all selling well. In the past, they were called beach cars in China, mainly used for some seaside scenic spots to collect fees. Now, they were gradually being used in other fields. Xia Ruofei searched for Polaris directly. This was a world-famous all-terrain vehicle brand. The military versions they produced were all directly supplied to the United States Army, and were specially used to carry out the deceptive missions of the U.S. Army around the world. Of course, the civilian version of Polaris was also of first-class quality. Xia Ruofei easily found Polaris exclusive store in Sanshan City in the sales section. The next morning, Xia Ruofei drove his Night 15 off-road vehicle straight to the Sanshan City, Qingshan District Huaxia Car City. Xia Ruofei quickly found the Polaris all-terrain vehicle specialty store. This Night 15 had also earned a lot of attention in the car city. All the people here were in the car industry, so they knew more about cars than ordinary people. Everyone was wondering where this rich man came from, who even drove a Night 15, and what car he wanted to buy. When Xia Ruofei parked his car in front of the Polaris exclusive store, a pretty saleswoman's eyes lit up and she quickly walked up to him. Anyone who could drive a Night 15 was definitely a tycoon. This kind of customer had to be served well. As soon as Xia Ruofei opened the car door and jumped out, the salesgirl immediately greeted him warmly. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Polaris exclusive store." "Hello, I'm here to take a look at the all-terrain vehicle." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Please follow me." The female sales assistant quickly said, "Sir, Polaris is one of the best all-terrain vehicle brands in the world, especially our Athlete series. It is recognized as the world's strongest ATV. With a powerful electronic injection engine and the best shock absorption system, you will definitely be able to find a car to your satisfaction here. Oh? Take me to see it first, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Sir, this is the model of the Athlete 1000. It uses a double-cylinder water-cooled 4-valve engine and has a displacement of 952 cc. This is the Athlete 6x6, a 6-wheel all-terrain vehicle. The female salesperson's business ability was obviously very strong. She blurted out the main parameters of each model of the car in the store without looking up any information at all. Moreover, she was able to point out the main selling points of each model. She was indeed a very good shopping guide. However, Xia Ruofei still felt that these all-terrain vehicles were not interesting. Compared to the military version he used to play in the army, the difference was huge. The saleswoman could tell that Xia Ruofei was not very interested, so she asked carefully, Sir, these are all popular models. Are you satisfied with none of them? Xia Ruofei smiled. The cars are not bad. But I like the more masculine ones. I understand. I can tell from the car you're driving, the saleswoman said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed. That's why I want to buy an all-terrain vehicle. It's best if it has a domineering exterior. Of course, the stronger the performance, the better. I see, the saleswoman fell into deep thought. To be honest, the civilian all-terrain vehicles on the market all looked the same, and Polaris Lord was still playing the performance card. Suddenly, the saleswoman's eyes lit up and she said, Sir, we have a new UTV that might be able to meet your requirements. Please follow me. The saleswoman led Xia Ruofei to the other side of the exhibition hall. After they went around a pillar, Xia Ruofei saw a 4-seater all-terrain vehicle in khaki paint. His eyes lit up. At first sight, Xia Ruofei felt a strong military vibe. The appearance was hard and powerful, with wide tires, high suspension, huge air intake, angular curves, and a thick frame. Everything was in line with the all-terrain vehicle in his mind. The saleswoman was good at reading people's expressions. She knew that there was a chance when she saw Xia Ruofei's expression. She quickly introduced, Sir, this UTV model is MRZRG. It looks exactly the same as the MRZR light all-terrain vehicle equipped by the Polaris Industries for the U.S. military. Of course, the material and configuration of the civilian model are definitely different from the standard military model. At the same time, it also removes the standard weapon interface. However, it is definitely top tier among all-terrain vehicles for civilian use. The saleswoman pointed at the MRZRG all-terrain vehicle and continued, its entire weight is less than 4,500 pounds, and it has the world's top full-load extreme off-road ability. It can move at extremely high speeds on all terrains. The cargo hold had an open design, which maximized the storage space and ensured the flexibility of the vehicle. In terms of power, it's powered by a powerful LP8 COTS diesel engine. After listening to the sales lady's introduction, Xia Ruofei was even more determined to buy this car. The configuration was not much different from the military all-terrain off-road vehicle he had used in the army. It was definitely the first choice for military fans. I'll take this one. Xia Ruofei asked, Do you have any in stock? The saleswoman quickly said, Yes, sir. This car model is the new model this year. 2 of them just arrived. The day before yesterday. In addition to this display car, there is a brand new one left in the warehouse. If you pay the full amount, you can take it away today. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, then the full price. Yes, sir. The saleswoman was very happy. The price of this model is 288,800 yuan. If there are no other problems, I will go through the purchase procedures for you. This Mertrude was definitely a high-end model among high-end models. Polaris all-terrain vehicle series cost about 140,000 to 150,000 yuan, and this car was almost double the price. The saleswoman didn't expect her luck to be so good. She closed a big deal on her first day of work during the new year. The commission of this deal was almost comparable to her base salary. This month, Xia Ruofei didn't really care about the price. He smiled gently and said, all right, I'll have to trouble you. Then, just as the female sales assistant was about to get the bill, she suddenly thought of something. Her expression changed slightly and she said, right, sir, there's one more thing I have to remind you of, P.S. announcing. The VIP reader group number, 2958488872, genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Eh? What's the matter? Xia Ruofei asked, raising his eyebrows. Sir, according to our country's current policies and regulations, all terrain vehicles are prohibited from getting a license, the saleswoman said carefully. In other words, this type of vehicle can only be used in certain situations and can't be driven on the road. Are you sure you want to buy more? The saleswoman was also feeling uneasy. She was afraid that the business she had just received would fail again, but she could not hide it from the customer. If she did not fulfill her obligation to inform in advance, there would be disputes and it would be more troublesome. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, oh, just here? It doesn't matter, I didn't buy it for the road anyway, you can help me get the bill. The saleswoman was overjoyed and quickly said, all right. Please wait a moment, sir. Soon, the saleswoman finished writing the bill for Xia Ruofei. He went over and paid for the car with his card. The saleswoman immediately led Xia Ruofei to the large warehouse behind the store with the receipt. Sir, I can't give you a discount because this is a new model, the saleswoman said as she walked, but I've already tried my best to get it for you within my authority. We'll give you a set of high-level outdoor equipment and a full box of diesel. Okay, thank you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei thought of something else and asked, by the way, since this car can't be used on the road, how do I drive it back? Sir, we will be responsible for the delivery. The saleswoman quickly said, we have a special vehicle for transporting all-terrain vehicles. I see. Can you arrange it immediately? Xia Ruofei said, I want to take the car away today. No problem. The saleswoman said, I've already made the arrangements. After you've inspected the car, I can help you transport it at any time. Xia Ruofei nodded. Soon, he saw a brand new MRTRG in the warehouse. The yellow paint was exactly the same as the vehicles used by the U.S. military in the Middle East desert. The warehouse staff, who had been informed in advance, was filling the fuel tank with diesel, and the open cargo hold at the back of the car had been tied with a full set of outdoor equipment, which also had the appearance of desert camouflage. Xia Ruofei took a quick look. There were tents, sleeping bags, backpacks, mats, and so on. There were also headlights, bright flashlights, light sticks, windproof lighter, thermos flask, and other small gadgets. Moreover, they were all products from a top international brand. This gift was very sincere. "Sir, would you like to try the car first?" the female sales assistant asked. "We have a small test field here. It's specially used to test the performance of all terrain vehicles." Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to try, just load it up. I'm in a hurry." Since he had already bought it, what was the need to test it out? Xia Ruofei was good at driving all terrain vehicles in the army. After seeing the model specifications, he had a general understanding of the vehicle's performance. He had driven it in real battlefields many times. This so-called professional test field was not attractive to Xia Ruofei at all. It was the first time the saleswoman had met such a straightforward customer. She quickly called for a car. Soon, a transport vehicle arrived at the entrance of the large warehouse. It was a small transport vehicle, a bit similar to the trailer of the traffic department, but it had been modified to transport all terrain vehicles, and the protective measures were more in place. The sound of an electric motor could be heard as the two guide rails of the transport vehicle slowly lowered. The carriage also slowly raised a small slope. A staff member jumped onto the UTV and started the car. He slowly drove it along the guide rails to the transport vehicle's carriage. Then, a staff member immediately went to fix it and protect it. The carriage was lowered slowly, and the guide rail retracted. The saleswoman handed a bag of information to Xia Ruofei and said, "Sir, this is the information, receipt, after, sales certificate, and spare key related to the purchase of the car. Please keep it well." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei took the file and said, "I'll drive in front. You can just get the driver to follow me. The delivery place is not far, not even to Chongping County." "All right." Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 out of the parking lot in front of them. The transport truck had also arrived. The two cars left Huaxia Car City one after the other and headed towards Chongping County. After leaving the urban area, Xia Ruofei drove and observed the surroundings. At the same time, he looked at the GPS. Soon, Xia Ruofei found a suitable place. There was a country road not far ahead. There were mountains on one side and dense bushes on the other. It was a good place to hide. Xia Ruofei slowed down and turned on the turn signal in advance. At the intersection, he turned the steering wheel and drove in. Through the rearview mirror, Xia Ruofei saw that the transport vehicle was following them. After driving for a few hundred meters, Xia Ruofei found an open space and stopped the car. The transport truck naturally stopped as well. The driver rolled down the window and asked, "Sir, why aren't you moving? Let's unload the car here." Xia Ruofei laughed and gave the driver a cigarette. "It's not far from here. My people will be here soon. There are no traffic police on this road, so you don't have to work hard." The driver was naturally happy and relaxed. He immediately called the two staff members in the car to start working. The carriage slowly rose to an angle and the two guide rails slowly lowered. A staff member climbed up to untie the fixation device and slowly reversed the UTV to the road. The road where they stopped was wider. After the driver gave Xia Ruofei a list to sign, he drove the transport truck away. Xia Ruofei jumped onto the UTV and drove for a short distance before turning into a small ditch in the forest. This was a piece of cake for the all-terrain vehicle. He carefully observed his surroundings. After making sure that there was no one nearby, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei held the painting in one hand and pressed the other on the car engine. Then, he used his mind to communicate with the new space. He issued an order. The 4,500-pound lightweight UTV trembled slightly before it disappeared into thin air. Xia Ruofei's mind was constantly sensing the situation inside the new space. When he saw UTV land steadily on a flat ground in the new space, he was relieved and kept the spirit map scroll in his palm. Then, he walked back to the village road, returned to the night 15 off road, and drove back to Paradise Farm. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei parked the car in the garage and then quickly went upstairs to his room. After locking the door and windows, Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the new space with a thought. He couldn't wait to experience driving an all-terrain vehicle in this new space. P.S. After 12 o'clock tonight, the battle of double monthly votes will begin. 1 vote counts as 2 votes. Steel Gun was a little caught off guard. Currently, his 10th place is in danger. Brothers and sisters who still have monthly votes, please do not vote for the time being. Please vote for Steel Gun after 12 o'clock tonight. Let's defend our final glory together. Steel Spear thanks. In the new space, the rich spirit chi made people feel relaxed and happy. Once Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he saw Blackie, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2 surrounding the all-terrain vehicle vigilantly. They even stretched out their legs to test it from time to time, making muffled sounds. They were very wary of the steel monster that had suddenly appeared in the space. Xia Ruofei smiled and whistled, summoning Little Black and the rest. Xia Ruofei reached out and patted Blackie's head, who was the first to reach him. He chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, I brought that car in." Blackie barked twice, indicating that it understood Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei laughed and jumped into the all-terrain vehicle. After starting the engine, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and waved at Blackie and the other 7 puppies to jump into the vehicle. The MRTRG was a 4-seater model, and with the large cargo compartment at the back, it could easily accommodate a few puppies. Xia Ruofei put on his wind-proof glasses, shifted into gear, and stepped on the accelerator. The all-terrain vehicle immediately sped off. This scared Blackie, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2. They barked and clutched the car seat with their claws. Fluffy 4, who was the thinnest, was even trembling. Xia Ruofei consoled them. He did not care if they understood him or not. He laughed and stepped on the accelerator. The car started to speed up. The design of the all-terrain vehicle was that it didn't have a windshield. This was to prevent mud from splashing and blocking the windshield when driving at full speed in bad terrain. So when the speed increased, the wind directly blew in his face and his ears were filled with the sound of the wind. It felt very refreshing. Most of the new space was a flat grassland, but it was not man-made, so it was natural to see potholes everywhere. The advantage of an all-terrain vehicle was revealed at this time. The car had a powerful anti-shock system so that Xia Ruofei could not feel it when the car passed through small potholes. Even if it was a bigger obstacle, the car could pass through it at a very fast speed. He only felt a slight bump in the car. This model of all-terrain vehicle was designed for extreme terrains, so it had a very high passing rate. In the extreme test, ordinary rocks could be directly driven through The world's top suspension system ensured that the height difference between the wheels on both sides and the front and rear wheels was also maximized. For example, if the left front wheel of a car was pressed on a 40 to 50 centimeters tall stone, and the other three wheels were on flat ground, MRTRG could still maintain a four-wheeled landing state. It would take a long time to reach the new space on foot. However, when the all-terrain vehicle picked up speed, they reached the space membrane very quickly. Xia Ruofei turned the steering wheel and the all-terrain vehicle changed directions nimbly, bringing up a cloud of soil as the vehicle sped in another direction. Xia Ruofei took the opportunity to explore the entire space. Then, he drove back to the foot of the hill and stopped not far from the stone tablet. Little Black and the rest immediately got out of the car and ran far away. In their eyes, this steel monster was too terrifying. Its speed was simply too terrifying. Xia Ruofei sat in the car and did not get out. He suddenly thought of a problem. The area of the Xia space was so large, and the car would emit exhaust gas when it was moving. Wouldn't it pollute the environment of the entire space if it was used for a long time? If that was the case, then no matter how much he liked this car, he would never use it. However, Xia Ruofei sniffed hard but did not smell anything. He thought for a moment and decided to start the car again. He put the car in the air gear and lightly stepped on the accelerator a few times. The all-terrain vehicle roared, and Little Black and the others were scared and hid further away. The exhaust pipe at the back of the car spewed out a light green exhaust. Xia Ruofei immediately connected to the new space with his mind and sensed it. At this moment, he had complete control over everything in the space, and it was much more accurate than just relying on his naked eye. Soon, Xia Ruofei's attention was locked on the exhaust of the all-terrain vehicle. Then, Xia Ruofei made a shocking discovery. As the exhaust gas rose, it began to dissipate at a slow speed. It did not dissipate in space, but disappeared bit by bit. Xia Ruofei continued to step on the accelerator a few more times, and this time, more exhaust gas was being released. Then, he continued to focus on the exhaust gas. This time, it was even more obvious. As the large cloud of exhaust gas rose, it dissipated little by little out of thin air. Xia Ruofei let out a long breath. This meant that the spirit map space had the ability to purify itself. The exhaust was harmful to the space environment and was directly eliminated by the space. It could be transformed into other harmless forms of existence, or it could be directly expelled to the void outside the space. Xia Ruofei had already seen the purification ability of space at the spatial spirit pool. The spatial spirit pond was always extremely clear. One could see the bottom of the pond with a glance, and there was not a single trace of impurity in the water. If the water could be purified, so could the air. Xia Ruofei finally felt at ease. He called Blackie and the others over and said, "Xiaohei, the car is parked here, don't come and destroy it. If you behave well, I'll take you to the outside world to play when you grow up." Woof woof. Blackie barked at Xia Ruofei. Happily, Xia Ruofei patted Blackie's head in satisfaction. Then, with a thought, he traveled from the new space to the original space. Today was the day to harvest the petals of the exotic flower. Xia Ruofei came to the nameless plant and saw that the strange flower with 5 colored petals had bloomed. Xia Ruofei took the Tupperware and tweezers and carefully picked the 5 petals. With that, he now had 21 petals. for the time being, even if the farm started to plant them on a large scale, the flower petals would be enough. After putting the fruit away in the container carefully, Xia Ruofei looked at the smallest fruit carefully. The result made Xia Ruofei very happy. That Ying's fruit had really grown a little. Although the extent of the change was small, Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to it before, so he was still sharp enough to notice it. This basically proved that after picking a spirit fruit, it would still bear fruit again after a certain period of time. However, it might take much longer than the time for the flower to bloom again. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the small fish pond to check on the pair of young red dragons. He was delighted to find that the pair of young fish had grown significantly, at least a few centimeters longer than yesterday. According to the past rules, it was impossible for the young fish to grow so quickly in the original space for a month. The growth rate of the other juveniles in the large fish pond next to them was much lower than this pair of juveniles. The effect of an entire petal was very obvious. Xia Ruofei was completely at ease. He patrolled around the space before leaving the spirit map space, satisfied. The battle for double monthly votes has already begun. Steel Gun's position is now in danger, and I urgently need the support of monthly votes. On the 7th day of the first month, all units returned to work as usual. The employees of Taoyuan Farm also came early in the morning. As the boss, Xia Ruofei had also woken up early in the morning. He was at the entrance of the farm, giving red packets to his employees. This was a custom in the southeast province. On the first day of work of the new year, red packets had to be given out. This was commonly known as a good start. It wasn't a lot of money, just 300 yuan per red packet. It was mainly to get some good luck. The farm workers were all grinning. They had only been employed for a month, and their salaries were high. Many of them had received 3 red packets for the end of the year, a red packet for working overtime on the 4th day of the new year, and a red packet for opening the door. Today, in addition to the monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, most people's monthly income was even higher than that of the white-collar workers in the city. Therefore, everyone was full of energy, and their sense of belonging to the farm was stronger. Chow Tai-shu immediately called everyone to work in the large shed. After transplanting the vegetables on the 4th day of the new year, only the people on duty every day would take care of the new vegetables. There was still a lot of work waiting for them to complete. Fatty Peng Hao had also officially started working at the farm. This made Xia Ruofei realize that it was urgent to build another building on the farm. Now, Peng Hao's temporary office was also set up in a guest room on the first floor of the villa. Yi Lingyun was also staying in the villa. This was definitely not a long-term plan. Xia Ruofei decided to look for Liang Qichao in the next 2 days. He had completed the farm project beautifully. Now that they were going to build a new building, he would naturally look for him. However, before that, Xia Ruofei had one more thing to do. After the Kongtong festival, all units would resume work. The deal for this villa had been discussed previously, and he would be going to settle the transfer of ownership today. Xia Ruofei drove around the farm. Seeing that it was about time, he left the farm in his night 15 and headed straight for the Shan city. The agent of the villa owner had contacted Xia Ruofei yesterday. They had agreed to meet at 10 a.m. Xia Ruofei drove to the bus stop near the real estate trading center. His classmate, Guan Ping, had already left the company with the excuse of going to the real estate trading center for business. when Xia Ruofei drove to the bus stop, he saw that Guan Ping was already waiting at the platform. The night XV's appearance was too majestic. As the car slowly pulled to the side, the people waiting for the car could not help but look over, including Guan Ping. However, he did not expect it to be Xia Ruofei's pickup truck. Xia Ruofei had driven it to the last class reunion. Night 15 stopped beside Guan Ping. Xia Ruofei rolled down the window on the passenger's side and waved at him with a smile. Guan Ping's eyes widened. Get in the car. What are you doing? We're going to be photographed in a while. Xia Ruofei smiled. Oh. Only then did Guan Ping come back to his senses. He quickly opened the door and climbed into the car. The chassis of the car was very high, and the action of getting on was similar to getting on a big truck. He had to hold the handrail with one hand, then step on the pedal with one foot and climb up the car. As soon as Guan Ping got on the car, he shouted, "Fuck. Are you Ruofei, you've changed your weapon." No, this is a small slingshot that has been replaced with a cruise missile. This car is too awesome. It's all right. Xia Ruofei smiled. Still okay? This is simply too good. Guan Ping said exaggeratedly, I think I've seen this car on the internet once. It cost more than 10 million yuan, almost. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Don't tell me. You went to rob a bank. Guan Ping was shocked. He was driving a pickup truck not long ago. It's only been a few days, and you're already driving a luxury car worth tens of millions? It's a long story, but I'm not as rich as you think. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, my entire net worth is not even as valuable as this car. I'll tell you more when I have time. Xia Ruofei chatted with Guan Ping as he drove. They soon arrived at the agreed place, a cafe, called Left Bank. There were still more than 10 minutes before the meeting time. Xia Ruofei and Guan Ping found a place to sit down. After a while, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He saw a young woman walking into the coffee shop with a folder in her hand. She held the phone to her ear as she walked. Xia Ruofei stood up and waved at the woman with his phone in hand. The woman hung up the phone immediately and walked towards Xia Ruofei with a smile. Hello. You must be Mr. Xia? The young woman took the initiative to reach out her hand to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei shook her hand and smiled. Hello, I'm Xia Ruofei. We spoke on the phone yesterday. I'm Zhao Xueqing. The young woman smiled and said, I didn't expect Mr. Xia to be so young. I didn't expect Sister Zhao to be so charming either. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Xia, you've got a way with words. Zhao Xueqing grinned. I'm just telling the truth, Xia Ruofei said. Oh, Sister Zhao, this is my classmate, Guan Ping. He's more familiar with the process of real estate transactions. So I'm going to ask him for help with the transfer of ownership. Nice to meet you, Mr. Guan. When Guan Ping saw Zhao Xueqing, his face revealed a look of surprise, and he was slightly dazed. It was only when Zhao Xueqing took the initiative to greet him that he came back to his senses. He quickly said, Hello, Sister Zhao. Both parties sat down, each ordered a drink, and went straight to the point. Sister Zhao, we've reached an agreement on the transaction price, so all that's left is for both parties to draft up the contract and handle the transfer. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's right, I'm actually Brother Wu's runner. Zhao Xueqing chuckled. By the way, I brought the real estate certificate, land certificate, and power of attorney. Take a look. Xia Ruofei gestured to Guanping. Guanping took the relevant documents and looked through them carefully. He nodded to Xia Ruofei and said, "No problem. With these, I can successfully complete the transfer." With that, Guanping took out his laptop from his bag and turned it on. He turned to Zhao Xueqing and said, "Sister Zhao, I'll add the relevant data and transaction price to the contract, and then you can see if there are any problems." "All right. But I don't understand it either, just send me a copy, I'll send it to Brother Wu to see for himself." Zhao Xueqing smiled and said, "As long as there's no problem on his side, it's fine." "All right." Guanping opened up a standard contract that he had already modified in advance, and filled in the relevant information according to the property certificate, land certificate, and power of attorney. Very quickly, the contract was complete. There was free Wi-Fi in the cafe. Zhao Xueqing gave Guanping an email address, and Guanping immediately sent her the contract through email. Just as Guanping sent the message, Zhao Xueqing received a notification on her phone. She swiped on her phone and fiddled with it a few times. Then, she looked up and said with a smile, "I've already forwarded it to Brother Wu. Let's just wait for his reply." "All right. I've troubled Sister Zhao today," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome, I'm also entrusted with this task." Zhao Xueqing smiled as she stood up and said, "I still have some matters to attend to at the company, so I'll take my leave first." "All right," he said. Xia Ruofei said, "Oh right, Sister Zhao, exchange contact information with Guanping. When the time comes, I'll get him to contact you directly." "No problem." Zhao Xueqing took out her name card and passed it to Guanping. As a real estate agent, Guanping naturally had his own name card. He quickly took out one and passed it to Zhao Xueqing along with the real estate information. It was obvious that Guanping was a little reserved in front of Zhao Xueqing. After Zhao Xueqing left, Xia Ruofei and Guanping sat down again. Xia Ruofei said, "Pingzi, I'll leave the transfer of ownership to you. Just call me when you need me to sign and pay. As for the other things, you can just follow Sister Zhao." When Xia Ruofei said this, he realized that Guanping was a little absent-minded and his eyes were a little straight. He couldn't help but call out, "Pingzi. Pingzi, ah?" Guanping seemed to wake up from a dream. "What's wrong, Ruofei? What are you so focused on?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've been talking to you for so long and you didn't hear a single word?" Xia Ruofei followed Guanping's gaze and saw Zhao Xueqing's figure disappear at the corner of the street. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at Guanping, who was looking a little uncomfortable. He smiled knowingly. "P.S. The battle of double monthly votes has begun, so one vote counts as 2 votes. It's the last few days, if I don't expire, it'll be invalid. I'm begging my brothers and sisters for fire support." Steel Spear thanked him. "Huh. Pingzi, I think I found something," Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. Guanping's eyes dodged, but he acted as if nothing had happened. "I don't know what you were talking about." "Hey. Anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I have to go back to the company. I sneaked out." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Little Ping, Sister Zhao is indeed pretty. If you don't mind being in a relationship with an older brother, you can go after her boldly. Kid, Do you still have anything to do? Guanping said, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I won't care about the transfer of ownership? I don't. Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. As long as the agent is Zhao Xueqing, you can't just ignore this matter. Guanping was so angry that he closed his laptop. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Ruofei, don't say anything in front of Sister Zhao. It's just that he's more to my liking. Besides, he's obviously a rich man. How can we be a good match? Xia Ruofei patted Guanping's shoulder and said, Pingzi, don't belittle yourself. If you like her, then be bold and chase her. I'll back you up. But then again, we don't know anything about this Sister Zhao. If she already has a family, then forget it, but we can't be a third party. Ruofei, do you think I'm that kind of person? Guanping smiled bitterly. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it just so happens that we're going to transfer the ownership soon. You'll have many opportunities to interact with each other. You should get to know each other first. As long as she's single, you're free to do it. Let's understand it first. Guanping said without much confidence, love at first sight. Even I don't think it's reliable. You can handle this kind of thing yourself. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let me give you a sentence, he would attack when it was time. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. In the future. I know, Guanping said, Ruofei, don't worry about the transfer. I'll call you when I need you to sign the papers, and I'll take care of the rest. All right. You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them paid the bill and Xia Ruofei drove Guanping back to the company. On the way, Xia Ruofei asked, oh right, Pingzi. You've been in the Three Mountains for so many years. You're more familiar with all aspects. Do you know if there are any good wineries in the Three Mountains? I want to buy a batch of white wine. Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered his idea of getting some white wine to store in the spirit map space. With the difference in the flow of time and the unique environment, he could easily get his hands on precious old wine. Guanping replied without thinking, Dingfeng Wine Factory. Although the price is very affordable, the people of the Three Mountains basically love to drink the rich and abundant drunken eight immortals white wine. They are not even used to the Maotai Wuliangya that costs a few hundred or even a few thousand per bottle. Xia Ruofei nodded and agreed. I'll go back and understand the situation first. Guanping's recommendation was exactly what Xia Ruofei wanted. This kind of well-known local time-honored brand might not have any star products, but it won in its long history and the quality of the wine was generally good. It was the kind that was good and cheap. After sending Guanping to the company, Xia Ruofei decided to go to Dingfeng Winery to take a look. Xia Ruofei found the location of Dingfeng Winery on the car navigation system and drove to the suburbs. The Dingfeng Winery was located in Lingshui district, west of Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei drove for more than 20 minutes before the GPS accurately brought him to the entrance of Dingfeng Winery. He told the guard that he was here to talk about business. The guard saw that Xia Ruofei's car was extraordinary and his attitude was more polite. He called the factory and soon a man in his early 30s came out. The man looked at Xia Ruofei's car and said enthusiastically, hello, sir. I'm the deputy manager of the sales department of Dingfeng Winery, my surname is Qi. Hello, Manager Qi. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, I want to buy a batch of white wine, so I came to understand the situation. All right, all right, all right. Please come in, please come in. Manager. Qi said quickly. Take my car. Xia Ruofei said. The two of them got into the car. Xia Ruofei started the car and under Manager Qi's guidance, he drove to a building in the factory and parked the car. Manager. Qi enthusiastically led Xia Ruofei to his office and personally made tea for him. Then, he sat down and asked, What's your name, sir? My surname is Xia. So it's Mr. Xia. Manager Qi asked, What kind of white wine would you like to buy, Mr. Xia? The Drunken 8 Immortals and white brew produced by our factory are very popular among consumers. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Qi, if I wanted to buy those bottles of Drunken 8 Immortals, I could have just gone to the supermarket. Why would I come to the winery personally? So, I'm here to ask if your winery has a large jar of white wine for sale? Wine in bulk. Manager Qi was stunned for a moment before he said, This is available for sale, but the quality is. Manager Qi was a little disappointed. But at the same time, he was also very puzzled. This person in front of her was obviously rich. How could someone without money drive such a luxury car? But why did this rich guy buy wine in bulk? Those were for small village stores and small supermarkets. Although the bottled wine from Dingfeng Winery wasn't expensive, it was still just a bottle of wine. People with a little bit of money wouldn't even drink it. Manager Qi, you've misunderstood, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I mean, for wine like Drunken 8 Immortals, can you guys just sell it to me in a big jar? You mean custom made? Manager Qi also came to his senses. That's what it means, right? By the way, what's the price of an ordinary Drunken 8 Immortals in your market? I don't want aged wine. Xia Ruofei asked. The one that sells the most. It's 18 yuan a bottle. And it's 500 milliliters. Manager Qi said immediately. I want this type. Xia Ruofei asked, Can we order the big jars? Here? A jar. 100 or 200 caddies will do. Then, if I may ask, how much do you need? Manager Qi asked carefully. If the demand was low, they might not do this business. After all, it would require changing the production process, which would be more or less troublesome. The first batch should be around 5,000 caddies. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. No problem. Mr. Xia, we'll accept this business. Manager Qi immediately said, but you also know that it's more troublesome to order a custom order, so the price, state your price first. Xia Ruofei said calmly. 200 caddies per jar, 4,500 per jar. Manager Qi said, Mr. Xia, this price is really not too expensive. The cost of a large wine jar is about 400 to 500 yuan. In total, we'll only charge you 20 yuan for 500 grams, sure. Xia Ruofei said, but you must ensure the quality of the wine. Don't take cheap wine in bulk to replace the good quality. I wouldn't dare. Manager Qi quickly said, Please don't worry. Our Dingfeng Winery has been around for decades and we have always been honest. At that time, you can inspect the goods as you wish. If there's a problem with the wine, we're willing to compensate you 10 times the amount. P.S. It's raining cats and dogs outside today. Steel Gun was completely wet from head to toe when he returned home from work. He didn't even have time to change his clothes before he turned on his computer, too. Look at the rankings for next month. The gap is getting smaller and smaller. Brothers and sisters, let's have more firepower. Whether the steel spear will successfully defend its honor or lose its integrity, it's all up to you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "All right, I'll pay the deposit first. Immediately organize the production, the sooner the better." All right. All right. Manager Chi hurriedly said, "I'll make the arrangements now. I guarantee that the 5,000 caddies of drunken 8 immortals will be ready within 2 days." Manager Chi took Xia Ruofei to the finance department and paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan with his card. 25 jars of 5,000 caddies of wine would cost a total of 112,500 yuan. To Manager Chi, this was definitely a big deal. Although Dingfeng Winery had been a well-established brand for decades, it had never been able to get involved in the high-end wine industry. It was basically taking the path of small profits but high-volume sales, and its sales had been declining over the years. This was because many young people were no longer interested in drunk 8 immortal. Only a few old customers still maintained the habit of drinking drunk 8 immortal. Relying on the feelings of the old customers, the winery could only maintain its operations for a few days. Therefore, getting an order of more than 100,000 yuan in one go was a great bonus for Manager Chi's performance, and he could also earn a lot of commission. Manager Chi was very polite to Xia Ruofei. He personally handed the receipt for the deposit to Xia Ruofei and then personally saw him out. Before Xia Ruofei got into the car, he said, "Manager Chi, let me know when the wine is ready. I'll give you an address when the time comes. Please help me deliver it directly." "No problem, Mr. Xia, don't worry." After leaving the Dingfeng Winery, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to return to the farm. He found a place to stop by the side of the road, took out his mobile phone to connect to the internet, and searched for rental information on the same city's website. This time, he had ordered a total of 25 large jars of white wine. If he sent all of them to Taoyuan Farm, it would be too obvious a target. These white wine would all be sent into the spirit map space. At that time, Xia Ruofei would definitely not be able to explain why the white wine had disappeared. The workers were fine. After all, they had gone home after work. But there were people living in the villa. Especially since Yi Lingyun, a former Special Forces member, was in charge of the entire farm surveillance system, so if he wanted to put the white wine into the space, he definitely couldn't send it to the farm. And Xia Ruofei couldn't always order people to unload the goods on the way. The best way was to rent a small warehouse. This was because there would definitely be similar situations in the future. Having such a place would be much more convenient. Now that the internet was very advanced, Xia Ruofei quickly found a suitable small warehouse. The warehouse was located in the northern suburbs of Jining district. It was only about 150 square meters in area, and the monthly rent was 2,200 yuan. Although the location of the warehouse was a little remote, it was relatively convenient to get there. Even heavy trucks could drive all the way to the entrance of the warehouse. Furthermore, the warehouse was located right next to the swirling highway. It would only take 5 minutes to enter the swirling highway by car. Xia Ruofei would be able to return to Taoyuan Farm in Chongping from the warehouse even faster than returning from downtown. Xia Ruofei called the landlord according to the information provided on the internet in the same city. After hearing that the warehouse had not been rented out, he immediately expressed his desire to go to the site to take a look. Then, he drove directly from the Lingshui district in the western suburbs to the Jining district in the northern suburbs. After Xia Ruofei had inspected the warehouse, he felt that it was similar to the information on the internet. Furthermore, it was very suitable in all aspects and decided to rent it on the spot. The landlord was overjoyed. Soon, both parties signed the lease contract. Xia Ruofei paid the full year's rent in one go. After settling the warehouse, Xia Ruofei drove back to Taoyuan farm. In the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei lived a carefree life. He did not need to worry about the transfer of ownership at all. From Guan Ping's feedback, the transfer process would take about a week, and this was under the condition that the loan was paid in full. If he wanted to apply for a mortgage, it might even be delayed by a month. Of course, Xia Ruofei only needed to sign the last few papers and pay. Some procedures required both the buyer and the seller to be present at the same time, so he probably needed to make 2 trips to the real estate center. For the time being, the farm was only occupied with the vegetable greenhouse. Chow Taishu managed it well, and Xia Ruofei only needed to go over occasionally. His most important task was to go to the water tower on the mountain every once in a while to add some petal solution. The vegetables in the greenhouse were growing very well, and the farm employees were amazed. They said that it was indeed a new vegetable product, and the growth rate was far faster than ordinary vegetables. It seemed that it would take less than a month for the first batch of vegetables to be harvested. The 9th day of the first month of the lunar year. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao were ready to return to the city. Lin Qiao was about to start school, and the 2 had to return to the Forestry Bureau dormitory in the city early. Lin Qiao needed to finish the rest of her winter vacation homework, and Hu Zi's mother also needed to clean up the house. No one lived there for so many days, so they had to clean it thoroughly. Hence, Xia Ruofei drove them back to the city. When they arrived at the Forestry Bureau dormitory, Xia Ruofei stayed behind to help Hu Zi's mother clean up and even had lunch with them. While they were eating, Xia Ruofei received a call from manager Qi of the Dingfeng winery, saying that the 25 jars of 8 immortals drunk were ready. Xia Ruofei immediately sent the address of the warehouse to manager Qi, then gobbled up the rice in his bowl and hurriedly left Hu Zi's mother's house. Xia Ruofei drove to the warehouse in Jining district. After waiting for a while, 2 large trucks arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, one after the other. Manager Qi personally escorted the carriage and directed the workers to carefully move the heavy wine jars into the warehouse and place them neatly along the wall. Mr. Xia, can you check these bars? Manager Qi asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and casually opened a jar. He first smelled the fragrance, then took a spoonful of the wine from Manager Qi. He brought it to his mouth and tasted it. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and savored the taste before nodding in satisfaction. Before this, Xia Ruofei had even bought a bottle of ordinary drunken 8 immortals from the supermarket to try it so that he could remember the taste of the wine. Then, Xia Ruofei randomly opened 3 jars and took a sip of each. They tasted the same as the bottled wine he had bought from the supermarket. No problem, he said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Qi, I'll transfer the rest of the money to you. I can pay by card, right? Sure. Manager Qi said happily, I brought a mobile credit card machine. Xia Ruofei paid the remaining 110,000 yuan by credit card. At the entrance of the warehouse, Manager Qi shook hands with Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, thank you for taking care of our business. Call me directly if you need anything next time. All right. Xia Ruofei said, you've all worked hard today. Take care. Mr. Xia, please. Wait. Manager Qi said goodbye to Xia Ruofei politely and left with the workers. Xia Ruofei returned to the warehouse and locked the door from the inside. Then, he closed the blinds at the air vents and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. As the gap between the two teams was slowly closing, Steel Spear's heart was burning with anxiety. Was a month's effort really going to be in vain in the last 1 or 2 days? Stay up late to update for monthly votes. Thank you, thank you. Gu Piyu's painting looked unremarkable. Other than Xia Ruofei, no one knew that this old-looking scroll actually contained a magical space. Xia Ruofei held the scroll in one hand and walked around the warehouse. If there was anyone in the warehouse at this moment, they would think that it was a magic trick or that there was something wrong with their eyes. They would see that wherever Xia Ruofei passed by, the huge wine jars would disappear into thin air. After a while, the small warehouse was empty again. Xia Ruofei used his mind to sense the interior of the space. 25 large wine jars were neatly placed in an open space in the original space. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. As his spiritual connection with the spirit map space grew stronger, his control over it also grew stronger. This time, he placed the 100-pound wine jar into the spirit map space according to Xia Ruofei's wishes. It appeared in the spirit map space almost exactly as he wished. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm, locked the warehouse door, and drove straight to Taoyuan Farm. Back at the villa, Xia Ruofei immediately went upstairs to his room. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao had returned to the city. Yi Lingyun had always followed the rules and would not break into the room without knocking. However, Xia Ruofei still carefully locked the door and windows. Before taking out the spirit map, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space. He directly appeared at the place where the wine jars were placed in the original space. The 25 large wine jars were neatly arranged in a 5 by 5 square matrix, as if they had been measured with a ruler. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with his control over space. Xia Ruofei walked around the wine jar and made a decision. He walked to the spatial spirit pond, picked up the container with the petals, and returned to the wine jar. Xia Ruofei opened one of the wine jars, then used a pair of tweezers to pick up a petal from the Tupperware and threw it into the wine jar. He was going to keep this jar of wine as a treasure for himself or his close friends to enjoy. He had 21 petals now. After using one, he had 20 left, which was enough for him to use in the future. Xia Ruofei covered the wine jar and made a mark on it. Then, he went to dig up some soil from the space and brought out the water from the space pool. He mixed them together and stirred them into a paste. He carefully sealed the mouth of each wine jar tightly. There were also sealing measures taken when Shuangji Dingfeng Winery sent them here. However, Xia Ruofei still trusted this ancient method more, so he added a double insurance. After doing all this, he patrolled the space again. The pair of young red dragons had grown a few centimeters and were obviously different from their siblings in the big fish pond. The small spiritual fruit on the nameless plant also had a slight change. Although the growth was not obvious, as long as it was growing, Xia Ruofei was very relieved. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the new space to play with Blackie and the rest for a while to replenish their food supplies. He also checked the oak trees. They were all firmly rooted and luxuriant. Xia Ruofei removed all the wooden sticks that were used as support. As for whether truffle mushrooms would grow by the end of the year, it would be a test of time. However, with the successful planting experience in the original space, Xia Ruofei was very confident. After the inspection, Xia Ruofei was lying on the cargo hold at the back of the all-terrain vehicle, a blade of grass in his mouth. The grass in the interspace had a special fragrance. It was the kind of pure grass fragrance. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes to rest, while Blackie lay quietly beside him. Xia Ruofei was considering his next step. Taoyuan Farm was already on the right track in the field of vegetable planting. He did not need to worry too much. He only needed to regularly supply Chow Tai Shu with high-tech seeds and remember to add the petal solution into the water tower. The cutting of the succulent plant could bring him a monthly income of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. However, he had to do it himself. From cutting the seedlings to mailing them, he had to do it himself. Now that he had more and more things to do, he found it a little too troublesome. Xia Ruofei was considering if he could move the succulents business to the outside world. Of course, the biggest problem was time. The succulents grew so slowly in the outside world that it was outrageous. If this problem could not be solved, he would have to gradually stop this business. Xia Ruofei decided not to care about the meat for now. For the time being, he could still handle it. Besides, the profits from this area were quite impressive. The Taobao shop had already made a name for itself. It would be a pity to close it down. It was still too little profit. Xia Ruofei was making money very quickly, but the spirit map space was like a bottomless pit. If he wanted to level up, he had to spend a lot of money on jade. This time, he had earned more than 10 million in one go, but he spent it very quickly. The worst part was that the space's upgrade was not complete. Xia Ruofei was eager to explore the secret of the space. He had a feeling that although the spirit map space had shown its extraordinary side, it was only the tip of the iceberg. It could only be revealed slowly after continuous upgrading. Just the stone tablet in the new space alone was not simple. The golden light that Xia Ruofei had sensed the last time seemed to have opened a door. The endless truth of heaven and earth leaked out from the crack of the door. He could not forget it even now and could not wait to explore more mysteries. Xia Ruofei also used this free time to sort out his next plan. At Taoyuan Farm, there was still an orchard and a fish pond in the back of the mountain that had not been used. He already had a plan in mind for planting fruit trees. He could buy the saplings in the next 2 days when he had time, but he had no idea what to raise in the fish pond for the time being. Even though raising ordinary edible fish could still sell for a price that far exceeded the market price, the economic benefits were still too low. Xia Ruofei decided to do some research on the internet later to settle the matters of raising fish. Other than that, Taoyuan Farm had no other profit points. Next, other than the transfer of houses, fruit trees, and fish fry, Xia Ruofei also had to build a new building on the farm. In Xia Ruofei's mind, the first and second floors of the building would be used for administrative work, and the third floor and above would be used as employees' apartments. Some guest rooms could also be reserved so that when guests visited the farm in the future, they could have a place to stay. After all, the villa was his private property. Moreover, he had a big secret like the spirit painting scroll. No matter how good their relationship was, it was still inconvenient. for them to live together in the long term. Xia Ruofei decided that he would focus on settling all these things in the next few days and then go out for a walk to find new sources of profit. Recently, he had been spending money faster, and it was urgent to speed up his earning. After sorting out the plans for the future, Xia Ruofei jumped out of the car. He reached out his hand and gently jumped out. After giving a few instructions to Blackie, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm and glanced at his phone out of habit. He saw that there was indeed a missed call. Moreover, this phone call was from Secretary Tian Huilan of Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. What important matter would make Secretary Tian call him personally? He immediately picked up his phone and called back. P.S. The pursuers are closing in step by step, and my ass is in danger. There's only 1 day left. Do my brothers and sisters still have monthly votes? A spear doesn't want to lose its integrity in its later years. Little Xia. Tian Huilan quickly picked up the call and said anxiously. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was the head of Sanshan City and a deputy provincial level leader. Her ability to maintain her composure was definitely not something that ordinary people could imagine. At this moment, Tian Huilan's tone made Xia Ruofei realize that the matter might not be small. Secretary Tian, I'm sorry I didn't have my phone with me just now, said Xia Ruofei. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Xia, one of my elders, is in critical condition and is dying, Tian Huilan said. I want to ask, can you help diagnose and treat him? In fact, Xia Ruofei had already guessed it when he saw Tian Huilan's missed call. In Tian Huilan's impression, Xia Ruofei's best skill was undoubtedly his medical skills. Other than saving lives, the secretary couldn't have called him personally to ask for a few handfuls of vegetables, right? Secretary Tian, is it serious? Xia Ruofei asked calmly. Late stage liver cancer, Tian Huilan said. Xia Ruofei frowned. It wasn't that he had no confidence in the flower's petals, but the disease was incurable. Moreover, it was one of the more dangerous types of cancer. It was hard to detect in the early stages, difficult to treat, and the survival rate was very low. If this disease was cured casually, it would bring him a lot of trouble. In the secretary's office, Tian Huilan couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard the silence on the other end of the phone. He was really a little desperate. Xiao Xia's medical skills were indeed brilliant. His father's heart disease and Huan's autism could not stop him. He even saved his sister's father-in-law, who had a serious cerebral hemorrhage and was on the verge of death. But Elder Song had late-stage liver cancer. With Elder Song's status, as long as there was a way, his condition would not have developed to such a serious extent. Moreover, he had gone to Germany for surgery some time ago, but there was still no way to control his condition. In the end, he had no choice but to return home. In this situation, even the gods could not do anything, right? Asking Xiao Xia for help was indeed a little too much. Thinking of this, Tian Huilan said, Xiao Xia, Secretary Tian, I can try. Xia Ruofei interrupted Tian Huilan. Ah? Tian Huilan was so shocked that she thought she had heard wrong. I said, I can try. Xia Ruofei said, but I'm not confident, especially before I see the patient. I understand. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help. Tian Huilan said, slightly excited. You're too kind, Secretary Tian. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, where is the patient now? When do you need me to go over? The faster, the better. Tian Huilan immediately said. The patient is in Jiangnan province, and I've already contacted the airport. There's a flight to Hangzhou City in Jiangnan in 45 minutes. If you don't have any questions, we'll meet at the airport. Secretary Tian. You're going in person too? Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. Yes, this is a very important senior of mine. Tian Huilan said, so. Xiao Xia, I'll leave it to you this time. Of course, if there's really no way to turn this situation around, then there's nothing I can do. I'll still be very grateful to you. Don't worry, Secretary Tian. I'll do my best. Xia Ruofei said, then let's meet at the airport. All right, thank you for your hard work, little Xia. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei sat on the chair and pondered for a moment. He didn't regret promising Tian Huilan that he could make a provincial-level official so nervous. This patient was definitely not an ordinary person. In a human society like Huaxia, if Xia Ruofei wanted to develop his business, he could not do without the support of the rich. Otherwise, when Taoyuan Farm rose to fame, it might be snatched away by others. Tian Huilan's elder was definitely worth Xia Ruofei's time. However, it was one thing to be willing to save him, and another thing to do so. Late-stage lung cancer and possibly body metastasis. This kind of illness was basically on the irreversible countdown to death, so naturally, he couldn't just stupidly cure it. If he did that, not only would he not receive the gratitude of that big shot, but he might also bring himself big trouble. Even a fool would know that Xia Ruofei was hiding a big secret. Terminal cancer was not like Ma Xiong's acute cerebral hemorrhage. Who wouldn't want to grasp the big secret of being able to cure a fatal disease? The more important a person was, the more he would treasure his life. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the original space. He had to make some preparations before he set off. The flow of time in the original space was 30 times slower than the outside world. Xia Ruofei was not worried about not having enough time. He found a few porcelain bottles and filled one of them with the spatial spirit pond water. He then directly fused a whole petal into it. The other porcelain bottle was also made into flower petal solution of the same concentration as the first bottle. Then, he diluted it according to different ratios. In total, he made 5 bottles of flower petal solution of different concentration. The one with the lowest concentration was the same as the petal solution he usually used to water the Phoebe Jinan and ginseng. That was a large box of space spirit pool water mixed with a petal solution. He made marks on them that only he could understand. Then, he took a few more bottles of red herbal tea. Except for the first bottle of petal solution with the highest purity, he added the brown herbal tea with a little medicinal smell into the other bottles, then closed the bottle stopper and stirred it well. This was the solution that Xia Ruofei came up with in a short period of time. After seeing the patient, he would use the petal solution with the lowest purity first. Even if it could not kill the cancer cells, it could at least keep the patient alive. In short, the principle was that the effect couldn't be too fast, and it couldn't be completely cured. Although he did not know the patient's identity, Xia Ruofei believed that with his status, as long as he could pull him back from the gates of hell and alleviate his condition, the usual medical methods should be effective. In this way, he would not expose his secret, and he could also gain a big favor, which was basically a life-saving grace. Xia Ruofei took a suitcase and sealed the porcelain bottles. Then, he placed them neatly in the suitcase. Then, he took out a set of silver needles and put them in. Xia Ruofei had bought them from the Chinese medicine pharmacy when he had time last year. It was for the sake of acting when he needed to treat people. Of course, Xia Ruofei had also learned some basic knowledge about acupuncture points in Chinese medicine. It was enough for him to put on an act. In the end, he randomly found 2 sets of clothes to change into and put them in. Then, he left the spirit map space with his suitcase. After keeping the painting, Xia Ruofei did not waste any more time. He took his suitcase and quickly went downstairs. He found Yi Lingyun and gave him some instructions. Then, he drove the pickup truck straight to Chongqing Airport. Up until now, he had received 172 monthly votes. Today, if the votes could reach 300 before midnight, Steel Spear would add another chapter. I'm only short of 128 monthly votes. In the case of double, I only need 64. Brothers and sisters, let's get the monthly votes. Steel Spear continued to shut himself away and write 64 chapters, and I'll add more, 64 chapters, and I'll add more. 64. As the car had to be left at the airport, Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck, the night of the 11th Shi, which was too cool. He was a little worried about leaving it at the airport overnight. Taoyuan Farm was about 20 to 30 minutes away from Chongqing Airport by car. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the airport, she parked her car in the overnight parking lot and walked to the harbor hall with her suitcase. She took the escalator to the harbor hall upstairs. Xia Ruofei found a place to sit down in the main hall and took out his phone to call Tian Huilan. Little Xia, have you arrived? Yes, Secretary Tian. I'm at the departure hall now. Xia Ruofei replied. Okay, I need about 5 minutes. You can wait for me there. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Normally, it would take about 40 minutes to get here from the city. As the leader of the provincial party committee, Tian Huilan had to apply for leave from the organization. In other words, not only did she apply for leave in the first place, but she also made the driver race all the way. That was how they could arrive at the airport so quickly. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei saw an Audi driving at high speed to the entrance of the departure hall. Tian Huilan did not wait for the secretary to open the door and opened the door herself to get out. Her new female secretary quickly walked to the trunk and took out a small suitcase, then jogged all the way to catch up with Tian Huilan. Xia Ruofei also stood up and went out to welcome him. Xia, there's not much time left. We'll tell you in detail when we get on the plane. Tian Huilan said directly. All right, he said. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes with a work pass also quickly came up and said, Secretary Tian, please follow me. Xia Ruofei took note of his work pass. He was the deputy general manager of the airport group. He had 3 boarding passes in his hand, which meant that he had prepared them in advance. The 3 of them followed the vice president to a prepared passage and quickly passed through the security check. The vice president also showed his work pass and followed them into the restricted area. Then, he quickly led the 3 people to a boarding gate. From the time Tian Huilan entered the airport to the time the 3 of them stepped on the boarding bridge, It took less than 3 minutes. It could be said that they were extremely efficient. Xia Ruofei also took a look at the boarding gate and realized that there were only 3 minutes left before the departure time. Under normal circumstances, the plane should have stopped boarding more than 20 minutes ago. By now, the door should have been closed, or even slid to the runway to wait for departure. In other words, because of Tian Huilan, the flight had been delayed. This made Xia Ruofei even more curious about the patient's identity. Making the plane wait for 10 to 20 minutes was an easy task for Tian Huilan. The key was that a high-ranking leader like her usually cherished her reputation very much. For Tian Huilan to do this for this patient, he must be an extremely important person to her. As Xia Ruofei thought about this, he did not slow down at all. The three of them soon arrived at the cabin door. The purser personally welcomed them at the door and led the three to the first-class cabin. After Tian Huilan's secretary had settled their luggage, she respectfully bade Tian Huilan and Xia Ruofei farewell and left. Her seat was in economy class. The cabin door closed after the three of them boarded the plane. Then, just as Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan were putting on their seat belts, the plane trembled slightly, and the tractor started to push the plane out. Immediately after, the plane came to the end of the runway. Through the runway. Without waiting for a second, it drove directly onto the runway. After the body of the plane was adjusted, it did not stop. It directly added the take-off thrust, and the Airbus A380 began to accelerate and take off. In other words, the airport control had also opened a green channel for this plane. As soon as Tian Huilan arrived, this plane was immediately added to the first flight of the take-off sequence. There was no need to wait, and it could fly as it came. After the plane took off, Tian Huilan turned to look at Xia Ruofei and said gratefully, "Thank you, Xia." "Don't mention it, Secretary Tian. I don't know if I can help," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "No matter what, I'll owe you this," Tian Huilan said. "As for Elder Song's condition, we can only say that we've done our best and leave it to fate." "Is the patient's surname Song?" Xia Ruofei asked subconsciously. His brain was spinning fast as he tried to think of the big shots with the surname Song in Huaxia. However, Xia Ruofei did not know much about Huaxia's political scene. Unless it was someone with a very high position, Xia Ruofei would not know. He did know of a big shot with the surname Song, but his status was too high. Xia Ruofei did not dare to think of him. And if that person's illness was so serious, he should have been receiving treatment in the capital long ago. How could he be in Jiangnan province? Just as Xia Ruofei's mind was racing, Tian Huilan smiled and said, "Xia, stop guessing. It's the elder Song you're thinking of." Xia Ruofei's jaw dropped. You're saying the capital." At this point, Xia Ruofei pointed up and continued, "That person? Haven't you noticed that he hasn't appeared on any news or screens in the past year?" Tian Huilan nodded. Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment. "Secretary Tian, I don't really pay attention to the news." Then, Xia Ruofei asked in confusion, "But why is Elder Song in Jiangnan province? Since he's so seriously ill, shouldn't he?" "This is Elder Song's own wish," Tian Huilan said. "After he returned from his surgery Germany, he requested to return to Jiangnan province, to recuperate. He's planning to return to his roots." Xia Ruofei also immediately realized the extraordinary significance of Jiangnan province, to Elder Song. Elder Song was definitely a legendary figure. Xia Ruofei, who was once an excellent soldier, knew about Elder Song's situation because of his legendary experience. As Elder Song was once a general with outstanding military achievements, his legendary experience was closely related to Jiangnan province. Elder Song was not from Jiangnan, but he had fled to Jiangnan when he was young. At the age of 15, he had joined the People's Army of Xia, who had passed by this place. He had followed the army all the way south and liberated half of Xia. Before the founding of the country, he had already grown into an excellent battalion commander before he was even 18 years old. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he had participated in 2 wars and made great military achievements. His position had also been promoted rapidly. His troops had been stationed in Jiangnan province during peaceful times. Even more legendary was that in the 1990s, he, who was already a major general, responded to the call for disarmament and took the initiative to transfer to a local area. It was very rare for a general to change his career. Elder Song, who set an example, was directly placed in a deputy provincial leader position in Jiangnan province. Elder Song, who was working in a local area, was still full of vigor. He was quickly promoted to the head of Jiangnan province. After nearly 10 years of governing Jiangnan, he made great progress and was transferred to Beijing to serve as a corps leader. 3 years ago, the 80-year-old Elder Song retired from his position as a leader. However, Elder Song's influence was still unparalleled, be it in the local or the military. To this day, the legendary story of the regiment commander, Elder Song, personally entering the enemy camp on the battlefield of the southern border and catching their tongues was still circulating in the military. It could be said that Elder Song's entire life was closely tied to Jiangnan province, so it was reasonable for him to choose to stay in Jiangnan in the last days of his life. Xia Ruofei felt like he was in a dream when he thought about how he was going to meet the idol of countless soldiers, the legend of legends, and how he was going to treat his cancer. Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Xiao Xia, Elder Song and my family have a deep relationship, and I'm indebted to him for his knowledge and guidance. Please, Secretary Tian, don't worry." Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Tian Huilan to finish her sentence and said, "I will do my best to save Elder Song's life. Even if he couldn't be completely cured, he would try his best to prolong his life, to ease his pain." Tian Huilan's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude as she said, "Okay, thank you, Xia." Xia Ruofei was in a state of excitement the entire journey. Soon, the plane began to slowly descend and finally landed smoothly on the runway of Hangzhou International Airport. Would he be able to see Elder Song soon? Xia Ruofei felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness and excitement. P.S. Although it was still a little bit off, Steel Gun could already feel the enthusiasm of his brothers and sisters. Since this chapter was already finished, he might as well directly update it. He believed that he would definitely be able to get 300 votes before midnight. Thank you to 08F for your 10,000 monthly votes. Thank you to Heritage Acquaintance for your monthly votes and red packets, and thank you for your recommendations, tips, and votes. There's only 1 day left, and the gap between us and the rest is getting smaller and smaller. Brothers and sisters who still have monthly votes, please support Steel Gun again. I'm going to continue writing, thank you. The plane left the runway and accurately stopped at the parking spot through the runway. After the plane came to a stop, the covered bridge was soon pulled up, but at the same time an accommodation car also drove over and leaned against a door on the side of the first-class cabin. The crew member opened the door. At this moment, Tian Huilan's secretary also arrived in the first-class cabin. The three of them did not cross the corridor bridge with the ordinary passengers. Secretary Xiao took Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan's luggage, then they directly disembarked from the first-class cabin door through the accommodation ladder. A military leopard stopped not far from the plane. A lieutenant colonel quickly walked up and saluted Tian Huilan, saying in a clear voice, "Hello, Secretary Tian. I've been ordered to welcome you. It's been hard on you. Let's go." Tian Huilan nodded slightly. Yes. The lieutenant colonel opened the leopard's door. Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan got into the back while Tian Huilan's secretary, Xiao Xiao, sat in the front seat. After the lieutenant colonel closed the door for Tian Huilan, he quickly got into the car and started the cheetah cross country. However, the car didn't drive out of the airport. Instead, it went straight to the helipad. In the distance, the speed was obviously beyond the speed limit of the airport. Elder Song's condition was not good. Before the car stopped, Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He saw a Mi-171 helicopter in camouflage paint. There was a serial number starting with A on the body of the helicopter, indicating that this helicopter was from the Air Force. When the helicopter saw the cheetah approaching, the helicopter's rotor started to spin. When the car stopped at a safe distance in front of the helicopter was ready to take off at any time. The lieutenant colonel opened the car door for Tian Huilan. He was only in charge of coordinating the matters at the airport and sending her here. Hence, after Xia Ruofei and the other two alighted, the lieutenant colonel stood by the car and waved goodbye to the three. Xia Ruofei and the other two jogged towards the helicopter, braving the turbulence caused by the rotor wings. A pilot in a blue flight suit stood at the cabin door and helped Tian Huilan and Secretary Xiao Xiao into the helicopter. Just as the pilot reached out his hand, Xia Ruofei had already run up and stepped on the accommodation ladder. His body was like a cheetah as he scurried into the plane. As the last person to board the plane, Xia Ruofei habitually turned around and prepared to close the cabin door. In the Lone Wolf Assault Team, this boarding action had been trained thousands of times, and it had long become a conditioned reflex. It was only when Xia Ruofei felt the pilot's strange gaze that he reacted. He revealed an embarrassed smile and retracted his hand. The pilot also smiled, put away the accommodation ladder, and quickly closed the cabin door. Then he patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. As the plane's engine revved, he leaned over to Xia Ruofei's ear and said loudly, "Brother, you were a soldier before, right?" His movements are very standard. Xia Ruofei grinned and nodded at him. The pilot gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and then went into the cockpit. Xia Ruofei and the other two sat down. The helicopter trembled slightly and then took off. After rising to a certain altitude, the head of the helicopter lowered slightly, and the helicopter began to fly quickly in the direction west of Hangzhou. The cabin of a military helicopter was filled with loud roars. Moreover, due to the low flight altitude, it was affected by the airflow, so it was quite bumpy along the way. Tian Huilan and Secretary Zhao's faces were pale, and their hands were tightly clasped together. It was obvious that this was their first time riding a military helicopter. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was the exact opposite. This gave him a very familiar feeling. When he was in the army, he had taken this helicopter countless times, sometimes for training, sometimes for missions. Most of the time, the members of the assault team closed their eyes to rest in the helicopter. The noisy and bumpy environment was the best place for them to rest before a big battle. Even though he was away from the military, Xia Ruofei still felt his blood boiling when he heard the sound of the helicopter's rotor wings. This time, the flight time was not long. After about half an hour, the plane began to descend slowly and soon landed steadily on an open space. When the three of them got off the plane, an off-road command vehicle was already waiting not far away. A major with an elite short hair welcomed the three of them into the car, and then the car quickly left the helicopter landing field. Xia Ruofei noticed that they were in a lush mountain forest. The SUV quickly turned into a deep, curved path and drove up the mountain along the path that was only 3 meters wide and lined with thick holly trees. Along the way, there were 3 rounds of strict checks. With Xia Ruofei's keen senses as a Special Forces soldier, he found at least 4 hidden sentries. The soldiers in these hidden sentries were all armed with live ammunition. This place was really heavily guarded. No one spoke along the way, and there was an inexplicable tension in the silence. Finally, after passing through the 4th checkpoint, the command vehicle stopped in front of a courtyard. The walls of the courtyard were mottled, showing the traces of time. The courtyard was a gray 3-story building with a rough style and hard lines. It was built with the help of his elder brother. After Tian Huilan's group of 3 got out of the car, a man in his 40s who had been waiting at the entrance of the courtyard immediately came up to them. The man was wearing a gray jacket, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed. He nodded slightly to Tian Huilan and said, "Secretary Tian, you've had a long journey." Tian Huilan didn't dare to be negligent and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Liu. How's Elder Song?" Manager Liu's expression darkened. "It's not too optimistic. The doctor said that it might be within the next few days. The bureau chief has been in a coma for longer and longer. He can barely speak when he wakes up occasionally. He was already put on a ventilator this morning." Manager Liu's eyes turned red. He was Elder Song's secretary and had been with him for almost 10 years. When Elder Song retired from his position as a leader, he was supposed to be assigned to an important position in an eastern province, but Manager Liu couldn't bear to leave the old chief and asked to continue working with Elder Song. Manager Liu had long regarded Elder Song as his family. Now that Elder Song was about to pass away, he couldn't help but feel sad. He took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. Then, he said to Tian Huilan, "Secretary Tian, you said on the phone that you wanted to bring a Chinese medicine doctor to take a look at the chief's condition. This?" Manager Liu looked at Xia Ruofei and then at his secretary, Yang Xiao. He felt that neither of them looked like celestial-looking old Chinese doctors. Tian Huilan quickly said, "Manager Liu, let me introduce you. This young man is Xia Ruofei. Little Xia is very accomplished in Chinese medicine. I asked him to take a look at Elder Song in the hope that it can help with his condition. Little Xia, this is Liu Lianqing, Manager Liu. He's Elder Song's personal secretary." Manager Liu didn't expect the Chinese medicine Tian Huilan was talking about to be this young man in his 20s. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were about to pop out. P.S. Today, Steel Gun was really going all out. He didn't take a nap in the afternoon and had been waiting until now after dinner. It was the last day, and the situation with the monthly votes was getting worse. And worse. Steel Gun was also burning with anxiety. Was he really going to fail on the last day? There are less than 23 hours left. If my brothers and sisters don't vote, the monthly votes in their hands will be invalid. Please support me again on account of Steel Gun's hard work. In the past 30 days, I didn't sleep earlier than 2 o'clock. Can't this kind of hard work be exchanged for the results I want? I don't believe it. Secretary Tian, are you joking? Manager Liu was in disbelief. Manager Liu, would I dare to joke about elder Song's matter? Tian Huilan asked seriously. Xiao Xia is really the Chinese medicine doctor I invited. Manager Liu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, but, this is also, Manager Liu, don't underestimate Xia because he's young. His medical skills are definitely not inferior to those famous doctors in big hospitals. Tian Huilan said, moreover, he's especially good at treating difficult diseases. At this point, Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei with a questioning look. Xia Ruofei also understood Tian Huilan's meaning and nodded slightly. Tian Huilan continued, Xiao Xia had successfully cured a case of severe autism. She had also completely cured a patient with a severe cerebral hemorrhage. At that time, Hong Kong's Hengfeng Hospital had already declared that there was no hope of saving the patient. Manager Liu was slightly surprised. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Dr. Xia, it's not that I don't trust you, but the chief's identity. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I understand. Manager Liu, Secretary Tian wouldn't treat the chief's life as a child's play. You should be very clear about this. I understand, Manager Liu said, but all of the bureau chief's treatment is handled by the specialist group sent by the police. If we were to rashly use Chinese medicine for treatment, and with all due respect, Dr. Xia, you're still so young. I'm afraid it's not easy to talk to the specialist group. When Elder Song had decided to come to Jiangnan province to recuperate after returning to the country, the organization had immediately set up a special medical team, including some medical equipment that were all transported by air from room 301. In addition, they had also sent a reinforced company to take on the task of guarding the bureau chief. This company came from the old army that Elder Song had served as the commander of. They were absolutely loyal and reliable. All of Elder Song's treatment plans were drawn up by a group of experts. As Elder Song's secretary, Manager Liu had no say in the treatment. Manager Liu, can't you think of something? Tian Huilan frowned slightly and asked, we rushed over as quickly as possible just to do our part. Since the effect of the previous treatment was not obvious, and her condition continued to worsen, why not try Chinese medicine treatment? Tian Huilan was just short of saying treating a dead horse as if it were alive. After all, Elder Song was a highly respected person, and it would be too disrespectful to compare him to a dead horse. I understand. Secretary Tian, I also understand and thank you for Elder Song's sincere attitude. Manager Liu said, but the team leader of the specialist group is the youngest chief physician in the entire hospital, Liang Haitao. He's not easy to talk to, the one from the Liang family? Tian Huilan's brows furrowed. Manager Liu nodded without saying anything. There were some big families in China that had great influence in the political and business fields. These families often had many members in important positions, and their ancestors had come from the war. Every family had a heritage that ordinary people couldn't imagine. The Liang family of Beijing was one of the well-known families. Even Tian Huilan had heard of this young chief physician, Liang Haitao. He was only 30 years old this year, but his resume was brilliant. After he graduated from Columbia University, he joined Harvard University's post-doc station. After working for 2 years, he became an associate chief physician and was named a chief physician last year. He was also the youngest official title holder in the history of the police force. Such a young man, with a powerful family background, was naturally proud. Furthermore, Chief Physician Liang had studied abroad for many years. He highly respected Western medicine and disdained Chinese medicine. He even publicly expressed his doubts about Chinese medicine on the internet, which was criticized by many seniors in the Chinese medicine industry. However, they didn't take these criticisms seriously and continued to do things their own way. This was the confidence of a big family. Liang Haitao was now in charge of Elder Song's specialist medical team. It was difficult to get the medical team to agree to the intervention of Chinese medicine, especially when it was done by a young Chinese medicine practitioner like Xia Ruofei, who did not seem very reliable. Tian Huilan was also in a difficult position. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "Manager Liu, you should know the situation of the bureau chief the best. If we don't think of other ways, I don't think I need to say what the final result will be, right? To be honest, I don't have any confidence even if I use traditional Chinese medicine to treat it. I can only say that I'm trying my best." At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and looked at Manager Liu before he continued, "However, if you don't even try, then there's no hope at all. If you try, you might still have a chance. So, it all depends on whether you're Manager Liu or Lu Lianqing." Xia Ruofei's last sentence was meaningful and obvious. It all depended on whether Manager Liu was concerned about his political future or Elder Song's safety. Manager Liu's eyes showed a conflicted look. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good. Dr. Xia, I'll fight for it. Do your best to fight for it. Even if Dr. Liang doesn't agree, I'll try my best to create an opportunity for you to get close to Elder Song." Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with admiration. He could tell that Manager Liu really treated Elder Song as a family member. One must know that a high-level official like Elder Song had a very strict medical plan. If Manager Liu really bypassed the medical team and allowed Xia Ruofei to get involved in the treatment of Chinese medicine, it was equivalent to gambling his political life. From Manager Liu's point of view, the chances of winning this gamble were very low. Xia Ruofei was too young. It was impossible for a young man like him to cure late-stage liver cancer. However, Manager Liu still made a decision for that slim hope, which made Xia Ruofei admire him. However, Manager Liu continued, "We can't skip the necessary review process. I hope you can understand this, Dr. Xia." "I understand," Xia Ruofei nodded. Xia Ruofei had once carried out a security mission for the bureau chief. He knew very well that not just anyone could come into contact with the bureau chief, especially someone at Elder Song's level. He had strict security rules. Anyone who got close to him had to go through a strict political review. Even Manager Liu did not dare to go against this. Tian Huilan was also prepared. She gestured to her secretary, Xiao, who immediately took out a piece of paper from her briefcase and handed it to her. Tian Huilan took it and passed it to Manager Liu. "Manager Liu, this is Xiao Xia's basic condition." Manager Liu nodded and took the piece of paper. He glanced at it and handed it to the major who had gone to the airport to pick up the person. Su Wu, go and verify the information immediately. Be quick. Yes. The major took the piece of paper and quickly returned to the courtyard. Secretary Tian, let's go in. Manager Lu said to Tian Huilan. The floor. Elder Song is on has already been completely controlled, and he's still unconscious, so I'm afraid you can't visit him. For now. Alright, thank you for the trouble, Manager Lu, Tian Huilan nodded. Manager Lu led Tian Huilan and the other two into the small courtyard. After bringing them to a room, Manager Lu said, please have a seat, I'll go talk to team leader Liang. Last chapter of September, a 3,000-word chapter. In the room. The three of them sat on the sofa. In silence. Secretary Xiao was a little reserved. She hadn't been working for Tian Huilan for long, and this was the first time she had experienced such a big scene. Tian Huilan, on the other hand, looked a little worried. From the moment she found out that the person in charge of the medical team was Liang Haitao, she had been very pessimistic about the prospects of this trip. She wasn't worried about her political future. Elder Song had a deep relationship with her family. She just wanted to do her best. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Xia Ruofei to help her. It was a big risk to ask Xia Ruofei to save her. Moreover, Tian Huilan was a vice provincial-level cadre and a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. She already had her own foundation, so it wasn't easy for others to suppress her. She was completely worried about Elder Song's safety. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was the calmest. He leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed expression and closed his eyes. It wasn't that Xia Ruofei didn't care about Old Song. On the contrary, Xia Ruofei was full of respect for the idol of countless soldiers. When he heard that he was the patient on the plane, Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind to save Elder Song's life no matter what. Since he had already made up his mind, there was nothing to consider. It didn't matter whether the medical group agreed or not, or even if Manager Lu failed to bring him to Elder Song, it didn't matter. Xia Ruofei was very confident in his own skills. He knew very well that the security of the senior leaders was tight on the outside and loose on the inside. They were surrounded by an iron bucket on the outside and were impregnable. The internal defense was mainly made up of a few elite forces. The reconnaissance company of the Army Corps was indeed a powerful force. However, in front of the elite member of the Lone Wolf Assault Team, Xia Ruofei, it was still not enough. Especially since Xia Ruofei had absorbed so many petals of the exotic flower, his skills were more than twice as strong as when he was in the army. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei only needed a few seconds to save Elder Song's life. He was confident that he could do it even if he had to face soldiers with loaded guns. Hence, at this moment, Xia Ruofei was completely calm. Just like before he carried out his mission in the army, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. He did not think about anything else. The three of them didn't have to wait long before someone knocked on the door. Manager Lu pushed the door open and walked in. Tian Huilan suddenly stood up and asked, Manager Lu, how's the coordination going? Secretary Tian, Director Liang, is making a ward round in Elder Song's room. We'll have to wait for a while, Manager Lu said. Oh, sorry for the trouble, Tian Huilan said. Secretary Tian, you're too kind. It's all for the chief, Manager Lu said politely. At this moment, Major Suwu walked over from the room next door with a fax in his hand. He first looked at Xia Ruofei with a strange and curious look. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and quickly thought of the reason. In the information provided by Tian Huilan, Xia Ruofei's military service resume only had a unit code and nothing special. However, when Suwu checked the information, he could get more detailed information. This major was obviously Elder Song's personal guard. If he was not mistaken, he should be under the National Guard Bureau. With his authority, he naturally had access to more core secrets. Xia Ruofei's service history in the Lone Wolf Assault Team was not a secret to him. He could easily find out. From Suwu's strange look, she could tell that he must have found out about Xia Ruofei's military service experience. He even knew about the life and death battles that Xia Ruofei had experienced. In the sealed files, Suwu handed the fax to Manager Liu and said in a clear voice, "Director, the information has been checked. Xia. Dr. Xia has no problems, but what?" Manager Liu asked with a frown. "You should see for yourself." Suwu then handed the fax to Manager Liu. Manager Liu took the fax and looked at it suspiciously, and the surprise on his face became more and more obvious. Finally, he looked up at Xia Ruofei and said, "Dr. Xia, I didn't expect you to have such a rich military service resume, Manager Liu. Is there a problem?" Tian Huilan asked, slightly nervous. "Oh, there's no problem," Manager Liu said kindly. "However, Dr. Xia's resume is confidential, so I'm sorry I can't let you have a look." Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise and said, "It's okay, as long as little Xia's political review doesn't have any problems." Manager Liu nodded and then asked, "Dr. Xia, I didn't see any medical practice in your resume. Also, you don't seem to have a formal medical qualification certificate." Xia Ruofei said, "I've never been to a Chinese medical academy. I learned my medical skills from my master. I've been serving in the army all these years. I didn't get a medical qualification certificate." Manager Liu, although Xiao Xia doesn't have a medical license, I've seen his medical skills with my own eyes. I can guarantee that. Tian Huilan quickly said. "I know, this. It's okay," Manager Liu said with a bitter smile. In his opinion, it didn't matter if Xia Ruofei had a medical license or not. Liang Haitao would never allow anyone to touch his business, not to mention that Xia Ruofei was such a young Chinese medicine practitioner. Liang Haitao hated Chinese medicine the most. He thought that it was witchcraft to trick people. Just as they were talking, footsteps came from the corridor and a few people in white coats walked over. Soon, they arrived at the door of the room. One of the doctors, who was in his early 30s, stopped in his tracks and casually swept his gaze over Tian Huilan and the others. "Director Liang, are you done with the ward round?" Manager Liu greeted him. "So, this was the leader of the medical team, Liang Haitao." Xia Ruofei glanced at him and saw that Director Liang's face was white and clean. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, and his hair was smooth and shiny. In all fairness, Liang Haidao's looks were considered rather handsome. However, Xia Ruofei felt that he had a feminine aura about him, especially his eyes, which gave people an uncomfortable feeling. Liang Haitao nodded slightly and asked, "Manager Liu, who are these people?" "Oh, Director Liang, let me introduce you," Manager Liu said quickly. "This is Comrade Tian Huilan, a member of the Standing Committee of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee and the Secretary of the Sanshan Provincial Committee." Secretary Huilan, this is the head of the Bureau Chief Specialist Medical Group, Director Liang Haitao. Tian Huilan revealed an elegant smile and nodded at Liang Haitao. Hello, Director Liang. Liang Haitao didn't expect the woman in front of him, who seemed to have taken good care of herself, to be a deputy provincial minister. He restrained his arrogance and said, "Oh, it's Secretary Tian." "Hello. Director Liang, how's the chief?" Manager Lu asked. Liang Haidao frowned, not too optimistic. This kind of cancer has already spread throughout the body, and the prognosis is very bad. Moreover, due to the influence of the cancer cells, the chief has already shown signs of organ failure in many organs. Director Liang, is there any other way? Manager Lu asked, his face darkened. From a medical perspective, the bureau chief's condition has entered an irreversible state. Liang Haidao shook his head. Manager Lu already knew the answer, but he still couldn't help but look sad. He hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and saying, "Director Liang, this is Mr. Xia, a doctor that Secretary Tian personally brought here. I would like to ask him to do another examination for the chief." Liang Haidao was stunned when he heard that. He stared at Manager Lu for a few seconds, then looked at Xia Ruofei before saying, "Manager Lu, are you sure you're not joking with me?" "Director Liang, I'm very serious," Manager Lu said. "With the chief's current condition, it can't be any worse. Dr. Xia has some experience in treating liver cancer, so I hope he can do a check for the chief." Manager Lu didn't dare to say the word Chinese medicine from the start because he knew about the feud between Liang Haitao and the Chinese medicine industry. "Nonsense," Liang Haitao rebuked angrily. "Do you think it's child's play to examine and treat the chief? Then what's the point of having our specialist group?" Manager Lu was already a director and was Elder Song's personal secretary, but Liang Haitao didn't give him any face at all. He spoke as if he was lecturing a subordinate. Obviously, this person's emotional intelligence was very low. Of course, it could not be ruled out that he was certain that Elder Song's illness could not be cured and that Manager Lu was destined to retire from politics. That was why he dared to be so presumptuous. Manager Lu's face couldn't help but sink, no matter how well-mannered he was. "Director Liang, I'm not denying the work of the specialist group. The current situation is that the specialist group doesn't have a good treatment plan. Why can't you let Dr. Xia try it?" Liang Haidao snorted coldly and said, "Give it a try? Who do you think Elder Song is? Ah? Could any random cat or dog come up and try? The bureau chief's healthcare has a set of systems. As Elder Song's personal secretary, you should know about this, right?" Tian Huilan couldn't help but furrow her brows. She had heard of the Liang family's young master's actions, but seeing it with her own eyes today, she realized that the rumors were just too exaggerated. Xia Ruofei was brought here by her personally. Liang Haidao was not giving her any face by calling her a nobody in front of her. "Director Liang, do you mean that I, Tian Huilan, have deliberately sent people here to murder Elder Song?" she said in a cold voice. "I wouldn't dare," Liang Haitao replied coldly. Secretary Tian would never have the intention to harm Elder Song, but he might be deceived. Then, Liang Haitao stared at Xia Ruofei with a dark look and asked condescendingly, "Which medical school did you graduate from? Who was the teacher? Which hospital do you work in now?" Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Director Lu has already gone through a strict review of my resume. I don't think there's a need to report it to Director Liang again, right? The political review doesn't seem to be the medical team's job." scope. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, also, when Western medicine is at its wit's end, trying traditional Chinese medicine is the choice that ordinary patients would make. Why did Director Liang, as the chief physician of room 301, refuse to try it without even trying? When Liang Haitao heard the word Chinese medicine, his eyes widened. He stared at Xia Ruofei and asked, "What did you just say? Chinese medicine? You're a Chinese medicine doctor?" "That's right," Xia Ruofei said calmly. Liang Haitao turned to manager Liu and said, "Old Liu, are you crazy? I won't say anything if you took the liberty to find a doctor from the outside, but you actually found a sneaky Chinese medicine doctor? And a Chinese medicine doctor who hasn't even grown his hair. Are you joking with me?" Without waiting for manager Liu to speak, Xia Ruofei spoke first. "Director Liang, is Chinese medicine all about pretending to be mysterious? This doesn't sound like something a chief physician with higher medical education would say." Manager Liu's expression was ugly. He didn't want Xia Ruofei to have a direct conflict with this young master with a terrifying background. Especially after looking at Xia Ruofei's resume, he had a good impression and respect for this young man, so he kept winking at Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei pretended not to see it and continued, "If Chinese medicine was all a trick, then the thousands of Chinese medicine hospitals and colleges in China would have been closed down by the country long ago. That's feudal superstition." Liang Haitao laughed coldly. "If it's not acting mysterious, then what is it? If he could diagnose a disease just by touching the pulse, then what was the point of having those expensive medical equipment? CT, X-ray, and MRI scans could all be eliminated. And those roots and tree bark can cure diseases? Who knew what the ingredients were? It's really a joke." The doctors beside Liang Haitao chimed in. "Young man, medicine is a very rigorous thing. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't know anything, Director Liang is a professor who just returned from abroad. Do you know better than him? The international community doesn't recognize Chinese medicine. They think it's an ancient Eastern witchcraft without any scientific evidence." As a doctor in the specialist group, Liang Haitao's philosophy was naturally similar to his. Otherwise, Liang Haitao would not have brought them here. Therefore, there was not a single experienced Chinese medicine doctor in this medical team. All the doctors even looked down on Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Since when did the international community not recognize Chinese medicine? Many famous foreign athletes like to use Chinese medicine to do cupping." Xia Ruofei wasn't spouting nonsense. Famous swimmer Phelps, gymnast Naldo, and Olympic champion Evelyn were all very keen on Chinese medicine cupping therapy. Naldo even told the media that cupping therapy was his secret weapon to maintain his health, and the effect was better than any treatment he had ever spent money on. Xia Ruofei continued, "Some foreign anti-Chinese media deliberately hyped up the pseudo-scientific theory of Chinese medicine. As the descendants of Yan and Huang, you guys actually joined in? What kind of mentality was this? No one here would have the opportunity to receive Western medicine treatment if they were a few generations older. Right? Then, they would still be alive and well, and they would have offspring. This is really a miracle of life." Xia Ruofei could not stand people who worshipped foreign countries and forgot their ancestors. Seeing the faces of Liang Haitao and the doctors, he could not hold back his anger. "Impudent! How can you talk to Director Liang like that? You really have no respect for your elders and don't know the rules. The doctors were all indignant. Liang Haidao's face was also livid. He snorted and said, I have nothing to say to an ignorant person like you. Then Liang Haidao said to manager Lu, old Lu. As long as I'm the head of the specialist team, I won't allow such a deceitful person to get close to Elder Song. As for your interference in the medical work of the expert group, I will report it to the higher ups. Just wait for your punishment. Then, Liang Haitao looked at Xia Ruofei coldly and said, let's go. Manager Lu, are Elder Song's children here? Xia Ruofei asked. Manager Lu was stunned for a moment before saying, the bureau chief's condition has worsened drastically this morning. I've already informed his children. However, most of them hold important positions in various places and need to go through the leave application procedures. Moreover, the transportation in Hangzhou is not as convenient as that in Beijing. So, they are still on their way here. In fact, Tian Huilan had also received the news around the same time and had immediately contacted Xia Ruofei. However, she wanted to bring Xia Ruofei to Elder Song's treatment as soon as possible. She had coordinated with many parties in the military and had arrived in Hangzhou earlier than Elder Song's children. Dr. Xia, why are you asking this? Manager Liu asked after he finished. Xia Ruofei glanced at Liang Haitao and said, it's nothing. I just think that Elder Song's decision to accept Chinese medicine treatment should be decided by his children, not by the so-called specialist group. Liang Haitao, who was already walking out, stopped in his tracks and turned around. He sneered, you're really ignorant to the extreme. Do you think Elder Song is an ordinary person? And the children decide? To tell you the truth, even Elder Song's children have to get my permission to visit him. With that, Liang Haitao turned around and left. At that moment, a piercing warning sound suddenly came from the corridor. Manager Lu's expression changed and said, not good. The chief's condition has changed. Elder Song's small courtyard had been specially renovated. The entire building was equipped with alarms connected to the wards. This was to ensure that when Elder Song's vital signs were abnormal, no matter where the doctor was, he would be the first to know and immediately organize an emergency rescue. Liang Haidao's face turned serious. He led a few doctors and ran to the stairs. Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and said, Manager Lu, let's go and take a look. All right. Manager Lu said, without much hesitation. Tian Huilan told her secretary, Xiao Xiao, to wait there, and then she quickly went up. The second floor was already in a state of chaos. When a nurse saw Liang Haitao, she immediately said, Director Liang, Chief's blood pressure and pulse are dropping. He's in a critical condition. Prepare the cardiac stimulant. Liang Haitao ordered loudly as he walked towards the ward. Walking to the door of Elder Song's room, Liang Haitao saw Manager Lu and the other two from the corner of his eye. He stopped and frowned, Manager Lu, don't come over and make trouble. Hurry up and urge the chief's family. Also, according to the procedure, you should immediately report to the central government. I'm afraid the chief can't hold on for much longer. After that, Liang Haitao quickly entered the ward with his men. In all fairness, although Liang Haitao's young master had a lot of bad habits and had a very serious prejudice against Chinese medicine, his professional quality in the field of Western medicine was still very good. After all, he had studied in many famous schools and had a lot of opportunities to practice clinical medicine after working in 301. His medical skills naturally improved very quickly. There was no specialist with a high title who had an undeserved reputation. Therefore, even though Elder Song's condition was critical, Liang Haitao remained calm and started to organize the rescue. Manager Liu, who had always been calm and steady, was a little flustered. He had followed Elder Song for more than 10 years, and his feelings for Elder Song were no different from family. He was a little out of his wits when Elder Song was dying. Tian Huilan reminded Manager Liu in a low voice. Manager Liu woke up from his daze and quickly took out his phone to call Elder Song's children. However, after a round of calls, only Elder Song's eldest son picked up. His plane had just landed at Hangzhou Airport and he was rushing over in a car. The others had their phones turned off, so they must still be on the plane. After the call, Manager Liu looked at Xia Ruofei, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Xia Ruofei said calmly, Manager Liu, don't be anxious. Let's see how the emergency situation is. If it really doesn't work, I'll force my way in. I can't guarantee anything else, but it's not a problem for Elder Song to hold on until his children arrive. Of course, Xia Ruofei was being conservative. In fact, as long as he was willing to part with the petals of the flower, it was possible to cure eccentric Song in a short time. However, that would be too shocking. Xia Ruofei would not do that. In the ward, Liang Haitao and his medical team quickly injected Elder Song with a cardiac injection. Under the forced effect of the medicine, Elder Song's blood pressure and pulse were temporarily stabilized, and they were starting to rise again. However, Xia Ruofei still noticed that Elder Song's hands that were exposed outside the blanket had some black spots. This was caused by the cancer cells invading his entire body. It meant that he was about to die. It could be said that if it wasn't for eccentric Song's special status, any ordinary person would have been gone by now. Now, it was completely meaningless to rely on devices and drugs to prolong his survival. If Xia Ruofei had not come today, then there was really nothing they could do. Liang Haidao wiped his sweat and checked the monitoring device again before he got up and left the room. When he saw Manager Liu and the other two, he couldn't help but frown and ask, why are you guys still here? Manager Liu, have you informed the chief's family? The effects of the cardiac stimulant won't last for too long. The bureau chief might not be able to last more than a few hours. I've already called, but only Chief Judge Song has arrived in Hangzhou and is on his way. The others' phones are all turned off, so they should still be on the plane, Director Liu said. Then he couldn't help but ask, Director Liang, is there really no other way? Liang Haitao said impatiently, Old Liu, I've told you many times. The bureau chief is at his last moment. There are some things that need to be prepared. Then, Liang Haitao looked at Xia Ruofei sternly and said, also, this person is not allowed to enter the ward. Did you hear that? The last sentence was directed at the two soldiers in charge of guarding the door. The two soldiers replied in unison, yes. They were on guard duty in the ward, so they naturally listened to the orders of the medical team leader. Liang Haitao glared at Xia Ruofei coldly before returning to the lounge next to Elder Song's ward. There were also hospital-like long chairs in the corridor. Manager Liu and the other two walked over and sat down. Manager Liu, what should we do now? Tian Huilan asked with a slight frown. Manager Liu's expression was serious. He thought for a while before asking, Dr. Xia, if you help, is there still hope for the chief? In fact, Manager Liu was already on the verge of despair. Almost everyone at his age had experienced the death of their loved ones. Manager Liu had already made a judgment about Elder Song's current situation, but he was unwilling to accept it emotionally. "We need to check the patient's condition to know," Xia Ruofei said calmly. "But it shouldn't be a big problem if it can extend his life for a few days." Manager Liu nodded and sat in his chair without saying anything. It was obvious that he was having an intense mental struggle. Tian Huilan stood up anxiously and looked into the room. Elder Song was lying quietly on the bed in the ward, and two doctors were nervously monitoring the complicated instruments. His personal guard, Su Wu, stood straight and not far from the door. His determined eyes were also filled with sadness. Only Xia Ruofei was sitting calmly on the chair. The small suitcase was beside his feet. As long as he had the solution in the suitcase, Xia Ruofei had nothing to worry about. Time passed by. About half an hour later, a doctor walked out of Elder Song's room in a hurry. He stood at the door of the lounge next door and said hurriedly, "Director Liang, the chief's vital signs are dropping again." Liang Haidao walked into the ward quickly. This time, he didn't even look at Xia Ruofei and the others. Just as Liang Haidao walked into the ward, all sorts of alarms went off again, which meant that Elder Song's vital signs had dropped to a very dangerous level. Manager Liu stood up immediately. He saw Liang Haidao checking Elder Song's pupils and doing some other checks. Then, he stood up and shook his head helplessly. "Director Liang." Manager Liu called out anxiously. "Old Liu, the bureau chief might not be able to wait for Secretary Song to arrive." Liang Haidao turned around and said. Obviously, Liang Haidao thought that the rescue method was useless and was giving up. In fact, if it was an ordinary person, the hospital would have told his family to give up treatment long ago. It was because of Elder Song's special status that the treatment was delayed for an entire day. "Don't we have the cardiac stimulant?" Manager Liu called out. "It's no use." Liang Haitao waved his hand weakly and said, "Hurry up and report to the higher UPS. We still have a lot of work to do." When such a big bureau chief passed away, the medical unit had to accurately record the time of death and all kinds of data, which had to be stored in the historical archives. In addition, the nurse had to clean the chief's body, change his clothes, and so on, before the body stiffened. Just then, Xia Ruofei stood up unhurriedly and walked into the ward with his suitcase. "Dr. Xia, Manager Liu called out. The two soldiers wanted to stop Xia Ruofei by reflex, but Xia Ruofei suddenly sped up. The two of them felt a huge force and were pushed to the sides. Xia Ruofei passed through the two soldiers in an instant. The two soldiers' expressions changed drastically, and they subconsciously grabbed their guns. At this time, Su Wu's eyes gleamed, and he shook his head at the two of them without a trace. The soldier looked confused, but he still looked at Su Wu and chose to obey his order. Manager Liu, Tian Huilan, and Su Wu saw that Xia Ruofei had entered, so they naturally followed him in. Manager Liu and Su Wu were both their superiors, so the two soldiers would not stop them. In the ward, Liang Haidao's face darkened when he saw Xia Ruofei enter. He shouted, "Who let you in? Get out of here immediately. Since you've given up, it's my turn now," Xia Ruofei said calmly. With that, Xia Ruofei walked straight to Elder Song's bed with his suitcase. "Impudent!" Liang Haidao scolded angrily. He walked forward to stop Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei only waved his arm lightly. Liang Haidao staggered and took a few steps back, hitting the wall in a sorry state. Xia Ruofei didn't even look at Liang Haidao. He placed the suitcase on the bedside table, unzipped it, and opened the lid. Xia Ruofei took out a porcelain bottle on the far right and deftly unscrewed the cap. Then, he walked to the bed and reached for the oxygen mask that Elder Song was wearing with his other hand. Bastard! What are you doing? Liang Haidao roared and rushed towards Xia Ruofei. But his body was stopped by a strong arm. The one who did it was Elder Song's personal guard, Su Wu. He only extended one hand and stopped Liang Haidao. Liang Haidao glared at Su Wu and rebuked, "Su Wu, get out of my way. I'm warning you, you've seriously violated medical discipline. Don't keep making mistakes." Su Wu's eyes were calm as he said indifferently, "Director Liang, since you've given up on saving the chief, I don't think it's a problem to let Dr. Xia take over the chief's treatment." Bullshit. Liang Haidao cursed, "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Liang Haidao cursed as he pushed Su Wu with all his might, but Su Wu was as immovable as an iron tower. Liang Haidao's small body was simply not on the same level as Su Wu asked Dr. Zhao, "Dr. Zhong, what are you two doing? Why aren't you stopping that bastard?" Liang Haidao roared. The other two doctors in the ward were shocked at first, but they only reacted after hearing Liang Haidao's roar. They quickly ran towards the bed. "Stop them!" Su Wu shouted sternly. The two soldiers had already rushed into the ward when the conflict broke out. Now that they heard Su Wu's order, they didn't even hesitate for a second. They immediately rushed in front of the two doctors and reached out to stop them. These two soldiers were from the army that Elder Song had once served as the commander of. This time, their entire reconnaissance company had been deployed around the small courtyard, acting as Elder Song's personal guard. As Elder Song's personal guard, Su Wu naturally became the direct leader of this company. Thus, the two soldiers did not hesitate to carry out Su Wu's orders. Manager Lu also shouted, "No one is allowed to get close to the bed. Do not disturb Dr. Xiao's treatment. Su Wu, get a few more soldiers here." Manager Lu had a calm personality, but he was not an indecisive person. Before Elder Song retired from his core leadership position, Manager Lu had been his secretary for a long time. How could a person who had been in the red wall of the palace for so many years be simple? Therefore, when he saw that they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, he made a decision. Without any hesitation. "Understood." "Yes." Su Wu replied loudly, then ordered loudly, "Squad leader Lu, transfer everyone from your class here. Bring your weapons." "Yes." The corporal of the two soldiers immediately responded. Then, squad leader Lu quickly left the ward, while the other soldier held his gun and looked at the two doctors vigilantly. The two doctors were so scared that they didn't dare to act rashly. Due to Su Wu's decisive reaction and Manager Lu's timely decision, the entire situation was under control. Xia Ruofei turned around and grinned at Su Wu, "Thank you, comrade." A rare smile appeared on Su Wu's usually stern face. However, he did not say anything and only nodded slightly at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei gave the worried Tian Huilan a reassuring look, then reached for the oxygen mask again. This time, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He took off his mask and put the porcelain bottle in his other hand to Elder Song's lips. Liang Haidao, who had been flying into a rage the whole time, calmed down instead. He looked at Xia Ruofei. with a dark gaze, and thought to himself, if he takes off his mask, Elder Song won't live for more than a minute. At that time, he'll die in your hands. I'll see how you end this. Manager Liu, Tian Huilan, and Su Wu couldn't help but hold their breaths. The alarm of the monitoring instrument became more urgent, and the screen showed that Elder Song's vital signs were dropping rapidly. Xia Ruofei did not panic at all. He fed the petal herbal tea from the porcelain bottle into Elder Song's mouth bit by bit. Even if a small portion leaked out from the corner of his mouth, Xia Ruofei did not care about the composition of the petals. As long as it was in contact with his skin, it would be directly received by the human body. Xia Ruofei fed Elder Song half a bottle before putting the oxygen mask back on. Then he tightened the bottle stopper and put the porcelain bottle on the bedside table. Then, he pulled a chair over and sat down in front of the bed. He put his hand on Elder Song's wrist and began to take his pulse. Xia Ruofei was very calm throughout the entire process. He closed his eyes when he felt her pulse and turned a deaf ear to the sharp alarm. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. The Corporal Lu, squad leader from earlier, had arrived at the ward with 8 or 9 soldiers with loaded guns. Squad leader Lu, Su Wu ordered, immediately organize a team to stand guard. Without my or manager Lu's permission, no one is allowed to approach the ward. Yes. Then, Su Wu looked at Liang Haitao and said, Director Liang, you guys should leave the ward first. From now on, Dr. Xia will be in charge of the chief's treatment. I can't leave. Liang Haitao said loudly. The specialist medical group was directly established by the central government's office. What right do you have to remove me from my position as a mere security staff officer? If you're so capable, then order them to shoot me. Su Wu's face darkened. Squad leader Liu, he said, get a few people over here and invite Director Liang and the others out. Yes. Captain Liu replied loudly. With a wave of his hand, 2 soldiers immediately came over and closed in on Liang Haitao. What do you want? Do you still have any discipline? Liang Haitao rebuked. It was a soldier's duty to obey orders. They didn't care about Liang Haitao's protests. 2 people grabbed Liang Haitao's arms and dragged him out. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who had been taking her pulse with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, forget it, let them stay. Aren't these few people arrogant and looking down on Chinese medicine? Let's show them the methods of Chinese medicine. The soldier looked at Su Wu. Su Wu looked at Xia Ruofei and nodded slightly, indicating that they should do as Xia Ruofei said. Hence, the 2 soldiers immediately let go of Liang Haitao and retreated to the door to stand guard. There were many doctors and nurses from the medical team gathered outside the door, but they were all blocked outside the cordon. They couldn't see what was happening in the room at all, and they were all talking nervously. Liang Haitao tidied up his white coat, which had been crumpled by the soldiers, and sneered at Xia Ruofei. Humph. You won't give up until you've reached the Yellow River. Chinese medicine? The bureau chief's vital signs have dropped too. At this point, Liang Haitao seemed to have been choked by someone, and he stopped. His eyes were fixed on the screen of the monitoring device, and his face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The ear-piercing alarm was still ringing, but Liang Haitao had already turned a deaf ear to it. Because he saw that all the vital signs, which had been falling like a cliff just now, had stopped falling and began to rise back up by a small margin. It was even more effective than the cardiac stimulant he had received earlier. This had completely subverted Liang Haitao's understanding of medicine. In his opinion, this was not in line with the laws of science. As the chief physician, he knew very well that in Elder Song's condition, even God would not be able to save him. Liang Haitao's gaze fell on the small porcelain bottle on the bedside table. What did you give the chief to drink? Liang Haitao's voice trembled as he asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chinese medicine. It's made from the grass roots and tree bark you mentioned. Liang Haitao was speechless. He had a strong dislike for Chinese medicine, but now that the truth was right in front of him, he couldn't refute it. Liang Haitao consoled himself in his heart, Chinese medicine can't cure liver cancer. He must have used some kind of stimulant to make Elder Song's body regain its consciousness. It must be. At this moment, Xia Ruofei frowned and said, the medicine doesn't seem to be enough. After saying that, he stood up and opened the porcelain bottle again. He fed it to Elder Song like before. He didn't sit back in his chair until the entire bottle of Chinese medicine was fed. Xia Ruofei finally had the time to look at Elder Song. The 80-year-old man with his eyes closed had almost all his hair white, and his thin face had many age spots. His hands were bony, and the black spots on his skin had not faded. But even in his dying state, he still had a kind of imposing manner without anger. Xia Ruofei could vaguely remember Elder Song's appearance on the news a few years ago. Before he left his position as a leader, he would appear on the national news broadcast almost every day. In the news, Elder Song was upright and in high spirits. But now, he looked like this. It made people sigh that a hero had passed his prime. Just as Xia Ruofei was sighing, the alarm from the monitoring instrument suddenly stopped. Liang Haitao and the other two doctors were already dumbfounded. At this moment, they stood in place as if they were petrified. After Xia Ruofei gave Elder Song the second dose of the Chinese medicine, Elder Song's vital signs started to rise again. Although it was still much lower than the normal standard, the warning had stopped, which meant that the indicator had already left the danger zone that could lead to the death of the patient at any time. The most important thing was that these indicators had suddenly recovered from the state of near death. The effect was so obvious that even 2 shots of cardiac stimulant would not be as effective. When Liang Haitao looked at Xia Ruofei again, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Xia Ruofei placed his hand on Elder Song's wrist again and stood up after taking his pulse. Manager Liu quickly took 2 steps forward and asked, Dr. Xia, how's the situation? He's out of danger for now, Xia Ruofei said as he stood up. Manager Liu and Tian Huilan let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. Liang Haitao and the medical team's attitude just now was basically to prepare for the work after Elder Song's death. Moreover, the alarm continued to sound, which made people panic. This is impossible. Impossible. How could this be? Liang Haitao's eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself. Manager Liu raised his eyebrows and said in an unfriendly tone, Dr. Liang, what are you saying? Do you want something to happen to the chief? He had always addressed Liang Haitao as Chief Liang, but now he had changed it to Dr. Liang. It was clear that his dissatisfaction with Liang Haitao had accumulated to a very large extent. Now, both sides had basically fallen out. If Xia Ruofei's treatment was ineffective, he, Su Wu, and even Tian Huilan would have to sacrifice their political futures. However, now that Xia Ruofei's first move had achieved an obvious result, his confidence naturally rose. "That's not what I meant," Liang Haitao quickly said. "Manager Liu, don't twist my words." Manager Liu snorted and ignored Liang Haitao. He turned to Xia Ruofei and asked, "Dr. Xia, I'll have to trouble you with the next step of the treatment." Manager Liu had placed all his hopes on Xia Ruofei. He was not only thinking about his own political future, but also out of concern for Elder Song. Xia Ruofei thought. For a while, I have a rough idea of Elder Song's condition. I need to make some Chinese medicine. You should have a Chinese medicine room here, right? I'm sorry, Dr. Xia, Manager Liu said awkwardly, we don't have any Chinese medicinal herbs in stock. After that, Manager Liu couldn't help but glare at Liang Haitao. Xia Ruofei immediately understood. Based on Liang Haitao's character, the medical team he was in charge of was naturally all Western medicine. It was even more impossible for them to store any Chinese medicine. Tian Huilon thought for a moment and said, "Little Xia, how about this? Write a list and ask Manager Liu to send someone to Hangzhou to buy it immediately. If it's not convenient, you can go there yourself." "But Elder Song, yes, yes, yes," Manager Liu quickly said. "We'll go to Hangzhou to buy it immediately. Su Wu, go and contact the Air Force and ask them to send another helicopter over." "Yes," Su Wu replied. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I think I'll stay here. It'll be easier to deal with in time if anything happens." Then, Xia Ruofei continued, "Manager Liu, please prepare a room for me. I'll make a list. You guys hurry up and prepare the medicinal herbs. By the way, I'm sure you don't have the equipment for brewing Chinese medicine here. And bring a set back as well." "All right," Manager Liu said. Now that Xia Ruofei was his only hope, he would naturally listen to her. Xia Ruofei stood up and took out another porcelain bottle from his suitcase. The concentration of the flower petal solution in this bottle was slightly higher than the first bottle, but the purity was also lower. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to the soldier, "Squad leader Liu, I'll give you a task. Take this bottle of Chinese medicine and guard this room at all times. If the bureau chief's condition worsens, immediately give him half a bottle. Other than you and me, no one is allowed to touch this bottle. Remember, no one. Can you do it?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Liang Haitao, who had an ugly expression. "I promise to complete the mission." Squad leader Liu immediately puffed out his chest and said. Squad leader Liu took the porcelain bottle from Xia Ruofei and immediately took out a magazine from the bullet bag and handed it to the soldier next to him. Then, he carefully inserted the porcelain bottle into the sub-bag. He held the Type 95 rifle in his hand tightly and looked vigilant at all times. Xia Ruofei explained to Manager Liu, "This is the Eastern medicine that I prepared in advance, before we set off today. I used many rare herbs. Its effect is to stimulate the human body's potential and keep the chief's vital signs at a relatively normal level. The proper treatment can only be carried out after you've bought the medicinal herbs." "I understand, Dr. Xia. I'll leave everything to you," Manager Liu said. "Let's go then." Xia Ruofei nodded. He then looked at Liang Haitao and said, "As for Dr. Liang's treatment group, find them a place to rest. I'm sure they don't care to observe Chinese medicine treatment." Liang Haidao's face turned green and he snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. Manager Liu couldn't help but laugh. All right. There are many empty rooms here, and Dr. Liang and the others have worked hard for so many days, it's time for them to rest. After that, Manager Liu gave an order to squad leader Liu. A few soldiers immediately entered the room and carried Liang Haitao and the other two doctors out, ignoring their protests. Including the members of the medical team outside, they were all invited to a large meeting room on the first floor to rest. Manager Liu had arranged for a full squad of armed soldiers outside the meeting room to ensure that Liang Haitao would not cause any trouble during Xia Ruofei's treatment. As for what would happen after that, he didn't have time to think about it. As long as Xia Ruofei's treatment was successful, even if Liang Haitao had a powerful background, he would not be a threat to Elder Song's personal secretary. Xia Ruofei had used a bottle of petal solution with a very low concentration to easily take the initiative. Manager Liu personally led Xia Ruofei to the doctor's lounge, to list the Chinese medicine. Just as they arrived at the corridor, they heard the sound of a car engine. Manager Liu looked down through the window and immediately said, "Secretary Song is here. Dr. Xia, time is of the essence. Please make a list immediately." Manager Liu said, "Secretary Tian and I will go down to welcome Provincial Judge Song." Elder Song's eldest son, Song Jingping, was already in the main department. He had been the deputy chief of Xiangnan province for more than 4 years. This time, there were many people who were promoted to the position of secretary of the Provincial Deputy Committee. He could definitely be considered a governor. "All right, Suwu can stay." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "He can just go and buy them after I've written the list." Manager Liu and Tian Huilan hurried down the stairs, while Xia Ruofei and Suwu entered the doctor's lounge. Xia Ruofei entered the doctor's lounge. There was a computer, a printer, and so on. He was too lazy to write by hand. He sat in the seat that originally belonged to Liang Haitao, opened a document on the computer, and started to make a list. Xia Ruofei was no longer the newbie he was when he first got the spirit map space. He had a lot of knowledge in Chinese medicine. Before he set off, he had even memorized a few traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions for liver cancer, so he could easily make a list. In any case, these Chinese medicines were just a cover. The real effects were naturally the petals of the strange flower. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to do so. If the petal solution he had prepared in advance could alleviate Elder Song's condition, it would be too illogical and would easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, he had to make the process as complicated as possible. He even had to change the prescription later to make his treatment seem relatively reasonable. Of course, Xia Ruofei's list of Chinese medicine included many unrelated medicinal herbs. He even deliberately listed some Chinese medicines that were incompatible with each other to prevent people from speculating about his prescription through the list. Traditional Chinese medicine was very complicated, and it paid attention to the monarch, the subject, and the assistant. Even if it was the same few medicinal herbs, the dosage would be different, and it would produce completely different medicinal effects. And different herbs and different dosage combinations could produce endless changes. Xia Ruofei had specially mixed in many other medicinal herbs and even listed a few precious medicinal herbs. This way, even if a Chinese medical master came, he would not be able to deduce the real prescription from the list. Xia Ruofei quickly typed out the names and quantities of the Chinese medicine on the computer. Suwu made a cup of tea for Xia Ruofei and placed it by his hand. Then, he stood straight opposite Xia Ruofei's table. Xia Ruofei stopped and said to Su Wu with a smile, "Staff Officer Su, take a seat." "No need," Su Wu said. "Dr. Xia, you go ahead. I'll just stand. Don't mind me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If you were in my old unit, you would be at the same level as our battalion commander. You're just standing there. I'm just a small sergeant. I'm under a lot of pressure." Su Wu also smiled and said, "A sergeant of the Lone Wolf Assault Team is no worse than a major in an ordinary army. Besides, from your resume, you're still an elite member of your commando unit. If you don't retire, it's only a matter of time before you get promoted." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The problem is that Staff Officer Su is not a major in an ordinary army. I heard that everyone in the Guard Bureau is an expert. If there's a chance, how about we exchange a few moves?" Su Wu quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. You're precious now. If I accidentally hurt you, Manager Lu will skin me alive." "Hey. Staff Officer Su is very confident." Xia Ruofei laughed. "I don't believe that. The Lone Wolf Assault Team is worse than your Guard Bureau. If you put it that way, I really have to fight you, but we'll talk about it after the treatment is over." "Yes, yes, yes. The most important thing now is to treat the chief's illness." Su Wu quickly said, "As long as the chief's condition improves, I'll play with you however I want. If you think it's not enough, I'll get the kids from the reconnaissance company to fight with you." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although he had left the army, Xia Ruofei still had a deep affection for the army. He felt very close to the soldiers when he interacted with them. In particular, because of the political review, Su Wu also knew about his dusty resume in those confidential files. He did not have to worry about leaking secrets when he spoke, so he naturally felt closer to him. Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time while he was chatting. He quickly came up with a list of hundreds of Chinese medicines. He pressed the print button, and the printer beside him started to run. Downstairs, a black Audi was parked at the entrance. A middle-aged man in his 50s pushed the door open and got out of the car without waiting for the secretary to open the door. The middle-aged man was tall and had a square face that exuded the majesty of a superior. His bright eyes revealed a deep sense of worry, and his face was very serious. On the other side of the back seat, a young man in his 20s also got out of the car. The young man looked somewhat similar to the middle-aged man, but compared to the middle-aged man's simple clothes, the young man was much more high-profile. He was from an international luxury brand. But because of the long journey, his Givenchy casual suit was a little wrinkled, his hair was a little messy, and his face was a little pale. He seemed to be in a bad mood. The middle-aged man looked at a slightly bleak building and felt an irrepressible sadness in his heart. If this were in Beijing, his father's ward would be full of relatives and friends by now. Even the central government would send a corps member as a representative. However, he understood his father's feelings for Jiangnan province very well. He was not surprised by his father's decision. The middle-aged man strode into the courtyard. Manager Lu and Tian Huilan had already come downstairs. They quickly walked up to him. "Provincial Judge Song. Big Brother Song." The two of them greeted the middle-aged man at the same time. The middle-aged man was Elder Song's eldest son, Song Jingping. He was the chief judge of the Xiongnan province. His youngest son, Xia Ruofei, arrived in the same car as him. Manager. Lu and Tian Huilan addressed Song Jingping differently. Manager Lu was the chief judge of the Song province, while Tian Huilan called him Big Brother Song. It was clear that Tian Huilan had a deep relationship with the Song family. Song Jingping didn't bother to greet the two of them. He only nodded his head before asking anxiously, Manager Lu, how's my father's condition? As soon as he got off the plane, he received a call from Manager Lu, who told him that his father was in a critical condition. He was anxious all the way, afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his father one last time. Don't worry, Chief Judge Song, the bureau chief's condition has stabilized for the time being. Manager Lu quickly said. Maybe there's still a chance for her condition to turn for the better. Song Jingping was also taken aback. Under normal circumstances, for a senior official like his father, the medical unit would definitely be very strict. Manager Lu's second phone call basically meant that the old man had no hope and could pass away at any time. How could there be such a relapse in such a short time? Of course, Elder Song's temporary stability was great news for Song Jingping. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good. That's good. Let's go and see my father first. By the way, Xiao Liang and the others have been working hard these days. It's all thanks to their careful treatment. Manager Lu and Tian Huilan looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became strange. What kind of person was Song Jingping? He immediately felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Manager Lu? What's going on? Chief Judge Song, it's a bit complicated. Let's go upstairs and see the bureau chief first. Manager Lu said with a bitter smile. I'll explain it to you later. Song Jingping suppressed the questions in his heart and nodded. All right, he said. The group of them went upstairs. When they arrived at Elder Song's ward, Xia Ruofei and Su were walking out of the doctor's lounge next door. Staff Officer Su, hurry up and come back. Xia Ruofei said, I need it urgently. Understood. Su replied in a clear voice and jogged downstairs with the list. Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted Manager Lu and the rest. Song Jingping had never seen Xia Ruofei before. He asked, Manager Lu, this is, Chief Judge Song, let me introduce you, this is Xia Ruofei, Dr. Xia. Manager Lu quickly said, it was because of Dr. Xia's timely treatment that the chief's condition was stabilized. Manager Lu then said to Xia Ruofei, Dr. Xia, this is Song Jingping, the head of the judges of Xiongnan province. He is the eldest son of the bureau chief. Hello, Chief Judge Song. Xia Ruofei greeted Song Jingping with a smile. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you. Dr. Xia, you've worked hard. Song Jingping said sincerely. You're too kind, Chief Judge Song. Xia Ruofei smiled. Let's go see the chief first. His condition is quite stable now, so you don't have to worry too much. Okay, thank you, Dr. Xia, Song Jingping said with a nod. The group walked into Elder Song's room. Squad leader Lu was the only one guarding the room. He stared unblinkingly at the monitor. This was the task that Xia Ruofei had just given him. Once the device rang an alarm, he had to feed Elder Song the Chinese medicine in the porcelain bottle. Squad leader Lu immediately stood at attention and saluted when he saw Song Jingping and the others enter. Song Jingping nodded slightly and walked to Elder Song's bed. Song Ruofei quickly followed. Song Jingping's eyes reddened when he saw his father's haggard face. He stood quietly by the bed and stared at elder Song. Song Ruofei stood there obediently as well. The others stood quietly at the side, not bothering Song Jingping. After a long while, Song Jingping slowly reached out and gently touched elder Song's wrinkled forehead. He tidied up a lock of hair for him, then straightened up and gently wiped the corner of his eye. "Let my father rest," Song Jingping said. "Let's go out and talk." They went to the doctor's lounge next door. Song Jingping sat in the middle of the sofa and asked, "Manager Lu, why don't I see Xiao Liang and the others? Why isn't there a single nurse in my father's ward? Tell me, what happened?" Song Jingping had long noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask in Elder Song's room. Manager Lu and Tian Huilan looked at each other. In the end, Manager Lu said, "Chief Judge Song, regarding this matter, I have to reflect on it first. Director Liang from the medical group has been temporarily detained by the people I sent. He's in the big conference room on the first floor." "Oh?" Song Jingping raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully. Then, he asked, "What's going on?" Song Ruofei, who was at the side, could not help but ask, "Uncle Lu, is Second Liang up to something again? That guy is really digging his own grave." Song Ruofei and Liang Haitao both grew up in Beijing. They were both part of the third generation of the Red generation. They saw each other often in the circle and could be said to know each other quite well. Liang Haitao was second in his family, and people in the circle usually called him Second Young Master Liang. However, Song Ruofei and Liang Haitao had never really gotten along, so he always called him Second Liang. Song Jingping frowned and turned to look at Song Ruofei sternly. Song Ruofei immediately shrank his neck and stopped talking. "Big brother Song," Tian Huilan said, "this matter actually has something to do with me. I heard that Elder Song is in a critical condition. I also know that Xiao Xiao's medical skills are good, especially for some difficult diseases, so I decided to bring him here to check on Elder Song and see if there's any way to treat him." "Thank you, Huilan," Song Jingping said, nodding. "I thank you on behalf of my family and my father." "Big brother Song, you're too polite," Tian Huilan said with a smile. Song Jingping was a little confused. "But this is a good thing." "Manager Lu, why did you?" Manager Lu smiled bitterly. "Director Liang doesn't like others to interfere in medical affairs. Moreover, Dr. Xia is a Chinese medicine doctor. Director Liang has some prejudice against Chinese medicine. So when I asked Dr. Xia to come for a consultation, Director Liang flatly refused." Manager Lu paused and observed Song Jingping's expression before continuing. Then, the chief's condition suddenly worsened. Director Liang performed an emergency rescue and stabilized the situation for the time being. It was also at that time that he judged that the chief might not be able to hold on for much longer, so he asked me to rush you guys again. Then, Manager Lu told Song Jingping everything about Elder Song's second sharp decline in vital signs, Liang Haitao's decision to give up on emergency treatment, Xia Ruofei's entry into the ward, their conflict, and how Xia Ruofei successfully used the Chinese medicine that she had prepared in advance to stabilize and improve Elder Song's condition. Song Jingping listened very carefully. When he heard Manager Lu say that Liang Haitao had given up on saving himself and even stopped Xia Ruofei from making a last-ditch attempt, his face couldn't help but darken. Song Jingping snorted coldly, "This Xiao Liang is really messing around." He still wanted to suppress Chinese medicine at that time? He was already at his wit's end, yet he didn't allow others to try? It seems that things have been going too smoothly for the Liang family recently. Even a junior dares to be so overbearing. The Song family's influence was much greater than the Liang family's. The three brothers of the Song family had already grown their wings. Especially Song Jingping, who was already a governor of a region. They already had enough strength to support this huge family. Therefore, even though Elder Song had died this time, the Song family's overall strength was still not to be underestimated. They were still a level higher than the Liang family. The murderous intent in Song Jingping's words made Manager Lu break out in cold sweat for Liang Haitao. It was obvious that Song Jingping was going to give the Liang family a good beating. As the instigator of this incident, Liang Haitao would probably be in for a rough time when he got back. At this time, Song Ruofei couldn't help but stand up and say angrily, "He even dares to delay my grandfather's life." This second Liang was too gutsy. "Uncle Lu, that grandson is on the first floor. Right? Find someone to bring me there, I'll beat him to death." Song Jingping turned his head and glanced at Song Ruofei. Then, he asked indifferently, "Who do you want to kill?" Song Ruofei, who was just rubbing his hands in anger, immediately cowered. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "No, I'm just joking. You guys can talk. It was obvious that Song Jingping was a strict father. When Song Ruofei saw him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He didn't have the aura of a rich, third-generation heir at all. Song Jingping glared at Song Ruofei, then turned to Manager Lu and said, "Old Lu, I have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for your persistence and decisiveness, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to see my father one last time, not to mention that his condition might have taken a turn for the better." Song Jingping was touched when he heard the entire process. Manager Lu and Tian Huilan had both taken a huge political risk to do this, especially when the person in charge of the medical group was a descendant of a family. It was a near-death situation for the two of them, but they still did it without hesitation. He knew very well that when Manager Lu made the decision, he had completely put his personal political life out of his mind. The only thing on his mind was Elder Song's condition. The Song family had to remember this favor. "Chief Judge Song, it's my job to do my best to provide the chief with all the services. You don't have to be so polite." Manager Lu was a little flattered. Song Jingping smiled kindly. Manager Lu had been by his father's side for more than 10 years, so they were already half family. After this incident, Manager Lu's position in Song Jingping's heart had clearly become even closer. Then, Song Jingping said to Tian Huilan and Xia Ruofei, "Huilan, Dr. Xia, it's all thanks to you guys this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see my father one last time. That will be my lifelong regret. No matter what the result of the treatment is, I have to thank you. Big brother Song, you're being too polite." Tian Huilan smiled and said, "Isn't it my duty to do something for Elder Song's health?" "Chief Judge Song, I'll do my best," Xia Ruofei said. "The medicine used before was to ensure that the bureau chief's vital signs are stable. I've already listed a few prescriptions, and Staff Officer Su is rushing to Hangzhou to buy Chinese medicine. When he comes back, I can start the official treatment. I believe it will be effective." "Go to Hangzhou?" Song Jingping looked at Manager Lu in confusion. "Chief Judge Song, I didn't have time to report to you just now," Director Lu said awkwardly. "This Director Liang is in charge of the medical work. All the equipment and medicine were transported from Beijing with the medical team by air, so there is no reserve of Chinese medicinal herbs and related equipment. But I have asked Suwu to coordinate with the land aviation side. He will take a helicopter to Hangzhou to buy medicine. And he should be back soon. Song Jingping's expression turned even uglier. This Xiao Liang, he's really a failure. Later, I'll ask the comrades in the Central Health Bureau how they choose the medical team. This Liang is obviously not up to the task. In fact, Song Jingping had said this out of anger. To be honest, Liang Haitao's professional quality in Western medicine was definitely not a problem. He was completely qualified to be the leader of the medical team. To be honest, even if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to save Elder Song. Liang Haitao's mistake was that he was too headstrong, especially when he stopped Xia Ruofei from making the last effort. This had already crossed the line with Song Jingping. From the family's point of view, he was not taking the patient's life seriously. He was not capable of treating the patient and had already given up. Yet, he refused to let others try. And had to watch the patient die. How could he be qualified for such an important position as the leader of the medical team with such character? Chief Judge Song, what about Director Liang? Director Liu gave Song Jingping a questioning look as he spoke. Song Jingping waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about them. Just lock them up. I'll settle this with him later." "All right," he said. Manager Liu nodded with a smile in his eyes. Manager Liu was relieved. Song Jingping's attitude was clear. Even if the effect of Xia Ruofei's treatment was average, at least he had taken control of the medical group and supported Xia Ruofei. It was a very correct and decisive decision. He had not made any mistakes. After Song Jingping understood the situation, he expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. He had been traveling non-stop and was already exhausted, so Manager Liu quickly arranged a room for the father and son to rest. Manager Liu had also arranged accommodations for Tian Huilan and her secretary, Xiao, and told them to rest separately. Xia Ruofei took the doctor's resting room. There was a quiet inner room, an office, and a guest area. Outside, it was the closest to Elder Song's room. If anything happened, he would be able to deal with it immediately. They waited for about an hour before they finally heard the faint sound of a helicopter in the distance. However, it was impossible for the helicopter to land directly next to the small courtyard, so it would take more than 10 minutes for Suwu to arrive. During this period, Elder Song's vital signs had been quite stable. His various indicators had risen a little compared to the second time he had taken the pedal solution. Manager Liu went in to check a few times and finally felt more at ease. Before Suwu could rush back, Xia Ruofei came to Elder Song's room again. He took his pulse and checked his health. Xia Ruofei had to save the life of this legendary chief, but he did not want to expose his secret. Naturally, it would be more troublesome. Manager Liu looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. After Xia Ruofei finished the examination, he stood up and said, "I know what to do, Manager Liu. Please ask someone to bring all the herbs and boiling equipment that Suwu bought to my room. I'm going to brew the first dose of Chinese medicine for the chief right away. This dose is very important and will affect the subsequent treatment. No one is allowed to disturb me during this period." All right. Manager Liu said, "Don't worry, I'll personally guard the door." Soon, Suwu returned, covered in dust. A few soldiers carried a large box and quickly followed him. The box was carried to Xia Ruofei's room. There was a set of clay pot, stove, and even a lot of charcoal. All the Chinese medicinal herbs were packed separately, and each packet had the name of the medicinal herb on it. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Manager Liu immediately started to clear the area and asked everyone to leave immediately. He closed the door from the outside and then personally stood guard outside. Xia Ruofei started to get busy, thinking about how he was going to save the life of the idol of countless soldiers and a legendary general. He couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, he had completely thrown all the utilitarian thoughts he had before his departure to the back of his mind. The first chapter was, "My brothers and sisters can join the group." Normal group, 300-769-830, all readers can join, VIP group, 2958488872. All subscribers can join. You can provide a screenshot to the administrator after joining the group. The process of brewing the Chinese medicine was very simple. After Xia Ruofei made sure that the doors and windows were locked and the curtains were drawn, he carefully checked the entire room. After making sure that there were no surveillance cameras, he followed the Chinese medicine prescription for liver cancer that he had memorized in advance and found the corresponding herbs from the list. Su Wu's work was very meticulous. Not only did he have a complete set of equipment for brewing medicine, but he also bought an exquisite and small scale. Xia Ruofei easily weighed the herbs involved in the prescription and put them into the clay pot. There was a sink in the room for the doctor, but Xia Ruofei did not turn on the tap water. Instead, he summoned a spirit painting from his palm and connected to the space with his mind. He took out a small basin of water from the space pool. After that, it was when he was slow cooking. Considering that Elder Song was still in a coma, it would be a little troublesome to feed him the liquid, so Xia Ruofei had to wait for a long time so that there was not much liquid left. He poured the herbs in the clay pot into a clay bowl and obtained about half a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup. Then, Xia Ruofei opened the suitcase and found a bottle of flower petal solution with a relatively high concentration. The entire bottle of petal solution contained about half a petal. Xia Ruofei poured almost 1/5 of the bottle into the clay bowl and stirred it well, making half a bowl of medicinal soup. Xia Ruofei decided to give Elder Song 5 doses of the medicine. It should have a good effect. He would decide on the next step of the plan after that. Elder Song's condition was very serious. Xia Ruofei estimated that an entire petal might not be able to cure him completely. Therefore, the solution that contained half a petal would not be able to cure him completely. At the same time, it would have a good effect. This would achieve his initial goal. After the medicine was prepared, Xia Ruofei placed the clay bowl aside and let the medicine cool down naturally. Then, he randomly grabbed some herbs from each Chinese medicine packet, including the ones used to decoct the medicine before. He mixed them all together and poured them into the dregs in the clay pot, then added some tap water to boil it. After all the herbs were mixed together, Xia Ruofei poured the medicinal soup in the casserole into the sink and washed it away. He also poured the remaining dregs into the stove and burned them all. After doing all this, the medicinal soup in the clay bowl had almost cooled down. Xia Ruofei put the rest of the Chinese medicine packets into the box and carefully locked it. Then, he carried the clay bowl out of the room. "Dr. Xia, is the medicine ready?" Manager Liu, who was at the door, asked hurriedly. The entire process of boiling the medicine took 1 to 2 hours, but Manager Lu had actually stayed by her side. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. You can give the chief his medicine now. Good, good, good. Manager Lu couldn't help but look at the clay bowl in Xia Ruofei's hand. The brown liquid was his only hope now. Whether Elder Song could survive this crisis would depend on the effect of the medicine that the young Xia Ruofei had prescribed. Song Jingping, Tian Huilan, and Song Rui were already waiting in the ward. When Xia Ruofei entered the room, a few eyes fell on him. Xia Ruofei smiled at Tian Huilan, indicating for her to relax. Then, he went straight to the bed and put the clay bowl on the bedside table. Then, he personally raised the head of Elder Song's bed at an angle and took off his oxygen mask without hesitation. Xia Ruofei started to feed Elder Song the medicine. Actually, Elder Song was no longer in a deep coma after he had taken the bottle of petal solution with the lowest concentration a few hours ago. Hence, he could subconsciously swallow the soup when Xia Ruofei fed him. Xia Ruofei was very patient. Moreover, there was not much medicinal soup, only about half a bowl, so he successfully fed her all of it. Xia Ruofei waited for a while after feeding him. Then, he put the bed down and put the oxygen mask back on. Song Jingping and the others only heaved a sigh of relief. When Xia Ruofei stood up, they had almost held their breath before this. Even though Manager Lu knew that the effects of Chinese medicine were usually slower, he still couldn't help but ask, Dr. Xia, how's the situation? Let's observe for a while more. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, give the chief a dose of Chinese medicine tomorrow morning. I think he should be able to wake up in the morning. Wake up. Wake up. Manager Lu's jaw dropped slightly. Dr. Xia, you're saying that the chief might wake up tomorrow morning? This is just my estimate, I can't guarantee anything. Xia Ruofei smiled. That's right, Manager Lu said. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Xia. Song Jingping said, as he stepped forward. Thank you. Song Jingping had rushed to Hangzhou just to see his father for the last time. He knew his father's condition very well and didn't expect his father to recover. He didn't expect that a young Chinese medicine doctor would bring him hope after coming to Hangzhou. Song Jingping, who had long since developed a shrewdness that did not show his emotions, could not help but reveal a trace of excitement at this moment. You're too polite. Xia Ruofei said, Chief Judge Song, I'll go back to my room first. I'll brew the second Chinese medicine for the chief tomorrow morning. One person will be enough in the ward, as long as the monitoring equipment doesn't give any warnings, it's fine. Xia Ruofei had received Tian Huilan's call in the afternoon and had rushed over. Along the way, he had experienced so many things. At this time, the sky had already turned dark, and Xia Ruofei felt a little tired. All right, Dr. Xia, you've worked hard. Go and rest. Song Jingping said. Xia Ruofei greeted Manager Lu, Tian Huilan, and the others before returning to the doctor's lounge. He washed up and went to the inner room to rest. The bed sheets and blankets that Liang Haitao had used previously had naturally been changed by the staff to new ones. Xia Ruofei did not care about what kind of difficult night the medical team would have to spend in the big conference room. Xia Ruofei woke up on time the next morning. He asked Manager Lu to send breakfast into the room. After a simple breakfast, Xia Ruofei locked the door and windows and began to brew the second Chinese medicine. This time, he was even more familiar with it. After more than an hour, Xia Ruofei came to Elder Song's bed with a bowl of medicine. Before feeding him the medicine, Xia Ruofei observed Elder Song's condition. His vital signs were quite stable, and the black spots on his hands and feet had faded. It was clear that the medicine from yesterday had worked. Song Jingping and the others had also arrived at the room early. Today, not only was Song Jingping and his son present, but there were also a few middle-aged men and women who looked similar to Song Jingping. They were all Elder Song's children. Elder Song had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and all of them held important positions in Beijing or other parts of the country. Elder Song's 3rd son, Song Jingming, was on a diplomatic visit with a leader and could not make it back in time. His other children had all arrived after Xia Ruofei's rest last night. Xia Ruofei fed Elder Song the 2nd bowl of Chinese medicine and waited in the ward with the others. As time passed, everyone except Xia Ruofei was looking at Elder Song nervously. Xia Ruofei had said that Elder Song might wake up after he drank the Chinese medicine. The success or failure of the treatment would depend on whether Elder Song would wake up or not. Although Xia Ruofei had successfully stabilized Elder Song's vital signs, everyone was still doubtful about whether he could treat liver cancer with the right medicine. If Elder Song could really wake up from his coma as Xia Ruofei said, Xia Ruofei's treatment was undoubtedly the right one. As a result, Song Jingping, his siblings, Tian Huilan, and manager Lu were all extremely nervous. Even the usually happy, lucky Song Ruofei had a serious expression on his face at this time. He stood obediently at the side, but his eyes would occasionally glance left and right restlessly. Under everyone's gaze, eccentric Song was still lying there quietly, his chest rising and falling very gently. The rhythmic beeping of the monitoring instrument seemed to be amplified in the quiet ward. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Soon, half an hour had passed, but Elder Song still showed no signs of waking up. There was a dead silence in the ward, and the atmosphere was tense. Just as everyone felt that the hope was getting slimmer and slimmer, Elder Song's finger suddenly trembled. Everyone's attention was on eccentric Song, so they all saw the slight tremble. Everyone stood up in unison and surrounded the bed. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was slower by half a beat because he did not pay attention to Elder Song's condition all the time. Xia Ruofei knew that half an hour was enough for Elder Song's body to absorb the petals of the strange flower in the soup. With the dose of medicine yesterday, Elder Song had absorbed almost 1/5 of the petals. He would wake up at this time. When Xia Ruofei got up, Elder Song's bed was already surrounded by people. Song Jingping, Song Jinglin, Song Jiping, Song Jilan and her sister, manager Lu, Tian Huilan, and Song Ruofei. There was no space for Xia Ruofei in front of the bed. Xia Ruofei said awkwardly. Manager Lu then realized that the doctors were being blocked outside. He awkwardly moved aside and said, Dr. Xia, can you please take a look? Is the chief about to wake up? Xia Ruofei nodded and went over to take Elder Song's pulse. In fact, he knew with a glance at the monitor that Elder Song's vital signs were almost the same as a normal person's. This meant that the cancer cells in his body might still be raging, but he should be able to wake up from his coma very soon. As expected, just as Xia Ruofei let go of Elder Song's wrist, before he could speak, Elder Song's fingers moved again. Then, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes slowly with great difficulty. Dad, Song Jingping called out in a trembling voice. Song Jingping's younger siblings were also looking at their father with tears in their eyes. Elder Song opened his turbid eyes and scanned his children's faces. Then, he looked at manager Lu, Tian Huilan, Song Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei. Seeing his children, Elder Song's eyes clearly showed a trace of relief. His lips under the oxygen mask moved a few times, but he did not make a sound. "Chief, you're still very weak. Please don't speak," Xia Ruofei said. "Dad, this is Xia Ruofei, Dr. Xia," Song Jingping said from the side. "He was specially invited by Huilan to treat you. Your coma was very dangerous this time, and it was all thanks to Dr. Xia's miraculous hands." Elder Song's gaze fell on Tian Huilan and Xia Ruofei. He showed a trace of gratitude and even nodded slightly with difficulty. Xia Ruofei also smiled and nodded at Elder Song. Xia Ruofei continued, "Chief Judge Song, leaders, the chief has woken up. You can rest assured. What the bureau chief needs the most now is rest. Let's go out first." "Yes. Yes, yes, Dr. Xia is right," Song Jingping said, "let's all go out. Don't disturb Dad's rest." Song Jingping then turned to Elder Song. "Dad, have a good rest. Don't worry. Dr. Xia is very skilled, he will definitely be able to make you recover." Eccentric Song still couldn't speak. He only nodded slightly and slowly closed his eyes. The group of people quietly left the room, leaving squad leader Lu to look after them. The bottle of petal solution from yesterday had been taken back by Xia Ruofei. Elder Song was no longer in danger, so naturally, he had no use for it. In a small meeting room on the second floor, Xia Ruofei and Song Jingping's family were sitting on the sofa. "Dr. Xia, thank you so much for this," Song Jingping said. "I'll have to trouble you with the next step of the treatment." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're welcome, Chief Judge Song. Elder Song was everyone's idol when I was in the army. All of us are familiar with his legendary experiences. I'm very honored to be able to do something for him this time." Then, Xia Ruofei continued, "Chief Judge Song, my medicine seems to be the right one. I'm going to give the bureau chief 3 more doses. I'll adjust the prescription according to the effect. If the effect is ideal, it should be able to inhibit or even kill the tumor." "Good. You can decide on the treatment, we will fully cooperate," Song Jingping said excitedly. Then, he looked around at the other people in the room and said, "We're all here today, so let's discuss the problem of Liang Haitao's medical team. How should we deal with this matter? Everyone, please tell us." "Chief Judge Song, why don't I leave for a while?" Xia Ruofei stood up. Song Jingping smiled and waved his hand. No need, Dr. Xia. It's not a state secret. There's no need to hide. Besides, doesn't this matter have something to do with you? I still have something to ask for your opinion on later." Hearing Song Jingping's words, Xia Ruofei could only sit back down. Manager Lu had told Song Jinglin and his sister about the medical team as soon as they arrived the night before, so they knew what was going on. The second son, Song Jinglin, thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, I don't think we should treat this as an isolated incident. Liang Haitao is not an ordinary chief physician." What was the Liang family's attitude on this matter? It's very thought-provoking. "Big brother, I think second brother's words are very reasonable." The youngest of the siblings, Song Jilan, said, "Recently, father has been seriously ill. Some evil spirits and monsters have appeared. This time, Liang Haitao's matter could be said to be due to a lack of professional ability and opinionated, to put it more seriously, he was neglecting his duty and not taking the safety of the bureau chief seriously. We must have an attitude. Song Jinglin and Song Jilan had the same idea. They were just using this as a pretext to make a scene. Song Jingping muttered to himself for a while, a glint in his eyes. He had clearly made up his mind. Xia Ruofei felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Although he was just an ordinary person, he had heard of some of the big families in China. The old men of these families were all famous figures who had lived through the war years. Almost no Chinese had never heard of their names. It was obvious that he was now involved in the battle between these families. Moreover, this incident was likely to be the fuse. Xia Ruofei only listened for a while, but he could feel the glint and flash of swords. There was no benefit in listening to such a family secret. He wanted to get up and leave, but Song Jingping had made it clear that they weren't avoiding him, so he was now in a dilemma. However, Xia Ruofei was also from the military and had a decisive personality. Since he could not leave, he would just take things as they came. He had a heaven-defying divine weapon like the spirit painting scroll. The worst outcome would be to leave Huaxia and go overseas. No matter how powerful these families were, they could not cover the entire world. After a day of interaction, Xia Ruofei felt that the Song family was not the kind of heartless people who would burn the bridge after they had served it. They would not let an ordinary person like him get involved in family disputes and sit by and do nothing. Just as Xia Ruofei's mind was racing, Song Jingping finally spoke. Old Liu, draft a report. Immediately and clearly write down the entire incident of the medical group. Then, express our serious doubts about the professionalism of the medical group and our strong indignation. Finally, request to select suitable candidates to form a new medical team. This report will be signed under the names of us siblings and submitted directly to the central administration. All right, I'll get it done immediately. Manager Lu said. Jinglin, you'll be returning to Ludong province today. Song Jingping continued, do what you have to do. Remember, although you are the head of port authority in name, you are still far from being able to control the work situation. When you go back, you will have two tasks. One is to ensure the safety and stability of the port, the second is to strengthen the building of the cadre. The secretary had always been the person in charge. Song Jingping was worried that someone would deliberately cause trouble at this time. If there was a petition or other group events, or even a major accident, Song Jinglin's position as the acting secretary would probably be over. As for the construction of the cadre, to put it bluntly, it was to choose and use people. This was also the meaning of being a leader. By grasping the power of personnel, the prestige of a leader would naturally be established. Brother, Dad, Song Jinglin was stunned. You don't have to worry about Dad. I still have a few days off, so I'll be here. You return today. Remember, Song Jingping said. After you return to Ludong, put aside all that biding your time stuff. The only thing you need to do is to control the situation at the port in the shortest time possible. Get rid of those who should be sneaky. Song Jingping's words were filled with killing intent, and it roused Song Jinglin. He immediately said, I know what to do. Don't worry, big brother. Song Jingping nodded and continued, Old Liu, Jiping, Jilan, spread the news through some channels today. That our old man's condition is under control and is gradually getting better. All right. Understood. Manager Liu, Song Jiping, and Song Jilan all replied in unison. Song Jingping muttered to himself for a moment before asking, by the way, Jiping, I remember that the auction for Beijing's plot number 8 is in a few days, right? Song Jiping was mainly in charge of the Song family's family business, Huatian Group. She was basically in charge of all the business matters. Song Jiping nodded. It'll be auctioned the day after tomorrow. However, the competition this time is more intense. Plus, Hongxing and a few other real estate companies have already formed a team. Huatian is planning to strategically give up on this auction. Hongxing Group was the family business that the Liang family controlled. Go back to Beijing tomorrow, Song Jingping said firmly. Personally, follow up on the matter of plot number 8. We must obtain this plot of land at all costs. But Hongxing, you don't have to worry about Hongxing. Song Jingping said, I'll talk to him personally. It's fine if it's a fair competition, but if Hongxing dares to use those underhanded methods, I guarantee that he'll suffer a double loss. The only thing you need to do is to defeat Hongxing in a fair fight. Song Jiping immediately said, all right. Don't worry. Song Jingping was indeed the eldest son of the Song family. In such a short time, he had issued a series of orders targeting the Liang family. He showed his muscles, warned them, and beat them down. The Song family's power was on full display. After the arrangements were done, Song Jingping slowly retracted his aura. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a pleasant expression and said, Dr. Xia, other than the treatment, I have something else to ask for your opinion on. Please speak, Chief Judge Song. Xia Ruofei said in a neutral tone. You heard it just now. We will immediately request for a change in the medical team members from the central office. Song Jingping said, you will definitely be the leader of the next treatment, so I was thinking that it would be better to form the new medical group with old Chinese medicine experts as the foundation. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Governor Song, I have the opposite opinion. I think that the medical group should still be mainly composed of Western doctors. Oh? I'd like to hear more details. I'll be arrogant, but I'm more than enough to handle Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, however, the treatment of liver cancer is a very complicated process. This process also requires the cooperation of Western medicine. Moreover, it's best to have the final treatment effect based on the various tests of Western medicine, which is more intuitive and accurate. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm not Liang Haitao. I won't deny Western medicine just because I'm in Chinese medicine. Everyone couldn't help but smile when they heard this. In fact, everyone present was very clear that Liang Haitao's behavior this time was mostly because he was headstrong and self-opinionated. It wasn't the Liang family's idea to instigate the Liang family. No matter how powerful the Liang family was, they couldn't be so bold as to murder a former core leader. Besides, with Elder Song's condition, he didn't need them to kill him. At that time, even if they tried their best to save Elder Song, he would not live for more than a day. However, the Song family had been holding back for a few months and needed a reason to declare their existence. And so, Liang Haitao became such an unlucky person. In this sense, Xia Ruofei had helped them again. Xia Ruofei did not beat around the bush like these people in the government. He said directly, in addition, I would Also like to give you my personal opinion on the composition of the medical team. I'm more inclined to the young and middle-aged experts. Forget about the old professors who enjoy special subsidies from the National Affairs Department. I'm afraid that the two sides will have different ideas and differences. Of course, the young and middle-aged experts must make sure that it's not an arrogant third-generation red generation expert like Liang Haitao. Otherwise, it'll be even more difficult to deal with than the old experts. No problem. Song Jingping chuckled. I'll personally make the arrangements. Xia Ruofei returned to Elder Song's room to check on his condition. When it was close to noon, he brewed another Chinese medicine and sent it over. According to Song Jingping's arrangements, Song Jinglin and Song Jiping bade Elder Song farewell in the morning. One returned to Ludong, while the other returned to Beijing. The Song family was very efficient. The report drafted by Director Liu had been sent back to Beijing through an encrypted telegram in the morning. With Song Jingping's personal intervention, the response from Beijing was also very fast. The entire medical team that Liang Haitao was in charge of was called back urgently. Liang Haitao, who had been insufferably arrogant the day before, was covered in dirt as he led the entire medical team back to Beijing under the escort of a squad of soldiers. Originally, all they needed to do was to replace the doctor, but this matter was already politically involved, so the entire medical team, including the nursing staff and technical support staff, were all withdrawn. Because of his own headstrong personality, Liang Haitao would not only suffer a serious setback in his official career when he returned to the capital, but he would also have to bear the anger of his family. His future days would definitely not be good. However, Liang Haitao must have hated Xia Ruofei because of this. One of the leaders in charge of the health bureau personally called Song Jingping to express his sincere apologies. He also promised to strictly control the political situation and strictly select new medical team members according to the request of Song Jingping and his sister. The new medical group was set up quickly and would leave Beijing in the afternoon. They were expected to arrive in Hangzhou at night. Prior to this, the Health Bureau had also coordinated with Jiangnan Provincial People's Hospital and sent several senior nurses to provide temporary support. These were all experienced head nurses from the Provincial People's Hospital and had rich nursing experience. The news of Elder Song's recovery spread like wildfire, and many people in Beijing and Ludong felt like a storm was brewing. With the return of Song Jinglin and Song Jiping, a storm was brewing in the western mountain area of Hangzhou. In the heavily guarded courtyard, eccentric Song had already woken up, but his body was still weak. As his daughter, Song Jilan had been serving Elder Song by the bed the dose of Chinese medicine that Xia Ruofei had given him was also personally fed to him by Song Jilan in a clay bowl. After Elder Song took the medicine, his physical condition improved and his mental state was much better than in the morning. However, Xia Ruofei did not let Song Jingping and the others stay in the room for too long as Elder Song needed to rest. Even if he did not speak, it would still be very tiring to listen to Song Jingping and Manager Liu's reports. In the afternoon, Tian Huilan came to Elder Song's room and said goodbye to him. As the secretary of the provincial government of the provincial capital, Tian Huilan had a lot of work to do. She had already accumulated a lot of work after taking 2 days off. Now that she saw that Elder Song was gradually recovering, she felt a lot more at ease and naturally rushed back to the Three Mountains. Before she left, Tian Huilan specially looked for Xia Ruofei to express her gratitude. In the evening, Xia Ruofei finished brewing the fourth dose of Chinese medicine. Song Jilan didn't ask the head nurse to do it. She still fed Elder Song the medicine personally. Elder Song's mental state was already very good before he took the medicine. He even took the initiative to smile at Xia Ruofei. It was a miracle in the medical world that almost 1/3 of the petal of the strange flower had helped Elder Song recover from his dying state to his current level. Not long after Xia Ruofei returned to the doctor's lounge, manager Lu knocked on the door and entered. Dr. Xia, the chief wants to see you. Manager Lu said. Oh? Didn't you tell him to rest? Xia Ruofei stood up and said in surprise. Manager. Lu smiled bitterly. After drinking the medicine in the evening, the old man's mental state has improved a lot. He was just talking to Provincial Judge Song for a long time, and now he wants to see you. I can only follow the chief's orders. Xia Ruofei smiled. All right, I'll talk to him later. He'll listen to the doctor, right? Yes. Yes, Dr. Xia. The chief will definitely listen to you. Manager Lu said. Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu walked into Elder Song's room. The siblings, Song Jingping and Song Jilan, were also sitting by the bed, talking to the old man. Seeing Xia Ruofei come in, Master Song smiled and waved at Xia Ruofei. Dr. Xia, come and sit. This legendary general's voice was still rather weak, but one could still sense a wisp of the aura of an iron horse in his calm voice. This was a killing intent that had naturally developed over many years of life and death battles, an aura that had been nurtured from being in a high position for many years. Song Jingping and Song Jilan both stood up. Song Jingping said respectfully, Dad, we'll go out first. You should rest early later. Eccentric Song nodded with a smile. Song Jingping nodded at Xia Ruofei and even patted his shoulder. Then, he left the room with Song Jilan. Manager Lu also left quietly and closed the door behind him. Good day, Chief. Xia Ruofei said as he stood at attention in front of the bed. Eccentric Song had a kind smile on his face, and his muddy eyes seemed to have a strange look. He raised his hand and said, Please have a seat. Dr. Xia. Yes. Thank you, Chief. Xia Ruofei sat down on the stool in front of the bed, his back straight. In front of this legendary general, Xia Ruofei subconsciously put himself in the position of a soldier. Although the old man on the bed was like a candle in the wind, Xia Ruofei still felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. Elder Song leaned on the bed and looked at Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, Dr. Xia, Chief, you can just call me Xiao Xia. Xia Ruofei quickly said. All right, I'll call you Little Xia. Then. Little Xia. Elder Song chuckled. I really have to thank you this time. I thought I would have to go down and play the bridge card with the old political commissar. I didn't expect that my old bones would actually make it through again. It's all thanks to your miraculous hand that can bring me back to life. The old political commissar that Elder Song was talking about was a great man. He was the political commissar of the field army that Elder Song was in. After the founding of the country, he went through a few ups and downs and eventually became the core of China's leadership. Among the 10 hobbies of this great man, one of them was playing the bridge. A great man had passed away at the end of the last century, so Elder Song's words were actually a funny expression. He was trying to say that he thought he couldn't make it this time and was going to die. Chief, you don't have to be so polite. Xia Ruofei said, "You're my idol. I'm very honored to be able to contribute to your health." Elder Song laughed heartily. "I almost forgot that you were once an excellent soldier. Now, you've become an excellent doctor. In this regard, you and I have a lot in common." Elder Song had once been an outstanding soldier, and after transferring to another place, he had also made a great career. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Chief, I can't be compared to you. In the army, you're the general and I'm the soldier. When I go back to work, you're the leader of the country. I'm just doing a small business. To be honest, I'm not even qualified to practice Chinese medicine." "There's no need to belittle yourself, Xiao Xia. The old political commissar once said, I'm sorry. Regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, a good cat was one that could catch mice. Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Your medical skills have already been tested by practice, so how can it be denied by a medical qualification certificate?" It could be seen that Elder Song also admired his old political commissar very much. He was able to speak some of the famous sayings of that great man. But, Elder Song changed the topic and said, "Without this certificate, it's easy for people to find fault with you. I've already asked Xiao Lu to get it done as soon as possible. I'll get you the qualification certificate in 2 days. Then, you'll be in charge of my treatment." "Thank you for your concern, Chief," Xia Ruofei quickly replied. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What did he do to make Elder Song, a high-ranking official, personally care about a small matter like his medical qualification certificate? "You're welcome. You're worthy of that certificate." "Oh, I heard from Jinping that you had a conflict with Mr. Dishing's grandson because of the emergency treatment yesterday?" Elder Song smiled and asked. Liang Dishing was the old master of the Liang family, and he was also Liang Haitao's grandfather. "Chief, it was an emergency. If we didn't treat you immediately, you might have been in a terrible situation," Xia Ruofei said. "So, I didn't care about the medical discipline and used a simpler and more violent way to deal with it. This is my problem. You can criticize me. Simple and crude?" Elder Song couldn't help but laugh. "That's a good word. If it wasn't for your simple and brutal actions, I would probably be in the 8 Treasures Mountain by now. You saved my life and I'm criticizing you? I, Song Yawu, am not an old fool." "Chief, I didn't mean it that way," Xia Ruofei quickly said. Elder Song waved his hand and said, "Little Xia, Jinping and Xiao Lu have reported to me what happened. You did the right thing. You don't have to worry about this. I've already told Jinping that the Song family will take care of the aftermath. We can't let you be affected by this." "Thank you, Chief," Xia Ruofei said. "If there's anything you can't do in the future, you can go to Jinping or Xiping." Elder Song said indifferently, "Of course, the premise is that you have to operate according to the law." "I understand. Thank you, Chief," Xia Ruofei quickly said. Elder Song was giving Xia Ruofei a calming pill and returning the favor for saving his life. After that, Elder Song didn't mention this matter again. Elder Song had already learned about Xia Ruofei's background. It was because of Xia Ruofei's brilliant background in the army that Elder Song admired him. He started to talk about the army with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was naturally very interested in Elder Song's legendary experience. He had long forgotten about Manager Lu's instructions and became a qualified fan. Fortunately, he had a porcelain bottle of petal solution with him and gave some to Elder Song in time. The diluted flower petal solution might not have an obvious effect on killing cancer cells, but it was quite effective in restoring the old man's spirit. The old man and the young man chatted in the room for more than an hour before they ended the conversation. Xia Ruofei left Elder Song's room and saw Manager Lu pacing back and forth anxiously. Seeing Xia Ruofei, Manager Lu quickly came up to him. He looked at the door and said in a low voice, "Dr. Xia, what took you so long? Didn't you say that you'd advise the chief to rest well?" Xia Ruofei felt a little embarrassed and said, "I was talking to the chief about his condition." The chief didn't say much. That. Manager Lu, I've already told the chief that his main task is to rest. Even if he wants to meet someone, it's best not to exceed 10 minutes. The chief has agreed. Oh. That's good, Manager Lu said. By the way, the new medical group has arrived. I have arranged for them to stay on the first floor. Do you want to meet their main person in charge? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, okay. It's fine to meet him. Soon, a man and a woman in their 30s were led to Xia Ruofei's room by Manager Lu. Dr. Xia, let me make the introductions. Manager Lu said, this is Chief Physician Zhou Jiaming, who is also the leader of the Bureau Chief's medical team. This is Dr. Su Xiaohong, the deputy leader of the medical group. Manager Lu then said to Dr. Zhou and Dr. Su, Director Zhou, Professor Su, this is Dr. Xia Ruofei. This time, the chief's treatment will be led by Dr. Xia. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong had obviously received instructions from their superiors before they set off. They understood that their main focus in this mission was cooperation. Hence, they were very clear about their positions. Their attitudes towards Xia Ruofei were very warm and they didn't look down on him even though he was young. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone took their seats on the couches. Dr. Xia, is there anything else you need us to cooperate with you on the treatment plan? We would like to hear your thoughts. Zhou Jiaming said. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Director Zhou, this treatment will be based on traditional Chinese medicine. We will no longer use chemotherapy and radiotherapy. Chemotherapy for cancer was very harmful to the body. To put it bluntly, it was an indiscriminate attack. Whether it was good cells or cancer cells, they would all be killed. Xia Ruofei would naturally not use it again. Moreover, Elder Song's condition had gone through multiple chemotherapy sessions, which had proven to be ineffective. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong had already expected this, so they didn't show any surprise. They just nodded and waited for Xia Ruofei to continue. Xia Ruofei continued. After giving the chief the 5th dose of Chinese medicine tomorrow, I will give him a diagnosis. From a Western perspective, you should also give him a full physical examination. According to the results, I will further adjust the prescription. Sure, no problem. Zhou Jiaming said. Some of the more effective anti-cancer drugs can be combined with Chinese medicine. As for which drugs to use, you guys are more professional than me. You can decide. Xia Ruofei said, after that, I'll do regular checkups for you. That's the main thing. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong understood immediately. Their first task was to do a good index check for Elder Song and provide a reference for Xia Ruofei's treatment. Next, they needed to find some Western supplementary anti-cancer treatment. Understood. Zhou Jiaming said, if there's anything else you need, just let us know. We'll do our best to cooperate. Director Zhou, you're too kind. Xia Ruofei smiled. Our goal is the same. We must work together to treat the chief. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong both nodded in agreement. After communicating with Xia Ruofei, they were more confident and quickly got up to leave. It was a quiet night. The next morning, after breakfast, Xia Ruofei made the 5th dose of Chinese medicine and sent it to Elder Song. About half an hour after taking the medicine, Xia Ruofei estimated that the petals of the strange flower in the medicine should have been absorbed. He asked the doctors to come over and check on Elder Song. Some routine tests could be done directly, but 1 or 2 indicators had to be sent to Hangzhou for a checkup, mainly because of the limited conditions. Some large test equipment was definitely not available here. The results of the comprehensive examination were finally out by noon. When Zhou Jiaming and the rest went to prepare the test report, Xia Ruofei was chatting with Elder Song in the ward. After Elder Song took the 5th dose of Chinese medicine, his physical condition was much better, especially his face, which was not as yellow as that of liver cancer patients. He looked no different from a healthy person. Some of the life support facilities and monitoring equipment had been removed in the morning. If it were not for Xia Ruofei and Song Jingping's persuasion, the old man would have gotten out of bed and walked around a few times. Although Song Jingping was on vacation, the workload of a provincial governor was unimaginable. Therefore, he often stayed in his room on the 2nd floor, listening to reports and giving instructions through the phone. Some urgent and important documents were even faxed to his secretary and presented to him for perusal. Therefore, Song Jingping didn't spend much time with Elder Song. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had nothing to do other than brewing a dose of Chinese medicine in the morning, afternoon, and evening. In the afternoon, he was waiting for the test report and preparing to adjust the prescription, so he had not started brewing the medicine at noon. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had a lot of time to talk to Elder Song, and Elder Song was willing to talk to Xia Ruofei about the army. Even though he had taken off his military uniform for decades, he was still a hot-blooded soldier. The old man and the young man were chatting happily. From time to time, Elder Song's hearty laughter could be heard in the ward. From the laughter, one could tell that the old man's voice was full of vigor and that his body was indeed recovering very well. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong knocked on the door and came in with a stack of test reports in their hands. Chief, Dr. Xia, the results are out. Zhou Jiaming looked at Xia Ruofei with a strange expression. Su Xiaohong's expression was also a little strange, as if there was a flower on Xia Ruofei's face, and she glanced at him from time to time. Seeing this, eccentric Song laughed and said, "Little Zhou, what's with your expression? Did it not end well?" "It doesn't matter, I'll just report the truth. I've already died once, so I can accept any result." No. Zhou Jiaming quickly said, "Chief, the result was too good, we couldn't even believe it." "Yes, Chief. When I saw the results, I couldn't believe my eyes," Su Xiaohong said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but pat his forehead. It seemed that 2 days' time and half a petal was still too much. He had tried his best to control it, but it turned out that he had created a medical miracle. Eccentric Song became even more interested and asked, "Oh? Then tell us, what is the result that surprised our experts so much?" Zhou Jiaming cleared his throat and said, "Chief, after the results of the examination came out, we immediately compared it With the results of the previous examination, Liang Haitao's medical team had left, but the medical records, reports, and information of the entire treatment period had definitely been left behind. Zhou Jiaming continued, the last test was 3 days ago. And it has only been 3 days since then. The test results showed that the tumor area has shrunk significantly. And the tumor markers have all dropped significantly. Several of the iconic indicators of liver function have also improved to a large extent. Chief, to put it simply, your body has recovered to a large extent compared to 3 days ago, Su Xiaohong continued. Our treatment group has determined that your current condition is basically between early and medium stage liver cancer. Elder Song's condition, 2 days ago, was basically the final stage of cancer. The cancer cells had invaded his whole body and he was about to die. In just 2 days, he had taken 5 doses of Chinese medicine and recovered to such an extent. This made the 2 medical experts, who were well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine, feel that it was incredible. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong were chosen to come because they weren't biased against Chinese medicine. Su Xiaohong's research was on the integration of Chinese and Western medicine during her PhD stage. Even so, they didn't have much hope for Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine treatment. This was because many people who suffered from late-stage liver cancer would choose traditional Chinese medicine as their treatment method, but most of them had little effect. Deep down, they still believed that Western medicine's radiotherapy and chemotherapy were the most direct and effective way to treat cancer. When the results of the examination came out today, it really made the 2 of them drop their glasses. Eccentric Song was also surprised. Looks like the results are pretty good. I was diagnosed as late stage when I was first checked, but now I've recovered to early, middle stage. Little Xia, your medical skills are amazing. Zhou Jiaming said, Chief, we also found a rather strange phenomenon. You've received some hepatectomy operations abroad. This time, we compared the results of the 2 operations and found that the part of your liver that was removed has grown a lot. Oh? Elder Song raised his eyebrows and asked, do other patients have this phenomenon? Some patients in the early stage also have similar self-healing symptoms after receiving resection surgery, but the extent of it is very small. Zhou Jiaming said. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Little Xia, Chief, this is a normal phenomenon. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly in his heart. Then, he said confidently, everything is within my expectations. Don't worry. Zhou Jiaming and Su Xiaohong looked at Xia Ruofei in shock. Even the removed liver could recover, and in 2 days, it recovered so much. Was this the traditional Chinese medicine they knew? Alright, I've got the basic situation. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Sir, I'll adjust the prescription immediately. I'll give you 1 dose later and another in the evening. You can get out of bed and move around from tomorrow onwards. Good, good, good. It's good to get off the bed and move around. Elder Song laughed and said, I'll feel uncomfortable all over if I continue to lie down. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 left Elder Song's room. As soon as they went out, Dr. Su Xiaohong said excitedly, Dr. Xia, the treatment was too successful to be able to recover to such an extent in 2 days. From terminal stage liver cancer was definitely a Nobel Prize level achievement. If it's promoted, it'll be a blessing for liver cancer patients. Zhou Jiaming, who was standing at the side, had long noticed that Xia Ruofei's expression was not quite right. He couldn't help but give Su Xiaohong a look. However, Su Xiaohong had been studying in the college for a long time. She was not as sophisticated as Zhou Jiaming in terms of social experience. She didn't notice Zhou Jiaming's reminder and continued to speak excitedly. Xia Ruofei, who was about to open the door, stopped and turned around. Director Zhou, Professor Su, please come in with me. Oh, by the way, please call Director Liu over. Su Xiaohong was stunned. Zhou Jiaming quickly nudged Su Xiaohong's arm, then said, "Okay, Dr. Xia." He ordered a nurse to look for Manager Liu and followed Xia Ruofei into the room with a confused Su Xiaohong. Director Zhou, Dr. Xia is, Su Xiaohong asked in a low voice, puzzled. Professor Su, Dr. Xia definitely doesn't want this treatment to spread, so he specifically asked us to stay behind to explain. Zhou Jiaming said. How is that possible? Su Xiaohong was shocked. That's a Nobel Prize level achievement. There's no such good treatment in the world. And it's pure Chinese medicine. This research on liver cancer, Professor Su, Dr. Xia must have his own ideas. Let's just listen to him. Zhou Jiaming laughed bitterly as he looked at Su Xiaohong. As expected, when Manager Liu arrived, Xia Ruofei said directly, Director Liu, Director Zhou, Professor Su, I called you all here today for one thing. The Bureau Chief's medical report is out, and the treatment is much better than expected. However, I hope that this matter can be kept absolutely confidential. Why? Shouldn't such a good treatment method be promoted? Su Xiaohong was the first to express her confusion. This is definitely a major breakthrough in cancer research. Professor Su. Zhou Jiaming coughed and said, let's hear what Dr. Xia has to say. Xia Ruofei smiled. Actually, there's no special reason. First of all, I'm afraid of trouble and don't want to publicize this kind of thing. After all, my main job is not to be a doctor. If a large number of patients come to me, I won't be able to work anymore. People had a strong desire to live. Previously, a Chinese researcher had tried to add sodium bicarbonate, or sodium bicarbonate, to an arteriological embolism surgery. This was supposed to be a very good research, but they only targeted large liver cancer patients who were not as effective as ordinary chemical embolism surgery. Moreover, they had only conducted a small study of dozens of cases. As a result, it was reported by the media as baking soda starved the cancer cells. A large number of patients seemed to see the hope of survival and rushed to the Second People's Hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province, where the research team was located. Xia Ruofei did not want to face such a situation. The reason why the healing effect was so good this time was entirely due to the effect of the petals of the strange flower. There were so many patients in the world, even if the spirit map space produced 500 petals of the strange flower every day, it wouldn't be enough. Xia Ruofei continued, secondly, there are a few very rare herbs in my prescription. I brought them from the 3 mountains. Now, they can only be found occasionally in the deep mountains and forests. They can't be cultivated by man. The more they are used, the less they are. Without these herbs, my prescription can't work at all. Therefore, this treatment is destined to not be widely promoted. To avoid trouble, this must be kept a secret. Su Xiaohong opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end. If it was only the first reason, according to her personality, she would definitely use a doctor should have the heart of a parent, for the advancement of human medicine and other great principles, to persuade Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei's second reason made her swallow her words. Since it was destined that it could not be promoted on a large scale, what was the point of saying that? Manager Liu looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully and said, Dr. Xia, I understand what you mean. I'll issue a gag order on the medical team. The chief's treatment has to be kept strictly confidential. I'll emphasize it again. There's definitely no problem. The current medical group was not like Liang Haitao's medical group. The members of this medical group were all ordinary experts and medical staff with no background. The words of Manager Liu, the big butler, were naturally quite authoritative. Manager Liu also knew that he didn't need to ask Elder Song for permission. Even if he did, Elder Song would definitely support Xia Ruofei. Elder Song's admiration for Xia Ruofei came from the bottom of his heart. Even his grandson, Song Ruofei, was a little jealous. In his memory, his grandfather had always been very strict. When had he ever been so kind to the younger generation? Zhou Jiaming also quickly said, Dr. Xia, we will definitely keep our lips sealed. There aren't many people who have access to the chief's inspection report. I'll talk to them one by one and emphasize the confidentiality of the rules. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you, everyone. I'll adjust the prescription now and prepare to brew the Chinese medicine for the chief. Manager Liu and the other two tactfully stood up and said their goodbyes. Xia Ruofei's prescription was an absolute secret, and no outsiders were allowed to be present during each brewing session. Soon, Xia Ruofei had the medicine ready. The so-called change-in the prescription was just Xia Ruofei's excuse. In fact, he was still using the liver cancer treatment formula. However, the bottle of solution that contained half a petal of the strange flower had been used up. Xia Ruofei used a bottle with a lower concentration. Coincidentally, Xia Ruofei also felt that the previous treatment effect was too good and needed to control the rhythm. After bringing the medicine over, Elder Song quickly finished it himself. Elder Shushu had recovered a lot and basically didn't need anyone to serve him anymore. Just like that, another 2 days passed by. Xia Ruofei's daily job was simple. He would brew 3 doses of Chinese medicine for Elder Song. The medical group was also more like a bystander. They just prescribed some Western medicine for anti-cancer treatment and regularly checked Elder Song's body. In the past few days, Xia Ruofei had become very close to Song Jingping's son, Song Ruofei. Young Master Song was too bored in the mountains, and Xia Ruofei was the only person his age that he could talk to. Xia Ruofei's medical skills were so brilliant that he pulled the spiritual pillar of the Song family back from the brink of death. Therefore, even Song Jingping did not object to Song Ruofei and Xia Ruofei being together. Yesterday, when everyone went to the reconnaissance station outside, Su Wu had arranged for a few good fighters to compete with Xia Ruofei. Without exception, they were all defeated very quickly. In the end, Xia Ruofei had fought against 10 elite scouts and won easily. In the end, Su Wu, who refused to believe it, personally went into battle. This expert from the Guard Bureau was subdued by Xia Ruofei in less than 10 moves. Su Wu started to doubt his life. He kept saying, What the? Are all the soldiers of Lone Wolf this strong? Should I apply for a transfer? Song Ruofei, who had witnessed all of this, was even more impressed with Xia Ruofei. He insisted on pestering Xia Ruofei to learn Kung Fu. Xia Ruofei, who could not bear the trouble, had no choice but to go to the reconnaissance company and find a physical training outline and throw it to Song Ruofei. He told him that if he wanted to learn Kung Fu, he had to build a good foundation first. The most basic requirement was that His physical fitness had to reach the excellent level and above the standard of the training outline. The standard of a scout was higher than that of an ordinary troop, and the standard of excellence was even more perverted. Even the more outstanding squad leaders in the ordinary infantry troops might not be able to reach it. Xia Ruofei gave up after one look. He smiled cheekily and said that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. As a son of the Song family, there was no need to do everything personally. Anyway, he had a good brother. Like Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei immediately rolled his eyes at him. On the 5th day of Xia Ruofei's arrival in Hangzhou, Elder Song had recovered even better. He could get out of bed and move around for about an hour every day. His physical indicators were returning to normal, and his mental state was basically no different from that of a healthy person. Xia Ruofei felt that it was time for him to bid farewell and return to Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei came out in a hurry this time as there were a lot of things waiting for him at home. Because he was not present at the transfer of ownership, he was stuck at one of the segments. Guan Ping called every day to urge and complain. At that time, Taoyuan vegetables only had 5 days' worth of supply left, and it was taken away by Shijiang Moon Club and Lingji Restaurant at once. If they didn't go back, the supply would have to be interrupted. The succulents should have been released yesterday, so Xia Ruofei had no choice but to put up a notice to delay the release. Many customers left messages to urge them. Some people tried to get their hands on the succulents several times but failed, and they were quite resentful. Also, it was time to add some petal solution to the water tower in the farm. The 2 blood dragons at home had not been fed petal solution for a few days, and he wondered how they were doing. Hence, seeing that Elder Song's condition was stable, Xia Ruofei wanted to bid farewell and leave. He called Song Jingping and the others to Elder Song's room and shared his thoughts. What? You're going back? Song Jingping was shocked. No, Dr. Xia, the treatment just started showing its effects. What if your condition worsens if you leave? Dr. Xia, the chief's treatment is at a critical moment, Manager Lu said hurriedly. You can't leave at this time. They all knew that even though the anti-cancer drugs in Western medicine sold at a sky-high price, the real effect was probably Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine. If Xia Ruofei went back, what would happen to Elder Song's illness? Song Jilan also frowned slightly. Dr. Xia, please stay. You're in a hurry to go back. Is there something wrong? We, the Song family, can help you deal with it. Even Song Ruofei said, Ruofei, you're not very kind. Help people to the end. If worse comes to worst, when my grandfather recovers, I'll take you to the big. At this point, Song Ruofei felt Song Jingping's murderous gaze. He shuddered and forcefully suppressed the word health care. Big capital, have a good tour. He laughed. This guy was quick-witted, and although he was very stiff at the end, he managed to salvage the situation. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had just mentioned that he wanted to leave, and the Song family's reaction was so intense. What should he do? Eccentric Song, who had been silent all this time, suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, Jingping, Jilan, what are you guys doing? Can't you let little Xia finish her sentence? He came all the way here to give this old man voluntary treatment, and now he's in trouble. And you won't let him go? No. Dad, don't be angry. We're not stopping Dr. Xia from leaving, it's just. Song Jingping hurriedly said. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Chief, Provincial Head Inquisitor Song and the others are just concerned about you. It's my fault for not making things clear. After a pause, he continued, Chief Judge Song, I do have a lot of things to deal with at home. However, the reason why I want to leave is mainly because the bureau chief's condition has completely stabilized. He just needs to follow the prescribed order of treatment. Before I leave, I'll boil a total of 6 doses of Chinese medicine for 2 days. They can be stored in the refrigerator, and you just have to take the medicine on time. Dr. Xia, 2 more days of medicine shouldn't be enough. For my father's condition, right? Song Jingping asked with concern. It's like this, Wan Yao said. After taking the medicine for 2 days, the treatment is basically completed. Xia Ruofei said, by then, the cancer cells in the chief's body should be suppressed to a very small amount, or even completely annihilated. In the future, you only need to take Western anti-cancer drugs. In addition, I'll adjust the prescription and formulate some Chinese medicine for the chief to nourish and protect the liver, to continue to consolidate. Xia Ruofei looked at Elder Song and said, you can brew the medicine for 3 to 5 days at a time. You just need to send someone to get it from me regularly. This way, you won't have to delay the time. I think this is a good idea. Elder Song smiled. Xiao. Xia has her own career. She can't possibly stay in this remote mountain and accompany an old man like me. Song Jingping was still worried. He said, Dr. Xia, the 3 mountains are quite far from here. It's quite inconvenient to go back and forth. Can't you stay for a few more days? Song Jingping had already identified Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine. He felt that the anti-cancer drugs in Western medicine were basically useless. He would only be at ease if he kept taking Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine. Elder Song's health had finally improved. Song Jingping was worried that once Xia Ruofei left, his condition would worsen. Although the Song family had long been deeply rooted, without Elder Song as their pillar, the impact was still great. Xia Ruofei showed an apologetic expression and said, Chief Judge Song, it's not that I don't want to stay, but my company can't do without me. As for what you said about the distance between the 2 places, Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and suddenly his eyes lit up. I do have a solution, but I don't know if it's appropriate, tell me. Eccentric Song said with a smile. Chief, why don't you go to the 3 mountains to recuperate for a while? Xia Ruofei said, it's warmer in the south. And the winter climate is pleasant. It'll be good for your recovery. I can also treat you when the time comes. We won't delay anything. Song Jingping's eyes lit up as well. He quickly said, Dad, I think Dr. Xia's suggestion is very good. Why don't you consider it? Go to the 3 mountains to recuperate? Eccentric Song was also lost in thought. He was also tempted. The reason why he insisted on staying in Jiangnan province was largely because he felt that he might not be able to get through this. He had the idea of returning to his roots. But now, his body was getting better day by day. It was clear that as long as he continued to receive treatment, it was still too early to return to his roots. In that case, staying in Jiangnan province would not be as important as it used to be. Moreover, the southeast province was also considered the traditional sphere of influence of the Song family. There were many students and old friends there, so it was quite appropriate for Elder Song to recuperate there. It's been a few years since I've been to the 3 mountains. It's not a bad idea to stay there for a while. Elder Song said with a smile, then frowned. I'm just afraid that it will affect the work of the local comrades. At Elder Song's level, no matter where he went, it would involve many aspects, so he was basically not willing to go down. Dad, it's not that, Song Jingping hurriedly said. I'll pass on your instructions to Secretary Lin in advance, and tell them not to make a big fuss. We're only going there to recuperate. We're not going to inspect the other places, or give any instructions. How can we affect their work? Song Jilan also said, Dad, Dr. Xia said that the weather in the south is more suitable for your recovery. You're a patient now. You should listen to the doctor's words, right? Woof. You actually brought up little Xia. Elder Song laughed and said, all right. Then I'll stay in the southeast province for a while. I haven't caught up with Xiao Tian and the others in many years. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and felt that it was a bit dramatic. He did not expect that his casual suggestion would bring back such a big god for the southeast province. Once Elder Song made up his mind, the next step was simple. Manager Lu was busy reporting to the central government about Elder Song's status. He was no longer able to go wherever he wanted. Even though he had retired, he was still an important figure. His every move attracted the attention of many parties, so it was natural that he had to inform them in advance. Of course, this was just a routine procedure. Several of the core leaders had been promoted by Elder Song. If the old man wanted to move to another place to recuperate, who in the functional departments below would dare to object? Wasn't that the same as looking for death in the toilet? Song Jingping began to coordinate with the southeast province. If Elder Song wanted to go, the medical team could bring him. But the security guards would definitely be elites selected from the local garrison, including the deployment of the residents and the surrounding areas. There were many things that needed to be discussed in advance. Therefore, even though Elder Song had decided to go to Sanshan City, he could not make it immediately. Xia Ruofei shut himself in his room and brewed enough Chinese medicine for Elder Song to take for 2 days. He put the medicine in a big clay pot and handed it to Zhou Jiaming, who was in the medical team. He told them to give it to the chief on time. Xia Ruofei wasn't worried that the secret would be revealed. The composition of the Chinese medicine was complicated. No one had been able to test the ingredients in a bowl of medicinal soup. As for the composition of the strange flower petal, it had been directly dissolved in the medicinal soup. The petal was so magical that its composition was definitely not something that could be detected by the current level of science. It might even be a special substance that human beings had not discovered. Moreover, Zhou Jiaming and the others had gone through a strict political review, and they didn't have a complicated family background, so it was unlikely that they would dare to have any ideas about the Chinese medicine. In addition, the cold cabinet used a double lock, which required both manager Lu and Zhou Jiaming to be present to open it. Therefore, the possibility of the secret being leaked was infinitely close to zero. Xia Ruofei mixed the rest of the herbs together and threw them into the fire to burn, completely wiping out the last trace of evidence. Then, Xia Ruofei left the small courtyard that he had stayed in for 5 days. Song Jingping's son, Song Ruofei, was also going with him to the 3 mountains. This guy was obviously suffering in the mountains, but he claimed that he was going to the 3 mountains to help his grandfather. Song Jingping was obviously happy that Song Ruofei and Xia Ruofei were on good terms. For the first time, he didn't stop Song Ruofei and just gave him a few instructions with a straight face. More than 6 hours later, Xia Ruofei and Song Ruwei walked out of the exit tunnel of Sanshan International Airport. In fact, more than half of the time was spent on the road from the small courtyard in the mountain where Elder Song lived to Hangzhou City. This time, it was naturally impossible for Yu to use a land helicopter. The two of them took a military off-road command vehicle on the bumpy mountain road for more than 2 hours before arriving at Hangzhou Airport. They waited at the airport for nearly an hour before they boarded the nearest flight to Sanshan City. Song Ruwei, who had left his grandfather and father, was like a different person. He was in high spirits and no longer looked like an obedient baby. Song Ruwei pushed his limited edition Rimiva aluminum travel suitcase with one hand and put his other hand on Xia Ruofei's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Ruofei, I'm finally free. I'll take you to a good place later." Xia Ruofei pushed Song Ruwei's hand away in disgust and said, "Thank you. I'm not gay, your sister. I'm also a straight man, okay?" Song Ruwei said, "Hey, to be honest, the Three Mountains is my territory. Wherever I take you, you'll definitely forget about returning. Heavenly Earth and Earth on Earth are so weak." Xia Ruofei did not stop and rolled his eyes. "It seems like I'm the one who was born and raised in the Three Mountains. When did the Three Mountains become your territory?" "I have many friends here," Song Ruwei said. "Matter of factly, you're definitely not as familiar as me when it comes to eating, drinking, and playing. I'm telling you, that place. TSK. The girl was simply too fresh. And the key was that there were many tricks to live well. It was definitely the best enjoyment. You've heard of the poison dragon? Have you ever heard of the double sound cannon? Looking at your old-fashioned look, you must have never seen it before. I'm telling you, there's also ice and fire." Stop. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Ruwei's words were getting more and more unreliable, so he quickly interrupted him and said, "Young Master Song, you can enjoy it yourself. I'm not interested in these things." Song Ruwei widened his eyes and carefully took 2 steps away from Xia Ruofei. His eyes were filled with exaggerated fear as he said, "What the? You don't really have that kind of taste, do you?" Xia Ruofei did not understand what Song Ruwei meant and looked confused. Song Ruwei quickly added, "It's okay, Ruofei. It's not embarrassing. Society is very tolerant now. No one will discriminate against you." "Young Master Song, what are you trying to say? Who's discriminating against me?" Xia Ruofei was confused. It's nothing," Song Ruwei laughed drily and said, "Then all the more reason you should come with me." Not only were there a lot of beautiful women there, but there were also a lot of handsome men. "I see that you're so good at fighting, so you should like those young fresh meat with soft skin and tender flesh, right? I'll get someone to arrange it for you. Or a trap would do. As long as it's something you want, they can arrange it for you." Xia Ruofei finally came back to his senses. He was speechless and glared at her. "Fuck. Song Ruwei, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that we can't even be brothers anymore? I'm a man, and you're arranging a young hunk for me? A trap? Fuck me. It's too dirty. It's so disgusting. No, let me vomit for a while." "Didn't you say that you don't like women?" Song Ruwei said innocently. "Your sister. When did I say I don't like women? I don't like women from those places." Xia Ruofei scolded, "You're the young master of the Song family. Can you not have such a dirty mind? You scared me, Song Ruofei laughed. I knew it. You don't look like glass at all. Xia Ruofei said anxiously, you're the one who's glass. Your whole family is. He stopped talking. It was fine to scold Song Ruofei however he wanted, but it would be inappropriate to bring his entire family along. Wouldn't that include Elder Song and Song Jingping? I've misunderstood. Look at you, you're so anxious, Song Ruofei put his arm around Xia Ruofei's shoulder and smiled cheekily. I'm just here to thank you. That's why I'm taking you. To see what a rotten life is like. You're the one who doesn't appreciate it, thank you. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, do you think I'm just looking for an excuse to go back to the Three Mountains? I have a lot of things to deal with at home. You can do whatever you want. I won't keep you company, tisk, how boring, Song Ruofei said in disdain. The two of them bickered as they walked out of the departure hall. A black Mercedes-Benz was already waiting at the door, and a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses quickly greeted them. Young Master Song. The man in black called out respectfully. Song Ruofei smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, let's go. Get in the car, I'll send you off first. No need. My car is parked in the airport's parking lot. Xia Ruofei said, I can drive back by myself. All right then. Remember to contact me after you're done. Song Ruofei said, when my grandfather comes in a few days, he won't have that much freedom. I know. You can go first. Xia Ruofei watched as Song Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz left the harbor hall. Then, he walked to the parking lot and picked up his pickup truck, which was covered in a layer of dust. He drove away from the airport. Xia Ruofei paid a total of 150 yuan for the parking fee at the airport's exit. It turned out that the overnight parking fee was 30 yuan a day. Xia Ruofei threw the receipt into the receipt box beside the driver's seat and criticized, the fees were a little too high. He started the car and drove away from the airport toll booth. After driving for dozens of meters, Xia Ruofei felt that the black Mercedes-Benz parked by the side of the road looked familiar. He fixed his eyes on it and saw Song Ruofei standing by the side of the road. He was leaning on the car and smoking while looking in the direction of the incoming car. Xia Ruofei slowed down and drove to Song Ruofei's side. He rolled down the window and asked, young Master Song, what's the situation? The car broke down? Song Ruofei didn't notice the dirty pickup at first, but he raised his head when he heard Xia Ruofei's voice. He opened his eyes wide and said, fuck. Ruofei, why are you driving such a broken car? Aren't you a businessman? You won't be so miserable, right? Get lost. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, what's wrong with my car? It could be used for both passenger and cargo, and it was also sturdy. Buzz. Did your car really break down? Why don't I reluctantly send you off? Song Ruofei pouted and said, tisk. How could a Big Ben break down so easily? I purposely stayed behind to see how your car looks like, but I'm really disappointed. You're really boring, kid. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Alright, since your car is fine, I'll leave first. Then, Xia Ruofei did not wait for Song Ruofei's reply. He put the car into gear and stepped on the accelerator. Before they could even go 2 kilometers, the black Mercedes whistled past the pickup, accompanied by Song Ruofei's whistle. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei's arm stretching out of the window and shook his head with a bitter smile. He said in his heart, I wonder if all the children of the big families are as childish as this kid. Xia Ruofei drove on hurriedly until the black Mercedes-Benz drove away. When he could no longer see the taillights, he sped up. At dusk, Xia Ruofei finally returned to Taoyuan farm. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the car, Lightning rushed out of the doghouse in the courtyard and threw itself onto Xia Ruofei affectionately. Almost at the same time, Yi Lingyun's figure appeared at the door. He scanned the room vigilantly. After confirming that it was Xia Ruofei, he called out respectfully, "Brother Xia, you're back?" Xia Ruofei hugged Lightning and rubbed the fur on its head. Then he smiled and asked, Lingyun, how's the house these few days?" "Everything is normal," Yi Lingyun replied, "it's just that Chairman Ling from Lingji Restaurant and President Xing from Shijiangyu came to the farm in person. They went back when they saw that you weren't back. They looked quite anxious." "I know." Xia Ruofei patted Lightning's head and put it down. He continued, "It's fine. They're just worried that I won't be able to supply enough vegetables. Now that I'm back, it's fine. I'll go out and bring back the vegetables for tomorrow." "All right," he said. "Is everything else fine?" Xia Ruofei asked. "They're all good. The vegetables in the greenhouse are growing very well. Old Chow said that they might be able to harvest in more than 10 days. Yi Lingyun said. Originally, Chow Taishu had estimated that the vegetables with the shortest maturity period would be harvested in about a month. The current growth rate had also far exceeded his expectations. They would be able to ripen in a little more than 20 days. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. Then I'll go in first. You should rest early if you have nothing to do. Brother Xia, you can go back first." Yi Lingyun said, "I'll go to the farm to patrol again." Yi Lingyun beckoned to Lightning and walked out of the room, disappearing into the night. Xia Ruofei entered the house with his suitcase. He first went to the big fish tank in the living room. Seeing that the 2 blood dragons were still alive and well, he was relieved. The fish tank was equipped with a very advanced circulation and filtration system. It was not a problem to change the water once a month. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was using the spiritual pool water in the interspace. It did not matter how long it would take. Xia Ruofei opened his suitcase and found a bottle of petal solution with the lowest concentration. He dropped some into the fish tank. The 2 blood dragons were obviously much more excited. They swam happily in the wide fish tank, greedily absorbing the petal solution. Xia Ruofei looked at it for a while, then went upstairs with his suitcase. He first called the managers of Lingji F and B and Shijiangyu, who were in charge of purchasing, to tell them that he had returned to San Shan and asked them to come over as usual tomorrow morning to pick up the dishes. The 2 managers were overjoyed. The cell phone signal in the ravine was not very good these few days. Xia Ruofei mainly used the fixed line phone to communicate with the outside world. They could not contact Xia Ruofei and were almost driven crazy by their boss. Xia Ruofei then called Ling Qingxue to let her know that he was safe. The 2 of them cuddled on the phone for a long time before they reluctantly hung up. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei remembered that he had to provide the vegetables tomorrow morning. Therefore, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space with a thought. He harvested the vegetables with ease and put them in the basket according to their type and weighed them. Then, Xia Ruofei took the opportunity to check out the medium. It was still A thriving scene, especially the pair of little red dragons. They were almost 40 centimeters long, a lot longer than their siblings in the other fish pond. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the new space to play with Blackie and the others for a while. After giving them some food, he left the space. After keeping the painting, Xia Ruofei went downstairs to get the pickup truck. In fact, he had only gone to the beach to smoke a few cigarettes and rested for about half an hour before he drove back. Xia Ruofei found an empty spot on the road and took out the vegetable basket from the medium and placed it in the car. In order to keep the vegetables fresh, Xia Ruofei sprinkled a lot of space spirit pool water on the vegetables. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to help him move the vegetables to the garage and then went upstairs, to his room. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei thought of the new building on the farm, so he took out his phone and called Liang Qichao. "Hey, are you Ruofei? What's the matter?" Liang Qichao asked in a low voice. Xia Ruofei felt that Liang Qichao seemed to be a little unhappy, so he asked, "Brother Liang, what's wrong? I feel like you're a little unhappy." "Oh. It's nothing," Liang Qichao said. "Do you remember when I asked you to help me find the Fibesian wood? I haven't found anything yet, but a few days ago, one of my father's cousins found a piece of good wood. My cousin's grandfather in the United States is quite satisfied with it, and he's preparing to return to China soon." Sigh. It was no wonder that Liang Qichao was so depressed. It was conceivable that Liang Qichao's relatives must have been trying their best to find the Fibesian material, all of them trying to gain points in front of the old man. They had searched for Liang Qichao's house for so long and had spent a lot of energy and money, but they had returned without success. Now that someone else had gotten there before them, how could they not be depressed? However, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat when he heard Liang Qichao's words. He wasn't in a hurry to talk about building a house, so he asked, "Brother Liang, what's the size of the material that your relative found?" Liang Qichao said, "My dad went to take a look at that piece of material. It's indeed an old material of Fibesian. It's more than a meter in diameter, and most of it has formed a core. I estimate that the core diameter can be more than 95 centimeters. Over the years, it's getting harder and harder to find such big and old materials, so after seeing the photo, the old man was very satisfied with this piece of material." Xia Ruofei did some quick calculations in his heart. The Fibesian tree that he had planted in the spirit map space was about a meter in diameter when he went to take a look last time. He did not measure it when he went into the space to patrol, but it was obviously bigger than the last time. The flow of time was one factor. More importantly, after a few upgrades and evolutions, the spiritual chi in the space had become quite rich. The growth rate of the plants in the space had obviously sped up. Not only were the Fibesian trees growing much faster than before, but the ginseng was also the same. Xia Ruofei conservatively estimated that the ginseng in the space was at least 100-year-old wild ginseng. Xia Ruofei estimated that the diameter of the Fibesian wood could reach at least 1.1 meters. Furthermore, the quality of the Fibesian that grew in the space would definitely be much higher than the outside world. The core that formed in the space would definitely not be smaller than the old material that Liang Qichao mentioned. The key was time. If there was enough time, the Fibesian could grow for a few more days. In order to form old materials, the trees had to be cut down in advance and let it dry and oxidize in the natural environment. This process would take at least 3 years. Even in the spirit map space, it would probably take 20 to 30 days. Brother Liang, when will your maternal grandfather return to China? Xia Ruofei asked. He still has some business to deal with in the United States, probably in a month. Liang Qichao continued, Ruofei, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Don't tell me, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Liang, I can't forget what you asked me to do for even a moment. I've also been asking my friends to find out. Didn't we just make some progress? Liang Qichao's spirit was immediately lifted, and he asked, oh, really? How big is the material? It shouldn't be smaller than the one your relative found. The quality must be even better. Xia Ruofei said. Old material? Liang Qichao's voice was shaking with excitement. Definitely. Why would I tell you about the new material? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but Brother Liang, we only have a rough idea. It's hard to say if we can get it. And he didn't know if he would make it in time. Don't tell anyone at home yet. You'd better find out the exact time when the old man will return to the country. I'll try to rush my friend as well. Good. Good, good. Liang Qichao quickly said, Ruofei, it'll be at least a month before your grandfather returns to the country. Hurry up with your friend. It should be fine. MMH. We'll try our best. Xia Ruofei said, but your relative has already found a piece of big news. Will your grandpa still want us? As long as it's better than the material my relative finds, he'll definitely want it. Liang Qichao said, at most, we'll just get both pieces of material. The old man doesn't lack money, so he definitely won't let go of such good material. Liang Qichao was very excited. He knew very well that if Xia Ruofei could really get his hands on a material that was better than his relatives, his maternal grandfather would probably buy both pieces of material. However, he would definitely use the better piece of material as a longevity material. This huge favor would definitely fall into their family's hands when the time came. As long as his cousin, grandfather gave them a little support in their business, their family's business would definitely usher in a leap in development. When the inheritance was to be divided in the future, the benefits that his family would get would definitely be the largest. All right, I got it. Xia Ruofei said, I'll rush my friend and try to get it done as soon as possible. However, I estimate that it will take at least a month. There's still time. I'll tell my grandpa once you've confirmed it, Liang Qichao said. It's fine even if he's back in the country. Just treat it as a surprise. After talking about the Phoebe Jiannan, Xia Ruofei told Liang Qichao that he wanted to build a house on his farm. Liang Qichao was excited and agreed readily. He said that he would come to the farm with manager Li the next day and that he would pay Xia Ruofei the cost price for the construction and materials. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei found a tape measure and took out the spirit map scroll. He then entered the medium. He went straight to the Phoebe Jiannan tree and measured it with a tape measure. The thickest part of the tree had already reached a diameter of 1.2 meters. Then he quickly climbed up the tree and found a position on it to measure it. It was also about 1.1 meters, so it was definitely not a problem to take a section of old material with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Xia Ruofei immediately felt relieved. He calculated the time. With the difference in the flow of time and the factors of the space environment, the Orium should be able to form a perfect old material after being cut down and placed in the space for about 25 days. Thus, he decided to officially cut down the trees in 5 days. The main reason was that such a large tree needed to be prepared before it could be cut down. Moreover, the longer it grew in the space, the bigger it would grow. For such a precious wood, the better. The next morning, the trucks of the 2 restaurants had just left when Liang Qichao drove to Peach Blossom Farm. With the project manager, Shaoli, Liang Qichao gave Xia Ruofei a big hug as soon as he got out of the car. He smiled and said, "Ruofei, thank you so much for the Phoebe Jinan. I can't be sure yet." "Brother Liang, don't thank me too early," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother, you've always been reliable, I'm very assured." Liang Qichao laughed and said, "That uncle of mine has been so smug these few days. If he sees that I've also found a piece of old material that's even more outstanding than his one in a month's time, his expression will definitely be very interesting." "Brother Liang, you didn't tell anyone, right? If it doesn't work out, we'll lose face," Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Don't worry. You've already told me, so how can I just say that?" "I didn't even tell my dad," Liang Qichao said. "He's been frowning all day long." "That's good too, he won't have the time to care about me, haha, you're so quick-witted." Xia Ruofei was speechless. The 3 of them chatted as they walked to a large open space. Xia Ruofei pointed at the open space and said, "Brother Liang, Manager Li, I'm planning to build a building on this land. I'll also have to reserve a place for cold storage. This time, I'm planning to build an office and apartment complex. Manager Li, take a good look." Liang Qichao said, "This is my brother's business. You have to do it well, okay? Don't worry, we'll do our best for Boss Xia's project," Manager Li said quickly. Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, "Brother Liang, Manager Li is not bad. When we were building this farm, he was watching the construction site every day. You've seen the final project. It can be used as a sample project. My brother's matters are my matters, so I definitely didn't say anything." Liang Qichao laughed and said, "If we don't do it well, wouldn't we be slapping ourselves in the face? Boss Xia, let's have a brief discussion today. Let me know if you have any requirements or ideas." Manager Li said, "I'll come up with a design plan later." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, Manager Li. I'm considering building a 6-story building. The first and second floors will be used as offices. The third floor and above will be employees' apartments. At the same time, we'll reserve some rooms for future use. The office and living floors were relatively isolated, so it was best to pass through different entrances in front and behind without interfering with each other. As for the exterior design, I don't know much about it. You're experienced, so just do it according to your ideas first and let me have a look later." "Alright," he said. Manager Li said as he jotted down notes in his notebook. Then, the 2 of them discussed some more details, including the area, direction, and so on. Manager Li also gave some suggestions of his own, many of which were details that Xia Ruofei had not thought of. For example, the broadband expansion in the villa used to be home broadband, but now it was used for office use, so the bandwidth would definitely need to be increased. After settling the details, Liang Qichao left Peach Blossom Farm with Manager Li. Manager Li would work overtime to come up with a design plan when he returned, and Xia Ruofei only had to give the final approval. Before they got into the car, Liang Qichao kept reminding Xia Ruofei to pay more attention to the Phoebe Jinan material. Xia Ruofei naturally smiled and agreed to Qianqian's request to earn money for himself. He would do it well even without Liang Qichao's instructions. After Liang Qichao left, Xia Ruofei also drove away from Taoyuan Farm. He drove the night 15 straight to the real estate transaction center in the city, and the transfer of the villa was stuck at a certain step. This required the presence of both the buyer and the seller or an authorized agent, so he called Guan Ping as soon as he came back and made an appointment to do it today. Xia Ruofei parked his car and went to the real estate trading center. He saw Guan Ping and Zhao Xueqing waiting at the door. The moment they met, Guan Ping started to complain that Xia Ruofei was not reliable. Xia Ruofei also looked like he was accepting the criticism humbly. He smiled and allowed Guan Ping to scold him. After that, he even took the initiative to apologize to Zhao Xueqing, saying that he had an urgent matter and had to leave the Three Mountains, delaying everyone's time. Zhao Xueqing was very polite and smiled, indicating that it was fine. Everyone walked towards the real estate trading center. Xia Ruofei purposely stayed a few steps behind and nudged Guan Ping with his arm. He asked in a low voice, "Little Ping, how's your relationship with Sister Zhao?" "What do you mean, how is it?" "Just a normal customer relationship." Guan Ping's eyes were evasive. "You're playing dumb, right?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "Should I call Sister Zhao over to ask?" Xia Ruofei was about to call Zhao Xueqing. Guan Ping quickly covered Xia Ruofei's mouth and smiled bitterly. "Are you Ruofei? You'd better spare me." "Can you tell me now?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "What are you talking about?" Guan Ping scratched his head and said, "Sister Zhao. She's currently single, but I don't know if she's interested in me." "You're already single. Why are you still hesitating?" Xia Ruofei widened his eyes and asked, "Go." All kinds of offensive attacks were taking turns. "Weren't you quite popular with women when you were in school?" "Go. Do I have as much luck with women as you do?" Guan Ping said, "Back then, you didn't even touch a basketball when you were on the court." The girls at the side of the court kept screaming, "I can't help it, I'm good looking." Xia Ruofei smiled proudly. "Tsk," Guan Ping expressed his disdain. "But then again, you weren't bad back then." Xia Ruofei said, "Why are you so nervous when you're working?" Guan Ping smiled bitterly. "Sister Zhao started her own company. Although she's not very rich, her family property is at least a few million yuan. I'm just a real estate agent. I don't have anything I want. Forget it." After stepping into society, people would become more realistic. It was no wonder that Guan Ping felt inferior. The difference in material conditions between the two sides was too big. Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Little Ping, I have to say this to you. The most unacceptable thing for a person is to belittle himself. You're a real estate agent now. Are you going to be a real estate agent for the rest of your life? When you meet a girl you like, you have to be brave and chase after her. If you can't get her, then there's nothing to say, but if you don't even chase after her, you'll definitely regret it in the future." "I know, Ruofei." Guan Ping said, "Thank you." Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "It'll be noon by the time we're done today. Why don't you try to ask her out for lunch? You don't need me to teach you how to chase girls, do you?" N. Guan Ping nodded his head heavily. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "If you're not happy with your job at the agency, you can work for me. Chubby boy is working in my company now. You're here to help manage the sales, and it's basically the same as your current business. When our company develops, you will be at the gold collar level. By then, you won't have to worry about not being able to match your social status, right? Guanping revealed a touched expression. All right, Ruofei, I'll consider it carefully. Thanks. Xia Ruofei patted Guanping's shoulder and said, let's go. Xia Ruofei left immediately after signing a few documents at the real estate center and completing the process. The next time he came, it would be the final signature and confirmation, as well as the transfer of money. Both parties trusted each other, so they did not open a guarantee account at the bank. Instead, they would wait for the transfer to be completed before transferring the money. As for whether Guanping could get Zhao Xueqing on a date, it was his own business. Xia Ruofei could not care so much. Anyway, he had already said what needed to be said. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei was also busy with the farm. For example, he cut the succulent plants again and put some of the seedlings from last time on the internet for sale. In addition, he also made some preparations for cutting down the Phoebe Jiannan wood. There was also the arrangement of the vegetable field in the interspace. In a few days, the vegetable greenhouse of Taoyuan farm would enter a virtuous cycle and Xia Ruofei could clear the vegetable field in the interspace. After leaving for a few days, Xia Ruofei had accumulated a lot of work. He spent these few days in a busy manner. 3 days later, Manager Lu called Xia Ruofei and told him that Elder Song had arrived in Sanshan City. Hence, Xia Ruofei, who thought he could take a break, started to prepare Chinese medicine for Elder Song's follow-up examination. This time, Xia Ruofei still used the traditional Chinese medicine prescription for liver cancer, but he had changed it to another one because it was cheap. When he was in Hangzhou, he didn't need to worry about the cost of the herbs. Now that he was going to buy the herbs himself, there was no need to be so wasteful. Anyway, it was the petals of the exotic flowers that were effective. Xia Ruofei bought a lot of herbs at the Chinese medical hall and kept them in her interspace. Then, he began to brew the medicine in the spirit map space. He still brewed 6 doses of Chinese medicine, enough for Elder Song to take for 2 days. This time, the concentration of the petal solution that Xia Ruofei had added was very low. It was the kind that was used to mix a strange flower petal with a box of water in the spatial pool. Xia Ruofei had planned to prolong the treatment. In total, Elder Song had used up almost 2/3 of the petals. There was no need for him to use a high-purity petal solution anymore. After preparing the Chinese medicine, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and dug out a stick of wild ginseng. Firstly, Elder Song was recuperating in the 3 mountains, and it would not be good for him to come empty-handed on his first visit. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had always respected this legendary general from the bottom of his heart. Although wild ginseng was precious, it was nothing to Xia Ruofei. It was just right to give one to Elder Song. Secondly, Xia Ruofei also wanted to see how much the wild ginseng had grown in the medium. Hence, Xia Ruofei had dug it out randomly. The result did not disappoint Xia Ruofei. The main root of the ginseng was almost 16 centimeters long. It was very thick as 2 adult fingers. The tiny roots were even more luxuriant, reaching 30 to 40 centimeters. There were many protruding dots on the top of the roots, like small pearls decorating it. Compared to the 3 that he had dug out to sell last time, it had grown by 1/3. This speed was truly astonishing. Xia Ruofei used a small brush to carefully remove the soil around the ginseng's roots. Then, he left it to dry in the space. He left the outside world to surf the internet for a while. He went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette before returning to his room and entering the spirit map space. Because of the flow of time, the Chinese medicine in the medium had completely cooled down, and the wild ginseng had also dried naturally. Xia Ruofei found a large paper box and wrapped the wild ginseng up. Then, he placed the concocted medicinal soup in a clay pot and left the medium with the ginseng. Xia Ruofei found a basket to put the clay pot in. After covering the lid, he found some foam to fill the space to prevent the Chinese medicine from spilling out on the road. Then, he bade farewell to Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao and drove the pickup truck out of Taoyuan Farm to visit Elder Song. Driving the Night 15 would be too ostentatious, so Xia Ruofei felt that a pickup truck was more suitable. Elder Song was staying in Guling, which was in the southern suburbs of Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei drove on the fast road for more than 10 minutes before he reached the entrance to the mountain from the side road. He followed the steep winding mountain road up. The slope here was rather steep and many cycling enthusiasts liked to rush down the slope. Xia Ruofei met several groups of people on the way. After driving for about 5 kilometers, a fork appeared in the road. The straight road led to the Guling scenic area, while the right road led to Xia Ruofei's destination, a training center of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference in Shuangji Province. Elder Song had set the collapsed ground here for the sake of peace and quiet. Although it was on the edge of the scenic area, the training center was far from the main road, and there was only one road leading there, so the security work was relatively less stressful. The mountain environment was pleasant, and the air was fresh, which was more beneficial for the recovery of the elderly. Not long after they drove into the intersection and just turned a corner, Xia Ruofei's car was stopped by 2 soldiers with loaded guns. After checking the license plate and Xia Ruofei's documents, the soldier waved his hand and let them through. There were 3 sentries as they drove in. Although Xia Ruofei's license plate had already been reported to Manager Liu, the sentry still meticulously checked the situation inside the car and Xia Ruofei's identification before letting them through. The training center usually hosted some meetings, banquets, and other services, but it had been cleared out long ago. The huge training center had become a temporary courtyard for Elder Song. Only Elder Song, the staff around him, and the medical team were here. In addition, a side building of the training center had become the temporary station of the security force. Xia Ruofei's car was parked in front of the main building of the training center. Manager Liu, a leading figure, was personally waiting in front of the building. Dr. Xia. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Liu greeted him with a smile. Xia Ruofei held the basket in one hand and the long paper box in the other. He smiled and said, I'm not worthy of being welcomed by Manager Liu personally. Let's go. Manager Liu laughed. The bureau chief is waiting for you upstairs. Xia Ruofei followed Manager Liu upstairs and met Elder Song in a luxurious suite. Song Jingping and Song Jilan were also in the room. They were very enthusiastic when they saw Xia Ruofei. After 3 days of not seeing him, Elder Song seemed to be in high spirits. He didn't look like a cancer patient at all. Elder Song was also very happy to see Xia Ruofei and invited him to sit down. Xia Ruofei handed the basket to Manager Liu and said, Manager Liu, this is the liver, nourishing Chinese medicine I just concocted. The medical group should have sealed bags, so let them divide it into 6 portions and store it in cold storage. After the chief has his lunch, let him take one first. All right. Manager Lu took the basket and said, "Thank you, doctor." Xia. Manager Lu took the Chinese medicine and left. Xia Ruofei placed the paper box on the coffee table and smiled. "Chief, this is a small gift from me. It's for you to recuperate." "Oh?" "Xia even gave me a present." Elder Song smiled and said, "I'll have to take a good look then," Elder Song said as he personally opened the box. Song Jingping and Song Jilan also looked over curiously. The wild ginseng was exposed to everyone's sight. Elder Song couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Song Jingping's eyes were filled with surprise. "Dr. Xia, is this wild ginseng?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Such a big wild ginseng, it's at least 100 years old." Song Jilan couldn't help but be a little speechless. She didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so generous. She couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei with a strange expression. Although this wild ginseng was only a third bigger than the last one, if Xia Ruofei sold it at Tongren Hall, he could sell it for at least 2 million Chinese dollars, more than double the price. This was because the older the wild ginseng was, the more valuable it was. The price of 250-year-old and 100-year-old ginseng could be several times higher. Of course, 2 million yuan was nothing in the eyes of the Song family, but the key was that this kind of 100-year-old wild ginseng was priceless. Once it appeared on the market, it would be snapped up quickly. Nowadays, there were too many rich people. Who wouldn't want to keep a stick of this kind of high-quality ginseng at home? If there was any illness, this could save his life. Therefore, even if the Song family wanted to get such a good wild ginseng, it would take a lot of effort. Elder Song raised his head and looked at Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, "Xia, this gift is a little too expensive." "Chief, it's just a small token of my appreciation." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I wanted to bring it the last time I went to Hangzhou, but I thought that your body wasn't in good condition at that time. It was too weak to be nourished. That's why I didn't take it that time. But it's more suitable for you to take it now. It'll be very helpful for your recovery." "No, Dr. Xia, this gift is too expensive. We can't accept it," Song Jingping said. Song Jilan also hurriedly said, "Dr. Xia, your wild ginseng is indeed very good for my father's health. However, it's really too expensive. How about this? We'll buy it from you. Is that okay?" At this time, eccentric Song's face darkened. "Jilan, what are you saying?" Song Jilan was stunned and said, "Dad, Xiao Xia is showing his kind intentions, yet you're actually talking about money with him?" Elder Song frowned and said, "Can money buy such wild ginseng?" Song Jilan was confused. She didn't know what Elder Song meant, so she could only pretend to accept it. Master Song smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Little Xia, since you gave it to me, I'll make an exception and accept it." "Thank you. But there's no next time, and you're not allowed to give such expensive gifts in the future." "You're welcome, Chief." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I promise to carry out your orders. I will come empty-handed in the future." "It's right to come empty-handed." Elder Song laughed. "I don't lack anything." Song Jingping and Song Jilan were both stunned, their mouths slightly agape. Elder Song had been incorruptible all his life. and had never accepted gifts from others, let alone such a precious wild ginseng. Moreover, they knew very well that Elder Song wouldn't be greedy just because he saw something valuable. In fact, with Elder Song's status, as long as he needed it to maintain his body, even if it was a wild ginseng that was older than this year, the Song family could get it, but it would take a lot of effort. As for the value, as the head of the Song family, he naturally wouldn't care about a few million. Accepting this wild ginseng would mean that the Song family would owe Xia Ruofei a favor. It seemed that Elder Song didn't care about this. What did this mean? Obviously, Elder Song had changed his opinion of Xia Ruofei. If he didn't have a good impression of him, he wouldn't even care about a gift that was 10 times more expensive. Elder Song looked at Song Jingping and his sister and said, "What are you all doing? Put the things away." "Oh right, tell the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes for lunch. Xiao Xia will stay for lunch later." "Oh. Okay." Song Jilan quickly said. She glanced at Xia Ruofei again before keeping the wild ginseng and leaving Elder Song's room. In the afternoon, Elder Song hosted a banquet for Xia Ruofei. Since Xia Ruofei had to drive and Elder Song was suffering from liver cancer, neither of them could drink alcohol. Therefore, everyone had to drink plain water. However, Song Jingping, his sister, and manager Lu personally toasted Xia Ruofei with their drinks and were very enthusiastic about him. After lunch, Elder Song took a dose of Chinese medicine and was ready to rest. Xia Ruofei also bid him farewell. Song Jingping personally sent Xia Ruofei downstairs. "Xia, I'll be returning to Xiangnan province in the afternoon. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my father," Song Jingping said in a friendly manner. After Elder Song accepted Xia Ruofei's wild ginseng, Song Jingping naturally changed his address of Xia Ruofei from Dr. Xia to Little Xia. It was a small change of address, but it also reflected the change in Xia Ruofei's position in the governor's heart. Song Jingping treated Xia Ruofei as one of his own. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Don't worry, Chief Judge Song. The chief's body is fine now. I estimate that he will be fully recovered after 1 or 2 months of recuperation." "Yeah." Song Jingping smiled and nodded. "By the way, Song Ruofei will be staying in the southeast province for a while and will be in charge of part of the family business. You two can help each other out. If you have any difficulties in the business, you can go to him directly. If it's something that involves the system, you can just look for Huilan. You're already familiar with her anyway." Song Jingping said that they would help each other out, but in reality, the Song family did not need Xia Ruofei's help. At least, Song Jingping didn't think it was necessary. He was actually trying to get on Xia Ruofei's good side and hint that the Song family could help Xia Ruofei when he needed it. "Okay, thank you, Chief Judge Song," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he asked curiously, "By the way, isn't Song Ruofei always by your side? Why did you suddenly let him stay in the southeast province?" "That kid took the initiative to apply for it," Song Jingping said. "I know what he's thinking, he just doesn't want to be controlled by me." However, he was already in his 20s and it was time for him to train. Besides, the old man will be staying in the southeast province for the time being, and we can't stay here for long. Some of the younger generation are studying abroad, and some are in the government. This kid is the only idle one, so it's good to let him stay here to accompany the old man. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded in understanding. Song Jingping added, that little rascal of mine can't compare to you. He'll definitely cause trouble when I'm not around. If possible, help me keep an eye on him. If it's too outrageous, give me a call. You have my personal number. All right. Xia Ruofei agreed with a smile. However, Song Jingping only mentioned it briefly. He knew that Xia Ruofei was on good terms with Song Ruofei. He could not count on Xia Ruofei to tell on him. Fortunately, he had arranged for people to protect Song Ruofei, and he naturally had eyes and ears in the southeast branch of his family's business, Huatian Group. Basically, Song Ruofei's every move could not escape from the palm of his hand. After chatting with Song Jingping for a while, Xia Ruofei bade him farewell and drove away from the Guling courtyard. Xia Ruofei stayed in the farm for the next 2 days. On the 4th day, Manager Li came up with the design plan. He did his best and probably stayed up for a few nights. When Xia Ruofei saw him, he had dark circles under his eyes and they were red. There were 2 alternatives. Xia Ruofei looked at the estimated cost and found that they were both about 6 million. The cost of civil engineering was about 900 yuan per square meter. There were also other works such as decoration, water drainage, electrical engineering, and installation. All of them added up to less than 2,000 yuan per square meter. The cost of labor and construction materials had been soaring in recent years. Xia Ruofei did a rough estimation and knew that the cost was basically the cost price. There was not much money to be earned even if he finished everything. Xia Ruofei was naturally very satisfied with the design plan. He had no problem with the price. At the moment, he definitely did not have enough cash. But he had a few 100,000 in his account every month. In addition, he would be able to sell a piece of Fibesian non-material in a month's time. By then, he would have another large sum of money. Thus, he had no problem with the money. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly picked a more pleasing design and decided. Manager Li was also very efficient. The next day, the construction team was pulled into the field and the construction began in full swing. When the workers heard that the farm was going to build an office building, as well as their lunch break and duty room, they were all very excited. On the evening of the 5th day, Xia Ruofei returned to his room early after dinner. He was going to the spirit map space today to cut down the largest Fibesian non-tree. Xia Ruofei carefully locked the door and windows. Then, he took out the spiritual map and entered the medium. He measured it with a tape measure. The diameter of the spot near the root was 1.25 meters. 5 months had passed in 5 days and the diameter of the Fibesian non had grown by at least 5 centimeters. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. Under the Fibesian non tree were the tools that Xia Ruofei had prepared these few days, including chains, ropes, and saw. When he was planting it, Xia Ruofei had considered cutting it down. Hence, there were no other plants around the big Fibesian non. Even the smaller ones that he had cut were a long distance away from the big one. Therefore, there was a large open area around the Fibesian non. As for logging, although Xia Ruofei did not have a lot of experience, he had occasionally chopped trees during his field survival training in the army. Although he could not control the direction of the trees accurately, he could still do it in a rough area. That was enough. Besides, Xia Ruofei was much more agile than ordinary people. If there were any accidents during the cutting process, he could avoid it in time. Most importantly, in this spirit map space, Xia Ruofei was equivalent to half a ruler. He could completely rely on his mind to connect with the space and exert a certain amount of control over the Phoebe Jiannan wood. It was impossible to control such a big tree as easily as his own arm, but as long as he could control it a little, it was enough to ensure his safety. Xia Ruofei walked around the Phoebe Jiannan, then strapped the safety rope on his back, hung the saw on his waist, and agilely climbed up. Xia Ruofei came to the branch closest to the ground and secured himself to the tree with the safety rope. Then, he held the saw with one hand and pulled it with the other. The saw started to move. Xia Ruofei's physical strength was much stronger than an average person's. He could easily grab the saw with one hand. There was an ear-piercing sound of friction and wood chips flew everywhere. The branch was sawed off quickly and fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei sawed off all the branches around him, turned off the saw, untied the safety rope, and continued to climb up. Just like that, Xia Ruofei sawed his way up from the bottom. The branches fell off the trunk one by one. Soon, the entire Phoebe Jiannan tree was left with a bare trunk. Xia Ruofei put away the saw and untied the safety rope. He got down from the tree nimbly. At this time, the surroundings of the Phoebe Jiannan tree were full of sawed-off branches. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to cut down the trunk. He started to clean up the branches. Xia Ruofei used the saw to separate the particularly large branches. He did not waste any of them. He dragged them to an open space far away, dug holes, planted them, and watered them. He cut the branches. The variety of this Phoebe Jiannan was very good, and the space environment was unique. As long as the branches were used for cutting, they could basically survive, so naturally, they could not waste such a good thing. Anyway, the vegetable field and the space was basically cleaned up. The original space with 30 times the speed of flow was 8 mu in size. And the large area was now empty. There were a lot of branches this time and it took a few hours to finish all of them. Despite Xia Ruofei's amazing physical strength, he was still covered in sweat. He went to the spiritual pond and scooped up some water, gulping it down in big mouthfuls. Then, he sat down and rested for a while, before returning to the gold Phoebe Jiannan wood. Now, the bottom of the Phoebe Jiannan tree had been cleaned up, leaving only a bare trunk. Of course, this was also the most valuable part of the Phoebe Jiannan tree. Xia Ruofei had already determined the location, so he activated the saw as soon as he got there and started to cut down at the position near the root. First, he sawed it in at an angle, from top to bottom. The rapidly spinning saw came into contact with the tree trunk that was more than a meter in diameter. Immediately, wood chips flew everywhere, and an extremely harsh friction sound entered the ears. Xia Ruofei did not stop until he had sawed through 70 to 80% of the entire trunk. As the saw was cutting from top to bottom, the saw did not get stuck. Xia Ruofei pulled the saw out easily. Then, he started to saw it from the bottom to the top. Soon, the two saw openings merged. Xia Ruofei exerted some force on his wrist and slightly changed the angle of the saw. Suddenly, a large piece of wedge-shaped wood fell out. In this way, about 3/4 of the bottom part of the Phoebe Jiannan tree had been sawed off. Xia Ruofei could hear a faint sizzling sound. The tree was gradually losing its balance. He focused his mind and tried his best to control the Phoebe Jiannan tree. Then, he went to the other side of the saw and used the saw to cut off a circleaf tree bark. Without the pulling force of the bark, the Phoebe Jiannan was on the verge of collapse. Xia Ruofei quickly switched off the saw and retreated 20 to 30 meters away. Then, he used his control of space to force the Phoebe Jinan towards the saw and released the restraint on it. There was a burst of hunting sounds, and a large tree trunk with a diameter of more than 1 meter fell in the direction of the saw, heavily smashing into the ground in the space, raising a large amount of dust. Xia Ruofei felt the ground shake. Fortunately, he was in the medium and had a certain level of control. In addition, he was very agile. If he were to cut down such a large tree outside, it would take a few experienced lumberjacks to work together. Xia Ruofei walked over and used a saw to repair the uneven fracture. In the next 20 days, this Phoebe Jinan tree would lie here quietly and dry naturally, finally forming the so-called old material. The most useful and valuable part of the Phoebe Jinan was its core. The outer bark and side would be discarded when making furniture, decorations, or handlebars. At its peak, the core could take up more than 95% of the entire wood. Hence, after Xia Ruofei had smoothed out the cut, he immediately squatted down to observe the cut. There was a clear color gap between the cut and the outer layer of the bark, which was the darkest. Then, the secondary outer layer was a small circle of white edges, which was the part that had not yet formed the core. The rest was the core, which was the most valuable part of the Phoebe Jinan wood. As for the side materials, some black-hearted merchants would use them to replace the good ones, but in the eyes of the experts, they were just scrap. Xia Ruofei estimated that the core of his Phoebe Jinan tree was definitely more than 95% of the trunk. It would take at least 150 years to achieve this in the outside world. It seemed that the spiritual qi environment in the space not only accelerated the growth of the Phoebe Jinan wood, but more importantly, it also accelerated the transformation of the peripheral wood into the core. Therefore, the core of the Phoebe Jinan wood had almost reached its limit. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He took the tape measure and measured the core. The diameter of the core was almost 1.1 meters. This was already far better than Liang Qichao's relative's Phoebe Jinan. Last time, Liang Qichao had told him on the phone that the core of his relative's Phoebe Jinan was about 95 centimeters. Xia Ruofei knew that this business deal was settled. Xia Ruofei packed up his tools and left the spirit map space. He didn't need to do anything else. All he had to do was wait for the Phoebe Jinan material to decompose naturally in the space. When Liang Qichao's grandfather returned to the country, he would take it out and sell it. After Xia Ruofei left the medium, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. He washed away all the wood shavings and dust, changed into clean cotton home clothes, and walked out refreshed. He sat leisurely on the deck chair on the balcony and lit a cigarette. Night had fallen, and the entire farm was quiet. Only the street lights gave off a gentle light, making the farm seem even more quiet. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Ling Qingshua's number. Ruofei, Ling. Qingshua's voice was full of joy when she received Xia Ruofei's call. Wife, did you miss me? Xia Ruofei asked. With a smile. Ling Qingxua lowered her eyes and said, You're shouting again. I'm not going to talk to you if you continue to be so glib-tongued. Eh? How do you know my tongue is slippery and my mouth is oily? Xia Ruofei asked curiously, could it be that you've been thinking about it ever since you tasted it last time? Ling Qingxua pouted and said, Hey. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Xia Ruofei imagined the long-legged beauties shy look and couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. After the two of them exchanged a few sweet words, Xia Ruofei finally asked, Qing Xue, is your dad free these 2 days? I want to pay a visit. Ah? You're coming. In 2 days? Ling Qingxue was a little surprised. Didn't you say that you were going to look for the blood red dragon? Naturally, I've already found it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, otherwise, how would I have the confidence to meet my future father-in-law? Ling Qingxue's face heated up, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, but I haven't told my dad about us, is that so? Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned, but he quickly smiled and said, then there's no hurry. Let me know when you can visit. I'll keep these 2 blood dragons for now. Ruofei, I've been too busy with work recently, and my father isn't in the office either, so. Ling Qingxue explained hurriedly. I'm fine. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Qingxue, if there's nothing else, you should rest early. Ling Qingxue wanted to say something but stopped herself. In the end, she said, all right, good night. Qingjiang Villa District. In a mansion by the river, Ling Qingxue sat cross-legged on the soft princess bed in her pink cotton pajamas. She held her phone with a slight frown on her face, then got out of bed. Her white feet stepped on the cold floor, but she didn't notice. Ling Qingxue stared blankly at the Min River's fishing fire outside the window, her mind constantly recalling the scene from the call just now. Xia Ruofei did not say anything, but Ling Qingxue could feel his disappointment. This was not because Xia Ruofei's tone was different from usual. It was purely Ling Qingxue's woman's intuition. She stood there in a daze for a long time before she finally made up her mind and quickly walked to the door. But she immediately came back, put on the cotton slippers by the bed, and then opened the door and went downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, Ling Xiaotian was sitting alone in front of the carved tea table and making kung fu tea. The news was being broadcasted on the 110-inch LCD TV. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Ling Xiaotian raised his head and looked over. With a smile, he asked, Qingxue, what's the matter? Ling Qingxue quietly walked over to the sofa opposite Ling Xiaotian and sat down. She crossed her legs and grabbed a pillow before saying, Dad, I don't want to go to the dinner tomorrow. Ling Xiaotian's brows raised as he gently put down the teacup in his hand. He looked at Ling Qingxue and asked, why? Didn't we agree to meet up first? If you don't like it, I won't force you. No reason, I just don't want to go. Ling Qingxue said, frowning. You child, Ling Xiaotian said helplessly, I've already promised him. It's not good to break the promise at the last minute, right? Besides, I've met Secretary Lin's son before. He's a man of striking appearance, and he's polite to everyone he meets. He doesn't seem like the kind of rich playboy. Just take it as making a friend. Dad, you're the one who agreed to the other party, not me. Ling Qingxue's voice was a little agitated. Did you ask for my opinion on this? Tell me when everything is settled. Have you ever respected my choice? Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brows and said, Qingxue, Dad is doing this for your own good. I wouldn't harm you, would I? Besides, I'm not forcing you to marry Lin Feng. You're not young anymore, shouldn't you consider your personal problems? A girl's youth is very short. Dad, I told you that you don't have to worry about my relationship problems. I can handle it myself. Ling Qingxue said, but you always like to arrange this and that for me, always using your standards to judge. In the past, Hidong was like this, and now, Lin Feng is also like this. When will you consider my feelings? Qingxue, I've taken Hidong's matter for granted, Ling Xiaotian said awkwardly. But Lin Feng is different. He graduated from a famous university, and his father is a high-level leader with real power. He's a good match. For our family, I don't want to hear this. Ling Qingxue frowned and said, Dad, I'll tell you the truth. I already have a boyfriend. Ling Xiaotian was stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and stared at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue did not avoid his gaze. The father and daughter just looked at each other. After a long while, Ling Xiaotian asked, when did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? It's only recently. Ling Qingxue said, you know my boyfriend too. He's Xia Ruofei from Paradise Corporation. Since she had already laid all her cards on the table with her father, Ling Qingxue might as well not hide anything and directly say it. What? It's little Xia? Ling Xiaotian cried out, Qingxue, how? How could it be him? Why not him? We were junior high school classmates. Ling Qingxue said frankly, although we haven't seen each other for a few years, after our reunion this time, we both have feelings for each other, so it's only natural that we get together. Ling Qingxue then looked at Ling Xiaotian and asked, Dad, don't tell me you're upset that Ruofei isn't as rich as we are? That's not it, Ling Xiaotian said awkwardly, it's just that I feel that it's a little sudden. In fact, Ling Xiaotian was a little disappointed. It was true that he attached great importance to Xia Ruofei. That was because Xia Ruofei's peach blossom vegetables was of great significance to Ling's restaurant at this stage. In Ling Xiaotian's heart, he naturally regarded Xia Ruofei as a very important business partner. However, if he were to be his future son-in-law, Ling Xiaotian would subconsciously reject him. After all was said and done, it was still the idea of being well matched in social status that was causing trouble. Although Ling Xiaotian was aware of Xia Ruofei's business development, Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation was pitifully small when compared to Ling GF and B. His assets were not even a fraction of Ling GF and B's. Of course, Ling Xiaotian would not voice out his thoughts in front of Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, Dad, since you don't despise Ruofei, that means you agree to our relationship? In that case, I don't have to attend tomorrow's social event, right? Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. He stared into Ling Qingxue's eyes and asked, no. Qingxue, you're not using Xiao Xia as your shield to avoid the blind date. Are you? Ling Qingxue's eyes widened and she asked, Dad, what are you saying? What shield? Ruofei is my boyfriend. Really? Of course, he was going to visit you. Ling Qingxue said, it's precisely because I haven't told you about this that I told him to wait. At first, Ling Xiaotian was a little suspicious. After all, Ling Qingxue had always said that she didn't want to go on blind dates. Later on, she had no choice but to tell him that she had a boyfriend. No matter how he looked at it, she seemed to have moved out at the last minute as a shield. But now that Ling Xiaotian saw his daughter's solemn vow, his heart wavered. Ling Qingxue saw that Ling Xiaotian still did not seem to believe her and could not help but say, Dad, why do you not trust me? How about I call Ruofei and ask him to come over tomorrow morning? Don T, Don T, Don T. I believe you. Ling Xiaotian quickly said. How could I not trust my precious daughter? Ling Qingxue shot glance at her father, who was grinning hideously. She pouted and said, I think you just don't believe me. Ruofei and I were thinking of preparing a surprise gift for you. Since you don't trust me anyway, I might as well. Call Ruofei and tell him that it's fine to give him a present. I'll keep the blood dragon for myself. The moment Ling Xiaotian heard the words blood red dragon, he could not sit still any longer. He stood up and said, What? Blood red dragon? Daughter, where did you find the blood red dragon? How big is it? How's the quality? Ling Qingxue deliberately avoided looking at Ling Xiaotian and said, Did I say blood red dragon? Did you hear it wrong? Ling Xiaotian's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He walked in front of Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, Qingxue, you can't just say half of what you want to say. By keeping him in suspense, aren't you asking for your father's life? Tell me, how is the blood dragon? Only then did Ling Qingxue put on a look of reluctance and said, I didn't see it either. Xia Ruofei called today to say that he's ready. It's a pair of top-quality blood red dragons. Top grade? Or a pair? Ling Xiaotian asked in disbelief. Qingxue, did little Xiao really say that? Ling Qingxue nodded and said, Yes, Xia Ruofei would definitely not lie to me. But you said that he's my shield, so forget it, Ling Qingxue said. He's already helped me block arrows. How can I get a pair of top-tier blood red dragons? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Ling Qingxue deliberately emphasized the words top-quality blood red dragon. The flesh on Ling Xiaotian's face couldn't help but tremble. He quickly said, Don't forget it. Qingxue, when did Daddy say that I don't believe you? My good daughter wouldn't lie to me, right? Since you've already prepared a gift for me, then, at this point, Ling Xiaotian rubbed his hands and chuckled, then hurry up and send it over. Qingxue, let me tell you, there's a lot to pay attention to when it comes to raising dragons. The water temperature, the pH, stop. Dad, don't talk to me about your fish farming scriptures. I don't understand. Ling Qingxue said hurriedly. Then, she glanced at Ling Xiaotian and asked, Dad, does this mean that you agree with me and Ruofei? This? I'll think about it again. Ling Xiaotian sneered. Dad, Ling Qingxue pouted. Choosing a son-in-law isn't like buying vegetables in the market. You have to give me some time to consider. Ling Xiaotian said, I have business dealings with Xiaoxia. You have to give me some time to adapt to the sudden change in role, right? Oh, Ling Qingxue pouted and said unhappily. Seeing this, Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, How about this? Qingxue, let little Xia come over for a visit these 2 days, is that okay? Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Ling Xiaotian and said, What do you mean by okay? I think you're just thinking about that pair of high-quality blood red dragons. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through by his daughter, Ling Xiaotian smiled awkwardly and said, I do miss him a little. But I'm mainly here to test my son-in-law. Ling Qingxue's face blushed slightly, but she felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. She nodded gently. Finally, she told her father about her relationship, and it didn't seem like her father had any strong objections. Ling Qingxue felt her entire body relax. At this moment, Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brows and muttered, But Qingxue, tomorrow, can you still go to the appointment? Ling Qingshue's expression changed slightly, and she frowned. Dad. Qingxue, let Daddy finish. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, don't worry, Dad will definitely not force you to do anything you don't like. As long as you appear tomorrow, you will be able to get over it with your face. Ling Qingxue was confused and asked, why? Can't we just reject him? Ling Xiaotian said, Qingxue, you also know that the company is starting to enter the hotel industry this year. Some time ago, the reception unit designated by the Municipal Party Committee began to bid, and our Lingyun Hotel also participated in the competition. The success of this bid is crucial to the development of our entire company. I know that. Ling Qingxue said. I've attended the company's senior management meeting, but what does that have to do with tomorrow's event? Lingji Restaurant had always been developing in the mass food and beverage industry. Last year, they began trying to enter the hotel industry. Their first hotel in Sanshan City, the ethereal Lingyun Hotel, was built according to the 4-star standard. All the facilities were first class, and it was basically a 5-star hotel. For the Lingji F&B group, which had just entered the hotel industry, it was a great opportunity to gain a foothold in the hotel industry. Ling Xiaotian naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, so he immediately organized his forces to fight for a spot in the Municipal Party Committee's designated reception unit. The Municipal Party Committee led the bidding this time. Ling Xiaotian said with a bitter smile. The person in charge is Deputy Secretary Lin, who is also the Deputy Director of the Municipal Party Committee office. He's also Lin Feng's father. Secretary Lin called me yesterday and said that Lin Feng admires you a lot and wants to be friends with you. I thought that Lin Feng was a young man, and even if you don't like him, it wouldn't be a bad thing for you to make more friends. So I agreed first. At this point, Ling Xiaotian looked at his daughter in embarrassment, then continued, you didn't tell me that you had a boyfriend yesterday. Qingxue, if we reject him now, Secretary Lin will definitely hold a grudge against us, and the possibility of us winning the bid will be non-existent. So, I'm thinking that even if you go over tomorrow, it'll be fine as long as it's not embarrassing. Father, this kind of social event, Ling Qingxue frowned. You can just treat it as a normal business social interaction. Ling Xiaotian said, don't worry. I'll give Secretary Lin a reply in 2 days. I'll say that I've asked for your opinion and that you don't want to consider your personal feelings for the time being. Consider it a tactful rejection. If he's still against our company, then there's nothing we can do. Even if we don't win the bid, I, Ling Xiaotian, won't be so cheap as to sell my daughter. Ling Qingxue saw that her father had already put it this way, so she couldn't bear to reject him anymore. Thus, she nodded reluctantly and said, okay then. But you have to call Secretary Lin as soon as possible. Ling Xiaotian also felt relieved and quickly said, definitely. Don't worry. After returning to her room, Ling Qingxue was considering if she should tell Xia Ruofei about tomorrow's matter. After thinking for a long time, she sighed and said to herself, forget it, I'd better not tell him. Anyway, I'm just going to deal with it tomorrow. Telling him would only add to his troubles. Very quickly, Ling Qingxue put the matter aside and started to look forward to bringing Xia Ruofei to see her father in 2 days. Naturally, her mood became better. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep with a sweet smile. The next day, at around 11 p.m., Ling Qingxue arrived at the agreed location. It was a Western restaurant called Jing Mi. A young man in a suit and leather shoes was sitting next to the glass display window facing the street. When he saw Ling Qingxue push open the door and enter, his eyes lit up. The young man stood up and quickly tidied up his already flat suit, then waved at Ling Qingxue. "Miss Ling, over here," the young man called out. Ling Qingxue looked at the young man and squeezed out a smile. She walked over to the seat. Today, Ling Qingxue did not deliberately dress up. She was just wearing a black business suit that she wore for work, and she only had light makeup on. However, Ling Qingxue was a natural beauty, and she did not need to dress up to attract a lot of attention. Her tall figure, in particular, allowed her to immediately catch the attention of people in the crowd. "You're President Lin?" Ling Qingxue asked with a professional smile on her face. According to Ling Xiaotian, Lin Feng had started his own information consulting company. This was also a common routine of many second-generation officials. The so-called information consulting was actually just using connections to help people get consultation fees, and money came quickly. Lin Feng had a gentle and refined smile on his face. "Miss Ling, you don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Lin Feng. Miss Ling, please sit." After speaking, Lin Feng pulled out a chair for Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue thanked him and sat down. Lin Feng also came to the opposite seat and sat down. The waiter came over with the menu, and Lin Feng elegantly raised his hand to signal for Ling Qingxue to order. Ling Qingxue randomly ordered a few dishes, and Lin Feng also quickly ordered. After the waiter left, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Miss Ling, I've long heard that there's a beautiful little princess in Ling Ji restaurant. Now that I've seen her, I realize that the rumors were too conservative. Miss Ling is really a natural beauty. President Lin, you're too kind," Ling Qingxue said indifferently. From the moment they met, Lin Feng's behavior could be said to be refined and polite, decent and generous. However, Ling Qingxue kept feeling uncomfortable, especially when it came to Lin Feng's gaze. Although he concealed it very well, Ling Qingxue could still keenly sense a hint of lust in his eyes. "Miss Ling, I heard that your company's Lingyun Hotel is also competing to be the designated reception unit of the Municipal Party Committee." Lin Feng smiled and said, "My father is the one who is in charge of this bidding. I'll talk to him later. It's not a big problem for him to give your company some care within the rules." "Then, thank you, President Lin." Ling Qingxue squeezed out a smile. The corners of Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he felt a little proud in his heart. All these years, Lin Feng had seen countless women. Money and power were two methods that had been tried and tested time and time again. The long-legged beauty in front of him definitely did not lack money, but no matter how rich she was, she still had a request to ask from his family. Lin Feng believed that using the opportunity of this bidding, in addition to his good appearance and the gentle and elegant image he deliberately created, it was only a matter of time before he won her over. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, was thinking about when she should get up and leave so that she could end this nonsensical meal as soon as possible without appearing too rude. The two of them had their own thoughts. Lin Feng kept hinting at the power and influence of his family, while Ling Qingxue kept on pretending to be polite, her mind somewhat elsewhere. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was driving his Night 15 into Sanshan City. Guan Ping had called him in the morning to tell him that he would be able to complete the entire transfer process that day. At the end, he wanted to be there in person to sign the papers and then go to the bank to transfer the money. Because they got the number. Later, they agreed to meet at the real estate trading center at 11:30. These days, second-hand property transactions were very popular. The parking spaces in the real estate center were always full, so Xia Ruofei did not drive there. He remembered that there was a row of parking spaces with parking watches on the street diagonally opposite the real estate center, so he drove there directly. There were empty parking spaces on the meter. As many citizens did not have a parking card, Xia Ruofei found a parking space very quickly and skillfully moved the Knight XV's huge body into the parking space. After alighting, Xia Ruofei swiped his parking card on the parking meter and was ready to cross the street to the real estate exchange center across the street. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's eyes swept across the room and saw Ling Qingxue through the glass window. She was sitting opposite a young man who was dressed like a groom. They were eating and chatting. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but freeze. At this moment, Xia Ruofei felt a little sour. It was a normal reaction for a man. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. This was because he had absolute trust in Ling Qingxue. He believed that Ling Qingxue would never go behind his back and have any relationship with other men that went beyond friendship. It should be just an ordinary business meeting. Xia Ruofei thought. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided not to go over and say hello. Both parties in love were free to do whatever they wanted. Xia Ruofei did not like to be controlled by others. Hence, even though he was with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei did not treat her as his personal belonging. He felt that it was necessary for them to keep some space. Since Ling Qingxue didn't tell him about the lunch appointment, his sudden appearance at this time would inevitably make Ling Qingxue feel a little awkward. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei took another look at Ling Qingxue in the Western restaurant and then walked across the street. At this time, the bored Ling Qingxue was dealing with Lin Feng's flattery while turning her head to look out of the glass window. The Knight XV's majestic carriage came into her sight. Ling Qingxue's expression changed slightly. The car was a limited edition, and there were only a few in the country. Xia Ruofei was the only one in Sanshan City who owned it. Ruofei had just been here? Ling Qingxue had this thought. Then, she looked around and quickly saw Xia Ruofei's back as he crossed the road. For some reason, Ling Qingxue felt that Xia Ruofei's tall figure seemed a little lonely. She couldn't help but tremble. Ruofei must have seen me, Ling Qingxue said in her heart. Miss Ling, Lin Feng couldn't help but call out when he saw Ling Qingxue looking out the window in a daze. Ling Qingxue regained her senses. She then glanced at Lin Feng before suddenly standing up and saying, "I'm sorry, President Lin. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to attend to. Please excuse me." Ling Qingxue then grabbed her phone and handbag and quickly walked out of the restaurant. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly replied, "Miss Ling, eat before you leave." Ling, before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Ling Qingxue had already left the restaurant in a hurry. Lin Feng's face darkened. He called the waiter to get the bill and quickly left the Western restaurant, chasing after Ling Qingxue. After Ling Qingxue left the Western restaurant, she saw that Xia Ruofei had already walked to the other side of the road. She couldn't help but shout, "Ruofei! Ruofei! Wait for me." With that, Ling Qingxue immediately dashed towards Xia Ruofei. There were many cars on this road, and Ling Qingshua's sudden appearance made many drivers break out in cold sweat. A few of them hurriedly braked, and some bad-tempered drivers even stuck their heads out and started cursing. Ling Qingxue didn't care about any of this. Her eyes were only on Xia Ruofei, who was on the other side of the road. The moment Ling Qingxue called out, Xia Ruofei, who had exceptional hearing, had already heard it. However, he was still stunned for a moment. When he turned around, he saw Ling Qingxue charging towards him from the other side of the road. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned around to face her. Ling Qingxue threw herself into Xia Ruofei's arms. Her eyes were misty as she looked up at Xia Ruofei. She said softly, "Are you Fei? Don't leave me." Xia Ruofei gently hugged Ling Qingshue's delicate body and smiled. "Silly girl, how can I leave you? Didn't we say that we'll always be together?" Ling Qingxue looked up at Xia Ruofei with tears in her eyes and said, "Then, when you saw me just now, why did you turn around and leave?" "I didn't." Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You must have seen me," Ling Qingxue interrupted Xia Ruofei with red eyes. "I can feel it." Xia Ruofei shrugged. "Okay. Actually, I just didn't want to disturb you," he said. "Are you not jealous?" Ling Qingxue stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes and asked. "It's just a business meeting, what's there to be jealous about?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're the future leader of Ling GF&B, and also a senior executive in the company. Isn't it normal to go out and have a meal with a customer?" Then, Xia Ruofei touched Ling Qingshue's cute nose and asked, "Could it be that in your heart, I am such a petty person?" Ling Qingxue chuckled and then asked, "Ruofei, what if I tell you that this is not a business meeting? I'm here for a blind date." Ling Qingxue stared at Xia Ruofei after she finished speaking. Xia Ruofei was obviously stunned for a moment before he said, "Blind date? Did your dad arrange this? This Chairman Ling isn't very kind. I'm considering whether I should reduce the vegetable portion of Ling Ji's food and beverage, don't you dare," Ling Qingxue said as she gently pinched Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Ruofei, are you really not angry?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei hugged Ling Qingxue a little tighter, then asked softly, "Qingxue, what do you think is the most important thing for two people to be together?" "Love," Ling Qingxue said without hesitation. "You're right." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But other than love, I think trust is also very important." He gently caressed Ling Qingshue's soft hair and continued, "If there's no trust and suspicion, what's the point of being together? Just like today's matter, you didn't tell me about it because of your reasons. I just need to know that we love each other, and that's enough. Why should I be angry over such a small matter? You're not my exclusive item, you should have your own space and freedom. Am I right?" Ling Qingxue was touched by Xia Ruofei's words. She nodded her head and buried her face in Xia Ruofei's broad chest, her heart filled with happiness. "Ruofei, thank you for trusting me." Ling Qingxue mumbled, "I'm just here to handle the situation, so I didn't tell you. But don't blame my father, he has his own difficulties." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I know, don't worry. He's my future father-in-law, I can't wait to curry favor with him." Who would blame him? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, but her smile was so sweet. Xia Ruofei continued to ask, "All right, now that I've explained everything, do you still want to go back to the restaurant? Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, you've already run out, why go back? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's good. Let's go. Will you accompany me to do something? By the way, what are you doing here? Ling Qingxue asked. Real estate transfer. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I bought the villa on the farm. After the transfer of ownership is done today, the house will be mine. Oh, really? Then we have to celebrate. Ling Qingxue said happily, I didn't eat much in the afternoon. When we're done, go back to the farm and cook something good for me. No problem. Let's go and do something first. Xia Ruofei said. Then Xia Ruofei wrapped his arm around Ling Qingxue's slender waist and the two of them walked towards the real estate transaction center not far away. And on the opposite side of the street, a pair of sinister eyes were staring at the two people who were gradually moving further and further away. This person was none other than Lin Feng. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were about to spew fire. However, Lin Feng didn't rush out with a pale face. He always believed that as the son of an official with a dream, he had to be good at using the resources in his hands to do what he wanted. Going out at this time wouldn't be of any help. Hence, Lin Feng quietly watched as Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue disappeared from his sight. However, his clenched teeth and fists revealed his current mood. Only when he could no longer see her did Lin Feng take out his phone and make a few calls. By the time he put away his phone, his expression had already become calm as usual. He had become the gentle and modest gentleman again. However, he gritted his teeth in his heart. Ling Qingxue, just wait and see. The good show is about to start. I don't believe you won't come back and beg me. When the time comes, I'll teach you a lesson in bed. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue naturally did not know about the series of arrangements that Lin Feng had made after they left. Just like that, Xia Ruofei held on to Ling Qingxue's slender waist as they walked to the real estate transaction center. Guan Ping saw the two of them from afar, but until the two of them walked in front of him, he had a blank expression on his face. Ling Qingxue shyly broke free from Xia Ruofei's embrace. Guan Ping then came back to his senses and pointed at Xia Ruofei. Good job, Xia Ruofei. You've quietly won the heart of our second middle school's campus belle. You didn't even admit it last time. I've caught you in the act this time. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, nonsense. I wasn't even together with Qingxue the last time. I'll admit. My ass. Ling Qingxue also greeted Guan Ping with a red face. Xia Ruofei had generously displayed their relationship in front of his old classmates, and it made Ling Qingxue's heart feel as sweet as honey. Zhao Xueqing, who was at the side, also came forward and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Zhao, you're beautiful too. Next, Xia Ruofei introduced Zhao Xueqing to Ling Qingxue. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their numbers were called out and they went over to complete the final procedures. Very quickly, the new property and land certificates were out. Xia Ruofei was officially the owner of the villa on the first floor of the real estate trading center. There were branches of major banks. Xia Ruofei went straight to ICBC and transferred the money to the account provided by Zhao Xueqing in one go. The transaction was considered successful. At the entrance of the real estate transaction center, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Zhao, it has been hard on you and Guanping these past few days. It's almost time for dinner. How about this? I'll treat everyone to a meal to express my gratitude. Zhao Xueqing smiled gracefully and said, Mr. Xia, I appreciate your kindness. There's really something going on at the company today, so you guys can just gather. I see. All right then. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he looked at Guanping thoughtfully and said, Little Ping, Sister Zhao is leaving, why don't you go and see her off? Why are you following us? Are you trying to be a third wheel? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but hit Xia Ruofei lightly with a red face. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. Guanping hesitated, that. I don't have a car, Zhao. Xueqing glanced at Guanping and said, I have a car. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up as if he had a chance. He quickly nudged the stunned Guanping and said, Little Ping, what are you doing? Hurry up and go over. Xia Ruofei even winked at Guanping. Oh, Guanping finally regained his senses and quickly walked towards Zhao Xueqing. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue returned to the side of Jingmi Western Restaurant to get their car and drove straight back to Taoyuan Farm. Melodious music was playing in the car. Xia Ruofei had one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding Ling Qingxue's fair little hand. Ling Qingxue was blushing as she sat on the passenger's seat, her heart filled with happiness. Ruofei, from the way Guanping is acting, is he interested in Sister Zhao? Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. My wife's eyes are quite sharp. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You can even see through this, tisk. Even a fool can tell that Guanping is so smitten with girls. Ling Qingxue said, Sister Zhao would definitely feel it too, then why did she ask Little Ping to send her? It seems like there's really a chance. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I can tell that Sister Zhao has a good impression of Guanping. Ling Qingxue nodded. As the two of them chatted, the car quickly left the city and drove on the expressway around the city. After leaving the congested traffic, the speed of the car began to increase. At that moment, the phone in Ling Qingxue's bag rang. She took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was her father, Ling Xiaotian, calling. She immediately pressed the answer button. Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was about to answer the phone and immediately reached out to stop the music. Dad, he said. Qingxue, have you finished your meal? Ling Xiaotian's voice was a little low. I'm done. What's the matter, Dad? Ling Qingxue asked. Where are you now? Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, who was driving, and blushed. I'm with Ruofei. On the way to Taoyuan Farm. Dad. I just happened to meet Ruofei after dinner. Oh. I see. Ling Xiaotian pondered for a moment before saying, Have fun then. You don't have to go back to the company in the afternoon. I know. Ling Qingxue said obediently. Dad, is there something you need from me? She asked. Ling Qingxue felt that her father seemed to be in a bad mood on the other end of the phone, so she couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, I'm just asking. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, I have a meeting soon. I'll hang up first. Oh. Then I'll see you again, Daddy, Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue put away her phone and asked with a smile, My father-in-law is calling? Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, You're so glib again, I haven't had lunch yet. Xia Ruofei immediately replied. It's not oily. Do you want to check it yourself? As he spoke, he held the steering wheel with one hand, then leaned over and tried to put his mouth close to the steering wheel. Ling Qingxue quickly dodged and smiled. Don't mess around. And you're driving, Xia Ruofei said seriously, then we'll make a scene. When we're not driving. Ling Qingxue was so angry that she clenched her fists and hit Xia Ruofei. The two laughed for a while before Xia Ruofei asked, right, Qingxue, your dad called you for something? I don't know what it is. He won't tell me even if I ask him. Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows and said, but I feel like there's something. Then you can call back and ask, Xia Ruofei said as he drove. Forget it. I know. My dad. Ling Qingxue said, if he wants to tell me, he will tell me himself. If he doesn't want to tell me, there's no point in asking. All right then. Xia Ruofei shrugged. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not meddle in Ling Qingxue's family affairs. It was almost 1 in the afternoon when the two returned to the farm. Yi Lingyun had already made his own lunch and finished it. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had brought Ling Qingxue back, Yi Lingyun immediately took the initiative to drive Xia Ruofei's Night 15 to the farm for a car wash, obviously to make room for the two. Xia Ruofei's stomach was rumbling with hunger. He went straight to the kitchen to prepare food the moment he got home. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxue was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. It wasn't that she didn't want to cook. She had never been in the kitchen since she was young, so she didn't know how to cook at all. Besides, she quite enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of by Xia Ruofei. Hearing the sizzling sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen, Ling Qingxue's heart was filled with happiness. She sat and watched TV for a while. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Ling Xiaotian was hiding something from her. In the end, Ling Qingxue stood up and took out her phone from her bag. She found a number and dialed it. She did not call Ling Xiaotian directly because she knew that she would not be able to get anything out of him. Ling Qingxue was calling Manager Su of the Lingji's Food and Beverage Procurement Department. She was the young woman who was in charge of arranging the vegetable supply for Xia Ruofei. Qingxue. Big Sister Su, are you busy? Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. It's all right, I just finished a regular meeting. Manager Su smiled and asked, Qingxue, what's the matter? Big Sister Su, I just wanted to ask you, is there anything going on at the company today? Ling Qingxue asked. What is it? Manager Su subconsciously repeated and then asked, which aspect are you referring to? I'm not sure, Ling Qingxue frowned and asked, is everything normal at the company today? Manager Su thought for a moment and said, there's one thing. Just now, Chairman Ling called for a meeting. He said that the municipal party committee suddenly informed us that Lingyun Hotel was not shortlisted for the final bidding list because its hardware was not up to standard. What? Ling Qingxue cried out involuntarily, they didn't even get into the shortlist? That means we don't even have the right to participate in the bidding? That's right, said Manager Su with a wry smile. The purpose of Chairman Ling's meeting today was to discuss this matter and let everyone brainstorm on how to deal with it, as well as to see if there was any way to remedy it. Of course, this is mainly a matter of public relations, so I don't know much. Okay, thank you, Big Sister Su. Ling Qingxue put her phone away in a daze. It must be that Lin Feng pulling some cheap tricks, Ling Qingxue said in her heart. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would really bear a grudge for what happened today, and that his revenge would come so quickly. Humph. Pretending to be a gentleman, isn't he just like those second generation of officials? Ling Qingxue thought angrily. At this moment, Xia Ruofei came out of the kitchen with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Seeing Ling Qingxue in this state, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong, Qingxue? What happened?" Only then did Ling Qingxue come back to her senses. She gathered her emotions and forced a smile. She said to Xia Ruofei, "Oh, I'm fine." Xia Ruofei placed the scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the table and walked to Ling Qingxue. He looked into her eyes and said, "Qingxue, you don't look so good. What's wrong?" Ling Qingxue sighed and told Xia Ruofei the whole story. Xia Ruofei listened quietly and did not interrupt. In the end, Ling Qingxue said, "That's what happened. Ruofei, I didn't want to go this afternoon, but my father had already agreed to that deputy secretary Lin's request. Moreover, our competition for the city council's designated reception unit is also up to him. So, I wanted to go over and deal with it." "I didn't expect," Xia Ruofei smiled. "I didn't expect that my sudden appearance would cause you to leave without saying goodbye." So, the second generation of that small official used his resources to take revenge on you? "Ruofei, this has nothing to do with you." Ling Qingxue quickly said, "That kind of petty person. Even if this didn't happen today, he would still hold a grudge against us if my dad called him and rejected him. Will this have a big impact on your company?" Xia Ruofei asked calmly. "How should I put it? We've just entered the hotel industry and haven't stabilized our footing yet. If we can get a spot in the municipal party committee reception unit, the benefits for our long-term development are obvious." Ling Qingxue said, "But even if we can't get it, it won't be a big deal. At most, we'll just slow down the hotel's development." Ling Qingxue was pretending to be relaxed, but in reality, she knew how much importance Ling Xiaotian placed on this bid. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I know. No matter what, this matter started because of me, so let me help you guys coordinate." "You?" Ling Qingxue asked in surprise, "How are you going to coordinate?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What's wrong? You dare to look down on your husband? I'm telling you, I have people up there too." Ling Qingxue's face turned red as she burst out laughing. "Look at you. There's someone above you. Also, whose husband are you? I didn't say I was going to marry you." Xia Ruofei hugged Ling Qingxue's delicate body and chuckled. "Wife, don't forget that you're in my house right now. A man and a woman alone in the same room, you know." "Let me go, you lecher," Ling Qingxue called out with a smile. Xia Ruofei's demonic claws scratched the soft flesh on Ling Qingxue's waist. Ling Qingxue was so tickled that she kept laughing. Xia Ruofei only let her go when she kept begging for mercy. "Qingxue, there are still a few dishes in the kitchen. Please go and bring them out." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll go make a call." "Oh, sure." Ling Qingxue asked, "Why are you suddenly calling?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm coordinating with your family's hotel." "Didn't I just promise you?" Ling Qingxue stopped and asked, "Ruofei, do you really know the higher-ups?" Yes, and there's more than one of them." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "I have to think about who I should find. It wouldn't do if the leaders were too high in rank. Once the national or ministry level leaders came out, wouldn't they be scared to death?" That's not good. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but chuckle again. She rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Ling Qingshui naturally thought that Xia Ruofei was joking. She did not know that everything Xia Ruofei said was true. Now, Xia Ruofei was looking for someone to coordinate this matter. Whether it was Elder Song or Tian Huilan, their ranks were shocking. That Deputy Secretary Lin was only a division level cadre. Asking them to come out was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After much thought, Xia Ruofei finally found a suitable person. He immediately found a number in his phone's contact list and dialed it. The person Xia Ruofei thought of was Tian Huilan's secretary, Xiao Mei. After Wu Liqian was transferred to the deputy head of Chongping County, Xiao Mei, who used to work in the First Secretary Department of the General Office of the Sanjiang Municipal Party Committee, took over her position and became Tian Huilan's full-time secretary. After Xiao Mei took office, Tian Huilan specifically asked Xiao Mei to take the initiative to give Xia Ruofei her contact information so that Xia Ruofei could find her at any time if he needed help. Xiao Mei picked up the phone after 2 rings and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia." Compared to Wu Liqian's relaxed and casual attitude when she was with Xia Ruofei, Xiao Mei's attitude was more respectful. She even used the honorific you. This was because Xiao Mei knew that Xia Ruofei not only held a high position in Tian Huilan's heart, but he also had a deep relationship with the former corps leader, Elder Song. The last time they went to Hangzhou, Xiao Mei had accompanied Tian Huilan and had personally witnessed Xia Ruofei's amazing performance. Therefore, even though Xia Ruofei was very young, Xiao Mei did not dare to neglect him. "Hello, Chief Xiao." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have something to trouble you with today." After Xiao Mei became Tian Huilan's secretary, she was also appointed as the deputy director of the Secretary Department. Of course, the General Office of the Three Mountains Municipal Party Committee was a deputy-level structure, so Xiao Mei's deputy director was actually only at the level of a section chief. "Mr. Xia, please go ahead," Xiao Mei quickly said. "It's like this. Isn't the General Office of the Municipal Party Committee recently bidding for designated reception units? My friend's hotel is also competing for it." Xia Ruofei went straight to the point. Her hotel was newly built in the second half of last year. It's almost a 5-star hotel and the hardware is definitely up to standard. However, it was rejected in the first round and was not shortlisted for the final bid. That's why I'd like to ask Director Xiao to help me understand the situation. Is there any misunderstanding? No problem, I'll go and ask. Immediately, Xiao Mei immediately replied. "Mr. Xia, what's the name of your friend's hotel?" Lingyun Hotel is a subsidiary of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group, Xia Ruofei said. Xiao Mei quickly wrote down the name of the hotel Xia Ruofei mentioned on a piece of paper and said, "All right, Mr. Xia. I'll call and ask now. I'll report to you later." "I don't deserve a report." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Chief Xiao." "You're too polite," Xiao Mei said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshui had brought the dishes over. He walked over and said with a smile, "Let's eat, let's eat." Ling Qingshui glanced at Xia Ruofei and teased, "Finished your call? Did you find a state or a minister?" "You don't have to worry about that," Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Anyway, I'll definitely help you with this." Yo. You're quite bold." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Don't blow your own trumpet when the time comes. Just wait and see," Xia Ruofei said confidently. The two of them sat down and started eating. On the municipal party committee's side, Xiaomei finished Xia Ruofei's call. After thinking for a while, she immediately picked up the phone on the desk and called Wang Xiao from the general office of the municipal party committee. Wang Xiao and Xiaomei were admitted into the general office of the municipal party committee at the same time. One was in the secretariat, and the other was in the general office. They had a good personal relationship. After Xiao Mei was chosen as Tian Huilan's secretary, she was promoted to the deputy director of the first secretary department. Her rank was up to the main section, while Wang Xiao was still the deputy director, a deputy section level. Therefore, when Wang Xiao received Xiaomei's phone call, his attitude was much more enthusiastic than usual, and he even had a little more flattery. "Secretary Xiao, how are you?" Wang Xiao asked. "I wonder what instructions the leader has for me." Xiaomei smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to call it an order. I have something I want to ask you about." The bidding of the municipal party committee's designated reception unit was handled by your general administration, right? Yeah. Wang Xiao immediately replied. The shortlisted list for the primary selection is basically finalized, and the bidding will be held soon. I've been busy with this recently. Secretary Xiao, is there any hotel that needs my special attention? They were all people in the system, so they naturally knew what was going on. In this day and age, people with connections would greet each other through various channels. Xiaomei was now a popular person in the general office of the municipal party committee. If she spoke, Wang Xiao would definitely be happy to make friends. Xiaomei pondered for a moment and said, "Wang Xiao, it's like this. I have a friend who owns a hotel that is more than a 4-star hotel. The facilities are also relatively new. However, it was eliminated in the preliminaries without any warning. Can you help me understand the situation and see what happened?" "No problem, Secretary Xiao," Wang Xiao said readily. "Tell me the name of the hotel and I'll get it done." Wang Xiao was also criticizing in his heart, is there a need to say this? They must have been squeezed out by other hotels with powerful backgrounds. Why didn't he use his strong relationship with Secretary Xiao earlier? He only remembered it after he was eliminated. "Thank you, Wang Xiao." Xiaomei smiled and said, "That hotel is called Lingyun Hotel. I'll be troubling you then." Wang Xiao was still smiling at first, but when he heard the words Lingyun Hotel, he couldn't help but freeze and let out an ah. Subconsciously, Xiaomei frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Wang Xiao, are you in any trouble?" "Chief Xiao, I really can't help you with this," Wang Xiao said with a bitter smile. "I see," Xiaomei said thoughtfully. "It's okay, just point me in the right direction." Xiaomei wasn't a newbie who had just started work. She knew that the higher-ups must have informed them about this. Wang Xiao, who was only in charge of the specific tasks, naturally couldn't help. As expected, Wang Xiao lowered his voice and said, "Chief Xiao, Secretary Lin personally asked about this." "I understand. Thank you, Wang Xiao," Xiaomei said. "Please don't say that," Wang Xiao quickly said. "I didn't help you. I'm sorry. The information you provided me with is very important. I'm already very grateful." Xiaomei smiled and said, "I'll treat you to a meal some other day." "All right. Then I won't be polite." Wang Xiao let out a sigh of relief and smiled. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomei sat down and thought for a while. She then stood up, pushed the door open, and walked toward the office of the Municipal Deputy Secretary General, Lin Wanxue. Lin Wanxue was the head of the general office, so Xiaomei naturally couldn't call him to talk about this matter. This was the most basic courtesy in the system. Of course, Xiaomei could also choose to report directly to Tian Huilan. Not to mention the preliminary list, even directly deciding on a final spot was just a matter of a few words to Tian Huilan. However, this matter was too small. If she troubled the leader for everything, it would inevitably leave the impression that she was incompetent. Xiaomei felt that this matter was still within her ability to coordinate, so she decided to go and find Lin Wanxue herself. Soon, she arrived at the door of Lin Wanxue's office. Xiaomei tidied up her appearance, then raised her hand and knocked on the door. Do. Please enter. Lin Wanxue's dignified voice came from the office. Xiaomei pushed the door open and saw Lin Wanxue writing something. When he looked up and saw that it was Xiaomei, he immediately put down his pen, stood up, and said with great enthusiasm, "Little Xiao. Come, please sit." Xiaomei was now a popular person in the office. Being the secretary of the top leader was a very important and special position. Lin Wanxue was the leader of the office and was Xiaomei's superior in name, but he didn't manage the secretary. Moreover, Xiaomei's real direct leader was Tian Huilan, so Lin Wanxue didn't put on any airs. The deputy secretary general, who was usually known for being strict, immediately became a generous elder in front of Xiaomei. Xiaomei hadn't been Tian Huilan's secretary for a long time, so she didn't have Wu Liqian's aura, so she was a little reserved. "Thank you, Secretary General," she said. Lin Wanxue personally poured a glass of water for Xiaomei. Xiaomei quickly got up and took it with both hands, thanking him again and again. Lin Wanxue sat down on the sofa next to Xiaomei and asked, "Little Xiao, what's the matter? Does Secretary Tian have any new instructions?" No. Xiaomei said, "Secretary Lin, I have something to report to you." "Oh? Go on." Lin Wanxue said in a friendly manner. "Secretary General, it's about the designated reception unit of the Municipal Party Committee," Xiaomei said. "Carefully, I have a good friend whose hotel is very good in all aspects, but he didn't pass the first round of preliminaries, so he asked me to find out more about it." "Oh, really? What's the name of the hotel?" Lin Wanxue said, "Logically speaking, the possibility of this is very small. We all have clear standards. We also welcome hotels that meet the requirements to compete, so we can get more favorable conditions." "Secretary General, there must be some misunderstanding. That hotel is called Lingyun Hotel," Xiaomei said. Lin Wanxue's expression didn't change at all, and he still had a kind smile on his face, but he felt a little gloomy. However, this kind of cunning official was able to hide his emotions very well and didn't show it. Lin Wanxue nodded and said without changing his expression, "All right. Little Xiao, I understand. However, I don't know the specific situation. You know that I'm busy all day, and I can't ask about everything, right? How about this? I'll go and check it out immediately. If the situation is true, I'll add this hotel in." "Okay, thank you, Secretary Lin," Xiaomei said with a hint of joy. Speaking of which, Xiaomei was still too young, not as old as Wu Liqian. She had only been the leader's secretary for a short period of time. When she first entered the office, she didn't know how to use Tian Huilan's influence. Instead, she took the initiative to say that it was her personal matter. In fact, she could be completely ambiguous. Even if someone mentioned it later, she wouldn't be considered to be working under the leader's banner. In addition, her observation skills were not as good as Wang Xiao's. Wang Xiao had clearly said that Lin Wanshui was personally involved in this matter, but Lin Wanshui said that he did not know the details. Although Xiaomei noticed it, she took it for granted that Lin Wanshui was only concerned about her face as a leader. Xiaomei's judgment was that Lin Wanshui had asked the staff to kick out Lingyun Hotel, which had no background, in order to shortlist another hotel. Now that he had come over to say hello, Lin Wanshui definitely couldn't slap his own face, so he said that he didn't know the situation and then corrected the mistake. This way, it wouldn't hurt his face. And the one who would be eliminated would be another hotel without any background, and it would not hurt his vested interests. Of course, Xiaomei's misjudgment and Lin Wanshui's shrewdness were also the reason why Lin Wanshui had been so friendly. When she said that, Lin Wanshui agreed without thinking. This gave Xiaomei the wrong impression. Xiaomei once again expressed her gratitude to Lin Wanshui and then politely left. Lin Wanshui laughed and personally sent Xiaomei to the door before turning around and returning to the office. The moment he closed the door, Lin Wanshui's face turned dark. Kicking Lingyun Hotel out of the preliminary list was Lin Wanshui's personal order. In the afternoon, his son, Lin Feng, was a little flustered and exasperated when he called him. After telling him about what happened at Jingmi's Western restaurant, he was completely furious. This Ling Xiaotian really didn't put him, the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee, in his eyes. It was their fortune that Xiao Feng had taken a liking to his daughter. It was fine if he didn't give them face, but he even acted, faced behind their backs. He had agreed to it the day before yesterday, but today had deliberately put on such a show in front of the restaurant. This was a blatant slap in the face. Lin Wanshui immediately ordered the General Administration Office to directly remove Lingyun Hotel from the list. Originally, Lin Wanshui had thought that he could knock some sense into Ling Xiaotian and make him bring his daughter along as an apology. As long as his attitude was sincere, this matter could be considered over. He didn't expect Ling Xiaotian to find someone so quickly, and he even went straight to Secretary Tian's secretary, Xiaomei. He didn't have any respect for him at all. What could be tolerated? In fact, to put it bluntly, it was still Xiaomei who didn't have enough power. Otherwise, even if a low-ranked deputy mayor of the government came out to persuade her, Lin Wanshui would also do her a favor, let alone Tian Huilan. But Xiaomei's appearance made Lin Wanshui feel like his authority was being challenged. Although Xiaomei's position in the municipal office was like the sun at its zenith, her foundation was still shallow. She was just a mere official-level cadre. Lin Wanshui might be polite to her because of Tian Huilan, but when it came down to it, Lin Wanshui didn't put Xiaomei in his eyes. Hence, after Lin Wanshui finished smoking a cigarette, he picked up the phone on his desk and called the General Affairs Office. Has the primary selection list of the designated reception units been drawn up? Lin Wanshui immediately asked, and hurry up and send it over. Then, let Secretary Wu have a look at it as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanshui used his phone to call Lin Feng. It's me, Lin Wanshui said with a dark face. Dad, what's the matter? Lin Feng asked. Have you made arrangements for Ling Ji's restaurant? Lin Wanchue asked. The moment Lin Feng heard this, he immediately replied in a proud manner, don't worry. This time, it's enough for them to suffer. Industry and commerce, taxation, environmental protection, health. As long as it's a functional department that can manage them, I've already informed them, hee. This time, we'll let him know how powerful we are. Lin Wanchue nodded. Go and rush them. Tell them to do it as soon as possible. It's best if they do it today. All right. Lin Feng excitedly replied. Lin Feng was the most enthusiastic about causing trouble for Ling Ji's restaurant. After hanging up the phone, he immediately started to contact people everywhere to pass down his father's instructions. At Taoyuan Farm, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were taking a walk. After lunch, the two of them cuddled together and bathed in the warm winter sun, not knowing that Ling Ji restaurant had been targeted. Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei were sitting on a bench by the road. Ling Qingxue rested her head on Xia Ruofei's shoulder and asked, Ruofei, can the leader you found really get our hotel back into the preliminary list? I think so, Xia Ruofei smiled. She's pretty capable anyway. Qingxue, don't worry, I can always find someone else. I'll do my best to help you with this. Xia Ruofei was not a person who liked to talk big. He did not make any guarantees before the matter was settled. Ling Qingxue said softly. At the headquarters of the Ling Ji Food and Beverage Group, Ling Xiaotian felt a little overwhelmed. He had received a call from the municipal party committee at noon that Lingyun Hotel wasn't on the list of shortlisted candidates for the primary election. He didn't expect this to be just the beginning. In the afternoon, all of Ling Ji restaurants in Sanshan City were suddenly inspected. There was more than one such spot check. The Health Bureau had just left, and the Environmental Protection Bureau had come, followed by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The inspection team came to the door like a trotting horse lamp. Furthermore, these inspection teams were all nitpicking. They said that the kitchen rags were not clean. The kitchen hood was too greasy, the oil stove's emission exceeded the standard. In short, after their inspection, the known chain of Sanshan City, Ling Ji Restaurant, became a classic example of dirty and messy. According to the severity of the situation, the customers would probably die after just one meal. What gave Ling Xiaotian the biggest headache was that the inspection team did not only go to one store, but also the same team. It was as if they were sweeping through all the Ling Ji restaurants. The outcome was a huge fine and suspension of business for rectification. The group's public relations department was already very busy, trying to find ways to make connections. Ling Xiaotian was also sitting in his office, with red eyes. He had been in the business for so many years, so he naturally knew that Ling GF&B was being targeted on purpose. Who was it? Ling Xiaotian's brain was spinning rapidly. He knew that it was most likely Lin Wanchue, but he couldn't understand why Lin Wanchue would be so against Ling Ji restaurant. Ling Qingxue didn't tell him what happened at Jingmi restaurant. He thought that Lin Feng didn't like Ling Qingxue because of her cold attitude. In fact, other than Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue had been cold to all the other men. Now, it seemed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Should I give Qingxue a call and ask? Could it be that Lin Feng had touched her in the afternoon and was taught a lesson by Qingxue? Ling Xiaotian was a little hesitant. However, he didn't hesitate for too long, because a new situation soon appeared. It was still a surprise inspection. However, this time, it was not the restaurant chain under Lingji restaurant that was being inspected. It was the headquarters of the corporation. The people from the tax department came to the group and said that they had received a report that Lingji F&B Group had serious tax evasion and wanted their accounts to be sealed immediately for inspection. This time, Ling Xiaotian didn't have to hesitate anymore. Ling Qingxue was the finance manager, and with such a big problem in the company, she would definitely rush back. Thus, Ling Xiaotian dialed Ling Qingxue's number. Taoyuan Farm. The phone rang. Ling Qingxue lazily got up from Xia Ruofei's arms. When she saw that it was Ling Xiaotian calling, she couldn't help but smile and say to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, my dad is calling. Perhaps the matter has already been resolved. It seems that the leader you found is quite powerful. Hurry up and answer it." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue nodded and picked up the phone. "Hello, Dad." "Qingxue, are you still at Taoyuan Farm?" Ling Xiaotian asked in a low voice. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment because she felt that Ling Xiaotian's voice was a little hoarse. He was clearly not in a good mood. "Yes, Dad." "What happened?" Ling Qingxue asked, concerned. "There's a situation at the company. Come back immediately. And we'll talk in detail when you meet." Ling Xiaotian said. "Oh, I know." Ling Qingxue said, "I'll be right back." Xia Ruofei also felt that something was wrong and quickly asked, "Qingxue, what happened?" "I'm not too sure. My dad said that there's a situation at the company and asked me to rush back immediately." Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows. "I think it's not a small matter." Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and said, "Then let's go. I'll send you back." All right, the two of them quickly walked back to the villa. Yi Lingyun had already cleaned night 15 and parked it in the yard. However, he did not stay in the villa. Instead, he took Lightning out for a walk. Xia Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue to Sanshan City. On the way, he gave Lingyun a call and asked him to look after the farm and the construction site. On the way, Ling Qingxue was worried while Xia Ruofei drove very fast, almost at the speed limit. Soon, they entered the city and arrived at the office building where the Lingji restaurant headquarters was located. Xia Ruofei was a little worried, so he accompanied Ling Qingxue to the elevator. The two of them heard Ling Xiaotian's voice as soon as they entered the company. "Leaders, our company has always been operating legally and paying taxes in full. There is absolutely no problem with tax evasion. Is there any misunderstanding?" A strange voice said, "It's not up to you to decide whether there's a problem or not. We received a report, so of course we have to verify it. If there really isn't a problem after we check it, wouldn't that prove your innocence?" Ling Xiaotian said, "We'll definitely cooperate with the inspection. However, can you make an exception? The accounts and financial computers have been sealed. We can't carry on with our daily operations, we can't do anything about that. We're checking your company according to the law and have issued a written notice. The sealing of the accounts and computers is also in accordance with the relevant regulations." "Then, how long do you need?" Ling Xiaotian asked helplessly. "We'll see. If we're fast, we should be able to finish the investigation in 10 days to half a month." The man said indifferently. When Ling Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but pick up her pace. She almost jogged to the finance office. Xia Ruofei also quickly followed. Ling Qingxue saw that the finance department was in a mess, and all the computers were sealed. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Dad, what's going on?" "Qingxue's back." Ling Xiaotian said helplessly, "These are the comrades from the National Tax Bureau and the Local Taxation Bureau. Today, the joint inspection team came to our company to check our accounts." Ling Qingxue looked at the few people in tax uniforms and asked with a slight frown, "Leaders, I'm the finance manager of the Ling F&B group. Do you have any evidence? Isn't it a bit of an abuse of power to seal our accounts and computers without solid evidence?" The faces of the tax officers immediately darkened when they heard this. One of the young officers with long hair said loudly, "Who's abusing their power?" "Ah? Who was abusing their power? To think you're a finance manager. How can you not know the rules? Then may I ask, where's the evidence?" Ling Qingxue refused to back down. "You're trying to shut us up just because you made a baseless report. Aren't you a little too overbearing?" At this moment, an older tax officer cleared his throat and said, "Little girl, you have to be responsible for what you say. Of course, we have the evidence, but this is confidential, and you are the direct party involved, so you should take the initiative to avoid suspicion. Why are you asking us for evidence? Can I let you guys look at it as you wish? You've already sealed the accounts. What else can we not see?" Ling Qingxue asked, "Do you think we can fake the accounts again?" At this time, the young man with long hair frowned and said impatiently, "Old Yao, why are you wasting your breath on her? Just move it away directly." After saying that, the young man with long hair came forward to carry the computer and accounts. "Who dares to move?" Ling Qingxue shouted as she covered the laptop and the stacks of account books. "Little girl, you'd better move away. You're obstructing the law," the older officer said. Then pointed to the tax officer holding a portable DV and said, "We've been filming the whole process. Your behavior will cause the punishment to be more severe." This group of people clearly had a clear division of labor. Some were the good guys, some were the bad guys, some were in charge of filming, and some were waving flags and shouting at the side. Ling Qingxue stubbornly held on to the stack of account books and refused to let go. She had heard everything clearly just now and knew that these people were deliberately looking for an excuse to seal the accounts. If they couldn't operate normally for 10 days to half a month, Ling F&B would definitely suffer a great blow. Damn it, he's really refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The long-haired man pulled the older officer away and cursed. Then, Longhair stepped forward and tried to pull Ling Qingxue. Just as his hand was about to touch Ling Qingxue's wrist, a large hand grabbed his wrist like a pair of iron pincers. Then, a faint voice rang out, "Speak properly, don't touch me." It was Xia Ruofei. He had been watching coldly from the side. After all, this was Ling Ji's food and beverage business. It was only when he saw Longhair make a move on Ling Qingxue that Xia Ruofei made a move. Longhair felt that his wrist bone was about to split open, and he could not help but cry out in pain. A few officers beside him immediately shouted, "Quickly let go. Why did you hit me? President Ling, why don't your employees know the rules? Tell him to let go of Shen." "Little Xia, let him go first," Ling Xiaotian hurriedly called out. That long-haired little Shen was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Ling Xiaotian was really afraid that Xia Ruofei would break his wrist. Xia Ruofei gave her a light push and then let go. Little Shen staggered back a few steps. His colleague behind him supported him before he could stabilize himself. Little Shen gritted his teeth as he rubbed his wrist. There was a bruise on it, and it looked shocking. Motherfucker! You dare to hit me? Xiao Shen's eyes were spitting fire as he charged at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched and he said indifferently, "Are you sure you can beat me?" "If I were you, I wouldn't come up here to be humiliated," the older officer quickly pulled Shen back and looked at Xia Ruofei darkly. "Young man, I can understand that you're eager to show off. But your behavior is very stupid. Not only will it not add points to your score, but it will also cause big trouble for your boss." Xia Ruofei didn't even bat an eyelid. Instead, he turned around and asked, "Qingxue, are you all right?" "We're fine," Ling Qingxue said. "Are you Ruofei? They're just trying to mess with us. If they take our computers and accounts, we won't be able to do business anymore." Xia Ruofei patted Ling Qingxue's shoulder to comfort her and said, "I know. Don't worry. I won't let them have their way." The senior officer saw that Xia Ruofei had ignored his words and couldn't help but feel a little angry. He continued, "Young man, I advise you to move away immediately. Interfering with our law enforcement will only bring more trouble to your company." Xia Ruofei acted as if he did not hear her and said to Ling Qingxue, "Qingxue, you go to Uncle Ling's side first. I'm here. They won't be able to take a single piece of paper." Ling Qingxue nodded her head obediently. "Too arrogant. He's simply too arrogant." The senior officer finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned to Ling Xiaotian and asked, "President Ling, is this the attitude of Ling Ji's restaurant? Is this your so-called cooperative work?" Ling Xiaotian could only say, "Section Chief Xiao Xia is young and impetuous. Please forgive him, this isn't a matter of being young and impetuous. This is already a violent resistance to the law." Section Chief Xiao said righteously, "President Ling, we have already recorded the entire process. The nature of this matter is very bad, and we will give you suggestions on how to deal with it soon. What you need to do now is to stop at the edge of the cliff and cooperate with us immediately." Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but be put in a difficult position. He naturally didn't want the company's accounts and computers to be taken away by these people. Ing Luo could imagine how long it would take for the accounts to be taken away. If that happened, would the company still be able to operate? However, it was not a good idea to stop them. It would only make the matter worse. Ling Xiaotian, who had been in the business world for so many years, felt trapped for the first time. He subconsciously looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "It's easy to take it away. Qingxue just said that you should show us the evidence. Didn't you say that someone reported it? Where's the report letter? Since it's so serious, there should be conclusive evidence in the letter, right?" "I'm sorry," Section Chief Yao said gloomily. "The letter is confidential. To protect the informant, I can't show it to you. You can hide the person who reported you. Just a photocopy will do, we will only look at the contents." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Otherwise, you can just say that someone reported you." "That doesn't make sense, does it? We definitely have evidence, but you don't have the right to see it. Not just you. Even President Ling doesn't have the right to see it." Section Chief Yao said, "If you're not satisfied, you can file A complaint or report to the letter and letter department. However, you must cooperate with us first. Otherwise, it will be considered a violent act of defiance of the law. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, since you guys are so shameless, what else is there to say? Then let's see who has the bigger fist. Come on. Beat me down and you can take my things. They're too rampant. He's simply lawless. Everyone, attack. Does he really dare to hit people? That's right. There are 5 of us. Are we afraid of him? The few tax officers shouted angrily. On the other hand, long-haired Shen, who was about to rush over, hesitated. Others might not know, but he had personally experienced Xia Ruofei's terrifying strength. He had no doubt that if Xia Ruofei had used just a little more strength, his wrist would have broken. Most of these people had been trained. On the other hand, the 5 people on his side were either big-bellied or sallow-faced, all sitting in the office all year round. If they were to fight, they would not be enough. The oldest section chief, Old Yao, did not act rashly. He just stared at Xia Ruofei darkly for a while, then gathered everyone and walked to a corner of the office. Brothers, today's matter is a little out of our control. Section Chief Yao frowned and said, Shen, you should call President Lin and tell him about the situation. To put it bluntly, Section Chief Yao was still not confident. He had come here on purpose to find trouble, and there was no evidence at all. Even this written notice was printed by him on the office computer, and then he used the official seal for his own use. The procedures were simply not valid. Once the matter was blown up and the higher-ups investigated it thoroughly, they would all be in trouble today. In fact, what happened today was arranged by that long-haired young Shen. Section Chief Yao's original intention was to form a good relationship with him. After all, Lin Feng was the son of the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee. He was also familiar with knocking down a private enterprise and causing them some small trouble. However, he didn't expect to encounter such intense resistance. Moreover, the other party's hot-headed youth was completely unmoved by force or persuasion. Therefore, Section Chief Yao naturally didn't want to make a big deal out of it, for fear of accidentally getting himself involved. Little Shen nodded and took out his phone to call Lin Feng. Brother Feng, it's me. Little Shen. Xiao Shen said respectfully. Although Lin Feng wasn't in front of him, he still had the appearance of a subservient servant. Oh, Shen. Lin Feng indifferently asked, how's the matter? Brother Feng, it was going quite well at first. Xiao Shen said, a little dejected. The accounts and computers were all sealed. Just as we were about to move out, their finance manager came back with a hot-headed young man. Wait, the manager of the finance department? Lin Feng replied, is it Ling Qingxue? Lin Feng had been eyeing Ling Qingxue for some time now, so he naturally knew about her situation. He knew that she was the finance manager of Ling Ji Restaurant. I don't know her name, but she's a beautiful long-legged beauty. Oh, she's the daughter of the boss of this company. Shen said. That's her. Lin Feng said, you said that she brought along a hothead? Yes, a young man with short hair, then. Shen described Xia Ruofei's appearance. When Lin Feng heard this, he snorted coldly. He knew in his heart that this hot-headed young man was the one he had seen with Ling Qingxue at noon. What's wrong with this person? He asked coldly. Brother Feng, he's stopping us from taking the account book and computer away. Xiao Shen said, I was even beaten up by him. This man is very barbaric, and he seems to be very good at fighting. Now, both sides are in a stalemate. Lin Feng's eyes brightened when he heard this. He hurriedly asked, "You said he made a move?" My wrist is still bruised," Xiaoshen said with some grievance. He was also trying to take credit for his work. He had been entrusted by you to do this, and now he was beaten up because of you. Shouldn't you return the favor in the future? Lin Feng didn't care about Little Shen's complaints. Instead, he anxiously asked, "I told you to bring the law enforcement recorder with you. Did you record the process of his attack?" "I've recorded it all," Xiaoshen quickly said. "We started recording as soon as we entered. We recorded the entire process of the kid violently resisting the law." "That's great." Lin Feng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Little Shen, with this video, regardless of whether there is a problem with the accounts, we can punish them to death." "Definitely. Don't think that. Ling GF and B will have a good life," Little Shen said hatefully, then asked tentatively, "Brother Feng, should we retreat now? Anyway, with that video, we can do whatever we want to them." At this moment, the scene of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue hugging on the street in the afternoon appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The fire of jealousy in his heart began to burn. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly, "Retreat for what?" He hadn't taken the account book away yet. "You guys wait here. I'll bring people over to help you." "Humph. No matter how good he is at fighting, he's just one person. If 10 isn't enough, then 20 will come at him together. I don't believe he can take it." "Ah?" Xiaoshen hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Feng. Wouldn't this be too big of a deal? What are you afraid of?" Lin Feng said, "You guys are in the right now, okay? That kid started it first and beat up a government official. No matter what he says, he's still in the wrong. All right," Xiaoshen said, "we'll wait for you here then, don't worry. I'll be there in a moment. Be careful not to let them transfer the account books," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng didn't know that the moment he made this irrational decision, he had already started to run madly on the road to death. "I know, Brother Feng." Old Jiao saw Little Shen hang up the phone and quickly asked, "What did President Lin say?" "He'll immediately bring some people over." Xiaoshen said, "Brother Feng said that he must take the account book away today." "Let's wait first." Old Jiao was also a little dumbfounded. He hesitated and said, "He still brought people?" Little Shen frowned and said, "Old Jiao, Brother Feng has spoken, so let's just wait. Anyway, if anything happens, he'll be there to take care of it. What are you afraid of?" Old Jiao frowned and sighed before helplessly nodding. This was the only way. If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to them not being on good terms. They would have to bear the risk, and not only would they not get any benefits, but they would also offend Lin Feng for no reason. That wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, Old Jiao also felt that Little Shen's words made sense. In any case, if anything happened, Lin Feng would be the one to bear the brunt. Wanwan's father was the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee. Hence, the officers of the Tax Bureau quickly decided to wait for Lin Feng here. On the other side, Xia Ruofei called Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue to his side to ask about the situation. Ling Xiaotian told them about the series of events that happened this afternoon, and then told them his own judgment that all of this was due to Lin Wanshui's methods. Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, Uncle Ling, regarding the preliminaries of the designated reception unit, was there no turning point after that? Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. What can we do? We also tried to get some people to help, but all of them rejected us. This must be the instructions of the leader, and no one dared to help. Ling Qingxue gave Xia Ruofei a strange look. Xia Ruofei naturally understood the meaning behind Ling Qingxue's gaze and revealed an awkward expression. Xia Ruofei felt embarrassed too. Although he did not promise anything, he had already said it. Now that there was no reaction at all, it was a little awkward. What's with this Xiao Mei? Why was there no movement at all? There must be something fishy about this. Xia Ruofei frowned and thought. Now, the situation of Ling GF and B had become very critical. It was no longer a problem of just receiving a designated reception unit from the municipal party committee. If they didn't think of a solution soon, it might even cause a great loss to their vitality. Hence, Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed Tian Huilan's number. In the small hall of the Sanshan Municipal Party Committee, a meeting regarding the change of work style was coming to an end. The members of the 4 groups of Sanshan City, the main leaders of the various counties, cities under them, the relevant departments directly under the city, and the deputy department level and above of the municipal party and government all attended the meeting. Tian Huilan, a member of the provincial party committee and secretary of the provincial party committee of Sanshan City, was giving instructions on stage. Comrades, to forge iron, one needs to be strong themselves. The leading cadres should earnestly start from their own work, take the lead in promoting good work styles, drive the majority of cadres to change their work styles deeply, overcome the accumulated drawbacks and chronic illnesses of formalism, bureaucratism, hedonism, and extravagance, and drive the entire atmosphere of the city to change for the better. In the back row, Tian Huilan's secretary, Xiao Mei, was sitting upright. She had personally written this manuscript, and Tian Huilan had made 3 changes to it. Xiao Mei was very familiar with every word of the script, and she also knew that Tian Huilan had reached the last big point. Xiao Mei was sorting out Tian Huilan's schedule in her mind when her phone suddenly vibrated in her bag. Xiao Mei furrowed her brows slightly. She opened her bag and took out her phone, only to find that the screen was dark. She was stunned for a moment, but the buzzing of the phone was still coming. Xiao Mei suddenly realized something and quickly opened her bag to take out another phone. This was Tian Huilan's phone. She was used to giving her phone to her secretary for safekeeping before a meeting to ensure that it would not affect the meeting or miss any important calls. Xiao Mei immediately saw that the caller was Xia Ruofei. She had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. She quickly stood up and gently pushed her chair away. She quietly walked out of the auditorium and quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Xia. Secretary Tian is in a meeting, Xiao Mei said. Oh, it's Chief Xiao. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said, Director Xiao, I have an urgent matter to report to Secretary Tian. Xiao Mei's heart suddenly quivered, and she carefully asked, Mr. Xia, is this about Lingyun Hotel? I've already spoken to Secretary Lin this afternoon. He said that he'll understand the situation in detail. If the hardware is up to standard, he'll add this hotel to the list. Xia Ruofei said, Chief Xiao, that's not what I've found out. I'm at the headquarters of the Ling GF and B group. Not only is the problem with Lingyun Hotel not solved, but Ling GF and B is also under a series of Malicious inspections. Xia Ruofei listed out the inspections, fines, and other issues that Ling Ji restaurant had faced today. Xiaomei was shocked and quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. This might be my mistake. Please wait a moment, I'll find a way to report to Secretary Tian." Xia Ruofei said, "Okay. Please hurry. The situation here is a little complicated." Xia Ruofei was very unhappy at this moment, especially when he had some opinions about Xiaomei. He was not sure how Xiaomei was going to handle this matter, but it was obvious that not only did it not work out, but it had also caused more problems. Hence, Xia Ruofei's tone was slightly stiff. Okay, Xiao Yumei quickly said. Xiaomei hung up the phone in a hurry, her mind in a mess. At this moment, Xiaomei realized that she might have made a mistake. Lin Wanchue was probably beating around the bush with her at noon, but she actually took his insincere words seriously. Xiaomei was filled with regret. However, what made her even more anxious was that the situation had already become so serious. Thinking about Xia Ruofei's position in Secretary Tian's and Elder Song's hearts, Xiaomei felt a chill run down her spine. However, she couldn't care less about her fear. The most important thing now was to solve Xia Ruofei's problem. On the stage, Tian Huilan was still giving a speech. This was a meeting on the deployment of mass education activities. Xiao Mei listened carefully and estimated that she would need about 10 minutes to finish. It was impossible to report to Tian Huilan directly, but if he waited until she was done, who knew what would happen on Xia Ruofei's side? Xiaomei was caught in a dilemma. She quickly weighed the various situations in her mind and finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. She quickly tore a page from her notebook, picked up her pen, and started writing, describing today's events in as short a word as possible. Then, Xiaomei went to the side of the venue and whispered a few words to the staff. She then handed the folded paper to the staff. Many leaders brought their own teacups for meetings, so they would arrange for people to fill the teacups with water during the meeting. Xiao Mei was the one who had found the staff to fill the teacups for the leaders. After the staff member received the note, she immediately walked up to the stage with a kettle of water. She first came to Tian Huilan's side and filled her teacup with water. At the same time, she quietly pushed the note onto Tian Huilan's table, then went to fill up the water for the other leaders. Tian Huilan, who was holding a script in her hand, was slightly taken aback. She knew that there must be an extremely urgent matter for him to hand over a note at this time. So she cleared her throat, reached out for the teacup, and drank the water unhurriedly. Her eyes had already quickly swept over the note. Tian Huilan's expression changed slightly after she read it, but she quickly returned to normal. She adjusted the microphone and continued to speak. However, Xiaomei's sharp senses told her that Tian Huilan didn't follow the script at all. She had basically just pointed out the key points in the script, so Xiaomei immediately let out a sigh of relief. Tian Huilan finished her speech in 2 minutes, which was supposed to last for about 10 minutes. The venue burst into a warm round of applause. Just as everyone was waiting for the MC to announce the end of the meeting, Tian Huilan leaned into the microphone and said, "I'll mainly talk about changing the work style in today's meeting. Next, I'll temporarily arrange an on-site work session. Comrade Qinghua from the National Tax Bureau, Comrade Qian Sanyuan from the Local Tax Bureau, Comrade Sun Jijun from the Health Bureau, Comrade Lu Ruiwu from the Environmental Protection Bureau, and Comrade He Jianian from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau." The comrades I just named will follow me to a place after the meeting. Then, Tian Huilan's eyes fell on the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee, Lin Wanshui, who was sitting in the second row below the stage. She said, "Oh right, Comrade Lin Wanshui, you should also participate." Then, Tian Huilan nodded to the mayor, who was presiding over the meeting, indicating that he would announce the end of the meeting. The mayor was also a little confused by Tian Huilan's sudden attack. Tian Huilan had never talked to him about this on-site office. However, the mayor quickly came back to his senses and quickly announced the end of the meeting. Tian Huilan immediately got up and walked off the stage. Xiaomei quickly packed up Tian Huilan's documents and water cup, then quickly followed. Considering that Tian Huilan might be at the scene, Xiaomei quickly transferred Tian Huilan's car over after handing over the note. In addition to her political experience, she was still inexperienced. Overall, Xiaomei's work as a secretary was very meticulous. The few bureau chiefs who were called out by Tian Huilan were a little uneasy, not knowing what the situation would be. The one who was even more terrified was Lin Wanshui. The few units that Tian Huilan had pointed out, weren't they the units that Lin Feng had found today? Thinking about how Xiaomei came to find him at noon, Lin Wanshui suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly caught up and whispered to Xiao Mei, "Young Xiao, I found out about what you told me this afternoon. It was indeed a mistake on our part. I've already instructed them to add Lingyun Hotel to the preliminary list immediately." Xiao Mei's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. She had been ruined by Lin Wanshui today. She even felt that after today's incident, it would be a problem if she could even stay as a secretary. "Oh, thank you, Secretary Lin," Xiaomei said indifferently. Now that things had gotten out of hand, Lin Wanshui only thought of doing him a favor. How could Xiaomei say anything more to him? "Little Xiao, Secretary Tian," Lin Wanshui quickly asked softly. "I'm not too sure. This is an unplanned schedule. I didn't know the situation beforehand." Xiaomei said, "Secretary Lin, I'm sorry. The secretary's car is here. I'll take my leave first." After she finished speaking, Xiaomei left Lin Wanshui behind and quickly chased after her, opening the car door for Tian Huilan. Tian Huilan was just about to bend down and get into the car, but she straightened up halfway and turned to look at Lin Wanshui. She said indifferently, "Comrade Lin Wanshui, you can take my car. Don't call another car." If it was any other time, Lin Wanshui would have laughed. Even in his dreams, if he was able to ride in the same car as Secretary Tian. This showed that the leader thought highly of him. But today was the exact opposite. His heart skipped a beat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't even have the chance to understand the situation or disclose information. Lin Wanshui felt that the situation was bad. However, after Tian Huilan finished speaking, she didn't get on the car and just stood there looking at Lin Wanshui, so he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly said, "Thank you, Secretary Tian." Then, he jogged over and opened the car door on the other side. After Tian Huilan got into the car, he hurriedly got in and sat beside her. After Tian Huilan got into the car, she said indifferently, "Little Xiao, let's go." "Yes, Secretary," Xiaomei replied. She didn't need Tian Huilan's instructions to know where they were going. After Tian Huilan finished speaking, she leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes to rest, not saying a word to Lin Wanshui at all. Lin Wanshui felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He kept wiping his sweat, and his heart was filled with fear. Xiao Mei saw the few bureau chiefs that Tian Huilan had pointed out also hurriedly get into their own cars, so she motioned for the driver to set off. 6 or 7 small cars left the municipal party committee compound in a single file and headed in the direction of the headquarters of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group. Lingji F&B headquarters. Xia Ruofei was still in a confrontation with 5 officers from the tax bureau. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue were standing beside Xia Ruofei. Ling Xiaotian looked worried. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, was relatively calm. She knew Xia Ruofei very well and knew that he was not the kind of person who would act on impulse. Time passed by. The atmosphere in the finance office was very heavy, and the ordinary employees did not even dare to breathe loudly. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps coming from the elevator. Soon, a group of people barged into the company and went straight to the finance office. Industry, commerce, health, environmental protection. There were people from all sorts of departments. These were the people who had swept through every restaurant under Ling Ji restaurant. What made Ling Xiaotian frown was that other than this group of people, there were more than a dozen people in security uniforms. These people didn't look like good people. They were all rogues. Some of them had hideous scars on their faces. Almost everyone had tattoos. They glared at Xia Ruofei with hostility. When Little Shen saw who it was, his face lit up and he called out, "Brother Chen, Brother Lu, you're all here." One of the middle-aged men in a business uniform nodded at Shen and said, "Little Shen, I heard that there's a lot of resistance in your law enforcement, so we're here to help." "Thank you, Brother Chen," Xiaoshen said happily. Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you? Why did you break into our company?" Brother Chen, a middle-aged man from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, said, "You're the person in charge of Lingji F&B? We are all cadres of the various functional departments in the city, and now we have officially formed a joint inspection team. I hope you will stop being stubborn and cooperate with us." Ling Qingxue pointed at the security guards and said angrily, "You guys are brutal law enforcement. Are these also executives?" One of them, a big man with a scary knife scar on his face, said with a smile, "The beauty really cares a lot. I'm such a capable man, of course I'm a cadre, ha ha ha." The security guards all burst out laughing, and they all looked at Ling Qingxue with perverted eyes. Ling Qingxue's face was red with anger. At this time, Xia Ruofei gently pulled Ling Qingxue's hand and protected her behind him. Then, he glanced at the security guards with a calm look. Xia Ruofei didn't look strong and his expression was calm. However, when Xia Ruofei's eyes swept over these people, they clearly felt a bone-chilling coldness. The unbridled laughter stopped abruptly. The leader, Dao Ba, quickly steadied his mind and coldly said, "I heard that someone stopped the tax bureau from enforcing the law. It was you, right? If you know what's good for you, quickly step aside to avoid suffering physical pain." Brother Chen from the Industry and Commerce Bureau also said, "These few comrades are employees of a regular security company. Because of your company's violent resistance to the law, we invited them over to protect you." Another official from the Health Bureau, surnamed Lu, also said with a fake smile, "By the way, pay for the security guards later. If it wasn't for your lack of cooperation, we wouldn't have needed to hire security guards at the last minute. You'll have to pay for it, right?" When the employees of the Ling GF&B group heard this person's words, they all looked angry. They really went too far. He hired a bunch of thugs to the company, and in the end, he even wanted the company to pay the so-called fees. Ling Xiaotian's eyes also flashed with anger. These people were too arrogant. The finance office fell into silence, but anger was slowly brewing in this silence. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sneer broke the silence. Xia Ruofei had a mocking smile on his face as he looked at the strange group of leaders, ordinary cadres, and hooligans. He said, "And you want us to pay for these punks? I have to say, this idea of yours is really creative, and your bottom line is really beyond my imagination. I'm impressed. I've finally seen what it means to be invincible in the world." The health bureau officer surnamed Lu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "If you have time to mock me, why don't you think about yourself? Shen, when you get back, give the police a copy of today's video. This kind of brutal behavior against law enforcement must not be tolerated," he said to Xiao Shen. "All right." Xiao Shen grinned. When it was just the 5 of them at first, little Shen was a little nervous. But now there were more than 20 people, including the dozen gangsters brought by Dao Ba, and little Shen suddenly felt confident. "Old Lu, why are you wasting your breath on this grandson?" Scarface said loudly. After saying that, he pointed to the account books on the table and the sealed computer host and asked, "Are these the things you're moving?" Xiao Shen nodded. Scarface waved his hand and said, "Brothers, go. Move the things." Ling Qingshua's expression changed and she rebuked, "Who dares to come up?" "Beauty, we all dare to do it," Scarface said with a cheeky smile. "Who wouldn't want to go for a beauty? Brothers, don't you think so?" The hooligans were already drooling over Ling Qingshua's beauty, so they all laughed out loud when they heard this. Their gazes towards Ling Qingxue were filled with lust. Ling Qingxue was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and her face was flushed red. At this moment, a figure flashed past and pounced at Dao Ba and the others. Dao Ba felt his vision blur, and Xia Ruofei, who was a few meters away, had disappeared. Then, he felt a strong force and a series of slaps. He felt a burning pain on his face. From the perspective of little Shen and the others, it was even more shocking. Xia Ruofei dashed into the encirclement of Scar's men like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Xia Ruofei's movements were so fast that they felt like they were watching a fast, forwarded video. On the other hand, Scar's men were extremely slow. In comparison, they looked like they were in slow motion on television. When everyone came back to their senses, Xia Ruofei had already returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. Scarface and the rest of the men were all wailing as they lay on the ground. Their faces were all swollen. In such a short time, each of them had been slapped at least 7 or 8 times by Xia Ruofei. Dao Ba was in an especially miserable state. Xia Ruofei did not hold back when he slapped him, and his molars were broken. Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, "Your mouths are too smelly. I'm helping you guys to remember." Also, he dared to be someone else's hatchet man with such a weak appearance? Let's go back and drink milk for a few years first. Little Shen and the others were all dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. Was he still human? Dao Ba and the others were from the security company, but they were actually a bunch of aggressive gangsters. Fighting was a common occurrence, but in front of Xia Ruofei, they were all weaklings. The reason why old Lu and The others had swaggered over to support was because Dao Ba was their greatest support. Now that they had all fallen in a single exchange, what were they going to do? Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, looked at Xia Ruofei's back with bright eyes, full of admiration. Since ancient times, beautiful women loved heroes. Xia Ruofei's display of such courage made Ling Qingxue's love for him even stronger. Xia Ruofei looked around. Xiao Shen and the others could not help but avoid his gaze. Who else is here to move things? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. Other than Scarface and the rest who were wailing, no one else made a sound. Xiao Shen and the rest did not even dare to breathe. At this moment, a voice came from the office door. Yo! It's so lively. What are you doing? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Feng's figure appearing at the door of the office. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with disgust. Lin Feng maintained his gentle and refined appearance with a faint smile on his face. He didn't even look at Dao Ba and the others who were wailing on the ground and walked straight to Xia Ruofei and the other two. When Lin Feng's gaze swept past Ling Qingxue, a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. After that, his gaze went past Ling Qingxue and landed on Ling Xiaotian. Hello, Uncle Ling, Lin Feng slightly bowed. Ling Xiaotian's expression was complicated as he said, so it's young Master Lin. May I know what business you have here? I came to your company's upper floor to handle some matters, said Lin Feng with a smile. I heard it was so noisy here, so I came in to take a look. Uncle Ling, what happened? Seeing Lin Feng's pretense, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but snort coldly and turn her head away. She felt like she would puke if she looked at him any longer. Ling Xiaotian stared into Lin Feng's eyes and said, Young Master Lin should be very clear about what happened, right? Lin Feng laughed, I just came in. How can I be clear? However, I'm quite familiar with Little Shen, Old Lu, and the others. If there's any misunderstanding in the middle, I can help to mediate. We'll have to see if Uncle Ling is sincere or not. After speaking, Lin Feng turned his head and asked, Little Shen, tell me. What happened here? How come someone's injured? Xiao Shen immediately said, Young Master Lin, we came to check the company's accounts today according to the law. We didn't expect them to resist the law so barbarically. Not only did they not let us take the accounts away, but they even injured our staff. Oh? He actually hit someone? This is too much. Lin Feng said exaggeratedly, by the way, didn't you all bring along your law enforcement recorder? Did you take a picture? Xiao Shen glared at Xia Ruofei and said, I've recorded it all. When the two sides were arguing, the officer in charge of the recording had turned on the law enforcement recorder. The scene of Xia Ruofei teaching the hooligans a lesson was also recorded. Ah, that's not good. Lin Feng said to Ling Xiaotian with a smile, Uncle Ling, this is already a crime. If Little Shen hands these videos over to the police, I'm afraid that the person beside you will have to bear the consequences. Lin Feng's original intention was to use Scar and the others to teach Xia Ruofei a lesson and make him suffer some physical pain to relieve the hatred in his heart. But he didn't expect Scar and the others to be so useless. Over 10 of them were directly abused by Xia Ruofei. Fortunately, all these scenes were recorded. If Xia Ruofei's previous action of stopping Shen was considered extreme, then what happened just now was definitely a criminal act of beating others. With these videos, Lin Feng felt that he had already caught Xia Ruofei's weak spot. He could do whatever He wanted to him with just a word. Young Master Lin, what exactly do you want? Let's be straightforward and not resort to insinuations. Ling Xiaotian said with a dark expression. Uncle Ling, the current situation isn't in your favor. Lin Feng said with a proud smile. If little Shen and the others take it seriously, the kid next to you will be in jail for at least a few years, and your company will receive a large fine, or even close down for reorganization. That will be a huge loss. Ling Xiaotian quietly looked at Lin Feng, waiting for him to continue. Lin Feng's scorching gaze turned to Ling Qingxue as he said, Uncle Ling, you know that I've admired Qingxue for a long time. If Qingxue can be friends with me, then we'll be a family. I think little Shen and the others will still give me face. Then, what happened today won't be a big deal anymore. Right, little Shen? Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Lin's girlfriend's family's company, we definitely have to take care of it. Xiaoshen quickly nodded and bowed. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this little Shen wasn't bad. His mind was quick and he was also very understanding. He could nurture him later. Ling Qingxue's expression changed, and she coldly said, You're dreaming. I'll never like a despicable person like you in my life. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He revealed a gentle smile and said, Qingxue, it seems that you have some misunderstandings about me. I think you'll understand me after we get to know each other more. Ling. Qingxue coldly snorted, not hiding her disgust for Lin Feng at all. Young Master Lin, Qingxue has to make her own decisions in matters of the heart. Even if I am her father, I can't help her make this decision. Ling Xiaotian said in a low voice. So you're saying that Uncle Ling has rejected me? Lin Feng's face turned cold. Ling Xiaotian calmly looked at Lin Feng. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. Right now, Ling Xiaotian's heart was also filled with anger. To think that I used to think that this Lin Feng was a modest gentleman. I didn't expect him to be no different from those popinjays. He was just better at disguising himself. Ling Xiaotian said angrily in his heart. Lin Feng's smile turned cold as he calmly spoke, Shen, call the police. All right. Xiao. Shen responded excitedly and directly took out his phone to call the police. Young Master Lin, Xiao Xiao's attack was a little heavy, but it was this group of people who spoke rudely first. Ling Xiaotian said with great difficulty, Can you have mercy? No matter how the company was messed up, Ling Xiaotian could still bear the consequences. However, Xia Ruofei was not an employee of his company. Today, he had helped out for the sake of justice. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to Xia Ruofei. Hence, Ling Xiaotian could only lower his face and beg Lin Feng. The warm smile on Lin Feng's face was long gone. It was replaced by an icy expression as he said, You can save these words for the police. Ling Xiaotian's expression changed a few times. It was obvious that he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his chest. If it wasn't for Shan's accident some time ago, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this, by a little brat like you. Ling Xiaotian thought angrily. Ling Xiaotian and Duan Yishan, the former deputy mayor of Sanshan City, had a very close relationship. They were not in a relationship of power and money, but they were good brothers who had played together since they were young. Ling Xiaotian started his business after he retired from the army, and it could be said that the support of Duan Yishan was indispensable for his business to develop to its current scale. However, Duanishan was suddenly removed from his position during an anti-corruption campaign a few months ago. Now, he was in the stage of a judicial trial. It was said that the amount of money involved was over 10 million. What awaited him was a long life in prison. While Ling Xiaotian felt pain that his good brother had not been able to withstand the temptation, he had also begun to keep a low profile in his business. Other than the more than half-completed Lingyun Hotel project, the Lingji restaurant had stopped expanding. However, unexpected disasters like today were still hard to guard against. Ever since the first Lingji restaurant chain was suddenly inspected, Ling Xiaotian had been calling for help from some of his acquaintances in the system. However, those people who had called him brother when Duanishan was still in office were all trying to avoid him, especially when they found out that this matter might involve the Municipal Party Committee's Deputy Secretary Lin. The fickleness of human nature made Ling Xiaotian extremely emotional. Ling Xiaotian retracted his thoughts. He looked at Lin Feng and then at Xia Ruofei. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little Xia, you go first. The things here have nothing to do with you." "What does Uncle Ling mean?" Lin Feng said leisurely, "Are you instigating the suspect to escape?" Shen's law enforcement recorder wasn't turned off. Ling Xiaotian coldly snorted and ignored Lin Feng. He continued to speak to Xia Ruofei, "Little Xia, Uncle thanks you for today. But I don't need your help here anymore, so you should leave." Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Xiaotian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, don't worry about me. They're just a few hooligans. It's fine if I beat them up." "Are you au fait? Why don't you leave first?" Ling Qingxue said, a little worried. "Qingxue, I promised you that I would help you solve your problem once and for all. How can I leave now?" Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's hand and smiled gently. "Don't worry. It was just a small mistake before, but the person we're looking for this time will definitely be fine." "Humph. What a shameless boast," Lin Feng coldly laughed. Xia Ruofei smiled at Lin Feng. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "What are we betting on?" Lin Feng coldly asked. "I bet that you'll be in big trouble when I count to 3. Humph, you don't know your place." Xia Ruofei did not care about Lin Feng and started to count. Because he had exceptional hearing, he had already heard a series of footsteps. He was quite familiar with one or two of them. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished his sentence, another group of people appeared at the entrance of the finance department. "What are you guys doing here?" A stern voice came from the door. Tian Huilan strode into the office with a dark expression. Behind her was a group of bureau chiefs who didn't know what was going on and were feeling uneasy. Of course, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Lin Wanchue, was even more terrified. In fact, when Xiaomei directed the driver to drive to the office building where the Ling GF and B headquarters was located, Lin Wanchue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Tian Huilan didn't say a word to him the entire time. After getting out of the car, she still didn't say a word. She took the elevator straight to the floor where the Ling GF and B headquarters was located. The directors in the elevator didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After arriving at the headquarters of the Ling GF and B, Tian Huilan asked for the location of the staff finance office with a pleasant expression on her face. Then, she took the lead and directly walked over. It wasn't until Tian Huilan berated him that Lin Wanshui finally squeezed into the office, sweating profusely. When he saw that his son, Lin Feng, was also at the scene, and that there were more than a dozen punks lying in the office, wailing and screaming, Lin Wanshui was even more dispirited. When Lin Feng saw this Tian Huilan, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After that, he saw Lin Wanshui and subconsciously called out, "Dad! What are you doing here?" At this moment, Lin Wanshui really wanted to stuff Lin Feng back into his mother's stomach. He had never felt like this before, wishing that he never had a son like Lin Feng. This was simply a scam. He still dared to call him dad at this time. Wasn't he just walking right into Secretary Tian's gun? Tian Huilan naturally heard Lin Feng's words, but she only frowned slightly and turned her head to look at Lin Wanshui with a meaningful look. Then, Tian Huilan quickly walked in front of Xia Ruofei and asked with a trace of concern, "Xia, are you okay?" "Thank you for your concern, Secretary Tian. A few gangsters can't hurt me," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The words Secretary Tian were like a sudden clap of thunder, waking everyone up from their momentary daze. Wasn't this the number one person in the municipal party committee, Secretary Tian? She was actually so concerned about that little Xia. The office was deathly silent. Even Scarface and the others were so scared that they shut their mouths tightly. There was only the sound of heavy breathing in the entire office. Little Shen and the others were stunned on the spot like clay sculptures. Lin Feng and Lin Wanshui glanced at each other, their faces ashen. Shocking. Fear. Despair. All kinds of complicated emotions rushed into his heart, and Lin Wanshui's legs started to tremble uncontrollably. He realized that his political career might be completely over from today. Not only that, but he might also follow in Deputy Mayor Duan's footsteps and begin a long prison life to reflect on what he had done over the years. He knew very well that if the organization took it seriously, he would definitely not be able to withstand an investigation. Ling Xiaotian also came back to his senses. He first looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression, then called out with a trace of respect, "Good day, Secretary Tian." Tian Huilan smiled kindly. "You must be Chairman Ling?" "Hello, Xiao Xia has told me everything about today. I'm late and I'm sorry to have made you suffer. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Secretary Tian," Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei in a daze. She could not believe what she was seeing. She had always thought that Xia Ruofei was joking when he said that he would look for a ministry official to help him. She did not expect that a ministry official would really come. Tian Huilan was a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee and also the secretary of the Sanshan municipal government, so wasn't she a deputy-level cadre? Moreover, he was one of the high-ranking vice-ministers. If that was the case, then the national-level cadre that Ruofei mentioned. Ling Qingxue didn't dare to think further. At this time, Tian Huilan had already turned around and coldly looked at the silent crowd. She said indifferently, "Can you tell me what happened?" The few bureau chiefs who had followed Tian Huilan quickly ordered their subordinates. "Section Chief Yao, didn't you hear Secretary Tian's instructions? What's going on? Little Lu, why are you all mute? Say something. Old Chen, you're an old comrade. Tell me. What's going on?" The officers who had been arrogant just a moment ago were now crying No one dared to say anything. Secretary Tian had already determined the matter the moment he came in. How could they still dare to argue? Not to mention, they were very clear about what was going on today. They couldn't afford to be investigated. Don't you have anything to say? Tian Huilan asked indifferently. Then, she turned around and coldly looked at Lin Wanshui. She pointed at Lin Feng and said, Comrade Lin Wanshui, this is your child, right? What is he doing here? At this moment, Lin Wanshui was already completely disheartened. Hearing Tian Huilan call out his name, he was so scared that he trembled and said in fear, Secretary Tian. I don't understand the situation. Tian Huilan looked at Lin Wanshui with some disgust and then said, since you're not going to tell me, I'll tell you. After she finished speaking, she looked around at the many executives in the office. No one dared to look her in the eye. And they all lowered their heads guiltily. Comrades, Tian Huilan said. Right now, from the central government to the local government, everyone is carrying out mass-line education activities. We emphasize building our work style every day, emphasizing that the cadres should take the lead and set an example. But how do some of our cadres, even a few leading cadres, do it? The people didn't give you power to do whatever you want and to fish for the lives of the people. The entire office was dead silent, and the directors were all sweating. Lin Wanshui and the officers that Lin Feng had found were even more dejected. Tian Huilan pointed at Ling Xiaotian and the others and continued, Ling GFNB can be said to be the star FNB enterprise in Sanshan City, but some leaders, for their own benefit, actually ordered their children to contact their so-called brothers and friends to carry out a raid on Ling GFNB within half a day. They picked on everyone, and in the end, they even stormed into the company's headquarters to seal the accounts. A good company was turned into a mess. He's simply insane and lawless. Speaking of this, Tian Huilan angrily slammed the table, and Lin Wanshui and the others couldn't help but shiver. Then, Tian Huilan pointed at Dao Ba and the others and coldly asked, also, what's with these people? Can any of you explain it to me? There was a dead silence. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to speak at this moment. At this moment, a series of noisy footsteps came from the door again. Who called the police just now? A rough voice rang out. Then, 4 police officers walked into the finance office. The finance office was originally quite big, but there were already 20 to 30 people in it. It seemed even more crowded with the police officers. The leader was a police officer with a full beard. After he entered the office, he was surprised to find that Secretary Tian of the municipal party was also here. He couldn't help but be stunned. Some of the young police officers who came along didn't know Tian Huilan. When he saw that his police chief suddenly stopped talking and just stood there in a daze, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He gently touched the bearded police officer's arm. Only then did the bearded police officer come back to his senses. He quickly strode in front of Tian Huilan and saluted, saying in a clear voice, reporting to Secretary Tian, the deputy director of the Jinrong police station, Song Tianhao, is currently on the move. Please give us your instructions. Tian Huilan nodded slightly, then asked, who just called the police? No one spoke at the scene. Lin Feng and Little Shen, who had called the police, both lowered their heads guiltily. Originally, it was Lin Feng's greatest reliance to deal with Xia Ruofei, but now, it had become the greatest hot potato. The deputy director, Song Tianhao, saw that no one was speaking and couldn't help but feel strange. He looked at Tian Huilan, only to see that she was expressionless. He couldn't guess what the leader was thinking and didn't know what to do for a moment. Song Tianhao thought for a moment, then turned around and asked, "Little Zhang, check the phone number on the police report." Xia Ruofei pointed at Shen and laughed. "Superintendent Song, there's no need to trouble yourself. It was that colleague from the tax bureau who called the police." Little Shen's face turned pale and he stammered, What's going on?" Tian Huilan frowned and asked. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Secretary Tian, didn't they bring a bunch of hooligans to enforce the law? This group of hooligans caused trouble in the office and I subdued them. As a result, the deputy secretary's son ordered the tax bureau to call the police to arrest me." Xia Ruofei's words contained a lot of information. The hooligan was enforcing the law with the government. He was the son of a deputy secretary and did not have any position, but he could give orders to the staff of the tax bureau. Almost every word he said was a stab to the heart. The few bureau chiefs that Tian Huilan had brought with her all looked a little embarrassed, and Lin Wanshui's face was even paler. He had always thought that the worst had come, but he didn't expect that the worst situation would always exceed his imagination. "No." Lin Feng's expression changed as he tried to explain, I didn't. You were the one who beat up the security company's staff first, and that's why Shen called the police. By the way, they're not punks, they're employees of a regular security company. If it weren't for your violent resistance to the law, Shen and the others wouldn't have spent money to hire a security company for help. Shut up." Lin Wanshue came up and slapped Lin Feng twice in exasperation. He then roared, "You little bastard, you still dare to quibble now? Just how many disgraceful things have you done behind my back?" 2. Clear palm imprints appeared on Lin Feng's fair face. He looked at his father in fear, no longer having his usual elegance. Lin Wanshue immediately put on a bitter face and said to Tian Huilan, "Secretary Tian, it's all my fault for not disciplining this unfilial son. I didn't know that he had used my name to do so many lawless things outside. I need to reflect on myself." Tian Huilan's face was still as calm as an ancient well, completely unmoved by Lin Wanshui's performance. She didn't even look at Lin Wanshue as she indifferently said to Song Tianhao, "Superintendent Song, since you're all out, bring these troublemakers back. Interrogate him properly and find out who's behind this." "Yes, Song." Tianhao stood at attention, raised his head, and replied in a clear voice. Then, he waved his hand and several police officers immediately came up to arrest him. They didn't have enough handcuffs, so they used plastic straps to tie up all the hooligans and took them out. After the police and the hooligans left, the office suddenly became much more spacious. Tian Huilan looked around at the crowd and said indifferently, "Bureau chiefs, please come over and take your people back. I hope that you will immediately correct today's mistake after you go back and revoke the punishment for violating the rules. In addition, you will carry out a rectification of work style in your units as an important link in this mass education activity. Report the rectification situation to me directly." "Yes, Secretary Tian." "Secretary Tian, we will definitely carry out your instructions and requirements." Several bureau chiefs expressed their opinions one after another, and then angrily called out a few of their subordinates who had caused trouble in their units. Little Shen and the others were all dejected. They knew very well that there would be a storm waiting for them when they returned. The directors took their people and left one after another. Only Lin Wanshue and his son didn't know whether to stay or leave. They were like prisoners waiting for their sentence. Tian Huilan continued to ignore them. Instead, she greeted Xia Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian, and the others affably before walking out of the door. Tian Huilan's secretary, Xiao Mei, looked at Xia Ruofei. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Then, she sighed and quickly caught up with Tian Huilan. Xia Ruofei looked at Xiao Mei's back thoughtfully and suddenly said in a clear voice, "Chief Xiao, thank you for today." Tian Huilan and Xiao Mei both stopped and turned around. Xiao Mei had a complicated expression on her face. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued. "Director Xiao, if you didn't report to Secretary Tian in time, this matter might not have been resolved so smoothly." "Thank you." Xiao Mei immediately understood. Her eyes flashed with gratitude and she quickly said, "Mr. Xia, you're too kind. I didn't do my job well, please forgive me. It's all in the past, let's not talk about it." Xia Ruofei laughed. Tian Huilan looked at Xia Ruofei and Xiao Mei thoughtfully. Then, she smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei before turning to leave the office. As Tian Huilan walked, she said to Xiao Mei, "Little Xiao, you can ask little Wu for more advice when you have time. She has a lot of experience in the field of being a secretary." Xiao Mei was stunned for a moment, then she said with a smile, "Okay, thank you, Secretary." Tian Huilan had asked her to consult Wu Liqian more, which meant that her mistake this time had been covered up and she hadn't been kicked out. In the office, Lin Wanshue and his son stood there in a daze. Lin Wanshue thought about it and walked forward, saying, "President Ling, this is all a mistake, get lost." Xia Ruofei coldly spat out a word. "You," Lin Feng angrily shouted when he saw this. Lin Wanshue quickly pulled Lin Feng and said to Xia Ruofei with a sad face, "Mr. Xia, please forgive us and let us go this time. Please help me in front of Secretary Tian." In the afternoon, Lin Wanshue was still the high-spirited deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. He had a serious tone when he talked to Xiao Mei, but now he had become a complete failure in politics. He was a stray dog that could face prison at any time. Xia Ruofei did not even look at them and said, "A few men, get these two guys out." "Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia," Lin Wanshue anxiously called out. A few male employees unceremoniously chased Lin Wanshue and his son out. They had witnessed Little Shen's group's arrogant and domineering behavior. Now that they knew that these two people were the instigators, they were already filled with anger. After Lin Wanshue and his son were chased away, everyone in the office looked at Xia Ruofei. In their eyes, this young man was really amazing. Even Secretary Tian had come personally to seek justice for him, and a deputy secretary general was like a chicken that couldn't even withstand a single blow. Some of the more observant female employees had noticed that during the conflict, Xia Ruofei had held Ling Qingshua's hand tightly, so many people were looking at Ling Qingxue with more ambiguous looks. Ling Qingshua's face turned slightly red. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and clean up the office." "What kind of mess is this?" Ling Xiaotian laughed in comfort and said, "Everyone, please work hard and restore everything to its original position. Xiao Xia, Qingxue, let's go to my office and sit for a while." Ling Xiaotian's office. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were sitting on the guest sofa while Ling Xiaotian was personally making a kung fu tea for Xia Ruofei. The steaming hot water was poured into the teapot, and the fragrance of tea immediately filled the air. Ling Xiaotian washed and brewed the tea with practiced ease. Then, he used a small clip to place the purple sand teacup in front of Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, "Little Xia, try this tea guanyin. This is a high-quality tea that a friend of mine gave me. I usually can't even bear to drink it myself." "Thank you, Uncle Ling," Xia Ruofei said as he bowed slightly. Xia Ruofei used 2 fingers to gently pick up the cup and brought it to his mouth. Immediately, a fragrant smell assailed his nose. The most unique characteristic of Thai guanyin was that the tea was very alluring. Xia Ruofei took a small sip and felt that it was very smooth, and the aftertaste was very obvious. Ling Xiaotian had been watching Xia Ruofei until he had finished his cup of tea. He then asked, "How do you feel?" "Uncle Ling, I don't really know much about tea. But your Thai guanyin is much better than the ones I've had before," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "This tea of mine is a rare treasure. My friend has a tea mountain in Anchi. But there's only one tree with excellent tea leaves. Each year, the tea leaves from that tree would be fried separately. Once they're done, they would be divided by my friends. Uncle Ling, if this tea leaves were to be sold in the market, it would be very expensive, right?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "This kind of tea leaves must be at least a few thousand yuan per 500 grams. Ling Xiaotian said, "The price of Thai guanyin is still alright. If it's the top de Hong Pao, the price would be even more frightening. Furthermore, there is a price, but no supply." Ling Xiaotian continued after taking a sip of tea, "The de Hong Pao tea leaves sold in the market are of varying quality, and their prices range from 100 to tens of thousands of dollars. However, these can't be tea leaves from the mother tree. The most authentic de Hong Pao grew on the high cliff of the Jiulong ridge of the Wui mountain. The sunlight there was short, and the light was reflected more often. The temperature difference between day and night was great, and the top of the rock was soaked in a fine spring all year round. This special natural environment created the unique quality of de Hong Pao. There are a total of 6 de Hong Pao parent trees, and the annual output is only about 500 grams. In 2005, 20 grams of de Hong Pao was auctioned for a sky-high price of 208,000 yuan, which is equivalent to more than 10 million yuan per kilogram. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Although he was from the southeast province, he did not know much about tea. He knew that good tea leaves were expensive, but he had never thought that there would be such a sky-high price. "Isn't this a little too exaggerated?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, "That's nothing. The problem is that you can't buy it even if you have the money. Now, in 2006, the country banned the picking of tea leaves from the mother tree because those 6 mother trees have been protected as intangible cultural heritage. Some of the exorbitant de Hong Pao on the market now are produced by second-generation trees, while others are produced by cutting from the mother tree. However, the growing environment is different, and the quality of the tea leaves is also much worse. Dad, since you can't buy it anymore, why are you still talking about it?" Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "Qingxue, it's okay. I'm very interested in what Uncle Ling is saying," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He was not being polite. In fact, when they were Talking about tea leaves, Xia Ruofei had an idea to plant tea trees in his Q zone. As long as the trees were good, the unique environment in the Q zone would definitely produce good tea. Hence, Xia Ruofei continued to ask, Uncle Ling, this Dahong Pao mother tree on Mount Wui is so precious, shouldn't it be protected very carefully? It would be a huge loss if it was stolen or destroyed. Of course, the Huaishan city government bought insurance for these parent trees worth 100 million Chinese dollars. Ling Xiaotian laughed. There are also special troops stationed there to protect the mother trees. These are already national treasures, so the possibility of them being stolen is extremely low. Xia Ruofei nodded. He had been thinking of ways to get the branches of the 6 mother trees and then cut them in the medium. However, it seemed that the possibility was very low. However, there was still a chance. With Xia Ruofei's current skills, it was possible to sneak into the tea house without anyone noticing. He could get a few branches. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not have such thoughts for the time being. After all, planting tea was not an urgent matter. It was against the law to sneak into the tea house protected by the garrison. Xia Ruofei did not have to risk his life. However, Xia Ruofei had already planted a seed in his heart. In the future, when he had the opportunity, he would definitely try to get some of the products of the Xuanji spirit map space from the branches of the Dahong Pao mother tree. They had to be of high quality or even of the highest quality. Xia Ruofei would not bother to plant ordinary tea trees. Xia Ruofei did not expect this opportunity to come so quickly, but that was a story for another time. The 3 of them chatted in the office for a while. Then, the phone on Ling Xiaotian's desk rang. He stood up and answered the call. Hello. Oh, hello. Is that right? I'm so grateful. Thank you. After Ling Xiaotian hung up, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Xiao Xia, Deputy Director Sure of the General Office of the Municipal Party Committee called us personally just now. He's now in charge of the bidding of the designated reception unit of the Municipal Party Committee. He informed us that Lingyun Hotel has directly entered the list of final bidders. That's a good thing. Congratulations, Uncle Ling, you can finally show off your skills in the hotel industry. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian sighed, this time, it's all thanks to you, little Xia. Otherwise, not to mention the city council's designated reception unit, even our company would be hurt. Uncle Ling, since you've been shortlisted for the bidding, you should be prepared for the competition. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as long as Lingyun Hotel's hardware is up to standard and the conditions are better than the other hotels, there will be no other factors that will affect the winning bid. Today's incident must have spread to the general office of the Municipal Party Committee. As long as the person in charge was not an idiot, he would not dare to do anything illegal in this bidding. We'll definitely make good preparations. Ling Xiaotian said, as long as it's an open and fair competition, our Lingyun Hotel still has a high chance of winning. Little Xia, I'm really grateful to you this time. Uncle Ling, you're too kind. We're all family. Xia Ruofei smiled. Yes. We're on the same side, Ling Xiaotian said. Happily. Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruofei and then at Ling Qingxue. He was grinning from ear to ear. Previously, Ling Xiaotian still had a trace of suspicion, thinking that Ling Qingxue was using Xia Ruofei as a shield. However, after seeing how Xia Ruofei treated Ling Qingxue today, he was convinced. Ling Qingshua's face turned red and she said, "Dad. What are you laughing at?" Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, "I'm just happy. My daughter has good taste." Ling Qingxue quickly looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Dad, does this mean that you agree with me and Ruofei?" Ling Xiaotian put on a blank look and said, "Have I ever objected?" "Dad," Ling Qingxue said unhappily, "didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to take the exam?" "Qingxue, Dad must have drunk too much yesterday and was talking nonsense." Ling Xiaotian quickly interrupted Ling Qingxue and said, "I've never forced you to do anything when it comes to your personal feelings." At this point, Ling Xiaotian said with slight embarrassment, "However, I'll give you some suggestions sometimes. You don't agree, and I didn't force you, right?" Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at her father, then couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Ling. Thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled. Ling Xiaotian laughed out loud in comfort. Then, he thought of another matter and asked in embarrassment, "Oh right, that. Little Xia, I heard from Qingxue. You recently got a pair of high-quality blood red dragons?" When Ling Qingxue heard this, she immediately burst out laughing. Ling Xiaotian immediately revealed an awkward expression. Xia Ruofei wanted to laugh, but he did not dare to. He was having a hard time holding it in. He said in his heart, "It seems like this Uncle Ling is just like what Qingxue said, he's crazy about fish." Ling Xiaotian knew that Xia Ruofei would definitely give him the pair of blood red dragons. Ling Qingxue had already said that this was a gift that Xia Ruofei had prepared for him. However, his heart was still as uncomfortable as a cat's paw, and he couldn't help but take the initiative to ask, "Dad, can't you be a little more promising?" Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "Qingxue, how can you talk to Uncle Ling like that?" Xia Ruofei quickly said. He then turned to Ling Xiaotian and said, "Uncle Ling, those blood red dragons were specially prepared by Qingxue and I as a meeting gift for you. They're currently being raised by my friend. How about this, I'll pick it up today and send it to your house tomorrow morning." Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "Hey, little Xia. I was just asking. There's no hurry. Just bring it over whenever you're free." Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. Wasn't he so eager just now? Why aren't you in a hurry now? However, what Ling Xiaotian said next almost made Xia Ruofei burst out laughing. Ling Xiaotian quickly asked, "Are you au fait? How long are your blood red dragons? I have to get the fish tank ready first. By the way, Qingxue, remember to remind me to buy some small fish and prawns tomorrow morning. Blood red dragons are very picky with their food, so I have to choose them myself." Ling Qingxue immediately laughed and nodded. Xia Ruofei also came back to his senses. His future father-in-law was just being polite. They had already started to make preparations to take over the blood red dragon the next morning. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry, considering that Ling Xiaotian's company still had many things to do, including the reopening of the closed stores and the sorting of the accounts. Xia Ruofei got up and left after a short chat. The finance department that Ling Qingxue was in charge of was the department that had been affected the most today, so she naturally had to stay in the company. However, Ling Qingxue still personally sent Xia Ruofei out. Now that their relationship had been made public and Ling Xiaotian had agreed, Ling Qingxue had less to worry about. She held Xia Ruofei's arm and walked out with him. Naturally, they attracted a lot of attention along the way. Ling Qingxue's face was slightly red, but she still held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly. Qingxue, I think I can hear the heartbreak of the male employees in your company. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Nonsense. Ling Qingxue pouted. Xia Ruofei said exaggeratedly, how could it be nonsense? Oh. Could there be female employees? I can't believe that my wife's beauty has already reached the point where both men and women are attracted to her. This is too crazy, you're a bad guy. Ling Qingxue bit her red lips and said, do you think I won't pinch you? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud, which attracted the envious gazes of many employees. Ling Qingxue walked Xia Ruofei all the way to the first floor. Qingxue, you should go back. There's still a lot of work waiting for you to handle at the company. Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue reluctantly said, drive slowly then. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, got it. Thank you for your concern, wife. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei, but she did not correct him for taking advantage of her verbally. Instead, she walked up to him and hugged him gently. She looked into his eyes and said, Ruofei, thank you. Wife, why don't you give me some actual thanks? Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed to his face. You know, Ling Qingxue's face turned red. She looked left and right, then quickly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xia Ruofei lightly on the lips. Then, she ran away with a red face. Xia Ruofei chuckled. He had only wanted to kiss her face, but he ended up kissing her on the lips instead. He had exceeded the task. Xia Ruofei savored the faint fragrance on his lips as he went to the underground parking lot to find his night 15 off-road vehicle and drove back to the farm. When he reached home, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space and transferred the 2 blood dragons, which had grown to nearly 50 centimeters, into a plastic container. He then dripped some low concentration flower petal solution into it. It was a quiet night. The next day, Xia Ruofei woke up early to wash up. Then, he tidied up his hair and carefully shaved his beard. He found a suit and changed into it. This was the Brioni suit provided by the hotel when he went to the truffle auction in Shenzhen City. It was the best suit Xia Ruofei had and cost as much as $5,000. Xia Ruofei usually did not care much about his appearance and would not deliberately pursue international brands. He had never bought such a high-end formal suit before. This was the first time he was going to pay a formal visit, so Xia Ruofei naturally had to dress formally. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to go downstairs, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Other than these blood-red dragons, should I bring some other gifts? It was his first time visiting his future father-in-law. Should he bring some cigarettes, wine, tea, fruits, and so on? When he thought of wine, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Last time, he bought 25 big jars of drunken Ada Mortal's white wine, a total of 5,000 caddies. It must have been stored in the medium for a few months. He wondered how the taste was now. With this thought in mind, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to go out. After locking the door and windows, he summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and entered the medium. He went straight to the place where the wine jars were placed, and casually opened the mud seal of a large wine jar and removed the lid. Suddenly, the fragrance of wine assailed his nose. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that this fragrance was much stronger than when he had first bought it. He picked up a ladle and scooped out some white wine from the jar. He brought it to his mouth and took a small sip. Immediately, the rich aroma of the wine filled his entire mouth. What was rare was that the originally choking drunken Ada mortal had now disappeared without a trace. The mellow and smooth taste was even better than those high-end white wines on the market that cost 1 to 2,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smacked his lips and resisted the urge to drink a few more mouthfuls. He poured the remaining wine in the spoonback and sipped it. For a while, he still had to drive. It was fine to take a small sip, but he couldn't drink too much. Xia Ruofei decided to bring some good wine to his future father-in-law. He had ordered a lot of small porcelain bottles before. The last time he treated Elder Song, he used the same kind of porcelain bottle to bring the petal solution with him. There were still many empty bottles in the interspace. Xia Ruofei immediately went to get 3. However, he didn't take the wine from the opened wine jar. Instead, he went to the wine jar that he had marked and opened the mud seal. When he opened the lid, he saw that this jar of wine was mixed with an entire exotic flower petal. If he wanted to give it to his future father-in-law, he naturally had to give it the best. Besides, this jar of wine was 200 caddies. Xia Ruofei didn't feel any heartache at all for carrying 2 to 3 caddies. He took a wine ladle and a funnel to fill 3 bottles of exquisite space wine. Then, he restored the wine jar to its original state, found the space soil and water from the pool to seal it again, and then left the spirit map space in a flash. When Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Yi Lingyun had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei informed Yi Lingyun and left the farm in his Night 15 SUV, heading straight for Ling Xiaotian's riverside mansion in the Qingjiang Villa district. In front of a mansion by the river in an excellent location, Ling Xiaotian was standing in the courtyard, looking forward to it. Ling Qingxue walked out of the villa and saw her father's expression. She was both angry and amused. "Dad, you've been waiting outside since 6 a.m. Ruofei lives in the suburbs, Chongping. How could he have arrived so quickly?" Ling Xiaotian chuckled. "Isn't this the son-in-law-to-be's first visit? I'm so excited." Ling Qingxue looked at Ling Xiaotian with disdain and said, "Dad, I think you're not waiting for Ruofei. You're waiting for that pair of blood-red dragons." Ling Xiaotian, whose thoughts had been seen through by Ling Qingxue, was not embarrassed. He chuckled and said, it's the same. It's a daughter and son-in-law's filial piety. Of course, I have to pay attention to it." Ling Qingxue's face blushed slightly, and her heart was filled with happiness. After the father and daughter chatted for a while, the sharp-eyed Ling Qingxue was the first to notice the Night XV's carriage. It was extremely eye-catching, and it was hard not to be noticed. "Dad, Ruofei is here." Ling Qingxue's words were filled with joy. "Where is it? Where is it?" Ling Xiaotian hurriedly asked. Ling Qingxue pointed at Night 15 in the distance and said, "It's that black SUV." After Ling Xiaotian clearly saw Night XV's domineering appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Woof. Little Xiao's car is not bad." "It's more than not bad," Ling Qingxue said proudly. "This is a limited edition Night 15. There are only a few of them in the country." Ling Xiaotian nodded and said, "Yes, I've heard of this car. It's worth more than 10 million. Little Xiao's financial strength is much stronger than I thought. You are worthy of my daughter." "Dad," Ling Qingxue said seriously, "even if Ruofei is Penniless, I will still like him. In my opinion, feelings and money are not linked. Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, "It's Daddy who's too tacky." Ling Xiaotian then sighed, "I've been doing business for so many years, and I've unknowingly been stained with the stench of money. Qingxue, you and Ruofei have taught me a lesson these past 2 days. Hee hee." Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue mischievously and reached out to hold her father's arm. While the father and daughter were talking, Xia Ruofei had already arrived at the villa. "Uncle Ling." "Qingxue." Xia Ruofei jumped out of the car and greeted the two. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, who was wearing a Borny suit. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange light. Xia Ruofei, who had absorbed at least dozens of petals of the exotic flower, had a natural affinity. Now that he was wearing a formal suit, his handsome appearance and tall figure made him look even more handsome. "Little Xia is here. Welcome, welcome." Ling Xiaotian laughed as he spoke. However, his eyes were eagerly looking into the car, and he did not notice that Xia Ruofei had specially tidied up his appearance for today's visit. Xia Ruofei knew what was going on. He blinked at Ling Qingxue and quickly walked to the back of the car. Xia Ruofei opened the back door of the car and took out a large box from the spirit map space that he had found on the road. He placed the 2 blood-red dragons in the box. "Uncle Ling, this is the blood-red dragon that Qingxue and I are giving you," Xia Ruofei said. I'll take it," Ling Xiaotian said hurriedly. Then, he carefully took the tidying box. His eyes fell on the 2 blood-red dragons inside. He suddenly gasped and was stunned. He couldn't move his legs at all. Ling Xiaotian's eyes were fixed on the 2 blood-red dragons in the box. He muttered to himself, "Top grade. It's definitely top grade. His hair color is perfect. This figure, this curvace, it's too beautiful. It's simply unbelievable." Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "Dad, let's take it back to the house. This pair of blood dragons is yours from now on, you can look at them as long as you want," Ling Xiaotian quickly said. "Qingxue, lower your voice. Don't disturb the pair of treasures." Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, Ling Qingxue's warning was still effective. Ling Xiaotian chuckled as he carried his luggage and walked into the villa. A large fish tank had already been prepared in the living room, right next to the huge television background wall. Ling Xiaotian carefully checked the temperature of the water, the pH level, and so on. Then, he carefully transferred the 2 red arowana into the fish tank. Ling Xiaotian's eyes were fixed on the 2 blood-red dragons in the fish tank, and his love for them was beyond words. "Xiao Xia, why do I feel that these 2 blood dragons seem to be a little dispirited?" Ling Xiaotian looked at it for a while, then said hesitantly, "It was still fine in your plastic box just now." Xia Ruofei went forward to take a look and saw the 2 blood dragons in the fish tank looking a little lazy. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and understood that these 2 fish were used to the spatial pool water. Occasionally, there would be petal solution, and they were not used to normal water. "Uncle Ling, I almost forgot. Please wait for me," Xia Ruofei said. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the villa and returned to the car. He summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and quickly contacted the space with his mind. He took out a bottle of the petal solution with the lowest concentration and immediately put the spirit map scroll away. Xia Ruofei walked into the villa with the porcelain bottle and said with a smile, "Uncle Ling, these two fish are used to the nutrient solution that my friend and I concocted together, so they're a little unaccustomed to the environment." Nutrient solution? Ling Xiaotian was puzzled. Do we need nutrient fluids to raise red arowana? You'll know when you see it. Xia Ruofei smiled. With that, Xia Ruofei opened the bottle and dripped a few drops of the flower petal solution into the fish tank. The two red arowanas were invigorated and started swimming in the fish tank, wagging their tails. When Ling Xiaotian saw the immediate effect, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Xia Ruofei wanted to laugh. The reason was simple. The two blood dragons were swimming in the fish tank to absorb the composition of the petals scattered in the water. The effect is too obvious. Ling Xiaotian took a deep breath and said, "Little Xia, what kind of nutrient solution is this? There wouldn't be any stimulants in it, would there? It's very precious to the blood. Red dragon. You can't feed it to those random things." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, don't worry. It's absolutely natural and uncontaminated." After he finished speaking, he passed the porcelain bottle to Ling Xiaotian and said, "Please keep this. Just drip a few drops every 2 days. This bottle can be used for a long time." Ling Xiaotian hurriedly put it away as if he had obtained a treasure. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Uncle Ling, you can ask me for more when you're done. However, this kind of nutrient solution is quite difficult to make. You must take good care of it. Also, it's best to use it sparingly." Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed when he said the last part. However, even though the petal solution was of the lowest purity, it was still very precious. If he did not say a few words, it would be a waste if Ling Xiaotian wasted it. Good, good, good. Don't worry, Xia, I'll lock it in the safe. I definitely won't let anyone else touch it. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said. The two blood red dragons regained their vitality, and Ling Xiaotian's attention was completely focused on the fish tank. Again. It's too beautiful, this hair color. It's red. It's definitely the Emperor gene. It's unbelievable that he has such a perfect body. Listening to Ling Xiaotian's continuous muttering, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had underestimated the attraction of this top-grade blood red dragon to the fish, crazy Ling Xiaotian. Xia Ruofei took out the 3 bottles of wine he had prepared and said, "Uncle Ling, I also brought you some wine." "Oh, thank you, Xia." Ling Xiaotian did not even turn his head as he said, "You give it to Qingxue. Just ask her to help me keep it." Seeing this, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but stomp her feet and say, "Dad, how can you treat a guest like this? It's Ruo Fei's first time here." Only then did Ling Xiaotian reluctantly retract his gaze and sneered, "My dear daughter, you know that your dad has this kind of hobby. Besides, Xiao Xia is one of us. He won't mind these formalities, right?" Xia Ruofei was also a little embarrassed. He handed over the glass of wine in his hand and said, I don't mind. Uncle Ling, it's mainly because this wine and the nutrient solution just now were contained in the same bottle, so I wanted to give you a reminder in case you get it wrong." When Ling Xiaotian heard this, he quickly replied, yes. "Little Xia, you're right. I'll go and make a mark." What a joke. What if he accidentally poured the wine into the fish tank as nutrient solution and made the 2 precious blood red dragons drunk to death? He might not be able to find a more perfect blood red dragon in his life. Thus, Ling Xiaotian put the 3 bottles of wine that Xia Ruofei had given him aside, and picked up the bottle of nutrient solution. He found a roll of transparent tape from the drawer under the TV cabinet and wrapped it around the porcelain bottle. "Now I won't be confused," he said with a smile. "Qing Xue," Ling Xiaotian continued, "sit with little Xia for a while. I'll keep this bottle of nutrient fluid." With that, he ran upstairs with the porcelain bottle. It seemed like he was really going to lock the nutrient solution in the safe. Ling Qingxue was a little embarrassed as she said, "Ruofei, my dad is like that. Please don't mind him." "Hey. What's the big deal?" Xia Ruofei laughed nonchalantly and asked, "Oh right, Qingxue, you didn't tell him that the pair of super blood-red dragons he saw on the internet last time was in my villa, did you?" "Of course I didn't." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "If he knew, how could he sit still? I'm afraid I'll have to go to your farm overnight. I might just stay at your house every day and annoy you to death." At this point, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, Ling Qingxue warned, "Again, Ruofei, you're not allowed to say anything either." This pair of little red dragons had already made him so obsessed. If he knew that such a pair of blood-red dragons were in your house, how terrible would that be? When he comes to your house every day, do you think you should give it to him or not? "You promised me that we'll raise the blood-red dragons together." Xia Ruofei chuckled, Sure. I must listen to my wife on this matter." At this moment, the sound of Ling Xiaotian's footsteps could be heard from upstairs. He chuckled and asked, "Little Xia, Qingxue, what are you two talking about? Why do I seem to hear you guys talking about some blood-red dragon? This old man's ears are quite sharp." "Oh, we were talking about this pair of blood-red dragons," Ling Qingxue said hurriedly, and then gave Xia Ruofei a look. Xia Ruofei quickly chimed in. Yes. "Uncle Ling, we're talking about giving these blood dragons to a fish lover like you. It's like giving a sword to a hero. They complement each other." Ha. "Little Xia, you really have a way with words." Ling Xiaotian laughed heartily. Come. Let's drink tea. Didn't you like the tea guanyin from yesterday? There are still a few more at home, let's make them and drink them today. Qingxue, ask Madame Chen to prepare a few more dishes. Xiao will stay for lunch. All right. Ling Qingxue happily went to find the nanny, Madame Chen, while Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei sat in front of the antique tea table. Ling Xiaotian personally began to make tea. After a while, Ling Qingxue also came over and sat next to Xia Ruofei very naturally. The 3 of them chatted and the atmosphere was very harmonious. For Xia Ruofei's visit today, Ling Xiaotian had also pushed aside some social events, including company matters. It was clear that he valued Xia Ruofei. It was inevitable that this was affected by yesterday's incident. After all, Xia Ruofei had such a strong network that even Tian Huilan had personally stood up for him. However, it was more because of Ling Xiaotian's love for Ling Qingxue. As the saying goes, love the house and its crow. Since he had acknowledged Xia Ruofei as his future son-in-law, he naturally liked him more and more. Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei both had military experience. Now that their 2 companies were in close cooperation, they naturally had many common topics to talk about. Ling Xiaotian's cheerful laughter could be heard from the living room from time to time, and it was clear that he was in a good mood. Before they knew it, it was time for lunch. The three of them sat down in the dining room, and the nanny, Madame Chen, had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. Ruofei, have some wine at noon. Ling Xiaotian asked for Xia Ruofei's opinion. Rest at home after you're done. You're not in a hurry to go back. After chatting for an entire morning, Ling Xiaotian had changed the way he addressed Xia Ruofei from little Xia to the more intimate Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then I'll drink 2 glasses with Uncle Ling. How can 2 cups be enough? Ling Xiaotian said boldly, U.S. soldiers don't drink in such a refined manner. All right. Then I'll risk my life to accompany you today. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Now this is more like it. Ling Xiaotian nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Qing Xue, go to my wine cabinet and take that bottle. Oh right. Ruofei seemed to have brought wine today. Why don't we try the wine Ruofei brought today? Good, good. I'll go get it. Ling Qingxue said immediately. Ling Qingxue quickly brought the 3 bottles of wine over. Ling Xiaotian held one of the bottles in his hand and examined it for a long time. Before saying, Ruofei, why have I never seen this wine before? This bottle doesn't look like it's used to store wine. Could it be that you brewed this wine yourself? Uncle Ling, try it first. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Ruofei, you're still keeping me in suspense. But I'm also an expert in alcohol testing. I'll know the origin of this wine once I taste it. Dad, be careful not to blow your own trumpet. Ling Qingxue chuckled. Ling Xiaotian sighed, AI. Girls are really biased towards outsiders. They're already working together with Ruofei to target me, their father. I didn't, Ling Qingxue said coyly, her face red. Ling Xiaotian laughed and continued, let me taste what kind of good wine Ruofei brought. With that, Ling Xiaotian opened the bottle, and a rich aroma of wine immediately filled the dining room. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but sniff. Even Ling Qingxue, who rarely drank, could not help but ask in surprise, Ruofei, what kind of wine is this? Why does it smell so good? Ling Xiaotian took a deep breath and said, this wine is very special. It's not as rich as the Matai wine or the Wuliangye wine, but it's unique. It gives people a feeling of relaxation and floating like an immortal. As he spoke, he poured a glass into the small glass, then picked up the glass with his thumb and middle finger, brought it to his mouth steadily, and drank it in one gulp. Ling Xiaotian closed his eyes, his face revealing a reminiscing expression. After a long time, he opened his eyes and let out a long breath, praising, good wine. Ling Qingxue giggled and asked, Dad, can you tell what wine it is? Ling Xiaotian thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, it's a bit like the famous drunken 8 Immortals of 3 Mountains, but it doesn't have the smell of smoke and fire like the drunken 8 Immortals. The taste is rich and smooth, not burning the throat at all, and it also has a lingering fragrance. This wine should not be sold in the market, at least I've never drunk it before. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but admire him. His future father-in-law was indeed an expert in wine country. He could actually tell the truth after drinking a cup. Ling Qingxue also looked at Xia Ruofei. Uncle Ling, to be able to taste the flavor of the drunken 8 Immortals, it shows that you are indeed an expert. Xia Ruofei smiled. Oh? Does that mean this wine is really the drunken 8 Immortals? Ling Xiaotian said in shock, that's impossible. I've been drinking drunken 8 Immortals wine for more than 20 years. I've even drunk the wine in bulk, but it's never tasted this good. Ling Xiaotian, like many other natives of the Three Mountains, loved drunken 8 Immortals more than high-end wines like Wuliangya and Maotai. In Ling Xiaotian's words, this was the taste of feelings, memories, and youth. Hence, he was very familiar with the taste of drunken 8 Immortals. When Xia Ruofei said that it was drunken 8 Immortals, he was shocked. Uncle Ling, this wine is an improved version of the drunken 8 Immortals. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Could it be that medicinal ingredients were added? Ling Xiaotian asked in surprise. Almost. However, it won't have the pungent smell of the medicinal wine. Xia Ruofei said. Seeing that Xia Ruofei did not elaborate, Ling Xiaotian tactfully did not press further. Instead, he smiled and said, Are you au fait? I didn't expect you to have this ability. This drunken 8 Immortal was simply reborn after being improved. Those expensive bottles of wine can't even compare to your wine. Uncle Ling, you're too kind, Xia Ruofei said, smiling. Ling Xiaotian thought for a moment and asked. Again, Ruofei, is it difficult to mass-produce this wine? If we can mass-produce it, the market prospects should be very good. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, the wine I brought today is the special edition. It's a little difficult to mass-produce, but we have another one. It might not taste as good as this, but it's still much better than the original drunken 8 Immortals. It's relatively easy to mass-produce this wine. The wine that Xia Ruofei had brought to Ling Xiaotian was one that had been infused with the petals of an exotic flower. Furthermore, 200 caddies of wine had used up one of his petals. Naturally, he could not use such precious petals to brew wine. No matter how big the profit was, it would not be worth it. As for the other type of wine that Xia Ruofei mentioned, it had zero cost. It only needed to be stored in the realm for a while and mass production would not be difficult at all. Ling Xiaotian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Ruofei, why don't we work together to set up a winery? The Dingfeng winery that produces the 8 Immortals drunk has been having a hard time operating for the past few years. Recently, I heard that the boss is planning to sell the winery. Ling Xiaotian himself was in the food circle, so he was naturally more well informed in this aspect. When he first heard the news, he felt that it was a pity. After all, drunken 8 Immortals was a wine that he had loved since he was young, and he still loved it to this day. After selling off the decades-old brand, it was hard to say if the brand would be able to survive. Now, Ling Xiaotian saw a new business opportunity. If Xia Ruofei had a way to make drunken 8 Immortals wine turn over a new leaf, they could join hands and buy the winery. This old and established brand would definitely have a second spring. And the profit margin would be huge. Ling Xiaotian continued. Ruofei, as long as you agree, I'll pay for the acquisition. You'll be the technology shareholder. How about we each take half the shares? Xia Ruofei didn't expect to get a cooperation project out of drinking. He thought for a while and asked, Uncle Ling, it's not cheap to buy a winery, is it? Ling Xiaotian didn't seem to mind. The Dingfeng winery is not a big one, and many of its equipment are relatively old. I think we can get it with about 10 million. So expensive? Xia Ruofei quickly asked. Uncle Ling, I can't just take half of the shares for free. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Ruofei, you must know that your skills are the key to the winery's revival. Besides, if you have money, you can do it on your own. So, 5 million is not expensive at all. Besides, we're on the same side, is there a need to be so calculative? Uncle Ling. It's still too early to talk about the share distribution. Let's not talk about this for now. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. I'll bring some of that wine over for you to try tomorrow, and you can decide after you've tasted it. You haven't even seen the wine yet. It's a little too hasty to buy the winery, Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, how can I not trust you? But since you've said so, I'll wait for you to bring the wine over. It's good to try it. All right. We'll make a decision after you drink that wine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I have confidence in you. You're a young man who's good at creating miracles. Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, Ruofei, remember this. Bring the wine over as soon as possible. Once it's decided to purchase, there's still a lot of work to be done. Don't let anyone else get there first. All right. Xia Ruofei replied. At that moment, Ling Qingxue said coyly, Dad. Why did they suddenly talk about business? Don't you think your life is boring? Talking about work during a meal at home? Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. Occupational disease, ha ha ha. Come, let's not talk about work. Let's drink. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiaotian personally poured Xia Ruofei a glass of wine and poured himself a glass. Qingxue, why don't you have a taste? Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. All right. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, I'll try it too and see if it's as magical as you say. After Ling Qingxue poured the wine, Ling Xiaotian raised his glass and said, Come. Let's have a drink together. Ruofei, from now on, I'm handing my daughter over to you. You must treat Qingxue well and not bully her, understand? Uncle Ling, I'll remember this. Xia Ruofei said seriously. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei affectionately. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank together. Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian both finished their drinks in one go, while Ling Qingxue took a small sip. Great. Good wine. It's really good wine. Ling Xiaotian smacked his lips, revealing an expression of reminiscence. Ling Qingxue was also surprised. This wine tastes really good. It's not choking at all, and it even has a sweet fragrance. White wine was spicy and pungent. Generally speaking, girls didn't like to drink it. Even when Ling Qingxue was socializing, she would at most drink red wine. However, after drinking the special wine that Xia Ruofei had brought today, she actually liked the taste very much. Even my precious daughter can't stop praising it. This wine is really good. Ling Xiaotian laughed. The three of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian also clinked their glasses. The two former soldiers drank very quickly and downed their glasses. Ling Qingxue had also drunk 2 small cups. Her pretty face was slightly red, and there was a hint of red in her white skin, making her even more beautiful. After the meal, they had drunk 2 out of 3 bottles of wine. Most of them were drunk by Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian. Each of them had drunk about half a kilogram. Ling Xiaotian's alcohol tolerance was very good. After drinking so much, he didn't feel drunk at all. After the three of them finished their meal, Ling Xiaotian stood up and said, Ruofei, Qingxue. I'm going back to the company. Qingxue, don't go to work in the afternoon. Stay at home and rest with Ruofei. With that, Ling Xiaotian grabbed his bag and left. His chauffeur was already waiting at the villa's entrance. It seemed like Ling Xiaotian had already made arrangements. From the start, he had planned to give his daughter and future son-in-law some alone time after lunch. After Ling Xiaotian left, Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and chuckled. Hee. Wife, father-in-law asked you to accompany me to rest for a while. Why? Don't we go back to our room now? Time is precious.